In order to prove that money is the most useful thing in the end times, I neither stocked up nor went shopping, but went to the nearest bank to exchange cash. Because I got a cash instant kill system, whether it is food that makes beautiful women let down their guard, or weapons that can achieve equality for all beings. All can be bought instantly for only 1 yuan. At this time, I watched the snowflakes falling outside the window. As a person living in a southern coastal city, I could not feel any novelty or excitement, because I knew that the disaster started with this heavy snow. And the heavy snow was not only in the coastal cities, but the entire blue planet was snowing at the same time. Just when I sighed and wished I could be reborn a few days earlier, suddenly, a mechanical sound came into my mind. Ding! The 1 yuan flash sale system is activated. Today's flash sale products: 1.10,000 military-grade warm-down jackets, 2, 1 high-power generator and 10, 0 oil drums, 3, 1 Type 95 automatic rifle with 10, 0 magazines, 4.10,000 MRE rations. At the same time, a virtual screen appeared in front of me, showing 4 options. As expected, God would not let me be reborn in vain. I chose 3 in the end times. Only the strong are qualified to survive. Ding, the balance is insufficient, please recharge. I waved my hand and recharged all the money in the card. Anyway, in the end times, money has become waste paper. The system only accepts cash, please recharge with cash. Although I was speechless, I still searched through the boxes and cabinets at home and finally found more than 2.0 cash. Recharge successful, account balance 2366 yuan. Ding, the flash sale is successful. Congratulations on winning a Type 95 automatic rifle. The item has been stored in the system space. Today's flash sale ends. The next day, update the flash sale items. Looking at the Type 95 semi-automatic rifle and the 10.0 magazines full of bullets in the space, I felt a strong sense of security. However, looking at the account balance of only more than 2.0, it still felt not enough. If the system has any new features in the future and I don't have money to buy them, I will lose a lot, so I decided to withdraw all the money in the card and recharge it into the system. I put on my down jacket and went downstairs. Many people were making snowmen and having snowball fights. Laughter and joy echoed in the air. Cherish it. This is your last happy time. In a few days, the snow will bury your hope of life. I went to the bank and recharged the 80,000 yuan I had withdrawn into the system. Ding, the recharge was successful and the account balance was 82,365 yuan. I finally breathed a sigh of relief when I heard the system prompt sound. This is the foundation for survival in the end times. The next morning, I just stretched comfortably when the long-awaited mechanical sound sounded again. Ding, today's flash sale products. 1. Luxurious Doomsday bunker with a usable area of 10.0 square meters. 2.10,000 remote-controlled explosive collars. 3. 10,000 large umbrellas. 4.10,000 MRE rations. I focused my attention on options 1 and 2. The explosive collar is a good thing. It is used to control slaves. As long as the slave owner is not satisfied, the slave's head can be removed in an instant. But I still chose 1, the 10,000 square meter Doomsday bunker. The most important thing now is survival. I have to survive first. Ding, the flash sale was successful. Congratulations on winning the 10,000 square meter Doomsday bunker. In an instant, a magnificent fortress appeared in the space. It was more than 100 meters long and wide, like a steel behemoth. The exterior was thick reinforced concrete, giving people an indestructible sense of security. Brother Tong, how do we get this Doomsday fortress out? The host finds an open space larger than the fortress. And then the fortress can be materialized. I don't plan to take out the fortress now. There are too many people alive now, and it would be too abrupt to materialize a fortress. I must wait for a suitable time. Just then my phone rang. And I opened it and saw that someone was looking for me. Aunt Wang from the neighborhood committee. Xiaoyan. What are you doing? You are the only young person missing from the building. Young people should endure more hardships. Why do you have to be an old lady like me to shout in the group? I sneered as I looked at the group message. Aunt Wang. It seems that it's not just me, your son didn't go either. And you compare with my son? My son is preparing for the civil service exam. How can he be delayed because of something as trivial as snow removal? Seeing such double standards, I laughed instead of getting angry. What you said is very interesting. How can snow clearing be a trivial matter? Now there is so much snow in the community that it is inconvenient for everyone to travel. Isn't this a big deal? At this time, other people in the group also began to speak out. Why doesn't your son have to sweep the snow? He hasn't even passed the exam yet. But you're already acting like an official. I won't sweep the snow anymore. Whoever wants to sweep the snow can do it. Some people just quit. Why the hell? When Aunt Wang saw that the public opinion in the group had changed, she suddenly panicked. Hey, don't get so excited. That's not what I meant. My son is indeed in the critical period of preparing for the exam. And I, as a mother, am also anxious, please understand. And Wang tried to ease the atmosphere. Understand? You ask us to understand you, then who will understand us? We also have our own things to do. Why should we listen to you? A resident said bluntly. That's right, Aunt Wang. You can't be so partial. Snow clearing is everyone's job and should be shared by everyone. Instead of just letting a few of us do it, another resident echoed. At this time, Aunt Wang's son stood up. Zheng Xi and Wei Min. Lin Tian, MRLN, how can you talk to my mother like that? Isn't she also doing this for the good of our community? Zheng Xi and Wei Min, Lin Tian, you are disrupting public order and destroying stability and unity. Do you know that? Zheng Xi and Wei Min, Lin Tian, you delayed everyone's snow clearing and prevented everyone from going out to buy supplies. Can you bear this responsibility? Zheng Xi and Wei Min. Lin Tian, I warn you, apologize to my mom right away and come down to sweep the snow. Zheng Xi and Wei Min, everyone, don't be deceived by Lin. Only by clearing the snow can we travel conveniently and ensure everyone's daily necessities. Lin is deliberately making trouble. He doesn't want to contribute to the community at all. Lin Yan's eyes fixed, revealing a hint of murderous intent. Damn, he is worthy of being a man preparing for the civil service exam. He is quite capable and changed the tone of the group with just a few words. I think is right. The top priority now is to clear the snow. Only when the snow is cleared can people go out to buy things. Stop arguing and come down to sweep the snow. Each family should send one person out. If any family does not contribute, they will not be able to enjoy the fruits of everyone's labor after the snow is cleared. Zheng Xi and Wei Min, my mother has already left home. Lin Tian looked at the messages in the group and sneered in his heart. I'm fighting for fairness for everyone, and you don't appreciate it, right? Go ahead and sweep the snow. This heavy snow will last for a month. Let's see how long it will take you to finish sweeping the snow. Lin Tian, you are really a good son to your mother. You are so filial to her. Zheng Xi and Wei Min, Lin Tian, MRLing, how the hell do you talk like that? Property Manager Li. Okay, everyone stop arguing, hurry down and sweep the snow. Hurry up and come down to sweep the snow. Hurry up and come down to sweep the snow. Hurry up and come down to sweep the snow. The more Lin Tian watched, the angrier he got. Damn it. Everyone was targeting him. Lin Tian, you think I'm easy to bully, right? If you have the guts, tell these people to come down and sweep the snow. Lin Tian, Auntie Wang from the neighborhood committee. Call these people down and I'll go down. These people. Either they are second generation rich or social people. And usually no one dares to mess with them. He wanted to see what the Wang mother and son would do now. Sure enough, when they saw Lin Tian, those people, the group fell silent. No one dared to ask those people to come down and sweep the snow. A Wang family mother and son remained silent. Lin Tian snorted coldly. Sometimes, the weak really don't deserve sympathy. Just because he resisted injustice and refused to be a dog. Those who were already dogs came out to target him. However, facing those powerful people, the dogs dare not make a sound. They only dare to show their ugly faces when facing people who are weaker than themselves. A feeling of sadness welled up in Lin Tian's heart. In this doomsday, the weaknesses of human nature were infinitely magnified. Looking at the silent group chat, Lin Tian knew that the dispute over snow clearing had come to a temporary end. But he knew that there would always be someone to sweep the snow, like him in his previous life. To put it nicely, they are patching up the world. To put it bluntly, they are naive and saintly. Just when Lin Tian put away his phone, the group rang again. Flathead brother, Lin Tian. You told me to fuck you, you stinky bastard. Flathead brother. If you call me that again, I'll break your legs. When Lin Tian saw this message, his face instantly turned gloomy. He was not going to indulge the other party now. Don't be so pretentious, come here if you have the guts. Flathead brother, fuck, you just wait for me. Lin Tian. Dad is waiting for you. Flathead brother, damn, just wait until the snow stops. Lin Tian sneered with a mocking smile. The flat-headed brother is a gangster in their community. He is usually domineering and everyone dares not speak out. Because gangsters like them are the most troublesome. They won't do anything particularly excessive and they certainly wouldn't dare to fight and kill. But if you provoke them, they will poop and pee in front of your door at any time. Which can make you sick to death. Even if you call the police, at most you'll be detained for 7 days. They don't care at all. In the end, you have to apologize to others before the matter can be resolved. So over time, no one in the community dared to mess with him. But in his previous life, Lin Tian had no grudge against the other party. Because the flat-headed brother was killed early on. People like him who make enemies everywhere will definitely be the first to die in the end of the world. Buzz buzz. The phone rang again. But this time it was not the owner's group, but the female college student who lived opposite. And King. Why do you want to mess with the honey badger? When the snow stops, he will definitely come to your doorstep to poop and pee, making it stink. You think you're brave? You're only making things worse. Besides, you are only in your 20s. How can it be tiring to just sweep the snow? The two families lived next door to each other. And King is blaming Lin Tian and criticizing him from a moral high ground. Lin Tian shook his head. This is a green tea bitch. You're only in your early 20s, go and sweep. After saying that, he threw the phone aside. It was only the second day after the apocalypse, so he had to wait a little longer. Lin Tian took out a box of fresh mutton from the refrigerator and prepared to have hot pot. In his previous life, he was always reluctant to eat the stored food in the refrigerator. And in the end he had to give it to others. He doesn't care about so many things in this life. When a person dies, his eggs face upwards, and he will live forever. Soon, a hot pot was set up. The soup in the pot was bubbling, and hot steam filled the entire room. It was snowing heavily outside, and Lin Tian prepared a hot pot with some mutton and rice wine. It was winter outside but summer inside. He looked out the window and saw a few people still working hard to sweep the snow downstairs. He wrote down these people one by one. In the future, these people might be able to help him. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Lin Tian was eating hot pot and looking at the snow scenery, there was a heavy knock on the door. Lin Tian looked through the peephole and saw the tall men wearing black down jackets outside the door. One had gloomy eyes, the other had a fat face, and seemed to be holding something in his hand. Xiao Xiao Long and Xiao Xiao Hu. Lin Tian clenched his fists instantly and summoned out the Type 95 submachine gun. Damn, I haven't even come to look for you yet, but you guys come to my door instead. In his previous life, these two brothers were among the people who killed him. Bang, bang, bang. I know you're in there, hiding like a coward. Right? How dare you mention our eldest brother's name? Why don't you dare to open the door? I'm going to teach you a little lesson today. Keep your mouth shut in the future. After the two of them finished talking, they seemed to be holding a brush and writing something at the door of Lin Tian's house. Lin Tian held the submachine gun tightly, wishing he could rush out and kill the two men right now. In his previous life, Lin Tian was tied up and thrown into a steamer and steamed to death. The pain of being unable to live or die is still deeply engraved in his soul. His eyes revealed endless hatred and determination. He couldn't let those people die so easily. He also wanted to make those people unable to live or die. Unfortunately, he is not strong enough now. Maybe he can protect himself, but he is still a little short of it if he wants to attack. Lin Tian clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. But he seemed not to feel any pain. There was only hatred for those people in his heart. As for the big brother the two brothers were talking about, he was the one who turned the tide that Lin Tian had mentioned in the group before. It is said that he is a very powerful big brother. As expected, he is the big brother, ruthless and quiet, and he directly sent his younger brothers to take revenge. Unlike that flat-headed brother, who only knows how to yell. Some people hold it in for a big one, some people pull it out for a big one. Keep your stinky mouth under control from now on, or I'll let you know what it means to speak out. Bang! There was another loud bang at the door. Then, it became completely quiet. In the room opposite, 3 female college students were naturally attracted by the movement at the door and were looking out through the peephole. You are such a weakling who only bullies the weak and fears the strong, Elin said disaffectedly. Yesterday she was frightened by Lin Tian's murderous expression and thought he was a ruthless person. You don't even dare to open the door, you coward. They just bully us girls. Chen Shihan also echoed, her eyes full of contempt for Lin Tian. There was a flash of disappointment in Nanking's eyes. She thought she could rely on the other person at the critical moment, but she didn't expect him to be so useless. I'm going to take a picture of it and show it to him. Elin opened the door, took a photo of Lin Tian's house, and then sent it to Lin Tian. I still felt unsatisfied after posting it, so I sent another voice message. You hit women hard, but you're submissive to men, huh? You're trash. Buzz buzz buzz. Lin Tian picked up his phone and saw that Elin had sent him a picture and a voice message. I didn't listen to the voice, but it was either sarcastic or ironic. He clicked on the picture. The picture shows the door of his house, with a big kill written on it in red paint. It is full of warnings and threats. Lin Tian sneered. Just wait until the moment when people accept the coming of Doomsday, official dysfunction, and the collapse of order. On the 3rd day, heavy snow was still falling. The temperature dropped a lot again. Moreover, after one night, several small paths in the community that had been cleared with great difficulty yesterday were blocked again. When will this heavy snow stop? This snow just won't stop. What should we do? Help, is there anyone who can help us? Heavy snow fell for 3 days and many people collapsed. However, no matter how people shout, it cannot change the fact that the end of the world is coming. Ding, today's flash sale product. 1 original cut marbled steak 10.0 yuan. A point 10,000 kg of various fresh vegetables. 3.10,000 bottles of compound antibiotics. 4.10,000 type Itexus hand grenades. I'll choose one. Ding, instant kill successful. Lin Tian saw that the food updated today was good, so he decisively chose a steak worth 10,000 yuan. We'll have steak for lunch. Lin Tian took out a piece of marinated steak from the system space. The snowflake pattern on it was very beautiful, in no way inferior to the 5A grade Weiju that Lin Tian had eaten last time. Cooking steak is also very simple, just heat the pan and put the steak on. Especially this kind of fat-rich marbled steak, you don't even need to add oil. Just sprinkle some salt and it will be the most delicious food. The moment the steak touches the pan, the fat melts quickly under the high temperature, emitting an enticing aroma. Soon, a steak that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside came out of the oven. Next door, 3 female college students were hugging each other for warmth. "And King, please take off your bra, it's so uncomfortable," Elin said softly, with a hint of worry and exhaustion in her voice. And King blushed slightly, hesitated for a moment, nodded gently, and slowly took off her bra. She looked at Yulin and Shen Shihan a little embarrassed and said softly, "This snow keeps falling, I don't know when it will stop." Elin sighed, hugged Dan King and Shen Shihan tightly, and said, "Yes, this heavy snow has trapped us all here. We are running out of food if this continues, what should we do?" Shen Shihan frowned, her eyes revealing fear and confusion. "People on the internet are saying that it's the end of the world and the world has entered an ice age. But I don't know if it's true." These words added a bit of heaviness to the atmosphere in the room. In the past, they would have simply treated such remarks as a joke. The end of the world, how is that possible? But now, it is snowing all over the world. This is really. Yulin hugged the two of them tightly, revealing a resentful expression. "It's all Lin Tian's fault. If only he had helped us buy some food the day before yesterday." And King sighed softly and said, "It's useless to say this now. Let's think about what to do next. Maybe we can try to find food ourselves. We can't just sit here and wait for death. But it's so cold outside. And we don't know if there's any danger. What should we do if we run into some bad guys?" Suddenly Shen Shihan sniffed. "What a smell, it smells so good. It tastes like steak." "I think you're hallucinating because you're hungry. Why can't I smell it?" Yulin also sniffed, but didn't smell anything. Shen Shihan sniffed a few more times unwillingly and said, "It really smells like steak, I'm sure. Could it be coming from somewhere else?" And King also tried to smell it, but she didn't smell anything special either. "Maybe you're just hungry and hallucinating. How could there be a taste of steak at this time?" Shen Shihan nodded reluctantly, but her eyes still looked into the air from time to time, as if looking for the source of the tempting fragrance. In Lin Tian's room, after eating steak, he was downloading resources online. Various film and television works, music, novels, games, etc. have been downloaded for 3 days and 3 nights. He bought the computer in a shopping mall on the first day of the apocalypse, along with a bunch of hard drives. A classic old song, "I Love the Country More Than the Beauty," was playing on the speakers. Life is just a few short autumns, don't stop until you are drunk. Day 4. The heavy snow has not stopped yet and the temperature has dropped by a few degrees. People started to panic. "I have nothing to eat at home. If anyone has rice, I will pay 10 times the price for it. Does anyone have antipyretic medicine? My son has a fever. Please help. Is there a doctor in our community? Can you come to my house and give me an IV?" People in the owners' group were like ants on hot pot, of all kinds of messages constantly flooding the screen. Now everyone's communication with the outside world is basically cut off, and they can only rely on limited resources within the community and mutual assistance. "Surgery, plastic surgery, Tang Wannaroyu, Dr. Tang. Can you help me?" "Plastic surgery, Tang Wannaroyu, I'm sorry. I'm a plastic surgeon and I can't help you in this case. You'd better go to the hospital." This reply made the person who asked for help fall into despair in an instant. With the heavy snow blocking the roads and isolating us from the outside world, going to the hospital is almost an impossible task. In response, Lin Tian watched coldly without any mercy. "Now that I'm dead, isn't this a kind of relief? At least, you don't have to worry about becoming someone else's food." Ding, today's flash sale product. 1.10,000 barrels of bottled drinking water. To 1 large small umbrella. 3.10,000 kg of fresh pork belly. For 1.99 main battle tank and 10,000 rounds of ammunition. I'll choose one. Ding, instant kill successful. Although water is the most abundant thing in the Ice Age, Lin Tian still chose drinking water. Drinking a bucket of water in 3 days is enough to kill him. I took out another piece of steak and continued eating steak today. Next door. Shen Shihan moved her little nose. "Do you smell it? It seems to smell like steak again." "No, I didn't smell it either." And King and Yulin said weakly that they hadn't eaten for a day. College students who have never done housework would never store any food at home. I've been relying on some snacks to survive these days. But without oil and salt, people would have no strength at all. Day 5. People were totally terrified. Because someone died. Someone come and saved my Lao Shang, he was buried in the heavy snow. Someone in the owner's group asked for help. Lao Shang's family was running out of food. So he wanted to go out and see if he could collect some. As a result, as soon as he jumped out of the second floor window, he was instantly buried by 2 meters of snow. Please, everyone, please save our Lao Shang. Lao Shang's wife begged desperately in the group. As a result, no one responded. Someone opened the window and could still hear Lao Shang's wailing. Now no one dared to go out. Ding, today's flash sale product. 1.10,000 kg of various fresh vegetables. 0.10,000 emergency medical kits. 3.10,000 sets of equipment for individual soldiers of the Polar Bear Special Forces. 4.10,000 short films. I choose 3. Ding, instant kill successful. Lin Tian quickly took out a set of Polar Bear Special Forces individual equipment from the system space. The entire set of equipment was snow white. A thick snow suit looked warm. And even the guns were painted white. In this icy and snowy environment, this color combination is undoubtedly the best camouflage. Snow suits are made of high-tech thermal insulation materials, which can not only resist the severe cold outside, but also have good breathability, avoiding the stuffy feeling caused by wearing for a long time. The set also includes a P90 submachine gun with 6 magazines, a G18 pistol with 3 magazines, 2 offensive RGD-5 grenades, 1 defensive F1 grenade, 1 smoke bomb, and 1 tear gas. In addition, basic equipment such as helmets, binoculars, night vision goggles, and bulletproof vests are also available. It can be said that they are armed to the teeth. In addition, there is an emergency medical kit and a pack of individual rations. There was even a small pack of cigarettes in the soldier's ration. Big profit, big profit. Lin Tian looked at this set of individual equipment with excitement flashing in his eyes. This set of equipment alone includes guns, grenades, warm clothing, etc. It was a one-shot kill that topped the previous one several times. And with this special forces level equipment, his chances of successful revenge are greatly increased. Having armor or not having armor are two completely different concepts. Lin Tian took out a piece of marbled beef and continued to eat steak today. Next door. I smell steak again. Shen Shihan looked weak and seemed like she would faint at any time. I think I smelled it too. Yilin frowned slightly, with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Me too. Han King said softly. Her face was a little pale and her lips had lost their usual rosy color. The extreme hunger had made the 3 women unable to tell whether it was an illusion or reality. Could it be that Lin Tian is making steak? Yilin's voice was a little weak, but there was a glimmer of expectation in her eyes. And King, why don't you ask him for something to eat? When An King heard Yilin's words, a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. After all, they had some complaints against Lin Tian before. But now they had to ask him for help, which made An King feel a little uncomfortable. But she was too hungry now, and her stomach felt like it was on fire. The hunger had completely overcome her self-esteem. And she no longer cared about her face. She picked up her phone. Her fingers trembling slightly, found Lin Tian's WeChat profile picture, quickly edited a message and sent it. And you lend us some food? When the snow stops, we'll pay you back tenfold. After the message was sent, An King's heartbeat suddenly quick and Yilin and Shen Shihan also held their breath. Their eyes focused on An King's phone. But after waiting for a long time, the other party did not reply. The 3 girls' faces gradually showed disappointment. Yilin bit her cracked lips and said with a hint of reluctance, did he not see the message? Otherwise, send another message to ask? An King's lips trembled slightly, she gritted her teeth. And sent another message. I can trade my high heels for that. After sending it, An King's face turned red, and her eyes were a little evasive, not daring to look directly at Yilin and Shen Shihan. Yilin and Shen Shihan looked at An King suspiciously. Are you hiding something from us? Yilin narrowed her eyes and asked with a look of suspicion. No, no, An King quickly waved her hands to deny. And why did you exchange your high heels for food? Shen Shihan continued to ask, her eyes full of confusion. Not all men like it. An King's voice became smaller and smaller. And the embarrassment on her face became more and more obvious. She knew her reasons were difficult to explain, but she was so hungry that she couldn't care less. Yilin seemed to understand something. She frowned and said, An King, you don't think Lin Tian would have that kind of idea about your high heels, do you? Faced with her best friend's questioning, An King had to confess. Once, I saw him staring at the shoes we left at the door. After hearing this, Yilin and Shen Shihan couldn't help but look at each other. So, since then, you have been ordering him around whenever you need. Yilin looked at King in surprise, with a hint of blame in her eyes. King, how could you do this? Such an interesting thing. Why did you tell us now? Although Yilin doesn't have a boyfriend yet, she has heard a little about some of the little quirks of men. Now that we have caught him, let's see if he dares to be so cruel to us. There was a glimmer of cunning in Yilin's eyes, as if she had already thought of how to use this discovery to check and balance Lin Tian. If he dares not give us food, we will expose him as a pervert. Shen Shihan looked hesitant. This isn't good. Yilin interrupted Shen Shihan. Shihan, you are too soft-hearted. What time is it now? We are almost starving to death. If he can give us food, we will naturally not tell anyone about this, but if he refuses, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Shen Shihan looked at King, and seeing that King didn't say anything, she didn't say anything either. On the other side, Lin Tian finished cleaning up the dishes and prepared to watch some short videos. Enjoy it while the internet is still available. As soon as he picked up the phone, he saw the WeChat message King sent him. I can trade my high heels for that. Lin Tian was confused. What was he changing for? Why did he need to wear high heels? He opened WeChat. Can you lend us some food when the snow stops? We'll pay you back tenfold. Oh, it turns out that I wanted to eat. It has been snowing heavily for 5 days, and it seems that the 3 female college students can't bear it anymore. But why should I exchange it for high heels? Are you confused due to hunger? I have to state in advance that he doesn't have any unusual little hobbies. Although he also likes foot baths, he is far from being perverted. Lin Tian replied directly. You are crazy. How did you come up with the idea of exchanging high heels for food? Next door, the 3 women were at a loss when they saw the message sent by Lin Tian. Did I misunderstand him? King said somewhat uncertainly. Yilin disagreed. He must be too embarrassed to admit it. Look at me. After saying that, Yilin directly pulled the 4 people into a group. Lin Tian, stop pretending we caught you peeking at our shoes last time. If you don't want to be exposed, you'd better share some food with us. Lin Tian was stunned when he saw Yilin's message. When did he peek at the other person's shoes? After thinking about it, Lin Tian couldn't remember such a thing. Are you confused because of hunger? What nonsense are you talking about? Then he sent another message. But I do have food, but why should I share it with you? After saying that, Lin Tian took out several hundred steaks from the system's face, took a photo and sent it over. He couldn't let the 3 women opposite him starve to death so easily. Haven't played yet. When King and the other 2 girls saw the huge pile of steaks that Lin Tian sent them, their eyes widened instantly. The 3 women kept swallowing their saliva, making gurgling sounds in their throats. Yilin quickly said in the group, whether you admit it or not, you have so many steaks. What's wrong with giving us a few pieces? At worst I can give you a few more pairs of stockings. In the past, they would never do such dirty deal. But now they are starving and have no other choice. After seeing the message in the group, Lin Tian understood. This is treating him as a pervert. Okay, you want to play my die, right? Lin Tian's eyes rolled and he had an idea. He unwrapped a piece of steak, then found his dirtiest and smelly street pair of socks and stuffed the steak in them. Then he walked to the door and looked out through the peephole. Seeing no one was there, he quickly opened the door and threw the socks across the street. Don't say I don't feel sorry for you, the steaks are already at your door. But it's up to you whether you want to eat them or not. The 3 girls were ecstatic when they saw the message sent by Lin Tian. I knew it. How could a pervert like him refuse when he had so many steaks? Yilin said with a smug look on her face. Then she hurried to the door and opened it carefully. But I didn't see any steak, just a smelly sock bulging. Yilin was stunned at first, then a look of disgust appeared on her face. King and Shen Shihan also came over, and when they saw the sock, their expressions became very ugly. Hey, how could he do this? Is this the steak he was talking about? He's deliberately teasing us? Shen Shihan cried. She had already seen that the steak was inside the socks. From childhood to adulthood, she has never suffered such injustice. King grabbed Yilin, who wanted to come over to argue, and closed the door again. They were so hungry that they could hardly walk, so how could they have the energy to argue with each other? After returning to the house, Yilin cursed in the group. Lin Tian, you pervert, even if you don't want to give us steak, you don't have to humiliate us like this. Lin Tian saw the message and replied. Don't you think I'm a pervert for liking these things? Then I'll do as you wish, the steak is in the socks. Don't eat it if you dare. Yilin was furious. Bah! Even if I starve to death, I will never eat a bite. Lin Tian, you're going too far. We're all so hungry, and you're still teasing us like this. King's eyes were red. She felt a little regretful now. If only she hadn't ordered the other person around like that in the beginning. Brother Lin, I don't know what we did to make you like this, but I apologize to you. Please, can you give us some food? Shen Shihan choked up a little. and typed on the phone screen with trembling fingers. She is not as strong as in King, nor as selfish as Lin. She just wanted to eat. After seeing the messages in the group, Lin Tian had some understanding of the personalities of the three women. Anyway, the steak has been given to you, you can eat it if you want. But I have to warn you, if it gets taken away by a mouse, I won't be responsible. The three girls looked at the phone screens and looked at each other. Time passes by every second. Cuckoo. I don't know whose stomach is rumbling. And King bit her lip and slowly walked towards the door. Lin and Shen Shihan knew what In King was going to do. The two women looked at each other and lowered their heads. No one stopped In King. And King walked to the door, put her hand on the door handle, and paused, as if giving herself the last bit of courage. Then she took a deep breath and opened the door. The smelly sock was still lying at the door. And King squatted down and picked it up carefully. Back in the room, Lin raised her head and looked at In King. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't open her mouth in the end. Shen Shihan looked at the socks in In King's hand with a complicated expression. And King put the socks on the table and looked at the steak inside, her eyes a little red. Although the steaks were brought in, the three women were not in a hurry to cook them. For three delicate female college students, it was an unbearable humiliation to make them eat steak in a man's smelly socks. The three girls just looked at the socks on the table quietly until dark. I'll go wash up. In the end, it was Shen Shihan, who was a bit weak in character, who took the first step. After saying that, Shen Shihan turned and walked into the kitchen. She found a plate, suppressed her nausea, and took the steak out of the smelly socks. Shen Shihan held the steak, closed her eyes, and tears rolled down her cheeks. She turned on the faucet and rinsed the steak over and over again. She didn't know why things turned out like this. The cold water hit the steak, and also seemed to hit Shen Shihan's already fragile self-esteem. She kept asking herself in her heart, how did it come to this? I want to eat steak in a smelly sock today, but what about tomorrow? The faucet was running, Shen Shihan's eyes were a little dull, and she mechanically repeated the flushing action. Shihan, it's okay. And King walked in and took the steak that had been rinsed countless times. Light the fire and heat the pan. When the oil in the pan begins to smoke slightly, and King carefully puts the steak into the pan. The steak made a sizzling sound when it came into contact with the hot oil. The sound was particularly harsh in this depressing atmosphere. As the steak was gradually cooked, the aroma of meat began to spread in the kitchen. Even though the source of the steak was so shameful, driven by hunger, the aroma still made Shen Shihan and An King's stomachs growl. Lin stood at the kitchen door although her back was facing them. The aroma of steak continued to penetrate her nose. Her stomach growled uncontrollably, and she bit her lip, trying to control herself. An King put the fried steak on a plate and looked at Shen Shihan. Both of them had complicated emotions in their eyes. Lin also walked into the kitchen and stared at the steak. In the end, the three women ate the steaks anyway, and each of them only got a small piece. And King closed her eyes slightly, trying not to think about the treatment the steak had received before. Shen Shihan lowered her head and chewed the food in small bites. Every bite seemed like a struggle against her own self-esteem. Although Lin was eating, her expression was very grim, as if the steak was an enemy she had to conquer. But no matter what, with this steak, the three women still got great nutritional supplements. They could feel a little strength gradually returning to their bodies. And the dizziness caused by hunger was slowly easing. The empty and uncomfortable feeling in my stomach was no longer there. And the blood seemed to be flowing more smoothly. However, the three girls were not happy at all. This meal is solved. But what about the next one? The sixth day of Doomsday. Looking at the seemingly endless snowflakes outside the window, people have become desperate. If anyone has food, I will pay 10 times the price for it. I'll pay 20 times as much. Bread, instant noodles, or biscuits are all fine. It was these two pieces of information that brought about subtle changes in the owner's group. A heavy snow has blocked the road for 5 days, and many families can no longer hold on. After a while, someone in the group replied, Building 2112, supermarket. Instant noodles 100 yuan bucket, milk 80 yuan bag, biscuits 80 bag. Instantly, the group exploded. I want 20 buckets of instant noodles. I also want 20 buckets of instant noodles and 10 bags of milk. I want 30 buckets of instant noodles and 10 sausages. Many people were placing orders frantically, not caring about the outrageous prices at all. There are even crazier ones. Li Xiao, Supermarket 112. Building 2, I want to order 20,000 yuan no matter what it is. As long as it is food, send it to me. This rich second generation was like turning on a switch. I want 5,000. I want 10,000. The supermarket owner was so happy when he saw the orders popping up in the group. This is more than his annual sales. Building 21 to supermarket. Limited quantity, first come first served. Building 2. 112, supermarket. Everyone can come from the underground garage. The shop owner is quite smart and reminds everyone to go through the underground garage. Not to mention that the temperature outside had dropped to more than 30 degrees below zero. The snow was more than a person's height and it was impossible to walk. Boss, leave me 20 buckets of instant noodles. I have already transferred the money to you. Leave me a bag of rice and come right over. Boss. The owners' group suddenly became very active, with dozens of comments in an instant. Regardless of whether there is any food at home, this is a chance to replenish it, and you definitely cannot miss it. At this time, Lin Tian was awakened by the ringing cell phone. He took a look at the information in the owners' group. Are we going to start? In the previous life, the changes in the entire community started with this store. Top, today's flash sale product. 1 compressed biscuit stand. 0 pieces. The point 10,000 emergency medical kits. 3-1 generator and 10. 0 oil barrels. 4th, 10,000 remote-controlled explosive collars. Aha. You came just in time. I choose 4. Ding, instant kill successful. And King, let's go buy some food too. Elin was also very excited when she saw the message in the group. Finally I can eat something clean. Why didn't I think of it before? Well, I still have more than 5,000 in my card, which should be enough for us to get by for a while. As in King spoke, she took out a bank card from her wallet. I still have more than 3,000 in my card. Chen Shihan also said in a low voice. Elin stood up impatiently and said, let's go quickly. If we're late, everything might be gone. The three of them quickly put on their thick clothes and prepared to go out. When they opened the door, a cold wind mixed with snowflakes blew in their faces. The corridor was dark, with only the emergency lights emitting a faint glow. When they arrived at the entrance of building No. 2, they found that quite a few people had already gathered there. Everyone was waiting anxiously, some were arguing with the supermarket owner. And some were constantly urging them. Boss, where are my things? I've been waiting for a long time. Give it to me first. I'll pay more. Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. I've been waiting for a long time. The entrance to the unit was a mess. Suddenly someone shouted. Everyone, please don't make a fuss, the supermarket has been completely taken over by us now. The two brothers Xiao Xiaolong and Xiao Xiao, who stood at the entrance of the supermarket, stopping everyone from entering. The crowd exploded instantly. Why do you take over the whole thing? This is everyone's supermarket. A middle-aged man shouted angrily. That's right. You can't be so selfish, an old lady also echoed. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to provoke these two people who are said to have underworld backgrounds. But it was already late, and with so many people present, everyone seemed very courageous. Xiao Xiaolong responded with disdain. The boss said that it's first come, first served. We came first, so naturally all the things in this supermarket belong to us. Aunt Wang frowned and walked forward. Xiaolong, Xiaohu, what you are doing is too immoral, everyone is starving. You can't monopolize the food. Xiao Xiaohu glared and said loudly. Auntie Wang, don't worry about it. In this world, whoever has the ability will survive. We two brothers don't want to starve to death. Someone in the crowd shouted. You two little bastards, you usually do bad things. And now you want to monopolize the food? No way. Xiao Xiaolong waved an iron rod in his hand and threatened. Don't make trouble. If anyone dares to rush forward, don't blame me for being rude. Looking at the iron rods in Xiao Xiaolong and Xiao Xiaohu's hands, the crowd suddenly quieted down, and the people who were just outraged hesitated for a moment. Some people in the crowd began to murmur. These two brothers are usually not easy to deal with. And now they are holding iron bars, we can't confront them head on. Yeah, if they get hurt, there's no place to get help in this icy and snowy place. Having said that, the crowd did not really retreat. Just when everyone was at a stalemate, Xiao Xiaohu shouted. Get out of here if you know what's best for you. Don't waste our time here. Not only did the crowd not retreat, but several young people stepped forward. When Xiao Xiaolong saw that some people still dared to move forward, he pointed his iron rod at them and said viciously, do you guys want to die? Get out of here now? At this time, a young man standing in the front suddenly said, don't go too far. The food in the supermarket belongs to everyone, you have no right to monopolize it. Xiao Xiaolong and Xiao Xiaohu looked at each other, and without saying a word, they walked towards the young man with iron rods. Another young man shouted, don't be afraid, there are only two of them. Let's rush over together, subdue them, and then divide the food equally. This proposal instantly received responses from many people, and everyone was ready to move forward. Xiao Xiaolong and Xiao Xiaohu also became a little nervous when they saw this. Xiao Xiaolong shouted, don't mess around. If we really start a fight, it won't benefit anyone. But at this time, the angry crowd could no longer listen to their words. They rushed forward and rushed towards Xiao Xiaolong and Xiao Xiao Xiaohu. Just at this moment, bang! A loud bang completely silenced the crowd. A gentle-looking man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked out of the supermarket. This person is Gao Wen, the elder brother of Xiao Xiaolong and Xiao Xiao Xiaohu, and his WeChat name is Twist in turn. Brother Wen. Xiao Xiaolong and Xiao Xiaohu called out respectfully. Gao Wen nodded, holding the gun, and walked straight to the crowd. The crowd involuntarily took a few steps back. The people who were so aggressive just now were now frightened by the sudden gunshot in the gun in Gao Wen's hand. Everyone, we have to be reasonable. Gao Wen's voice was not loud, but it was filled with unquestionable authority. The boss said it's first come, first served. Do you still want to snatch things from me? Gao Wen? After saying that, Gao Wen raised the small steel cannon in his hand, and several younger brothers behind him also came forward with sticks. The crowd took another step back. Gao Wen and his gang of 5 or 6 people, with a pistol and a few iron rods, actually frightened hundreds of people. However, there are still a few people who are unwilling to give up. They hid in the crowd and shouted to Gao Wen, "You said it's all yours? Where's the boss? Let him come out." one-yuan glanced at the crowd and sneered, "And I'll call the boss out, and let him talk to you." He waved his hand behind him, and a middle-aged man with a bruised face and nose walked out. He is the owner of the supermarket. I think everyone knows him. "Boss, please tell me whether I have bought everything." The supermarket owner trembled. "No, that's right. Boss Gao has bought out the entire supermarket." At this time, the supermarket owner was in tears. He wanted to make a fortune from this disaster. But not only did he not make a fortune, he was also beaten. Gao Wen only gave him 100,000 yuan to buy everything. But the boss couldn't agree to that. Not to mention that the roads are blocked by heavy snow. Supplies are in short supply, and prices have increased several times. Even before, the things in his supermarket were worth more than 100,000 yuan. The supermarket owner originally wanted to make a few million from the heavy snow and run away when the snow stopped. But no one expected that Gao Wen would show up halfway. At first he firmly disagreed, but unfortunately, his knees were not as hard as the iron rod. After being beaten, he had no choice but to agree to the deal. Everyone looked at the supermarket owner, who had obviously been beaten up and had no idea what was going on. "Gao Wen, you are forcing me to buy you something." one-yuan glanced into the crowd. Bang! The person who just spoke suddenly stopped talking, holding his stomach and wailing. Seeing that Gao Wen really fired the gun, the crowd no longer dared to question. Many people were simply scared away. But some people still stayed. They would starve to death if they went home anyway. But they didn't dare to go up and fight with Gao Wen. These people can only beg. "Brother Wen, please, give me something to eat. I'll pay double what you paid for it." Seeing that everyone was completely shocked, Gao Wen nodded with satisfaction. "We all live in the same neighborhood, so don't accuse me of being unkind. I'll give you a chance now. But now I have the final say on the prices of all goods. Instant noodles are 1,000 yuan per bucket, milk is 1,000 yuan per bag, and sausage is 2,000 yuan per sausage." Boom! The crowd exploded when they heard Gao Wen's words. 1,000 yuan for a bucket of instant noodles. This is simply taking advantage of the situation. Gao Wen continued calmly. "I haven't finished talking yet. Each household is limited to buying 3 items per day." The reason why Gao Wen could become a big brother level figure is that he is not only ruthless but also smart. Those who are just cruel but have no brains won't last long. He wants to rely on these foods to control the entire community. And he needs some strategies. It would not work if we didn't give everyone any food. When everyone is so hungry that they lose their minds, no one will care whether you have a gun or not. It's death anyway. Being shot to death is better than starving to death. But if it is completely liberalized, I'm afraid the food will be bought out in no time. By then he won't have any trump cards left. Therefore, high price limited quantity is a strategy devised by Gao Wen's gang. Tie a rope around everyone's neck, neither loose nor tight, so that everyone doesn't have to fight him to death. But they have to be controlled by him. At this time, Xiao Xiaolong shouted to the crowd, "Don't dawdle. Those who want to buy, get in line, and those who don't want to buy, get out. Don't waste our time here." Some people in the crowd began to move slowly and line up. Although everyone was extremely dissatisfied with Gao Wen's behavior, they had to give in under the pressure of hunger. No one wants to die while they can live. Although it is a bit humiliating, it is better than starving to death. And even if you are going to die, you have to spend all your money before you die. And King and her 2 daughters also lined up. They can even eat steak in socks. So what does a bucket of instant noodles costing 1,000 yuan mean to them? But when it was their turn, Xiao Xiaohu looked at the 3 women with a lewd smile on his face. Little sisters, you don't have to spend any money. How about staying with brother for a night with all the instant noodles?" He had been eyeing the 3 girls since they started lining up. Although she was wearing a thick down jacket and her figure could not be seen, her pretty face still aroused Xiao Xiaohu's evil thoughts. Yilin's eyes widened in anger. "You are shameless." Xiao Xiaohu disagreed. "Sister, don't be so angry, I'm your brother. And you won't have to worry about food in the future." As he spoke, he reached out his hand, wanting to touch Yilin's hair. Seeing this, and King hurriedly pulled Yilin, signaling her not to be impulsive. Then suppressed her fear and said coldly to Xiao Xiaohu, "Please give us 3 buckets of instant noodles, thank you." Unexpectedly, Xiao Xiaohu tilted his mouth, revealing a hint of teasing, and said slowly, "The instant noodles are gone." And King's face changed, and a sense of uneasiness surged in her heart. "Then we'll need 3 bags of cookies. The cookies are gone too." "You." Yilin's eyes widened and her cheeks turned red. She knew that the other party was making things difficult for them. "Okay, stop blocking the way there, SQ behind us." Xiao Xiaohu stretched out his hand roughly and pushed the 3 women away. And King staggered and almost fell. Fortunately Shen Shihan supported her. Xiao Xiaohu turned around and made a deal with the person behind him. While handing the food to the people behind him, he turned back to look at the 3 women from time to time, with a sly smile on his face, revealing a mouthful of uneven yellow teeth. And King looked at Xiao Xiaohu and his gang and found that they were all staring at her. One of the younger brothers tilted his head and looked at the 3 women unscrupulously. He also whispered with the people next to him from time to time, causing bursts of laughter. Chen Shihan looked around and found that no one stood up to speak for them, and her eyes turned red. And King, Lin, let's go back. Seeing this, and King and Yilin had no choice but to nod their heads helplessly. "If I stay any longer, I'm afraid my innocence will be in jeopardy." The 3 women turned and left, but Xiao Xiaohu's disgusting voice came from behind. "Think carefully about my suggestion, I'm waiting for you." The other brothers also laughed obscenely. The people queuing in the crowd shook their heads, thinking that they should never let their wives go out to buy things in the future. The other side. Lin Tian was wearing a full set of Polar Bear Special Forces equipment in the room. Be familiar with the operation of various weapons. The moment he heard the gunshots, he knew the cannibalistic apocalypse had arrived. The evil gang headed by Gao Wen was officially established. In the previous life, Gao Wen's gang used supermarket food as bait to gradually take control of the entire community. Enslave, oppress, and play with everyone. Anyone who disobeyed them was treated cruelly. And Lin Tian's real enemy is this group of people, especially Gao Wen's younger brother, Gao Wu. In his previous life, it was Gao Wu who threw him into the steamer with his own hands. The ferocious smile on Gao Wu's face is still imprinted in Lin Tian's mind. Buzz buzz. At this time, the cell phone rang. Lin Tian picked it up and saw that it was Shen Shihan. "Can you give us some more steak?" The 3 girls failed to buy food and had to ask Lin Tian for help again. Lin, who wanted to save face, and then King, who was strong-willed, didn't want to face Lin Tian anymore, so the weak-willed Shen Shihan had to step in. Seeing the news, Lin Tian sneered. Although he did not go to the supermarket in Building No. 2, he remembered clearly what happened in the previous life. When King and the other 2 were humiliated by Xiao Xiaohu, he stood up for these women. The scene at that time was still vivid in his mind. He stepped forward, stood in front of the 3 women, and faced the provocation of Xiao Xiaohu and his gang. But what happened? He was severely beaten. Instead of being grateful to him, the 3 women blamed him for making things so awkward. The cold eyes and reprobative words pierced his heart like an icicle. Lin Tian didn't know if anyone would stand up for the 3 women in this life when he was not there. But it was obvious that the 3 women did not buy any food. Otherwise I wouldn't ask him for help. And this message also told Lin Tian one thing. Not as they ate the steak yesterday. Thinking of this, Lin Tian revealed a playful smile. He took out another piece of steak, stuffed it into the sock again, and threw it across. This is more than just humiliating them. This is a test. It's also a beginning. Next door, Shen Shihan heard the door open and quickly opened it. As expected, there was a smelly sock lying quietly on the ground. But this time she didn't show any expression, she just picked up her sock silently and then turned back to the house. Soon, the sound of frying steak could be heard in the kitchen. Shen Shihan put the fried steak on a plate and divided it into 3 portions. The 3 of them sat at the dining table and ate steak in silence. No one spoke. The only sound in the room was the sound of chewing. Ding, today's flash sale product. 1. A high-powered generator and 10. 0 barrels of gasoline. 2.10,000 kg of various fresh vegetables. 3.10,000 pieces of various sexy lingerie. For 1 RPG and 10. 0 rounds of ammunition. I'll choose 1. Lin Tian chose the generator without hesitation. Today is the 7th day of the apocalypse, and the water and electricity will be cut off soon. The temperature outside has dropped to more than 40 degrees below zero. Once there is a power outage, you will not be able to rely on air conditioners, electric heaters and other equipment to keep warm, and you will really freeze to death. Sure enough, just at noon, the air conditioner stopped working. The warm air flow that had been blowing continuously suddenly stopped, and the temperature in the room dropped instantly. Computers, D versus Wi-Fi, etc. were all down. One of the signs that mankind has entered modern civilization is the electrical revolution. And now, the power is out. The entire neighborhood was without power. The community suddenly fell into chaos. But for some reason, the phone still has intermittent network. Maybe some base stations are still functioning. My house has no water and electricity. What about you? Someone asked in the owner's group. My house has stopped too. My family, too. People were completely panicked. What should we do now? How can we live without electricity in this cold weather? My elderly and children are freezing. Does anyone know when to expect a call? There's no electricity, everyone is stuck at home and there's no one at the power plant. Are we just going to die? For a while, the group was in chaos and people were saying all kinds of things. Everyone was becoming increasingly panicked. Is the world ending? Mom, I'm dying. Just when everyone was in a panic, Wang Gang, a veteran who lived in building No. 1, stood up. He sent a message in the owner's group. Don't panic. We can go to the underground garage. There are cars there, which can generate electricity and provide gasoline for heating. We can go there and give it a try. In an instant, people seemed to have found their backbone. Yes, Wang Gang is right, let's go to the underground garage. There's snow right in front of the garage, which can be used to melt water. I am an engineer at BYD. I can convert new energy vehicles into generators. I'm an electrician, so I can help. It has to be said that when facing death, people can unleash a strong will to survive. Everyone found a solution instantly. At this time, Aunt Wang from the neighborhood committee started to speak in the group. Everyone, listen to me, let's bring all the food with us and stay together. We will definitely be able to get through this difficult time. Auntie Wang is right, there is strength in numbers. I'll collect all the biscuits and instant noodles at home and we can eat together. I still have some rice and bacon at home, take them with you. I have a large outdoor tent that I can bring to the garage to provide a warm place for everyone. I have a few hand warmers, they don't do much, but they can help a little. I have quite a few candles at home that can provide some light. The owners' group suddenly became lively, with everyone discussing what supplies they needed to bring. The panic that originally permeated the group was gradually replaced by an atmosphere of unity and cooperation. But this is all an illusion. People just want to temporarily cover up their inner fears through this positive discussion. And King, let's go to the underground garage too. Yilin said eagerly. Then let's pack up and take everything we can. As King spoke, she quickly walked towards the room and began to look for items that she could take with her. Shihan, don't just stand there, hurry up and clean up. Yilin shouted to Shen Shihan. Unexpectedly, Shen Shihan shook her head. I don't want to go. Why, you'll freeze to death if you stay home. Yilin looked at Shen Shihan in confusion, frowning slightly. I'm scared. What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten what Xiao Xiaohu said yesterday? Shen Shihan raised her head, her eyes full of fear. The underground garage is so dark, if they are there, there is no way we can escape. Yilin's expression froze slightly, and it was obvious that she also remembered Xiao Xiaohu's threat. But she still gritted her teeth and said, no, there are so many people in the underground garage, they dare not. And King also came out and looked at Shen Shihan. If we don't go, we might freeze to death tonight. Aren't you afraid of death? Faced with King's questioning, Shen Shihan looked hesitant. She is just a college student in her early 20s. How could she not be afraid of death? How many people in this world can face death calmly? She bit her lip, and then for some unknown reason she sent a message to Lin Tian. Are you going to the underground garage? Soon, the other side came back. No. Shen Shihan looked at the brief reply on the phone screen, and for some reason, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Even she herself didn't know why, but her originally panicked heart felt a little inexplicably calm. I'm not going, you can go if you want. Yilin naturally also saw the message she sent to Lin Tian. Hearing Shen Shihan say this, Yilin's face suddenly turned a little ugly. You don't want to rely on that bastard across the street, do you? Her voice unconsciously rose a few degrees, and there was a hint of anger and confusion in her eyes. You'd rather believe him than us. And King also frowned and looked at Shen Shihan seriously. Shihan, Lin Tian also has bad intentions towards us. How can you trust him? The underground garage is our best option at the moment. We have to go. Shen Shihan explained in a panic. No. I didn't believe him, it's just. Stop talking. Yilin snorted coldly, her eyes full of disappointment and anger. And you stay here by yourself, and King, let's go. Yilin pulled King over. turned around and walked towards the door. And King looked back at Shen Shihan with some concern. Shihan, are you really not coming with us? Shen Shihan's lips trembled slightly and tears welled up in her eyes, but she still shook her head gently. Lin, however, had a cold expression on her face. And King, don't worry about her. Just let her stay here by herself. And King sighed helplessly. Shihan, you must be careful if you change your mind. Come to the underground garage to find us. After saying that, and King and Lin opened the door and walked out. As the door slammed shut, Shen Shihan seemed to have lost all her strength and slowly collapsed to the ground. She also didn't know whether this decision was right or wrong. It was just that at that moment, some inexplicable emotion deep in her heart prompted her to make this choice. After a while, the temperature in the room became lower and lower. Shen Shihan lit a brazier in the room. Fortunately, the gas was not cut off and I could still light the fire. As a few books were thrown into the brazier, the temperature in the room seemed to rise slightly. After a while, Shen Shihan sent another message to Lin Tian. Can you give me some more steak? Lin Tian was installing a generator at the time. He was stunned when he saw Shen Shihan's message. Why are you still asking him for food? Didn't you go to the underground garage? And King and Lin went. But I didn't. Why? This time Shen Shihan did not reply. Lin Tian thought about it and remembered that Shen Shihan had just asked him if he wanted to go to the underground garage. He said he didn't want to go, and then the other party didn't go either. And King and Lin both went, but she didn't. Yes. She can't be. Lin Tian thought of a disease, Stockholm Syndrome, commonly known as the hostage falling in love with the kidnapper disease. Aha, I didn't expect socks and steak to have such an effect. Lin Tian took out a piece of steak from the system space, but this time he didn't stuff it into his socks. He looked at the steak in his hand, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Next door. Shen Shihan heard some noise at the door and quickly opened it. Unexpectedly, this time it wasn't socks. The steak was intact in its plastic packaging. Shen Shihan smiled, and her smile was like a white lotus blooming in winter. She picked up the steak gently. Suddenly Shen Shihan felt something was wrong. As if there was water in the package? How could there be water? This is. Shen Shihan understood instantly and her face turned a little ugly. She bit her lip and glanced at the opposite side with resentment. On the other side, Lin Tian finally installed the generator. He carefully connected the home's electrical circuits to the generator, making sure each interface was connected tightly to ensure that there would be no dangerous situations such as leakage. As the generator started up, the air conditioner started working again and the room became warm again. Computers, televisions and electric heaters have also gradually resumed operation. System products must be top quality. Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know the principle of this generator, but it was so quiet when running. He lay comfortably on the sofa, covered with a soft blanket, holding the PS5 game controller in his hand, galloping on the virtual battlefield. You guys think you can stop me? Lin Tian stared at the screen with a slight smile on his face. The character he controls is a heavily armored warrior wielding a giant battle axe. He swung his axe violently, and a crescent-shaped energy blade flew towards the group of monsters in front, instantly chopping several savage monsters into pieces. Aha, so vulnerable. One more. It is clearly the end of the world. But Lin Tian lies more comfortably than before the end of the world. No 7, no 996, just sleep until you wake up naturally. There is no shortage of water, food and energy. And daily flash sales can provide little surprises during boring days. I wouldn't trade this life for anything even if I were a god. But it seems like something is missing. Well, we're still short of someone to do the laundry and cooking. But the underground garage at this time was a completely different scene. After people hurried to the underground garage with large and small bags of things, they found that it was not as beautiful as they had imagined. The garage was filled with a pungent smell of gasoline, which made people feel dizzy. And because there are so many vehicles and limited space, people can only sit together in a crowded manner. Some families even had quarrels over a slightly warmer spot closer to the fire. An old man kept coughing, choking on the smell of gasoline and the turbid air. The children were frightened by the noisy environment and started crying loudly. And no matter how their parents tried to comfort them, it wouldn't work. Others tried to use the seats in the car to piece together some places to lie down. But those seats were hard and cold and could not provide a comfortable resting environment at all. Wang Gang, the BYD engineer, frowned and shouted anxiously. The temperature is too low now, the car can't start. When everyone heard this, they instantly fell into panic. The already cold air seemed even colder, and some people began to complain. What should we do? Are we going to freeze to death here? A young mother hugged her child tightly, trying to use her body to shield the child from the cold. She said in tears, "If I had known this, I would have stayed at home." At this time, Uncle Tian, a community security guard. Stepped forward, he was a retired soldier. Uncle Tian said loudly to the crowd. Everyone, don't panic, Comrade Wang Gang. Is there any way to start the car? Let's think of a solution together. Wang Gang shook his head helplessly. I'm also trying to find a solution, but with such a low temperature. The engine oil is almost solidifying, unless we can raise the temperature here a little bit. How about roasting it over a fire? Uncle Tian frowned slightly, recalling the poor conditions more than a decade ago. The winters were very cold then, and if you wanted to start a car, you had to heat it with a blowtorch first. Wang Gang looked hesitant. That's the only way. But the chassis of cars nowadays is very different from before, and it is easy to be dangerous if you bake it directly. Someone in the crowd shouted anxiously, what should we do? Are we just going to watch us freeze to death here? Uncle Tian raised his hand and motioned for everyone to be quiet. Everyone listen to me, we can't just blindly use fire to roast them. Wang Gang, tell us where the specific dangers are, and we can think of a comprehensive solution together. Wang Gang cleared his throat and said, today's car chassis has many complex circuits and electronic components, which can be easily damaged by high temperatures. Once these components are damaged, even if the car can start, various faults may occur later. And if it is accidentally burned near the fuel tank, the consequences will be even more disastrous. Uncle Wang pondered for a moment and said, and we find some heat-insulating materials to protect the parts that are afraid of high temperatures first, and then carefully bake them with fire? Wang Gang's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Let's see if there are any insulation materials like asbestos cloth or other materials that can play a similar role. Everyone immediately took action and searched around the garage. Someone found some old insulation pads from the car, and someone dug out a few worn-out thick blankets. Wang Gang carefully instructed from the side. Here, move this insulation pad a little to the left. Yes, it should cover the oil pipe completely. After some intense preparations, Wang Gang took a simple fire roasting device and slowly approached the bottom of the car engine. Everyone, step back a little, I'm going to start roasting. Everyone held their breath and watched intently. Flames danced at the bottom of the engine, bringing heat to the cold metal bit by bit. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The only sounds in the entire underground garage were the sound of burning flames and people's nervous heartbeats. Finally, after a few minutes of baking, Wang Gang stood up and said to Uncle Wang, Uncle Tian, I'll try to start the car. Uncle Tian nodded. Okay, be careful. Wang Gang got into the car and turned the key. The engine first made a few dull noises, and then with a boom, it started successfully. Cheers suddenly rang out in the underground garage, as if a glimmer of hope was seen. As long as there is electricity, civilization will exist. Ding, today's flash sale product. 1.10,000 hot pot ingredients sets. 2.10,000 fun guns. 3.10,000 barrels of bottled drinking water. 4.10,000 boxes of large-sized small umbrellas. Today is the 8th day of the apocalypse. As soon as Lin Tian got up, he heard a wonderful system prompt. Little umbrella has come out several times. What do you mean? System. Lin Tian frowned and muttered, looking helpless. He stretched and looked at the thermometer in the room. It was 21 degrees. Just right. Although it was over 40 degrees below zero outside, the room still maintained a comfortable temperature with the air conditioner turned on at full power. What should we choose today? Lin Tian's eyes lingered between option 1 and option 2. I've been eating steak for several days in a row and I'm a little tired of it. If I could eat hot pot in this freezing apocalypse, I'd already started drooling just thinking about it. But in the end Lin Tian shook his head. I choose to. Ding, instant kill successful. He still chose the stun gun. Although he has no shortage of weapons now, the lethality of those weapons is too great. If he is not careful, the other person will be killed. Which is not what he wants. It's not that he was afraid of beating someone to death, but he didn't want the other person to die so easily. He really wanted a weapon that would not kill but could subdue the opponent. The stun gun was just right. Lin Tian took out the electric shotgun he had just obtained from the system space. The design of this electric shotgun was very small, about the same size as a pistol. Just pull the trigger and an electric shock needle will be shot out quickly. He tried shooting several times at an old doll in the room and found that the electric shock needle could still penetrate it even through the thick down jacket. The effective attack distance is about 10 meters. With every shot, the needle hit the target accurately and penetrated deeply into the doll, causing the surface of the doll to smoke slightly from the electric shock. Not bad, not bad. Lin Tian was very satisfied with today's instant kill. Then he went to the bathroom, ran the water and prepared to wash up. I brushed my teeth, washed my hair, washed my face, and even blow-dried my hair. It's hard to imagine that even at this time in the end of the world, he is still living such a refined life. Lin Tian looked at himself in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. Underground garage. Hundreds of people gathered here and lit to bonfires. And the temperature was acceptable. The smell is a bit unbearable. It would be strange if the eating, drinking, defecating and urinating of hundreds of people could be well managed. Listen, there seems to be a sound of water in the pipe. Is the water coming? Someone in the crowd suddenly spoke up. Don't fantasize there. No way water can come without electricity. But I really heard the sound of water. Maybe it's snow water. Perhaps. The light gradually faded from the eyes of the person who was speaking. He has given up hope. Only one night had passed, and the light had already faded from many people's eyes. It was completely different from the look of hope that we had when we first gathered here yesterday. Yesterday, people came with big and small bags, thinking they had found a shelter to escape the severe cold of the end of the world. But in just one night, reality shattered their hopes. On the other side, and King and Yilin huddled in a corner. I wonder how Shihan is doing now. Anne King was a little worried about the safety of her good sister. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and a hint of anxiety appeared in her eyes. If you can't hold on any longer, you'll naturally come down. Yilin had a cold expression on her face, and it was obvious that she was still angry with her younger sister. Anne King, Lin, these are freshly baked sweet potatoes. At this time, a man in his 30s wearing glasses came over with a few roasted sweet potatoes with a crispy skin and a simple smile. Thank you, Brother Shu. And King took the sweet potato with a smile. Thanks to you, Brother Shu. Otherwise, and King and I really don't know what to do. Yilin said with her throat pinched. You touched the back of his head with a silly smile on his face. He is a programmer and is in his 30s and still unmarried. The moment he saw Anne King, he automatically became her protector. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I won't let you go hungry. Shu Yu patted his chest and assured. You are so nice. Brother Shu. Yilin couldn't help but think of Lin Tian. That bastard didn't come down either. Was he afraid of freezing to death? At this time, Lin Tian was playing games comfortably in his warm room. He was a bit of a homebody. It's just that I was busy making a living in my previous life. So I didn't have the time to stay at home even if I wanted to. He can be said to be a revenfagun homebody now. Buzz. Although the power has been out for a day and a night, the mobile phone still has a weak signal, which is very strange. It is impossible to watch short videos, but it is still possible to send a message. Steak. Shen Shihan asked for today's steak. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows. Did she eat the specially marinated steak yesterday? But even so, Lin Tian did not accept the other party speaking to him in that tone. If you want to beg for food, you must have the attitude of begging. Just a simple words, and you want food that is more precious than gold in the end times. What are you thinking about? After thinking for a while, Lin Tian replied. You don't want to keep eating for free, do you? After a while, Shen Shihan replied. Well, what do you want? In exchange for labor, come and work for me. Good. Lin Tian didn't expect that the other party would be so straightforward. After a while, the door opened. Lin Tian looked out through the peephole and confirmed that Shen Shihan was the only one there. Then he opened the door and let the other person in. Looking at the shivering Shen Shihan, Lin Tian felt that something was wrong with the other person. He touched the other person's forehead and it was hot. Fever? Maybe it was frozen that night. Lin Tian helped Shen Shihan to the sofa, handed her a cup of hot water, and then took out a thermometer to take her temperature. At this time, Shen Shihan was like a puppet, allowing Lin Tian to manipulate her. 39 degrees, the fever is not low. Lin Tian glanced at the number on the thermometer and frowned slightly. But I have to say, 39 degrees. I'm in the ice age, it's not too much for me to have a human-shaped heater. Right? Open your mouth and take the medicine. Shen Shihan opened her mouth obediently. When Shen Shihan woke up again, it was already the next day. She slowly opened her eyes, her head still a little dizzy. Although she was a little confused yesterday, she did not completely lose consciousness. She remembers everything that happened. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Tian finally woke up. Yawning, Lin Tian turned his head and found that Shen Shihan had woken up. Woke up? Shen Shihan nodded slightly. Lin Tian touched the other person's forehead again. Not burning anymore? Shen Shihan nodded again. She took some medicine yesterday and sweated a little. And her fever has gone down. Then hurry up and get to work. Lin Tian said unhappily. Don't think you can eat and drink for free just by climbing into his bed. Oh. Shen Shihan got up and was about to go to work. Although she didn't know what to do. Wait a moment. Lin Tian suddenly called out to the other person. Put this on. Shen Shihan turned her head and looked at the thing in Lin Tian's hand in confusion. She had no idea how the thing appeared, nor did she know what it was used for. But she still took the thing from Lin Tian's hand and put it around her neck obediently. Yes, it's pretty. Lin Tian admired it for a while. Then said, go ahead and mop the floor first. Chen Shihan got up from the bed and simply washed up. After washing, she began to clean the room. She first scooped a basin of water from the bucket, and then began to mop the floor. Every time she wiped it, she would secretly glance at Lin Tian. At this time, Lin Tian was leaning lazily on the sofa, with his feet casually placed on the coffee table, looking very comfortable. But his mind was completely immersed in the system panel. Ever since Chen Shihan put on the explosive neck ring, a subpage strangely appeared in the system. There are two options on the page: explosion and punishment. Lin Tian understood the meaning of explosion. It must be to make the neck ring explode. But what does this punishment mean? Lin Tian stared at the virtual button in his mind, feeling an irrepressible curiosity in his heart. How about giving it a try? He thought about it and lightly clicked the punishment button. With a zealous sound, Chen Shihan let out a cry of pain. It was an electric shock. Alright? Lin Tian waved his hand casually. Clean up and prepare for dinner. We're having hot pot today. Chen Shihan's eyes lit up and her throat rolled subconsciously. It turned out to be hot pot. That's right, the item that Lin Tian bought instantly in the system today was a hot pot ingredient set. A total of 10,000 sets. He took out a set of ingredients from the system space. And the size of this package was unexpectedly large. 1 box of beef and 1 box of mutton. Each box weighs almost 1 pound. There are also meatball platters, vegetarian platters, and even a small packet of luncheon meat and ham. All dipping sauces and base ingredients are available. It's as if the ingredients from the hot pot restaurant were packed directly over and you can start eating as long as you set up the pot. Don't just stand there. Bring the induction cooker in the pot over here. Lin Tian instructed the maid to set up the hot pot. Chen Shihan hurriedly found the induction cooker and pot from the kitchen and placed them carefully on the table. Lin Tian poured the base ingredients into the pot and turned on the induction cooker. As the temperature gradually rises, the base ingredients begin to melt. Making a sizzling sound, the red soup base slowly rolls up, and the spicy aroma quickly spreads in the room. Chen Shihan kept swallowing her saliva. Her Adam's apple slid up and down, and her eyes stared at the boiling soup in the pot without blinking, as if it was the most tempting treasure in the world. It's not that she was so greedy, it's just the most instinctive reaction of a starving person, a purely physiological reaction. Come and sit down and eat. Lin Tian glanced at Chen Shihan. Chen Shihan sat down slowly. Somewhat flattered, she looked at the delicious food in the pot, and after a little hesitation, she picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of cooked meat. The moment the meat slices entered her mouth, the delicious flavor instantly blossomed on her taste buds. She couldn't help but close her eyes and enjoy this moment of deliciousness. You. Chen Shihan looked at Lin Tian, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. Just say whatever you want to say. Lin Tian ate with gusto. Although he was not as hungry as Chen Shihan, he was really tired of eating steak for 7 consecutive days. Did you know there would be a heavy snowfall? Chen Shihan stared at Lin Tian cautiously. Otherwise, how could he have prepared so thoroughly? Food, water, generators, everything. Lin Tian swallowed a piece of mutton, frowned slightly, and said, "Don't ask if you shouldn't." Chen Shihan pouted, but continued to ask, "And do you know when this heavy snow will stop?" Lin Tian glanced at Chen Shihan and saw that she was looking at him expectantly. He thought for a moment and said, "It will take at least 20 days. Today is the 9th day of the apocalypse in the previous life. It snowed heavily for a whole month." Hearing Lin Tian's words, Chen Shihan's eyes dimmed instantly. It will rain for another 20 days. And she doesn't know if she will be able to see her parents again. 3 days ago, her cell phone stopped communicating with those outside the city, and she had no idea how her parents were doing. When Lin Tian saw Chen Shihan's expression, he probably guessed what she was thinking. Don't even think about it. People are dying every day now. Lin Tian said casually while chewing the food in his mouth. Living well is more important than anything else. Your parents don't want you to. Lin Tian paused, glanced at Chen Shihan's expression that seemed like she was about to cry, and ultimately did not finish what he was saying. How distressed her parents would be if they knew their precious daughter's current situation. Chen Shihan sniffed and took a big bite of meat. She wants to live well. Maybe one day I will meet my parents again. Just then, Chen Shihan's cell phone rang. "Shihan, are you okay? If not, let's go to the underground garage. It's at least warm here. This is a message from my good sister and king." A warm feeling surged in Chen Shihan's heart. "I am fine." After saying that, Chen Shihan looked up at Lin Tian again. "See, can I take a picture?" Seeing Lin Tian nodded in agreement, Chen Shihan took a photo of the hot pot and sent it to King. On the other side, King looked at the photo of the steaming hot pot, and then looked at the roasted sweet potato in her hand. Suddenly, I felt that the sweet potato in my hand no longer tasted fragrant. "What's wrong, King?" Seeing King in a daze, Yulin came over to take a look. "Why? Yilin looked at the hot pot photos on King's phone and joked. This was sent by Shihan. She is eating hot pot. Well, Yilin was immediately furious. She was eating sweet potatoes here, but Shen Shihan was eating hot pot. Yilin snatched Tan King's phone and stared at the hot pot photo on the screen. The bright red soup base, the rich ingredients, and the steaming hot. How is this possible? The three of them had run out of food at home. So how could Shen Shihan have hot pot to eat? And King was also very confused. The two women looked at each other. It's Lin Tian. Definitely. The two girls understood it immediately. I didn't expect Shihan to have such an idea. No wonder she didn't come down with us, Yilin said viciously. She now felt a little regretful. If she had known earlier, she would have stayed upstairs. But more of it is jealousy. That kind of jealousy grew wildly like weeds. And King held the phone, staring at the steaming hot pot image on the screen, her eyes full of envy. She said hesitantly, how about we ask Shihan if we can go over as well? Yilin snorted disdainfully and said with a curled lip, do you think she would be happy? If she had that intention, she would have invited us over long ago. And King lowered her head slightly and thought carefully. Yilin's words did make sense. She gently took a bite of the roasted sweet potato in her hand. The sweet potato had tasted sweet and delicious before, but now it was as tasteless as chewing wax. The underground garage was filled with a variety of mixed smells, and the air was dull and depressing. Here, people are like ants, struggling for even a little food and a touch of warmth. A photo of hot pot sent by Shen Shihan was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples in the hearts of King and Yilin. The more Yilin thought about it, the angrier she became. She threw the half-eaten sweet potato on the ground. Shihan is really something. She was enjoying her hot pot over there, but she left us in this shabby place. Seeing this, King hurriedly dissuaded her. Yilin, don't be like this. Maybe Shihan has her own difficulties. Difficulties? What difficulties can there be? Yilin's eyes widened. We were very kind to her before, but now she has forgotten us when she got something good. King sighed helplessly, her eyes still fixed on the hot pot photo on her phone, and the good time she had with Shen Shihan emerged in her mind. At that time, the three of them went shopping, ate together, and shared each other's happiness and troubles. But now, this heavy snow seems to have buried all the beauty. Forget it, Yilin, don't be angry, let's think of another way. What other solution is there? It's such horrible weather. There's snow everywhere outside. It's hard for us to even go out and find food. Yilin sat down on the ground, looking frustrated. Just then, the cry of a little girl came from the corner of the garage. The two turned around and saw a little girl of 5 or 6 years old sitting on a pile of rags crying. Her mother was anxiously trying to comfort her, but it was obviously to no avail. Mom, I'm hungry, the little girl cried, seeing her daughter crying because of hunger. The mother felt very distressed. Please everyone, give us something to eat, the little girl's mother begged. However, the crowd in the underground garage showed no reaction, as if the pleas were deaf ears. Seeing that no one answered, the little girl's mother had to ask for help from Aunt Wang's family in the neighborhood committee. Auntie Wang, please lend us some food. Unexpectedly, Aunt Wang refused outright. We are out of food at home. My son hasn't eaten for a whole day. However, the food residue at the corner of her mouth betrayed her. When the little girl's mother saw the food residue at the corner of Aunt Wang's mouth, a trace of anger flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by helplessness. She begged, Auntie Wang, please be merciful, the child is still young and really can't bear it. Aunt Wang wiped her mouth with her hand, feeling somewhat guilty, but still said stubbornly, I said no, so I mean no, stop arguing about it. People around began to whisper. Why is Auntie Wang like this? She always says she wants to help everyone. That's right. Look how pitiful that little girl is. When Aunt Wang heard these comments, she became angry and shouted, don't just talk nonsense. You are so kind, why don't you give them some? Everyone was silent for a while after being scolded by Aunt Wang. At this time, the security guard Uncle Tian stood up again. I suggest that we manage and distribute food in a unified way. This way, at least every child and weak person can be guaranteed food. After hearing Uncle Tian's words, the garage suddenly became a mess. Some people support it, some people oppose it. Those who are running out of food would certainly hope for unified management, while those who still have surplus food are obviously unwilling to do so. I want to, but there's really nothing to eat. Someone murmured quietly. I don't know if they really have no food left or if they just don't want to distribute it all. Uncle Tian saw that everyone was talking about this, so he cleared his throat and said loudly, everyone, listen to me. I know this decision is difficult, but we all know what kind of situation we are in now. We can't just watch the children and the elderly go hungry and cold. At this time, Aunt Wang from the neighborhood committee also stood up and said, Old Tian is right, we must unite at this time. Everyone hands in the food, and our neighborhood committee will manage it. As soon as Aunt Wang said this, the crowd exploded. Why should we give it to your neighborhood committee? Who knows if you will secretly hide it and eat it yourself? That's right, you refused to lend me some food before. But now you want us to hand it over. Aunt Wang's face flushed red. And she argued. Don't talk nonsense, my family wasn't well off before. But now this is for the good of everyone. Our neighborhood committee will definitely handle this food fairly and impartially. However, no matter what Aunt Wang and Uncle Tian said, no one was willing to hand over the food. Seeing that no one was moved, Aunt Wang stamped her feet anxiously. Why don't you understand? In this situation, only by pooling the food together can we ensure that everyone can survive. A young man in the group sneered. Auntie Wang, you sound nice. Who knows if your neighborhood committee will feed your own family first after collecting the food? Why should we trust you? When I asked you for help before, you weren't so enthusiastic. Just when everyone. Lin stood up. Everyone listen to me, I know where to get food. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin. Lin cleared her throat. A hint of resentment in her eyes. Lin Tian's family has a lot of food. Look, he has so many steaks and he also eats hot pot at noon. Lin held up her phone to show everyone. In the phone were the photos of steak that Lin Tian had sent her before, as well as the photos of hot pot that Shen Shihan had just taken. Lin Tian may have known about the heavy snow and prepared a lot of food. Not only is there food, but there is also water and electricity. Lin didn't care whether it was true or not, she just exaggerated it. It would be better to let everyone go to Lin Tian's house to ask for food. And King looked at Lin and bit her lip, but ultimately did not stop her. When everyone saw the photo, their eyes lit up. Is there really so much food? Does he still have electricity at home? What, he knew there would be a heavy snow. There began to be discussions among the crowd, mixed with surprise, envy and full of jealousy. Why can he eat hot pot at home while everyone else is starving and freezing here? But slowly, the originally noisy underground garage suddenly fell into an eerie silence. However, there was a gleam of greed in some people's eyes. Clean up the table. After eating a hot pot, Lin Tian instructed Shen Shihan to clean up the mess. Shen Shihan responded softly with okay, and her hands couldn't help but move faster. I saw her wash the dishes thoroughly, each one looked as bright and clean as new. And the tabletop was also wiped spotlessly clean. Like a hard-working little bee. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. No. Why did he feel that Shen Shihan seemed to be enjoying all this? After Shen Shihan packed up everything, she stood timidly in front of Lin Tian and asked softly, Lin Tian, I've packed everything, is there anything else you need me to do? Lin Tian glanced at her and said lazily, go wash my clothes. Wash them by hand, don't use a washing machine, it's a waste of electricity. Shen Shihan nodded slightly, walked to the corner where the dirty clothes were placed, picked up the clothes and walked towards the bathroom. She silently picked up the soap and began to scrub Lin Tian's clothes carefully. After an unknown amount of time, Shen Shihan finally washed all the dirty clothes that Lin Tian had accumulated over the past few days. She hung the clothes on the hangers one by one and hung them up to dry. Afterwards, Shen Shihan glanced at Lin Tian, who was playing games, and sat carefully at the other end of the sofa. She tried to make her movements as gentle as possible, for fear of disturbing Lin Tian. However, there was a sound of Zila. Shen Shihan covered her neck with her hands in grievance and stared at Lin Tian with innocent big eyes. She didn't know what she had done wrong. Who told you to sit down? If you don't sit, you can. Underground garage. At this time, several men were gathered in a corner. Brother, let's take him down Hong, or really can't hold on any longer. A man said anxiously. Don't hesitate, big brother. Second brother is right, we can't go on like this, another man echoed. Boss Wu looked at his second and third brothers. The three brothers happened to live in this community. Second brother, third brother, don't be anxious for now. Boss Wu frowned. If Lin Tian can store so much food, he must not be defenseless, we have to plan carefully. Wu Lauer then asked, what do you think we should do? Big brother? Boss Wu pondered for a while and said, let's go check on him first and see what's going on in his room. Tonight, let's do this. The three brothers began to plan their actions for tonight in the corner. After the conspiracy was completed, Boss Wu sat alone in the corner, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Wu Lauer came over and patted Wu Lauer on the shoulder. Brother, don't think too much. Once we grab some food and get through these difficult days, everything will be fine. Boss Wu nodded slightly. I hope so. He didn't want to go down the path of robbery, but now that things have come to this, for the sake of his loved ones, he has no choice. I would rather die than have my friend die. Boss Wu muttered to himself. I hope you don't blame me. Wash your feet. Shen Shihan brought a basin of water for washing feet, and Lin Tian immediately stretched out his big feet. Shen Shihan gently placed the basin of water at Lin Tian's feet. Lin Tian stretched out his feet and put them directly into the water, splashing some water and wetting Shen Shihan's clothes. You're so clumsy that you can't even do such a small thing. Lin Tian frowned and scolded. Shen Shihan lowered her head and apologized quietly. I'm sorry. Lin Tian opened his eyes slightly, looked at Shen Shihan's serious expression, and shook his head. Damn, she clearly wanted to take revenge and torture the other person. But why did she seem to enjoy it? Okay, go to bed first, Lin Tian said unhappily. Shen Shihan was stunned, and lowered her head and asked, aren't you going to sleep? Lin Tian turned his head and looked at the door, his eyes revealing a meaningful look. Aha, there might be something interesting tonight. Shen Shihan looked at Lin Tian with some confusion. She didn't understand what Lin Tian meant. What's the show? Lin Tian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. Did you send the photos of the hot pot you had at noon to King and Yilin? Shen Shihan nodded gently, with a hint of caution in her tone. I asked you. Lin Tian continued. Do you think they will spread the news that we ate hot pot? Shen Shihan couldn't help but be shocked, and subconsciously retorted. They shouldn't, and King and Lin are not that kind of people. They won't say anything casually. Lin Tian sneered. You are too naive. Lin Tian knew very well what the current situation of the underground garage was. There was a pungent smell of mildew everywhere, mixed with the scent of gasoline and rust. In this apocalyptic underground garage, people huddled in corners like rats. In his previous life, Lin Tian spent a long time in such an underground garage. He knew too well the feeling of despair, and understood how terribly people's mentality would change in such an environment. When King and Yilin saw the photo of Shen Shihan eating hot pot, Lin Tian could almost immediately imagine the turmoil in their hearts. Of course, he did all this on purpose. How can you fish without bait? As for whether or not we will catch any fish tonight, Lin Tian was not in a hurry. The fish were extremely hungry and some would naturally take the bait. Night is gradually falling, but for the people in the underground garage, there was no difference. It was just as cold and just as dark, and you couldn't even tell the difference between day and night without looking at the time. People are struggling to survive. At this time, in another corner of the garage, the three brothers of the Wu family sat together, discussing something in a low voice. Boss Wu had a worried look on his face, frowning, and whispered, Second brother, third brother, why don't we just forget it? Wu Lao's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he gritted his teeth and said, Brother, you are too soft-hearted. It's time to talk about morality. Lin Tian has food but he doesn't share it with everyone. He deserves to be robbed. Wu Lao-san patted his chest, looking bold and fearless. Brother, second brother is right. Let's not hesitate, let's act tonight. Boss Wu was still a little hesitant. He sighed. Oh, I'm afraid if this gets out, we won't be able to live in this garage anymore. Wu Lao snorted disapprovingly. Brother, it's the end of the world. Why do you still care about your reputation? The most important thing is to survive. Wu Lao-san also echoed. Brother, second brother is right. We can't just watch our family starve to death. Boss Wu was silent for a while, and finally made up his mind. Okay, that's it, but try not to hurt anyone. Just get the food. The second and third brothers nodded, but there was a hint of disdain in their eyes. If Lin Tian was sensible and handed over all the food, it would not be impossible to let him go. But if the other party doesn't know what's best for him, then they'll blame him for being cruel. When it was late at night and most people in the garage had fallen asleep, the three Wu brothers came to Lin Tian's house in the dark. The address was found in the owner group. Most people in the group have changed their nicknames to their house numbers, so if anything happens, it's easy to find them. Wu Lao was holding an iron rod and Wu Lao-san was holding a wooden stick, and both of them had a ferocious and resolute look in their eyes. That's it. Boss Wu whispered, a hint of nervousness in his voice. The three brothers stood outside Lin Tian's house. There was silence all around them, with only their slightly heavy breathing as the sound. Wu Lao lowered his voice and said, Brother, I'll go check the situation first. You guys wait here. As he spoke, he tiptoed towards the door and put his ear to it and listened for a while. There was no movement in the house. He made a gesture to Wu Lao-dan Wu Lao-san, indicating that they could take action. Wu Lao-san took out a thick wooden stick from behind and prepared to break down the door. Boss Wu quickly held his hand and whispered, Don't be reckless. Knock on the door first. Wu Li-san put down the stick, knocked on the door reluctantly, and shouted in a rough voice, Li Yan, open the door, we know you are in there. Inside the house, Lin Tian opened his eyes and saw that there was really a fish on the hook. This night of waiting was not in vain. He wants to have some fun with the other person. Then he called out in a slightly panicked voice, Who? Outside the door, Boss Wu cleared his throat and tried to make his voice sound calmer. Lin Yan, it's us. We don't want to make a big deal out of this, just hand over the food and we'll leave. We won't hurt you. It turned out to be the three Wu brothers. And Lin Tian remembered them. Boss Wu can barely be considered a good guy. But the second and third brothers are not good people at all. Lin Tian sneered. Humph, what if I don't hand it over? Wu Lao shouted outside the door. Lin Tian, don't refuse a toast and then wreak a forfeit. Do you think you can keep all that food? The three of us brothers are here today, and we won't go back empty-handed. Wu Lao-san said impatiently. Big brother, second brother, why waste your time talking to him? Just break down the door. As he said this, he raised the stick and prepared to break down the door. At this moment, Lin Tian suddenly shouted, Wait, I can give you some of the food. But you have to promise to take the food and leave. And never harass me again. When Boss Wu heard this, he was delighted and said quickly, Okay, Lin Tian, as long as you are willing to hand over the food, we promise not to cause you any more trouble. Lin Tian continued. Then you guys step back a little, I'll open the door. Boss Wu quickly winked at his two younger brothers, and the three of them stepped back a few steps. Boss Wu shouted. We have already stepped back, please open the door. Lin Tian opened the door carefully, holding a cloth bag in his hand. He looked at the three Wu brothers warily and said, Here is some beef, take it. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Wu Lao and Wu Lao-san looked at each other, and both of them exerted force at the same time and slammed towards the door. Seeing this, Lin Tian thought to himself that something was wrong and hurriedly tried to close the door. But it was too late. Wu Lao and Wu Lao-san broke open the door, rushed in, and knocked Lin Tian to the ground. The cloth bag also fell to the side, and the beef inside spilled out. Wu Lao grinned. This little bit of beef is not enough for us to share. Wu Lao-san looked at the bright light and said in surprise, Brother, there is still electricity in his house. There must be more food, let us search carefully. At this time, Shen Shihan was also attracted by the noise. She didn't expect that it would be just as Lin Tian said. How could An King and Yilin do this? When Wu Lao-san saw Shen Shihan, his eyes lit up. Oh, there's a pretty girl here. Boss Wu also came in. Looking at Lin Tian, who had fallen to the ground, he showed a trace of pity on his face, but still said, Lin Tian, I'm sorry we were forced into this situation. Brother, why are you still wasting time talking to him? Hurry up and hand over all the food, or don't blame us for being rude. Lin Tian got up from the ground and dusted himself off. Please don't be polite. Damn it, you are still pretending to be cool. Aren't you? I don't think you will cry until you see the coffin. Wu Lao walked towards Lin Tian holding an iron rod, the flesh on his face trembling with anger. I must teach you a lesson today. 7 or 8 days before the end of the world, the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Today is a good time to vent. Second brother, don't kill anyone. Boss Wu frowned, with a hint of pity in his tone. Don't worry. Big brother, I'm just teaching this kid a lesson. Wu Lao responded nonchalantly. But there was a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Besides, who would know it was us who did it? The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a cruel smile. Wu Lao slowly approached Lin Tian, and seemed to have begun to enjoy the process of bringing pain to Lin Tian. Boy, today I'll let you know what the consequences are for not listening in this world. The voice was low and hoarse, like the whisper of a demon. However, Lin Tian did not show any fear or panic as Wu Lao had imagined. I know this world better than you do. After saying that, a pistol suddenly appeared in Lin Tian's hand. Wu Lao stopped immediately. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Boss Wu also widened his eyes and shouted hurriedly, Brother, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Wu knew that Wu Lao was really ruthless. He gritted his teeth and shouted with disdain. Boy, are you trying to scare me with a toy gun? As he said that, he rushed forward regardless of everything and tried to snatch the gun from Lin Tian's hand. But no matter how fast he is not as fast as a bullet. With a sizzle sound, Wu Lao fell to the ground and began to twitch. That's right, what Lin Tian took out was the stun gun. Second brother? Second brother? Just when Boss Wu didn't react, Lin Tian fired 2 more shots. The 2 of them fell down in response, twitching on the ground. The 3 brothers of the Wu family were like 3 fish out of water at this time. They were struggling on the ground, their bodies twitching uncontrollably, with a look of pain on their faces. They never thought that Lin Tian actually had such a weapon. Shen Shihan came out from the corner, looking at the 3 people twitching on the ground with lingering fear, and said to Lin Tian, they won't die, right? Lin Tian looked coldly at the 3 Wu brothers who were still twitching on the ground, and replied expressionlessly, yes, but not now. After saying that, he took out handcuffs and handcuffed the 3 people behind their backs. I have to say, that set of Polar Bear Special Forces individual equipment really has everything. It can be said that this is the most valuable product that Lin Tian has ever bought. Lin Tian grabbed the collars of Wu Lao and Wu Lao-san with both hands, lifted them up and carried them on his shoulders. She then kicked Wu Lao out of the door, And then he freed one hand to grab Wu Lao as well? Mat is quite heavy. He cursed under his breath and moved towards the corridor with difficulty step by step. The three brothers of the Wu family were piled in the corner. Like three dead fish, their bodies occasionally trembling slightly due to the aftermath of the electric shock. There were still expressions of pain and astonishment on their faces, as if they couldn't believe that they were subdued by Lin Tian so easily. Then Lin Tian lit a bonfire in the corridor. A dim corridor was suddenly illuminated, bringing a little warmth. Chen Shihan slowly walked over, squatted down beside Lin Tian, and said softly, "Lin Tian, what are you going to do with them next? You can't keep them handcuffed here forever, right?" Lin Tian did not answer immediately. He added a branch to the campfire and watched the flames devour the branch. Making crackling sounds after a while, he slowly said, "You go back first." Lin Tian wanted to send Chen Shihan away. Chen Shihan looked at Lin Tian with a firm expression. "No, I want to stay with you." At this time, the three Wu brothers finally stopped convulsing, but their faces still had the after-effects. "Lin Tian, we were wrong, please let us go." Boss Wu was the first to beg for mercy. His voice was still a little hoarse due to the convulsion just now, and his eyes were full of fear and pleading. Lin Tian looked at them coldly without saying anything. Chen Shihan frowned slightly, feeling a little reluctant. Wu Lao also pleaded, "Lin Tian, we are really bewitched. Please forgive us this time. We promise that we will never trouble you again." His body was still trembling slightly, and the feeling of the electric shock just now seemed to still linger on every inch of his skin. Wu Lao-san lay weakly on the ground, looking at Lin Tian with horror, nodding continuously to show his agreement with his two brothers. Lin Tian sneered and said, "Let you go? If I didn't have this stun gun today, would you let us go?" Boss Wu quickly explained, "Lin Tian, we really know we were wrong. We were blinded by hunger." Wu Lao raised his head with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. "Lin Tian, as long as you let us go, the three of us brothers will follow you from now on. Calwan and his team own a whole supermarket as long as we cooperate." But before Wu Lao could finish his words, Lin Tian picked up the red-hot wooden stick and stuffed it directly into his mouth. "Oh!" Wu Lao let out a shrill scream, his body shaking violently. He tried desperately to grab the red-hot wooden stick with his hands, but his movements were restricted by the handcuffs. There was a sizzling sound of burning flesh coming from his mouth, and the air was instantly filled with a sickening smell of meat. Second brother? Second brother? Boss Wu and Boss San Wu did not expect that Lin Tian would be so cruel as to poke a fire stick into someone's mouth. They stared with wide eyes in horror as they watched Wu Lao struggling in pain on the ground. Chen Shihan was so scared that she covered her mouth, and her big eyes looked at Lin Tian in horror, as if she only really knew this person at this moment. It turns out he is so cruel. Thinking about her treatment in the past 2 days, Chen Shihan just felt fortunate. "Lin Tian, please let Lauer go. We were wrong, we were really wrong." Boss Wu knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. His own brother was treated so cruelly by Lin Tian that he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Boss Wu was in tears. He regretted very much why he and his three brothers had come to provoke Lin Tian. "Lin Tian, we were blinded by greed. Please forgive the second brother this time. We swear that we will never dare to offend you again. We will work like cows and horses to repay you." Wu Lao-san looked at his eldest brother kowtow, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. "Lin Tian, you've already made my second brother like this. What else do you want?" Lin Tian sneered, "It's not that easy to die. Shihan, take off his clothes." Chen Shihan looked at Lin Tian in astonishment. "Lin Tian, what are you going to do?" Lin Tian ignored Chen Shihan's questions and just looked at her coldly. "If you don't dare, go back now." Chen Shihan bit her lip. Although she was very scared, she still slowly walked towards Wu Lao-san. Wu Lao-san struggled and roared, "What are you going to do? Lin Tian, you bastard!" Lin Tian stepped forward and stepped on Wu Lao-san's chest, making him unable to move. "If you dare to move again, I will cripple you now." Chen Shihan started to take off Wu Lao-san's clothes with trembling hands. Wu Lao-san's face flushed red, his eyes filled with humiliation and anger. "You will die a miserable death." Seeing this, Boss Wu cried even more miserably. "Lin Tian, please don't do this. We really don't dare to do this anymore." Boss Wu banged his forehead against the ground, trying to impress Lin Tian and let his brother go. Lin Tian watched all this expressionlessly after Chen Shihan took off Wu Lao-san's clothes. He picked up a rope, tied Wu Lao-san's hands behind his back, and then tied him to a pillar in the corridor. "Lin Tian, what do you want?" Wu Lao-san shouted. Lin Tian picked up the burnt stick on the ground and shook it in front of Wu Lao-san. "Didn't you want a beauty just now? Now let the beauty play with you?" Lin Tian handed the flaming wooden stick to Chen Shihan. Chen Shihan widened her eyes in horror and stepped back repeatedly. "Lin Tian, I can't do it." Lin Tian looked at Chen Shihan coldly. If you don't do it, then I will tie you and him here together and see what he will do to you. Tears welled up in Shen Shihan's eyes. No, don't. However, Lin Tian's expression remained indifferent, without any wavering. He walked behind Shen Shihan and taught her step by step how to pick up the wooden stick and then aim it at Wu Liu-san's vital points. Another shrill roar came from Wu Liu-san's mouth. Wu Liu-san's eyes widened, filled with fear and anger. You two devils, you shall not die a hapless death. His body was shaking violently with pain. And his body tied to the pillar kept twisting, trying to avoid the red-hot stick. When Boss Wu saw this, he cried even more miserably. Lin Tian, please, we really know we are wrong, please let us go. Let old three go. He kowtowed continuously, his forehead was broken. Blood flowed down his face, and mixed with tears to form a small pool of blood on the ground. Shen Shihan was so frightened by this scene that her face turned pale and she almost dropped the wooden stick in her hand. Waste. Lin Tian scolded Shen Shihan. Sorry. Shen Shihan lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Tian or the three brothers. Although she also wanted to take revenge on the three brothers, Lin Tian's ruthlessness was beyond her expectations. He actually tortured these three people in such a way. But she didn't think Lin Tian did anything wrong. If Lin Tian had not been fully prepared, they might be the ones begging for mercy now. Moreover, Lin Tian just stood up for her and punished the pervert. So Shen Shihan felt warm in her heart. She's not stupid. She's just soft-hearted. Lin Tian looked at Shen Shihan and snorted coldly. In today's world, being soft-hearted will only hurt yourself. Do you think I like doing this? They forced me to do this? Of course, he had a purpose in forcing Shen Shihan to do these things. Lin Tian doesn't want to have a useless teammate around him, as this would kill him in the end times. He wanted to make Shen Shihan understand the cruelty of the end of the world as soon as possible. Shen Shihan lowered her head. I understand. Wu Lao-san was still groaning in pain beside the pillar, while Wu Lao looked at Lin Tian and Shen Shihan with despair, begging, Lin Tian, please let us go, we really don't dare to do it again. He will stay away from you in the future. Lin Tian turned his head and looked at Boss Wu with cold eyes. Tell me first, who told you I had food? Boss Wu replied, trembling, lie. They are two girls, I don't know their names. He tried hard to recall, and there was a hint of panic in his eyes, as if he was afraid that Lin Tian would not believe him. One girl has short hair and looks very capable, and the other girl has long hair and big eyes. I said you have steak and hot pot. Boss Wu continued speaking, his voice full of regret. It's all because of us three brothers that we were blinded by lard. QIU, please let us go. Lin Tian snorted coldly. It was indeed those two bitches and King and Yilin. He looked at Shen Shihan. Do you believe what I said now? Shen Shihan shook her head in disbelief, her eyes red. How could her two best sisters do such a thing? Lin Tian. But there be some misunderstanding, and King and Yilin wouldn't? Shen Shihan tried to defend them, but her voice became smaller and smaller, and even she felt that this defense was a little powerless. Boss Wu watched Lin Tian and Shen Shihan's reactions carefully from the side, not daring to say anything, for fear that Lin Tian would vent his anger on them again. Wu Lao was lying on the ground, his face as pale as paper, his lips bloodless, and his body occasionally twitching unconsciously. The blood that flowed out of his mouth had formed a small pool of dark red blood on the ground. Wu Lao-san was still cursing beside the pillar. Lin Tian, you bastard, you shall not die well. Yes, I will not die a good death. Lin Tian responded inferently, with a trace of pain in his eyes that was imperceptible to others. In his previous life, he was steamed to death. Shen Shihan looked at Lin Tian, although she didn't know why he suddenly revealed such complicated emotions. She suddenly felt very distressed. Lin Tian, what's wrong with you? Lin Tian came back to his senses, looked at Shen Shihan, and shook his head gently. Nothing, I just remembered some unpleasant things. Boss Wu looked at Lin Tian's changing expression. A glimmer of hope surged in his heart, and he spoke carefully. Lin Tian, you are angry now, just let us go, we promise not to be your enemy again. Lin Tian ignored Boss Wu and instead took out an explosive collar from the system's face. Shen Shihan was no longer surprised by Lin Tian's method of transforming things out of thin air. But the three brothers of the Wu family were horrified. They opened their eyes wide, filled with disbelief and fear. What kind of method is this? Moreover, it seemed that the electric shotgun just now was also transformed by Lin Tian. Magician? Before the three brothers could recover from their shock, they saw Lin Tian handing the collar to Shen Shihan. Put it on him. Lin Tian pointed at Boss Wu. This time Shen Shihan was much more obedient. She took the collar and skillfully put it on Boss Wu. Boss Wu tried to struggle, but Lin Tian stepped on him to the ground and he couldn't move. Lin Tian, what are you doing? You can't do this to me. Boss Wu shouted in despair. Let my brother go. Wu Lao-san twisted his body desperately, trying to break free from the pillar to save Wu Lao. But the rope became tighter and tighter, causing pain on his skin. However, he ignored it and kept shouting. Oh. Ulao also made in clear sounds. Although he was seriously injured, he was somewhat conscious. Seeing his elder brother being treated like this by Lin Tian, he also wanted to struggle to get up and help, but his body was out of control and he could only twitch slightly on the ground. Lin Tian smiled heavily and said, "Next, I will show you a magic trick." Chapter 21 Explosive Neck Ring. Magic? Is he really a magician? The three brothers looked at each other. Boss Wu decided that no matter how Lin Tian performed, he would applaud loudly. As long as Lin Tian can let them go, it will be fine. Lin Tian pulled Shen Shihan back a few steps. Boss Wu was still a good man, so Lin Tian decided to give him a quick death. Watch carefully, I will only perform once. Burst. With Lin Yan's low shout, the explosive collar on Boss Wu's neck was instantly activated. There was a slight bang sound, and the collar exploded. A column of blood gushed out from Boss Wu's carotid artery, drawing a dazzling arc in the air. Before Boss Wu could even let out a scream, a gaping hole was blown in his carotid artery. Blood gushed out like a fountain and his body collapsed to the ground like a rag doll. Wu Yao-san and Wu Lao widened their eyes in horror. Their faces splattered with the blood of Wu Lao. The warm blood slid down their cheeks and dripped onto the ground. As if it was Boss Wu's silent accusation, Wu Lao-san shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brother, Lin Tian, you devil, you will not die well." His voice echoed in the corridor, filled with anger and despair. And his eyes were red as if they were about to spit fire. Wu Lao also struggled to sit up from the ground. His eyes full of hatred, his teeth were clattering and a low roar came from his throat. He wanted to pounce on Lin Tian, but his severely injured body was powerless, and he fell heavily to the ground just as he stood up. His hands scratched the ground, leaving blood marks, which were the manifestation of his inner hatred. Lin Tian, however, watched all this with indifference, as if the scene before him was just an insignificant one. Shen Shihan's face turned pale although she knew that Lin Tian was ruthless. Her stomach still churned after witnessing such a bloody scene. She covered her mouth tightly with her hands, trying hard to resist the urge to vomit. At the same time, she subconsciously touched the collar around her neck. The collar felt cold, and she couldn't help but shiver. At this time, Lin Tian turned his head and looked at her. "If you want to leave, I can let you go." Unexpectedly, Shen Shihan took a step forward and hugged Lin Tian's arm. This was the first time she took the initiative. "No, I won't leave." There was a hint of determination in Shen Shihan's eyes. Although the scene just now made her feel extremely uncomfortable, she knew that in this doomsday, Lin Tian was the only person she could rely on. Without Lin Tian, she didn't know how long she could survive. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Lin Tian looked at Shen Shihan and asked. Shen Shihan shook her head. "I am afraid, but I am more afraid of losing you." Hearing Shen Shihan's explicit confession, Lin Tian pinched her delicate chin and kissed her hard. Shen Shihan's eyes widened slightly, then slowly closed, responding to Lin Tian's kiss enthusiastically. Even though there was blood all around, the bloody smell filled the air, pungent and disgusting. When Wu Lao and Wu Lao-san saw this scene, their eyes were filled with anger and humiliation. Wu Lao-san yelled at the top of his lungs, "Lin Tian, you beast, a beast." His eyes were bloodshot, like an enraged, trapped beast. Veins bulged on his neck, and he wished he could break free from his restraints and tear Lin Tian into pieces immediately. Wu Lao lay on the ground, gasping for breath weakly, mumbling, "Brother, brother." His eyes were filled with despair, hatred and deep regret. Now that his eldest brother is dead, Lin Tian naturally won't let him go. He is not afraid of death. But if he dies, who will protect his family in this cold world? When he thought of this, he felt as if his heart was being pierced by thousands of needles at the same time. Lin Tian finally let go of Shen Shihan. He slowly turned his head and looked at Wu Lao and Wu Lao-san with icy eyes. His eyes were extremely cold, as if he was looking at lifeless objects. "Now, it's your turn." Lin Tian's voice was cold and seemed particularly eerie in the silent corridor. Now, only 7 or 8 days have passed since the end of the world. But Wu Lao and Wu Lao-san are already filled with resentment. He had endured it for 2 or 3 months in his previous life. He was also angry and he wanted to vent it. Lin Tian walked towards Wu Lao and Wu Lao-san step by step, and every step seemed to step on their hearts. Wu Lao-san's eyes widened in horror. Filled with fear and anger, he cursed loudly, "Lin Tian, you devil, you shall not die well." Wu Lao lay weakly on the ground, his eyes full of despair, as if he had foreseen his fate. Lin Tian seared and kicked Wu Lao-san. Wu Lao-san curled up in pain but continued to curse. Lin Tian remained unmoved and continued to torture them. The red-hot wooden stick left shocking charred marks on the skin of the 2 men. As soon as the hot wooden stick touched the skin, it made a sizzling sound, accompanied by a pungent burnt smell. Wu Lao-san's whole body was twitching in pain, and his screams echoed in the corridor, making people shudder. Wu Lao watched this scene weakly. The despair in his eyes became even more intense. He wanted to struggle to escape, but he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Lin Tian looked at their painful appearances expressionlessly. Without a trace of pity in his heart, Wu Lao-san's cursing gradually faded away, replaced by painful groans and pleas for mercy. Lin Tian, please let us go, we know we are wrong. But Lin Tian had no intention of stopping. Wu Lao watched Wu Lao-san being tortured, and couldn't help but beg for mercy. Lin Tian, we really don't dare to do it anymore, please forgive us. However, Lin Tian just looked at them coldly and continued to vent his anger. After a while, Wu Lao-san started cursing again. He will definitely be punished. Lin Tian increased his strength again. And Wu Lao-san begged for mercy again in pain. This went on and on. The two of them went from cursing to begging for mercy. Then cursing and begging for mercy again, until they were completely exhausted. Wu Lao-san said weakly, Lin Tian, please give us a quick death. Wu Lao also nodded slightly. There was no hope in his eyes anymore. Only the desire for death. After venting his anger, Lin Tian's anger was reduced a lot. And I'll give you a quick death. Thanks. Wu Lao-san uttered these two words weakly, with endless bitterness in his voice. It is such a great irony that he wants to thank others when they are about to kill him. Lin Tian raised the weapon in his hand expressionlessly, ready to give them the final blow. At this moment, Shen Shihan suddenly reached out to stop him. Lin Tian, do you really want to do this? Shen Shihan felt a little reluctant. She looked at Wu Lao and Wu Lao-san, and a trace of pity arose in her heart. Lin Tian looked at Shen Shihan coldly. To be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. But, Shen Shihan wanted to say something but was interrupted by Lin Tian. No buts. After saying that, Lin Tian no longer paid attention to Shen Shihan and dropped the weapon in his hand suddenly. With two dull sounds, the lives of Wu Lao and Wu Lao-san came to an end. Their bodies fell heavily to the ground, blood flowing, staining the ground red. Shen Shihan covered her eyes. She didn't know why the world had become like this. What are you still standing there for? Go back and boil some water so I can wash myself properly. Chapter 22, Taking a Long Bath. Shen Shihan went back to the room to boil water while Lin Tian cleaned up the corridor. He dragged the bodies of Wu Lao and Wu Lao-san to the window with an expressionless face. Outside the window, the cold wind was howling and snowflakes were falling. The bodies of the three brothers were mercilessly thrown out of the window, and were instantly swallowed up by the thick snow. Lin Tian looked at the corpse covered in snow, without a trace of emotion in his heart. Of course, he did not do this for the sake of hygiene. The temperature is now minus 30 or 40 degrees Celsius, and the corpse will not rot at all. He just didn't want to spook the other fish. Who knows if there are other people who want to rob? It would be bad if we scare them. There was a faint smell of blood in the corridor. Although Lin Tian had tried his best to clean it up, the smell was still there. In the room, Shen Shihan boiled water and was quietly waiting for Lin Tian. It took me an hour to take a bath. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it, Shen Shihan said softly, with a hint of cociousness in her voice. Don't be so naughty next time, or you'll be in trouble. Lin Tian glared at Shen Shihan. Shen Shihan nodded quickly like a chick pecking at rice. Boo-goo. At this time, Shen Shihan's stomach started to growl. The two of them worked all night and indeed consumed a lot of energy. Lin Tian was also a little hungry. He glanced at Shen Shihan and shook his head helplessly. Eat something. Shen Shihan covered her stomach a little embarrassedly, her face slightly red. Lin Tian took out 2 bags of individual rations, which were also included in the set of individual equipment. Although it doesn't taste as good as steak and hot pot, it is simple and filling. Lin Tian tore open the package and handed one of the packets to Shen Shihan. Shen Shihan took the rations and looked at the insignificant food, feeling a warm feeling in her heart. In this end times, having such food is a luxury. However, contrary to Lin Tian's expectations, this pack of individual rations tasted quite good. Wow! This bag of fruit candy is so delicious. Shen Shihan narrowed her eyes and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. The small piece of fruit candy melted in her mouth, and the sweet taste spread instantly. Why has sugar become a strategic resource? In addition to containing a large amount of energy, it can quickly replenish physical strength. Sweetness can also stimulate the secretion of dopamine, making people feel happy. This is especially important on the battlefield. And the same is true in the end times. In this world full of despair and fear, a little sweetness can bring hope and courage. Lin Tian looked at Shen Shihan's happy appearance, and a warmth welled up in his heart. In the last days, loneliness is also a torture to life. Even if you have enough material things, loneliness is enough to drive you crazy. It's nice to have a little pet to keep you company. As Lin Tian thought about this, his eyes unconsciously became softer as he looked at Shen Shihan. Shen Shihan played the role of this little pet very well. Here, this bag is for you too. Lin Tian handed his bag of candy to Shen Shihan. Thanks. Shen Shihan smiled sweetly. In her heart, Lin Tian's action was sweeter than the candy in her mouth. She took the candy carefully and held it in her hands, cherishing Lai, as if it was the most precious treasure in the world. Brush your teeth carefully later, Lin Tian said unhappily. Be careful of cavities. Shen Shihan stuck out her tongue mischievously. I know. Underground garage. And King and Yilin huddled together. The two bodies were tightly pressed together, trying to get a little warmth from each other. Their faces looked pale in the dim firelight, and their lips were slightly purple. Next to him is the ego-licking guy with glasses. He was shivering and hugging his knees, with a thin layer of mist on his glasses. And King, did you hear someone screaming just now? Yilin mumbled, her voice trembling slightly from the cold. Her eyes were half open and half closed. She wanted to sleep but couldn't. It's really too cold. The coldness seemed to penetrate the bone marrow, making every inch of skin scream in pain. And King raised her head slightly, with a hint of alertness in her eyes. She tried to wake herself up and listen carefully. I think I heard it too. Will some monster appear? Yilin hugged Dan King tightly, not knowing whether she was afraid or cold. The man with glasses heard their conversation and couldn't help but interrupt. Don't worry, even if there are monsters, I will protect both of you. He tried to straighten his thin body, trying to make himself look more reliable. Thank you, Brother Shu. And King forced a grateful smile. No matter what, in this world that is about to collapse, it is always good to have someone willing to protect you. Yilin glanced at the man with glasses with disdain. Pan lay in King's arms and murmured. And King, I want to eat hot pot. Do. Hearing Yilin's words, and King swallowed and said nothing. She just looked towards the corridor, wondering what she was thinking. Chapter 23 And King Yilin asks for shelter. Ding, today's flash sale product. One outdoor wood stove set 10,000 sets. Appoint 10,000 bags of MRE rations for individual soldiers. 3.10,000 boxes of large small umbrellas. Fourth, 10,000 emergency medical kits. I'll choose one. Ding, instant kill successful. Lin Tian now just closes his eyes and chooses when he sees a suit. The individual soldier suit from last time was a real winner, as it not only included weapons and protective gear, but also rations and medical kits. 10,000 sets of individual soldier suits directly brought Lin Tian 10,000 submachine guns, 10,000 pistols, tens of thousands of magazines, grenades, smoke bombs, 10,000 packs of individual soldier rations, and 10,000 medical kits. It was killed instantly at least 5 or 6 times. So when Lin Tian saw the suit again, he chose it without hesitation. And a wood stove is indeed necessary. What if the generator or air conditioner breaks down? But this most primitive way of heating, at least you don't have to worry about any accidents. Lin Tian took out a wood stove from the system space. Sure enough, the set is a good deal. This set of wood stoves includes more than a dozen accessories, including the stove body and chimney, as well as a blowtorch, fire blanket, kettle, snow bowl, small frying pan, small fan, pellet bin. Most importantly, each wood stove includes a large bag of burning pellets, which is almost a day's supply. Not bad, not bad. I made a lot of money. Lin Tian showed a satisfied smile on his face. On the side, Shen Shihan, who was cleaning the room, saw Lin Tian produce a bunch of things again, and her eyes widened slightly, but she didn't ask anything. There are some things you can ask, and some things it's better not to ask. The redness and swelling on my neck hasn't gone away yet. Come and help me put this together. Come and help me assemble this. Lin Tian shouted at Shen Shihan. Shen Shihan put down the work in her hands and walked to Lin Tian. While Lin Tian was fiddling with the accessories, he instructed Shen Shihan. Give me the furnace body. Yes, that one. Shen Shihan handed the furnace body to Lin Tian as instructed and asked, don't we have air conditioning? Why do we need to assemble this? Lin Tian answered without even looking up. What if the air conditioner breaks down someday? And this can be used to boil water and cook it. It's very convenient. Lin Tian continued, his hands moving non-stop. It is estimated that the natural gas supply will be cut off soon, and cooking will become a problem again. In these last days, the supply of resources is extremely unstable, and he cannot pin all his hopes on existing conveniences. Now with this wood-burning stove, at least frying a steak or having hot pot is no problem. It can be said that this wood stove came at the right time. Lin Tian sped up the assembly, while Shen Shihan helped pass things and hold the parts steady. As the wood stove gradually took shape, Lin Tian felt more and more that his choice this time was absolutely correct. After it is assembled, you can boil a pot of hot water and make some tea, so that you can enjoy a moment of comfort in this doomsday. However, what to do with the chimney became a problem. Fortunately, there were enough chimney pipes, and Lin Tian connected the chimney to the kitchen and directly connected the chimney to the air outlet of the range hood. In this way, the smoke produced by combustion can be discharged outdoors smoothly. It's done. Lin Tian stood up, brushed the dust off his hands, and looked at the wood stove carefully. The more I look at it, the more satisfied I am. This most primitive way of heating and cooking gives people a full sense of security. Chen Shihan also walked forward and looked at the assembled wood-burning stove with a hint of joy in her eyes. The little home of the two is becoming warmer and warmer. What are we having for lunch? Lin Tian looked at Chen Shihan. Chen Shihan licked her lips and said, hot pot? Okay. Let's have steak then. Underground garage. It was a gloomy time. Some people sobbed quietly, while others cried loudly. Many people died that night. Many elderly people closed their eyes last night and never opened them again. They ended their lives in this long night of the end of the world. Perhaps for them, this is a relief, but for the living, it is endless grief and fear. The living sat together, their eyes empty and confused. They don't know who will be the next to leave, nor do they know how long they can hold on in this cruel world. There is only fear of the unknown and grief for those who have passed away. Mom, why haven't Dad and Uncle Sam come back yet? A little girl curled up in her mother's arms, her eyes shining with expectation and worry. Last night, Dad said he would prepare lots of delicious food for her, and the little girl was waiting. However, my father did not come back until dawn. The woman's face was full of anxiety and uneasiness. Last night my husband said he was going to Lin Tian's house to get some food, but he hasn't come back yet. She had a bad feeling. Although my husband's family has 3 brothers, who knows how many people there are on the other side. In order to take care of her daughter, she didn't dare to inquire. She was afraid that something bad would happen to her daughter if she left. Don't worry, Nana, Dad and the others will be back soon. The woman pretended to be calm and hugged her daughter tightly. The little girl blinked her eyes and nodded sensibly. Mom, don't worry, Dad will definitely bring back a lot of delicious food. Her little hands tightly grasped the corner of her mother's clothes, as if that was her only support at the moment. In this cold and terrifying underground garage, a mother and daughter snuggled up to each other, waiting for the person who might never come back. And King, I can't do it anymore. In the corner, Yulin leaned weakly against the wall, her face as pale as paper, her lips severely cracked, and it seemed as if she used up all her strength to speak every word. They had already spent 2 nights in the underground garage, but without enough food, even the young people were almost unable to hold on. What's more, they had been hungry for several days. Shall we go find Lin Tian? Yulin's voice was thin as a thread, but her eyes revealed a desire to survive. No big deal. No big deal. Her words stopped abruptly, but King knew what she meant. Bhutan King frowned, her eyes full of hesitation and confusion. Seeing King's hesitation, Yulin pleaded, King, we have no other choice. If we continue like this, we will really die here. King took a deep breath and said, okay, but I'll ask Shihan first. Yulin nodded quickly. Yes, let her speak well for us. No matter what conditions Lin Tian has, I will agree to them. Hearing King's words, Yulin's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. In her opinion, this was their only chance of survival. Since Lin Tian was willing to take Shihan in, he probably wouldn't reject them both. And in her heart, no matter what price Shihan paid, King is better than Shen Shihan in terms of appearance or figure. This is also why Yulin begged King to come forward. Among the 3 girls, Yulin is the most average-looking, while King is the most beautiful and is definitely the schoolbelle. In this apocalyptic world, they have no other bargaining chips. King thought about it, composed a message and sent it to Shen Shihan. Chapter 24. Baelian who cried in anger. In the warm room, the wood stove quietly radiates heat. Through the glass window of the wood stove, you can see the blazing flames jumping happily in the stove. Sizzle. Lin Tian picked up a piece of marbled beef and put it in the frying pan. Instantly, the aroma of beef filled the air, a rich, greasy flavor that made people salivate. Chen Shihan swallowed involuntarily. Lin Tian suddenly had an idea and cut the steak into thin slices and made it directly into barbecue. Paired with sesame sauce for hot pot, this is a very northern way of eating. A rich aroma of sesame sauce blends perfectly with the flavor of barbecue. Every piece of beef dipped in sesame sauce brings a unique and wonderful taste experience when it is put into the mouth. Chen Shihan couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks. Picked up a piece of roasted beef, dipped it in sesame sauce, and gently put it into her mouth. She closed her eyes, an intoxicated expression on her face, and she murmured incoherently, Lin Tian, this tastes great. Lin Tian looked at Chen Shihan's satisfied expression and glared at her. What a greedy girl. Seeing Lin Tian glaring at her, Chen Shihan stuck out her cute little tongue and picked up a piece of beef for Lin Tian. Lin Tian, come eat quickly, the beef you cooked is so delicious. I can't help it. Lin Tian shook his head. This girl was becoming more and more outrageous. It seemed that the punishment was not enough. Just when he opened the system panel and wanted to punish her, Chen Shihan suddenly took off her coat. "Oh, it's so hot." As she spoke, she threw her coat aside casually. The room has air conditioning and a wood stove. And the room temperature is about 25 or 26 degrees. Lin Tian looked at the small suspenders on Chen Shihan. "Forget it, let's eat first." Buzz buzz buzz. At this time, Chen Shihan's cell phone rang. Chen Shihan picked it up and took a look at it. And her face changed immediately. Her brows furrowed slightly. And a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. "It's N King. She wants me to say a few good words for her, and ask you to take her and Yilin in." Chen Shihan put down her phone and looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian said without even looking up, "Then are you willing to speak well of them?" He was still concentrating on eating the barbecue in front of him. And didn't seem to care much about this matter. Chen Shihan curled her lips and said, "Who wants to say something good for her? She just betrayed us yesterday and now she's begging us to take her in. How dare she do that?" Chen Shihan's tone was full of disgust. When she thought about what N King and Yilin did yesterday, she was furious. Lin Tian nodded and said it was okay. He was really worried that Chen Shihan would get carried away and become too concerned and start speaking up for N King and Yilin. In that case, he would have no choice but to kick Chen Shihan out as well. There cannot be a Virgin Mary by his side. If Chen Shihan really wanted to help those two people, it would mean that she did not recognize the rules of survival in this apocalypse. Lin Tian did not want to put himself in a passive or even desperate situation because of such meaningless kindness. Lin Tian continued to eat the barbecue and said calmly, "You are right to think so. In this world, there are no eternal friends. Only eternal interests. They betrayed us yesterday, and they can do something even more outrageous tomorrow." Chen Shihan nodded vigorously. "Lin Tian, don't worry. I'm not that stupid. I won't forget how they treated us." Lin Tian looked at Chen Shihan's determined expression, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. After eating the barbecue, Lin Tian slumped on the sofa and played games while Chen Shihan cleaned up. She put away the dishes one by one and took them to the kitchen. After washing the dishes, she wiped the tabletop clean and tidied up the area around the wood stove. After sorting everything out, Chen Shihan knelt at Lin Tian's feet again like she did yesterday. But the difference was that she hugged Lin Tian's calf and rested her head lightly on Lin Tian's thigh. Lin Tian looked down at Chen Shihan. How bold. But when he saw the explosive collar next to his thigh, forget it. When Chen Shihan saw that there was no electric current in her neck, her eyes curved into a small crescent shape as she smiled. Seeing that Lin Tian did not punish him for his intimate action, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Then she took out her cell phone and took a picture of herself. Underground garage. "And King, Shihan hasn't come back yet?" Yilin's voice trembled a little, and her eyes revealed a hint of anxiety and helplessness. "No," and King shook her head. Her face was very haggard and her eyes were bloodshot. "Maybe I didn't see it." "No, I'll ask her again." Yilin took out her cell phone and wanted to ask Chen Shihan again. Just then, she saw that Chen Shihan had actually updated her moments. Yilin's fingers paused slightly, her eyes fixed on the phone screen. A hint of disbelief in her eyes. She opened Chen Shihan's circle of friends, and what caught her eye was a photo of Chen Shihan leaning on Lin Tian's legs. In the photo, Chen Shihan is hugging Lin Tian's calves tightly, with her head resting lightly on Lin Tian's thighs. Her whole body exudes a lazy and warm aura. His face was filled with a sense of comfort and satisfaction, which formed a sharp contrast with his current state of hunger and cold in the underground garage. "And King, look," Yilin handed the phone to N King. Her voice choked with sobs. "I even have time to post on WeChat moments. So how could I not have seen their messages? How could she be so selfish? She knew we were suffering, but she deliberately ignored our messages and only cared about enjoying herself." Yilin's voice trembled, full of anger and disappointment. "Is she so heartless? We used to be friends, but now we are in trouble and she turns a blind eye." Yilin felt that Chen Shihan's behavior was really too much. After all, they were friends. How could she do this? She's so happy holding a pair of stinky feet. Why didn't I realize she was this kind of person? Yilin's words were filled with a hint of jealousy. And King took the phone, looked at the photo, and frowned slightly. She bit her lip, a mixture of emotions welling up in her heart. After a moment of silence, An King said slowly, "Maybe she has her own difficulties." Although she said so, and King knew in her heart that this might just be her wishful thinking. Yilin snorted coldly. "Difficulties? What difficulties can there be? I think she just doesn't want to help us." She was now full of resentment. As if Chen Shihan had become the source of all her pain at the moment. Look at her smile. She wasn't seen smiling so happily before the heavy snow. "What difficulty is there?" Yilin became more and more excited as she spoke, with tears welling up in her eyes. "I don't know if you're so happy just kneeling at someone's feet." "Bitch." Yilin stared at Chen Shihan's brilliant smile on the phone screen, the jealousy and anger in her heart burning like a raging fire. "No, I want to ask her why she did this to us." Her emotions were now completely out of control. With trembling fingers, she quickly typed a line of words on her mobile phone and sent it to Shen Shihan. Why didn't you reply to Wen King's message? Don't play blind. I know you can see. You didn't help me even though I asked you to do me a small favor. Are we still sisters? Do you really like to flatter others? You'd rather lose face just for a little food. Chapter 25. Spreading rumors and stirring up hatred. Buzz buzz buzz. Shen Shihan picked up her phone and saw the message from Yilin. And she smiled. There was a hint of pride and a bit of anger in his smile. Although the texts were unkind, she was happy. She posted this circle of friends just to irritate Yilin and Min King. Seeing that they were as furious as she expected, she felt a sense of revenge in her heart. She looked at the screen of her mobile phone leisurely, her eyes sweeping over Yilin's curse-filled words, without any guilt in her heart. Moreover, apart from Yilin cursing her, a dozen or so messages below the circle of friends were all flattering and asking for help. Wow, Shihan, where are you? Can you take me in? Shihan, you are so beautiful, can you help me? Shihan, as long as you are willing to take me in, I can let you do anything for me, please. Shihan. All her former classmates and friends were praying for her. Seeing the messages from her classmates, Shen Shihan raised her chin slightly, feeling secretly proud. Ignoring those students who asked for help, I directly replied to Yilin. Sisters, you still know we are sisters? Shen Shihan's hand speed is also not slow. So how do you treat your sisters? Why did you leak the news about our food to others? Do you know what happened last night? Thinking of the thrill of last night, Shen Shihan's heart was still filled with fear and anger. She typed quickly, as if she wanted to vent all her grievances and resentments through these words. You said I have no shame, so do you want some shame? You just betrayed me, and now you're begging me, do you still have any shame? Yilin and King stared at the message Shen Shihan replied to on the phone screen, and their faces became extremely ugly, and King sighed deeply, with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Although she was not the one who leaked the secret, she did not stop Yilin yesterday, only she knew what she was thinking at that time. Yilin's body trembled slightly, and a trace of panic and fear flashed in her eyes. She opened her mouth to retort, but found she had no idea what to say. The only way to survive was blocked by his own stupid behavior. She bit her lip, feeling a little regretful. I wish I hadn't been so impulsive yesterday. But it has already happened, what can we do? After thinking about it, Yilin chose to directly fight back. You have shame? Look at what you are doing now. Seeing Yilin's reply, Shen Shihan sneered. After last night's night attack, she is no longer the weak and vulnerable Shen Shihan. How dare you say that to me? Haven't you also eaten steak out of someone's socks? Do you miss that taste now? It's a pity it's gone. Just turn up the taunting to the maximum and no one can say anything to anyone else. When Yilin saw Shen Shihan's reply, she was so angry that she trembled all over. Bitch. Bitch. The two of them went back and forth, neither giving in, and their words became more and more heated, as if they wanted to vent all the dissatisfaction and anger in their hearts. Say whatever is vicious and say whatever is cruel. But in the end, Shen Shihan won. Because Yilin's fingers were almost frozen, her fingers gradually became numb, and pressing each button on the phone became extremely difficult. Why aren't you talking? Are you out of power or frozen? Shen Shihan's message was like the victor's ridicule, full of provocation. I'm sweating it, it's so hot. Shen Shihan took another photo wearing a suspender and sent it to Yilin. Yilin looked at the photo of Shen Shihan, who was wearing cool clothes, especially the slight sweat on her forehead, and she was almost furious. The other party was not lying and was really sweating. Yilin felt that her blood was about to be frozen by the cold, while Shen Shihan was actually enjoying the warmth. Why, she was now shivering with cold and even typing was becoming difficult for her. You just wait. Revenge. Yilin wants revenge. You were lucky enough to escape the attack last night. But how many more nights can you escape? This thought kept appearing in Yilin's mind. She felt that she could not be defeated by Shen Shihan like this. She wanted to let them taste the feeling of hunger and cold. Thinking of this, Yilin forwarded all the photos of Lin Tian's steak, the photos of eating hot pot, the photos of Shen Shihan's circle of friends, and the photos of her wearing suspenders in the warm room to the owner's group. As if she still felt unsatisfied, Yilin wrote in the group. Oh, we don't have enough food at home. Does everyone have enough food at home? It's so hot at home. I'm sweating. What's the temperature at your house? Yilin's words were full of sarcasm and provocation. She deliberately provoked the people in the group, hoping to arouse everyone's anger and jealousy. Sure enough, everyone in the group exploded instantly when they saw the pictures posted by Yilin. Especially for some people who have lost someone in their family. Their emotions are like a lit powder keg that explodes all of a sudden. Don't you know that people out there are suffering? You're still enjoying it, and you're posting these to provoke us. That's right, eating steak and hot pot at a time like this. Do they have any conscience? People like this should be punished. Why can they enjoy delicious food in warm places while we have to struggle in this icy and snowy place? This is too much, they are totally inhumane. We should pull them out and let them freeze and starve here with us. Everyone was already full of resentment, and after being provoked by Yilin, what would happen next? They are provoking all of us. We can't just let this go. Yes, we can't let them get away with it like this. We have to make them feel the pain. Why do they have such a good life? We are struggling on the brink of life and death. This is not fair. We need to ask for an explanation. We can't let them continue to be so proud. Some people began to incite everyone to take action, and the atmosphere in the group became increasingly tense and hostile. There were even a few people who stood up and walked towards the corridor entrance. It wasn't clear whether they wanted to vent their anger or for food. Lin Tian and Shen Shihan naturally noticed the anger among the owners. Shen Shihan's face turned pale. It was over. She seemed to be in trouble. Chapter 26, shocking everyone. Sorry. Shen Shihan raised her head and looked at Lin Tian while wiping her tears. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. What Yilin did was completely beyond her imagination. It was so damn vicious. Not only did he expose them, but he also deliberately used those words to tease everyone. This is going to kill her. Shen Shihan hugged Lin Tian's thighs tightly, her body trembling slightly. She was terribly frightened now, not knowing what terrible things the angry crowd would do to them. Lin Tian glanced at Shen Shihan, the useless little idiot, who was really naive and playful. Then he kicked Shen Shihan away. Go back to your room, I'll deal with you later. I'll wait for you in the room. You can punish me as you wish. She knew that Lin Tian had to prepare to deal with those who might rush up at any time. Shen Shihan slowly got up from the ground and walked towards the room. As she walked, she looked back at Lin Tian from time to time, with a hint of worry in her eyes. After returning to the bedroom, she gently closed the door, leaned against it, and listened quietly to the noise outside, her heart also rising. Outside the door, Lin Tian shook his head and stretched his muscles. This conflict had come earlier than he had planned, but it would have come sooner or later. He was no longer afraid and even looked forward to it. Lin Tian took out the set of Polar Bear Special Forces individual equipment from the system space and put it on. Looking at himself in the mirror, armed to the teeth, Lin Tian smiled cruelly. Don't let me down. Then he walked out of the room and lay in ambush in the corridor. For the smell of blood of the three Wu brothers had not yet completely dissipated. Lin Tian did not enjoy it too much as he had already heard some noise coming from below. Mad, we'll take away all the food in a while, and throw them all outside and let them get a taste of the cold. A group of people walked up the stairs recklessly with lewd laughter, seemingly not worried about being discovered. So what if I get discovered? There were more than a dozen grown men, some of them holding sticks, and they were not afraid at all. However, when they arrived at the floor where Lin Tian lived, everyone was shocked. I saw a white weirdo armed to the teeth standing above the corridor. In the dim light, he looked like a god of war walking out of an ice field. Looking at the black muzzle of the submachine gun, more than a dozen strong men trembled in fear, especially the murderous aura emanating from the other party, which made the air around them seem to solidify. The crowd, who were originally aggressive and greedy, suddenly stopped in their tracks as if they were under a spell. Their faces turned pale in an instant, and the arrogance and desire in their eyes were instantly replaced by fear. No, sorry, we went the wrong way. The leader stammered, trying to force a flattering smile, but that smile was uglier than crying. As he spoke, he slowly backed away, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. At the same time, he raised his hand slightly in a gesture of surrender. His eyes fixed on the submachine gun in Lin Tian's hand. Fearing that Lin Tian would pull the trigger without paying attention, the others also retreated in fear, not daring to breathe. The sticks in their hands now looked extremely funny, as if they were just children's toys. Everyone was praying in their hearts that Lin Tian would let them go. The evil thoughts that had just filled their hearts had already disappeared at this moment. They only hoped to escape from this terrible place as soon as possible and stay away from this devil-like armed weirdo. However, Lin Tian had no intention of letting them go. He took a step forward, holding the submachine gun steadily in his hand, and swept over the crowd with cold eyes. Wrong way? That's not what you just said. Aren't you going to take all my food and throw me out? There was a hint of sarcasm in Lin Tian's tone, as if he was mocking these people's previous arrogance. Everyone's heart tightened, and some began to beg for mercy. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The man's voice trembled so much, as if every syllable was trembling. His face was as pale as paper. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead, and his eyes were fixed on the submachine gun in Lin Tian's hand. His eyes full of fear. That's a submachine gun. How could there be a submachine gun? But everyone had no time to think about this problem. Their only task now was to save their lives. We really know we are wrong. We shouldn't have any unreasonable expectations, please let us go. Others followed suit. Their attitudes were extremely humble. Some even knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. Let you go, Lin Tian sneered. That's not what you thought just now. Now that you're here, don't think about leaving easily. His gaze was like a sharp sword, making those strong men tremble with fear. One of the braver ones mustered up the courage to say, don't go too far, there are so many of us. If we really fight, you won't be able to gain any advantage. Lin Tian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Then give it a try. Having said that, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Da-da-da. The submachine gun spewed out flames and bullets whizzed through the corridor. The people walking in front fell to the ground instantly. They were less than 5 meters away from Lin Tian, and the power of the submachine gun was terrifying. The bullets went straight through, leaving huge wounds on their bodies, with broken flesh and clothing fragments splattering everywhere. The remaining people screamed in terror and turned around frantically, trying to escape from this place of death. The original arrogance has now disappeared without a trace, replaced by endless fear and despair. The corridor was filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood, and screams could be heard one after another. After a while, the gunfire stopped. There was deathly silence in the corridor. Several strong men were lying on the ground in a mess, and blood was flowing like a river. However, about 10 people still ran away. Chapter 27. The terrified neighbors. Lin Tian did not pursue him relentlessly. Those who followed behind were lucky enough to survive. So never rushed to the front in everything in his previous life. Lin Tian ended up like that because he rushed to the front. He also had other ideas in mind when he let go of those lucky people. As the saying goes, there is only a thief who can steal for 1,000 days. But you can't guard against thieves for 1,000 days. It would be better to spread his strength so that he doesn't have to be on guard every day. Didn't you see that Gaowan and his gang occupied a supermarket and no one dared to rob them? It was just because they had a small steel cannon. He was fully armed and holding a submachine gun. Anyway, everyone was trapped in the underground garage and couldn't away even if they wanted to. So he had plenty of time to play slowly. The smoke in the corridor gradually dissipated, leaving behind a shocking scene. Lin Tian stood there, looking at the corpses lying all over the place, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. In other words, among these people, none of them were his enemies from his previous life. Otherwise, it would be impossible to die so easily. The few people who had managed to escape were now running frantically towards the depths of the underground garage. Their hearts were filled with fear, as if a demon was chasing them. While running, he looked back in horror, afraid that Lin Tian would catch up with him. The terrifying scene just now kept appearing in my mind. The flames of the submachine gun and the screams of my companions. They now regretted so much why they participated in this stupid action and why they were blinded by greed and anger. Those who escaped back to the underground garage were yelling madly. Fear was written all over everyone's face. Many people were still covered in blood and ice. The people who were wandering aimlessly in the garage were instantly startled, and their eyes were all cast towards these disheveled figures. These people were covered in blood and looked terrified, as if they were ghosts returning from hell. The bloodstains looked particularly glaring under the dim light, making people shudder. What's wrong? What happened? Is there some monster outside? Hurry up and tell me. What happened? The neighbors were all alarmed because these people looked so scary. The underground garage was suddenly filled with an atmosphere of tension and anxiety. Those who stayed in the garage didn't know what was happening, but the scarlet blood kept irritating their fragile nerves. Everyone's heartbeat involuntarily quickened and their breathing became rapid. Some huddled closely with their families, as if this could give them a sense of security. Others looked around in fear, fearing that something terrible would suddenly appear. What on earth happened? Why don't you say something? An impatient voice sounded again, breaking the suffocating silence. Devil! He is the devil! These people kept muttering to themselves, as if they were frightened out of their wits. What devil? Where is our Lao Wang? Why hasn't he come back? At this moment, a woman rushed up, grabbed a man by the collar, her voice full of anxiety and fear. And our Lao Li, where is he? Someone else rushed up. The men of their families did not come back, and those who came back were covered in blood, which made them feel a strong sense of uneasiness and fear in their hearts. Didn't you go to Lin Tian's house to steal food? What exactly happened? There was anger and questioning in the voices of these family members. They couldn't accept that their family members went to grab food and never came back, while the people in front of them just kept muttering devil. Yes, Lin Tian is a devil. A survivor's voice trembled, his eyes full of fear. His body couldn't stop shaking, as if mentioning Lin Tian's name was a very scary thing. He is a murderous demon. He had a gun and he actually shot at us. They are all dead, those people are dead. Boom. The survivors' words were like a bombshell, which immediately frightened the neighbors. They opened their eyes wide. Their mouths opened, their faces filled with astonishment and disbelief. What? How is that possible? No one could believe it. Many people knew Lin Tian in their memory. He was a kind-hearted handsome guy. How could this happen? Just then, a cry for help suddenly came from the corridor entrance. Help, help. A bloody, stumbling figure appeared in everyone's sight. Old Li. A woman suddenly rushed forward and supported the staggering figure. Old Li, what's wrong with you? When the woman saw her husband's miserable appearance, tears instantly burst out of her eyes and she hugged her husband tightly with her hands. Cold, cold. Old Li held his stomach and trembled continuously. A bullet that pierced through another person hit him right in the stomach. Old Li was lucky enough not to die on the spot, but blood was still oozing out of the wound and the situation was not optimistic. When the neighbors saw Lao Li's appearance, they finally believed it. The neighbors who had some conflicts with Lin Tian before started to get scared. Aunt Wang's face was pale and she unconsciously covered her chest, trying to suppress her violently beating heart. The honey badger was like a frightened mouse, its eyes rolling around, eager to find a secret corner to hide in. Doctor, is there a doctor? The woman hugged Lao Li and shouted at the crowd at the top of her lungs. Her eyes searched the crowd anxiously, her eyes full of pleading. Please everyone, save my husband. Everyone around looked embarrassed and felt powerless. In this doomsday world, with a shortage of medical care and medicine, no one can easily guarantee that they can save the person when faced with such serious gunshot wounds. Looking at the woman's desperate eyes, many people felt sympathetic. At this time, a young woman came out. Tang Wan-Aroyu, plastic surgeon. Let me see it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Dr. Tang. The woman seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, and a glimmer of hope lit up in her eyes. Tang Wan-Aroyu gently laid Lao Li flat and carefully examined the wound on his stomach. Blood was still oozing out, and the skin around the shocking wound had turned pale. Tang Wan-Aroyu frowned. In such a harsh environment, without suitable surgical instruments and medicines, it was almost impossible to save Lao Li's life. She shook her head at the woman. This gentle movement was like a sharp blade, instantly cutting off the only glimmer of hope in the woman's heart. At this time, Lao Li also slowly lowered his arms. No! The woman screamed. Lin Tian, you beast! I'm going to kill you! The woman cursed at the top of her lungs, blaming Lin Tian for her husband's death. In her mind, if it wasn't for Lin Tian, how could her husband die in her arms, covered in blood? However, she forgot that they were the ones who wanted to steal the food. In this strange land of ice and snow, what will happen if we lose our food? Not necessarily much better than Lao Li. In the crowd, Yilin and King saw the scene and looked at each other at the same time, feeling uneasy. Yilin bit her lips so hard that they almost bled. She was extremely scared now and didn't know how Lin Tian would deal with her. I regret it. I really regret it. Why did you provoke Lin Tian in the first place? If she had been able to lower her posture and speak softly, even if she had thrown away her dignity and behaved a little servilely, maybe she would be like Shen Shihan now, enjoying the warm breeze and hugging her thighs. How could it end up like this? The man with glasses who had been guarding the two women quietly distanced himself from them. He is a bootlicker, not a fool. Yilin had offended such a strong man. So how could he dare to get too close to her? On the other side, Lin Tian threw the bodies of several unlucky guys out of the window. He knew that this incident would definitely cause an uproar in the underground garage. But it's a good thing, because it will allow the neighbors to more clearly understand how powerful he is. He was not worried that those who escaped would cause more trouble, because they had nowhere to escape in this closed underground garage. In the room, after Shen Shihan heard the gunshots stop, the tension and fear in her heart did not diminish at all. She didn't know what was happening outside and could only pray silently that Lin Tian would return safely. The moment Lin Tian opened the door, her tears instantly burst out. She immediately threw herself into Lin Tian's arms and hugged him tightly. Get out of the way. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian pushed her away mercilessly. This woman is becoming more and more outrageous. But at this time, Shen Shihan said, Want to wash? I'll go boil some water. Chapter 28, White Lotus is desperate. Further when there was an accident in the garage. In the supermarket, Xiao Xiaolong was reporting to his boss Gaowen. In the past few days, Gaowen has been paying attention to the movements of everyone in the garage. There were hundreds of people gathered there, like a powder keg that could explode at any time. If something goes wrong, it might impact his supermarket. The supplies in the supermarket are his lifeblood in the capital for him to control power. But his little cannon could only fire a few shots. And once those people rushed over recklessly, he would not be able to resist at all. What's wrong? Gaowen frowned and looked up at Xiao Xiaolong. Xiao Xiaolong had a solemn expression on his face. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his voice was a little hurried. Someone in the group showed off their food before. So a group of people in the garage wanted to grab it. Gao Wen nodded. He had also seen what happened in the group before. At that time, I was wondering who the idiot was who dared to show off so blatantly. Don't you know that the man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure? The result was just as he expected. A group of people really had evil intentions. In fact, if he had not already occupied a supermarket, he would definitely have gone to rob it. However, with the supplies in the supermarket, Gao Wen thought he should give others some soup, so he ignored the matter. No matter how much food that person stores, can it be as much as what he has in the supermarket? And then, Gao Wen looked at Xiaolong. Xiaolong wiped the sweat from his forehead, swallowed his saliva and said, "And then, that Lin Tian actually had a gun. And it was a submachine gun." At this point, Xiaolong's voice unconsciously rose a few notches, his eyes full of fear. He couldn't help but be afraid. Because he was the one who wrote the word kill on the door of Lin Tian's house. He killed 5 or 6 people in one go. What? Gao Wen was surprised. Are you sure it's a submachine gun? Gao Wen confirmed again, with a hint of nervousness in his voice. Xiaolong nodded quickly. It's absolutely true. Brother, when those who escaped back said so, they were so scared that they lost their souls. They were like they saw a ghost. Gao Wen stood up and paced back and forth in the room. Lin Tian actually has a submachine gun. How could anyone possibly have such a thing? Once the other party runs out of food, there is no doubt that they will come to rob his supermarket. Unexpectedly, at this time, he became the one who held the jade. I was making fun of others before, but now it turns out that I am the clown. Gao Wen's face became very solemn. He stopped pacing and stared at Xiaolong. Who is this Lin Tian? Why haven't I heard that he has a gun before? Xiaolong replied cautiously, Brother Wen, this Lin Tian is usually very low-key. No one expected that he would hide such a powerful guy. Suddenly Gao Wen seemed to have thought of something. The Manhwa Xiao who threatened a few days ago seemed to be named Lin Tian. Could he be this guy? Xiaolong showed an expression as if his father had died and nodded. Gao Wen's face turned livid in an instant, and his eyes widened with anger. You bunch of idiots, why didn't you say so earlier? At that time, Xiaolong and Xiao who acted completely on their own initiative and were simply idle and had nothing to do. As a result, he actually provoked such a strong man. Brother Wen, at that time we didn't know he had a gun. If we knew, we wouldn't have dared to go even if we had 10 times the courage. Xiaolong's voice was trembling, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down his forehead. Gao Wen glared at him fiercely and began to pace around the room anxiously again. Brother Wen, then what should we do now? Xiaolong asked cautiously, his eyes full of fear. Gao Wen didn't know what to do now, and his face was terribly gloomy. That's a submachine gun. It's a complete dimensionality reduction attack. At this time, a handsome boy in his early 20s came out. A cynical expression. Yao Wu is Gao Wen's younger brother. Brother Wu. Brother Wu. Everyone in the room greeted each other quickly. Even though Gao Wu is younger than them and looked gentle, everyone was afraid of him. Because everyone knows that Gao Wu is even more cruel than his brother Gao Wen. Alas, he could not be saved. As Gao Wu spoke, he walked to the table nearby, picked up a piece of cloth and casually wiped the blood and flesh that remained on his hands. Everyone looked at Gao Wu's actions and subconsciously avoided his sight. Some even secretly glanced into the room. The sight of a naked man lying in a pool of blood made them feel creepy. This person was the one that Gao Wen shot last time. At that time, Gao Wen's gang had just occupied the supermarket, and some people were unwilling to accept this, so Gao Wen had to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. This unlucky chicken was not only shot by Gao Wen, but also rescued by Gao Wu for 2 whole days. Gao Wen looked at his brother lovingly, but still said, "Don't mess around anymore. As a mobile phone seller, how can you rescue people?" The man wailed from time to time, and no one could sleep well. Gao Wu listened to his brother's words and just smiled nonchalantly. Brother, I'm not kidding. I'm practicing my rescue skills. If anyone gets injured in the future, there has to be someone who can treat them, right? Don't you think so? Gao Wu looked around at everyone, his eyes filled with an unquestionable sense of oppression. Yes, everyone nodded hurriedly, and the forced smiles on their faces were uglier than crying. Brother Wu was right. It's better to be prepared. Everyone forced a smile on their faces, but there was a hint of fear in their eyes. Rescue? Rescue your der. At that time, they would rather die than let Gao Wu rescue them. Seeing this, Gao Wen shook his head helplessly and said with a tired face, "Your way of studying is too exhausting." He rubbed his temples, a wailing sounds that had occurred over the past 2 days echoing in his mind. Gao Wu curled his lips and snorted disaffectedly, You guys just have such poor psychological quality that you can't even stand this kind of situation. Okay, let's get down to business. Gao Wen interrupted Gao Wu and his face turned gloomy. Xiaolong just brought news that there is a man named Lin Tian in building no. 3. He has a submachine gun and has killed several people who went to steal food. Gao Wu narrowed his eyes slightly, with excitement flashing in his eyes. Like a wolf that smelled blood. Submachine gun. Interesting. Gao Wen glared at him, with a hint of reproach in his tone. Interesting? This is no small matter. Our supermarket is well stocked. Like a piece of fat meat placed in front of a hungry wolf's mouth. Now that Lin Tian has that gun, he will sooner or later set his sights on us. Gao Wu had a nonchalant expression. Brother, what are you afraid of? He's just one man with a gun. As long as we are well prepared and make some shields, Molotov cocktails and the like, if he dares to come, we will make sure he never returns. Gao Wen's eyes lit up when he heard his brother Gao Wu's words. That's a good idea. You are worthy of being a college student from our Gao family. The other brothers in the room also breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Gao Wu's words. I was indeed scared by the submachine gun just now. Gao Wu was very satisfied with everyone's expressions. Smiled and then said, besides, we can also recruit some more people and let them serve as cannon fodder at critical moments. Everyone gasped. Ruthless. So fucking cruel. At this time, another younger brother came in and reported. Brother Wen, there's a woman outside who wants to join us. When the brothers heard that there was a woman, their eyes widened immediately. Gao Wen did not expect that a woman would come to seek refuge. After thinking for a while, he said, bring her in. Chapter 29. White Lotus as a gift. Elin had a sad face and followed a yellow-haired man into the supermarket with unsteady steps. She also didn't want to join Gao Wen and his gang in her impression. Gao Wen and his gang were definitely not good people. But at this moment, she was more worried about being killed by Lin Tian. When she thought of Lin Tian's cold eyes and the scene of him shooting without hesitation, she couldn't help but tremble all over. It's just a pity that In King didn't come with her. Otherwise, with In King's looks, she should have been able to live a more comfortable life. Elin sighed secretly in her heart, but now she can only face this difficult situation alone. She walked into the room trembling with a bit of timidity and uneasiness in her eyes. When Gao Wen and others saw Elin come in, they stopped what they were doing and looked her up and down. Xiao Xiaohu suddenly felt that this woman looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere. But everyone lived in the same neighborhood, so it was normal that they had seen each other before. So he didn't think much about it. The other brothers' eyes sparkled. Although Yilin is not as stunning as Shen Shihan and An King, she is still a young college student after all. Gao Wen narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Yilin, and asked, "Do you want to join us?" Yilin lowered her head quickly, her voice trembling even more, and she said with a hint of tears, Yes, brother Wen, I want to join you." Gao Wen's eyebrows jumped suddenly, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He actually wanted to join them. Come to think of it, this is the first time someone has taken the initiative to join them. Normally, ordinary people would avoid criminal gangs like theirs. I didn't expect that this seemingly weak female college student would have such courage. However, when things are abnormal, there must be something wrong. Gao Yuan was not the kind of idiot who thought with his lower body, and he felt that something was wrong. He stared at Yilin with a sharp gaze, and then asked, "Why?" A voice seemed to penetrate Yilin's soul, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Yilin bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and said, I'm really hungry and want to eat." As she spoke, she looked at Xiao Xiaohu. Didn't he say he would provide enough food? Yilin pointed at Xiao Xiaohu. A few days ago, Xiao Xiaohu did say that if you are willing to accompany him, he will provide you with enough food. But Gao Wen was not so easily fooled. He narrowed his eyes slightly and knew that the other party was lying. He has been in the business for so long, how could a freshly minted college student easily fool him? At this moment, Xiao Xiaohu suddenly slapped his forehead and remembered. He remembered where he had seen Yilin. At that time, Yilin was accompanied by two prettier girls, one of whom was the heroine of this showing-off wealth incident. Xiao Xiaohu whispered a few words into Gao Wen's ear. After hearing what Xiao Xiaohu said, Gao Wen's expression changed slightly, and when his eyes fell on Yilin again, there was a little more scrutiny and vigilance. "What's your name?" Yilin. "I see," Gao Wen sneered, his laughter carrying a hint of sarcasm and the confidence of knowing everything. In an instant, lightning flashed through Gao Wen's mind. Various clues were connected together, and he figured out everything. "The one showing off the food in the group, is it you?" Gao Wen looked at Yilin with interest. Yilin's body stiffened slightly. She didn't expect that some clues would be discovered so quickly. "Brother Wen, what are you talking about? How could I be the one showing off the food in the group?" Her voice trembled slightly, trying to hide her inner nervousness. Gao Wen didn't buy her trick. He took a step forward and stared into Yilin's eyes. "Take out your phone and open WeChat. Whether it is true or not, you will know after taking a look." Yilin's face turned pale in an instant. Her hands unconsciously clutched the corners of her clothes. and her eyes revealed a hint of panic and hesitation. "Brother Weenie, my phone is out of battery," Yilin stammered, trying to make a final struggle. Gao Wen sneered, "Stop quibbling. Yilin, do you think I will believe your excuse? If you don't take it out now, I will have someone search it out, and then it won't be so easy to talk to you." Yilin knew she couldn't hide it any longer, so she confessed. "Okay, Brother Wen, since you have guessed it, I won't hide it from you. It's An King. She asked me to post those in the group. An King was jealous of Lin Tian and Shen Shihan, so she wanted everyone to grab the food, but I didn't expect Lin Tian to have a submachine gun and kill someone. Right?" Gao Wen took over Yilin's words, with a sharp look in his eyes. Yilin lowered her head and nodded gently. "Yes, Brother Wen. We really didn't expect things to turn out like this. An King was just impulsive, and she didn't expect it to cause such serious consequences." Gao Wen sneered, "Humph, you guys have a good plan. Then why do you come to me now? Don't tell me you are just trying to avoid Lin Tian's revenge." Yilin bit her lip and said, I know I was wrong. Brother Wen, I have nowhere to go now, please take me in. I can do things for you as long as you can take me in." Gao Wen paced the room with his hands behind his back, thinking. Although Yilin's words had a certain degree of credibility, he still couldn't completely believe her. The appearance of this woman was too sudden, and her relationship with Lin Tian and the showing off wealth incident made things more complicated. There was already friction between them and Lin Tian. If they took this woman in, they might really become enemies. Although what his younger brother Gao Wu said before about how to deal with Lin Tian made sense, he still didn't want to become an enemy of Lin Tian unless it was absolutely necessary. He was very clear about the power of that submachine gun. Once a war broke out, both sides would suffer heavy losses. In this end times with scarce supplies and people in panic, any loss could be fatal. Besides, this woman is not a good person either. She actually tried to kill someone with a borrowed knife. If Lin Tian didn't have a gun and enough strength to intimidate those greedy people, he would have really been cheated by this woman. Thinking of this, Gao Wen couldn't help but curse Yilin's insidiousness and cunningness in his heart. "It seems that I can't stay." But at this moment, his younger brother Gao Wu stood up and said, "Don't worry, sister, as long as that Lin Tian dares to come, I guarantee that he will never come back." He laughed and said, his voice echoing in the room with an arrogant confidence, "Don't be afraid, brother will protect you." His lustful eyes had been looking at Yilin for a long time. He had already seen that Yilin's eyebrows revealed a sense of youthfulness and innocence, and her expression and behavior clearly showed that she was still a virgin. "How can we let this go?" Gao Wen's face darkened and he shouted, "Xiao Wu, stop messing around." Gao Wu's hand stopped in Midra, and he looked at Gao Wen with some dissatisfaction. "Brother, what are you afraid of? What's so great about having a submachine gun?" Gao Wen shook his head and looked at his brother. "Be obedient." And he looked at the two brothers Xiaolong and Xiaohu, his eyes revealing a hint of cruelty. "Tie her up and stuff her into a sack." Soon, Yilin Bian was stuffed into a sack. She kept twisting her body in the sack, making a whimpering sound. On the other side, Gao Wen took out his mobile phone, found Lin Tian's WeChat in the group, and sent a friend request. "Brother Xiaolian, there was a misunderstanding between us before. I want to apologize to you first. Please give me a small gift as an apology." Chapter 30. Yilin begs for mercy. At this time, Lin Tian was taking a bath. The warm water wrapped around his body, trying to soothe his frayed nerves after facing a series of conflicts. After shooting at 5 or 6 people in a row, the pressure was quite high. If you don't relax, you'll easily get sick. Buzz buzz buzz. The vibration of the cell phone broke the silence of the bathroom. "Give me the phone." Shen Shihan brought the phone over. Lin Tian took the phone and looked at the message on the screen. His face instantly became extremely gloomy. No end. It turned out to be that bastard Gao Wen. The painful memories of his previous life flooded back to his mind like a tide. It was a nightmare that he would never forget. In the previous life, it was Gao Wen's younger brother, Gao Wu, who ordered him to be thrown into a steamer and steamed to death. He still remembers Gao Wu's last words. Every word was like a sharp knife, piercing his soul. When he was in the steamer, feeling the scorching steam gradually eroding his body, every inch of his skin seemed to be burned by fire and was in unbearable pain. Gao Wu, however, looked very proud as he admired his masterpiece. "Did you know that steaming is the best way to preserve the integrity of food? Other cooking methods, whether grilling or boiling, will waste some of the fat in the food itself. In the end times, the most precious thing is oil and fat. We can't waste it." Gao Wu stood aside with his arms folded across his chest, admiring his masterpiece with great interest. He had no sympathy for Lin Tian's suffering, and instead immersed himself in his so-called wisdom and achievements. Lin Tian's screams sounded like beautiful music to his ears, greatly satisfying his vanity. At that moment, Lin Tian's hatred for Gao Wu reached its peak. Lin Tian stared at the phone screen intently. After this rebirth, his biggest wish was to seek revenge on Gao Wen and Gao Wu's gang. He already had a plan for this, he was just waiting for the right opportunity. He also wanted Gao Wu to experience the feeling of being unable to live or die. What's wrong? Shen Shihan saw that Lin Tian's face suddenly turned as dark as ink, and asked hurriedly with concern. Lin Tian shook his head. The haze in his eyes dissipated slightly, revealing a cold smile. But there was a chill in that smile that made people shudder. Nothing, someone wants to give us a gift. Shen Shihan was slightly startled. Gift? What gift? You'll know in a moment. Lin Tian smiled mysteriously, and didn't seem to be in a hurry to reveal the answer. Bang dang dang. A few crisp knocks on the door suddenly sounded. MRLN, we are here to give you a gift. Xiao Xiaolong's trembling voice came. With obvious trembling and fear. Xiao Xiao who looked down at the thick blood ice in the corridor. His eyes also filled with fear and anxiety. The dark red ice seemed to tell of the bloody battle, making people shudder. He even saw a few bullet holes. Before, they had at most resorted to threats and intimidation, and bullying, but had never seen such a scene. The smell of blood in the corridor made their breathing quicken. I just want to leave now. We were blind and offended before. Please forgive us for our mistakes. Xiao Xiaolong spoke his apology trembling lie, with a hint of pleading in his voice. I've left the gift at your door. We're leaving now. After saying that, the Xiao Xiaolong brothers put down the sacks and ran away without looking back, afraid of being a step slower. Only the lonely sack was left at the door, twisting around randomly and making a humming sound from time to time. Behind the door, Lin Tian listened quietly to the noise outside, wondering what was in the sack and what Gao Wen was trying to do. After a while, no one else came. Lin Tian slowly opened the door, carefully looked around, and then quickly dragged the sack into the room. Shen Shihan also followed, her eyes full of curiosity and a hint of worry. Lin Tian, what do you think is in here? Shen Shihan asked softly. Lin Tian shook his head. I don't know, but it's obviously a person. People? Shen Shihan was shocked. Why send them someone? The two men were surrounding the sack, which was still twisting, and a woo sound continued to be heard. Shen Shihan bit her lip and said, how about opening it and taking a look? Lin Tian nodded, then carefully untied the rope at the mouth of the sack. As the mouth of the sack gradually loosened, a terrified face was revealed. Why Yilin? Shen Shihan didn't expect that it would be this woman. When Yilin saw Lin Tian and Shen Shihan, her eyes were immediately filled with fear and her body trembled. However, at this time she was tied up and looked like meat on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. There was something stuffed in his mouth, so he couldn't utter a word to beg for mercy. Yilin twisted her body desperately, trying to convey her plea for mercy to them. Her eyes were filled with despair and fear, and tears welled up in her eyes. Yilin never thought that even someone like Gao Wen would be so afraid of Lin Tian. She originally thought that Gao Wen and the others would be her lifeline, but now they were given to Lin Tian as a gift. Her heart was filled with regret. If she had not been involved in the conspiracy against Lin Tian, perhaps she would not have ended up like this. When Shen Shihan saw Yilin's terrified and desperate look, she subconsciously took a small step back. Shen Shihan felt mixed emotions as her former good sister had now become like this. Lin Tian's eyebrows jumped, and after thinking for a moment, he roughly figured out why Yilin appeared here. It should be that Yilin was frightened by his methods and worried about his revenge, so she thought of joining Gao Wen's gang to save her life. But she didn't expect that Gao Wen would sell her out directly in order to resolve the conflict between them. After thinking about it, Lin Tian took out his mobile phone and accepted Gao Wen's friend request. The gift has been received, and I appreciate your kindness. He didn't think that Gao Wen sending him Yilin would be able to wipe out the hatred from his previous life. Lin Tian did this just to stabilize the other party. It was obvious that Gao Wen's group had begun to fear and guard against him, so it seemed they had to make preparations early. Lin Tian reached out and pulled the thing out of Yilin's mouth. The moment the thing was pulled out, Yilin gasped for breath, as if she had regained a glimmer of life. I'm sorry, Lin Tian. I was wrong, please forgive me, Yilin shouted frantically. Shihan, she screamed at the top of her lungs. We are sisters, have you forgotten? Seeing that her good sister ignored her, Yilin pulled Lin Tian's trousers again and said desperately, Lin Tian, as long as you let me go, I will do anything. From now on, I will be a dog under your feet, please don't kill me. Chapter 31 Being a Dog. At the critical moment of life and death, Yilin has put aside all her dignity just to seek a glimmer of hope for survival. Lin Tian, how about we just get a dog, okay? Shen Shihan looked at Lin Tian pleadingly. Lin Tian ignored her and looked at Shen Shihan coldly. Shen Shihan directly hugged Lin Tian's arm and said, Kokathis lie. Oh please, I just want to get a dog. She shook Lin Tian's arm gently, as if she was really in the pet market, discussing buying a pet with her boyfriend. Lin Tian felt a headache from being shaken by Shen Shihan, and said helplessly, "But there's no cage or leash or chain at home." "Yes, yes, we have it at home," Yilin shouted hurriedly, as if she had grasped a spark of hope. "Shihan, have you forgotten? We once had a husky, and we haven't thrown away the cage yet." At this moment, she no longer cared about her dignity and face. After a moment, Lin Tian finally nodded. "Well, you're so nice." Shen Shihan kissed Lin Tian on the face and then said, "I'll go get the cage." Yilin also let out a long sigh. The feeling of finally being alive made her body feel a little weak. She looked at Shen Shihan's back, and an inexplicable light flashed in her eyes. Although being a dog is somewhat humiliating, in Yilin's opinion, it is only temporary. When Lin Tian has vented his anger enough, it is possible for her to compete for the position of mistress of the house. There was a hint of calculation in her eyes. Don't think that men only like beautiful girls. She also has 2 long legs. Thinking of this, Yilin felt that she could endure it for the time being. At this moment, she felt 2 pairs of eyes falling on her. Yilin raised her head and saw Lin Tian staring at her coldly. She quickly cast a flattering look. Lin Tian directly took out an explosive neck ring. "Put this on." Although Yilin didn't know what it was, she dared not refuse. The moment the neck ring touched her skin, Yilin felt a chill spreading from her neck. Before Yilin could recover, the neck ring discharged electricity again, and this time it was continuous. In an instant, Yilin rolled on the ground in pain. The effects of short-term discharge and continuous discharge are completely different. The electric current runs along the neck, like millions of steel needles penetrating directly into the central nervous system. It was a pain that penetrated deep into the bone marrow and went straight to the soul. And every nerve was being mercilessly torn by the electric current. Yilin's body twitched uncontrollably, her face twisted in pain, and she kept emitting miserable cries. I was wrong. Please, let me go." The pleas for mercy were soon drowned out by screams of agony. Lin Tian stood aside, watching Yilin rolling on the ground with an expressionless face. "Do you really think that this is the end of it? This is the price for daring to plot against him?" Shen Shihan came back with the cage when she saw this scene. She was slightly startled and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. "Is this how you act? Does it hurt so much?" It's not like she hasn't been electrocuted before. But Shen Shihan did not say anything to stop her looking at Yilin's painful expression. She also felt relieved. Yilin curled up in the cage. She was now completely obedient and didn't dare to have any improper thoughts anymore. She didn't want to experience again the pain that had penetrated deep into her bones and seemed to tear her soul apart. Every time she recalled the moment when the electric current passed through her body would tremble involuntarily. At this moment, in her eyes, Lin Tian was a complete devil. A devil from the depths of hell. His cold eyes and ruthless methods made Yilin deeply aware of her past stupidity. She originally thought that she could use some means to get around Lin Tian and Shen Shihan, and even fantasized that she could replace them one day. But now, the only thing left in her heart was fear of Lin Tian. Deep fear. "It's dirty and smelly, so disgusting, take it and wash it." Lin Tian frowned as he looked at Yilin, who was in a dishevel. Yilin hadn't taken a shower for several days in the underground garage. And she was tortured before, so she was really dirty at this time. After hearing Lin Tian's words, Yilin did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. She raised her head trembling and glanced at Shen Shihan. Shen Shihan had no choice but to take Yilin to the bathroom to wash. The two walked into the bathroom, and Shen Shihan filled a basin with cold water and poured it directly on Yilin's head. Yilin shrank back, but didn't dare to dodge. "Shihan, I'm sorry. Wash yourself." Chapter 32. What's wrong with being a dog? "Shihan, I really know I was wrong, can you believe me?" While Yilin was washing her body, she couldn't help but whisper. She was really afraid of Lin Tian. "Hurry up, Lin Tian's patience is not very good." Hearing Shen Shihan's words, Yilin quickly quickened her pace. Finally she hurriedly washed her body. "I'm done washing," Yilin said softly, lowering her head, not daring to look into Shen Shihan's eyes. Shen Shihan looked her up and down, then turned and walked out of the bathroom. "Come out with me." Yilin followed Shen Shihan using both hands and feet. "Although it is a bit humiliating, I have to say that this room is really warm. Much better than in the garage." Looking back on the days in the garage, it was really not a place for human beings to stay. The cold was always there, as was the roar of the engine, people's quarrels, and all kinds of indescribable smells, making her almost collapse. And now, the warmth in the room filled her face, gradually soothing her numb skin. She greedily breathed in the warm air, feeling the slightest bit of comfort. What's wrong with being a dog? In the evening, Lin Tian and Shen Shihan still had barbecue. "You know what, this way of eating is really delicious. The best marbled beef does not need to be marinated." The texture is evenly distributed on the bright red beef like snowflakes. Unroasted over charcoal fire, the beef gradually changes color, and tempting fat is out of the surface, making a sizzling sound. The most fascinating thing about marbled beef is its melt in your mouth texture. The salty taste of sesame paste blends perfectly with the deliciousness of beef, creating the ultimate enjoyment on your tongue. In the corner, Yilin curled up in a cage. The aroma of beef in the air kept entering her nostrils. She hasn't eaten meat for a long time. The throat kept flowing. Finally, after swallowing her saliva countless times, Yilin couldn't help it anymore. Shihan. Yilin looked at Shen Shihan. At this moment, the only one she could turn to was her former good sister. As for Lin Tian, unless Lin Tian takes the initiative to find her, Yilin is afraid that she will not dare to flirt with Lin Tian for a few days. The pain that went deep into her bones still makes her shudder when she thinks of it now. When Shen Shihan heard Yilin calling her, she of course knew why. However, she still remembered the scene when Lin Tian tested Yilin before. At that time, Yilin wanted to stick to Lin Tian, and she looked so flattering. Thinking about it now, Shen Shihan was angry. How dare you seduce my man? Shen Shihan pretended not to hear and continued to eat the barbecue. Even made a smacking sound. Wow, this beef is delicious. Shen Shihan picked up a piece of roasted beef and let Yilin see it clearly. The beef was shiny under the light, and the color was extremely tempting. Suddenly, the chopsticks loosened and the beef fell to the ground. Oh, I accidentally dropped it on the ground, Shen Shihan said with regret. Forget it, I don't want it. She threw the beef directly into the trash can. Yilin, however, was drooling as she watched. Shihan, please. Yilin's voice was tinged with tears. She stretched out her hand, as if trying to grab the beef that had been thrown away, her eyes full of pleading. Shen Shihan glanced at Yilin and felt secretly proud. She picked up another piece of beef, slowly put it into her mouth, chewed it carefully, and deliberately made a satisfied sound. Well, this beef tastes really good, Lin Tian, you should eat more too. As she spoke, she looked at Lin Tian with tenderness in her eyes, which formed a sharp contrast with the indifference she had just shown when she looked at Yilin. Lin Tian looked at Shen Shihan, then at Yilin in the corner, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Fine. If the two women join forces, it will be troublesome. If things go wrong, they will all be killed. It's not bad now. Shihan, I'm really hungry, please give me some, just a little bit. Yilin's voice had become hoarse, and her hands were tightly gripping the bars of the cage. Shihan, I was wrong. I know I was wrong, please forgive me this time. I will never dare to do it again. Yilin kept begging and crying. Finally Shen Shihan picked up a piece of barbecue and walked to the cage. Yilin's eyes lit up instantly, and she looked at the barbecue in Shen Shihan's hand with anticipation. My body leaned forward unconsciously, as if I could get a little closer, I would be able to get the coveted food. Do you really know that you are wrong? Shen Shihan asked coldly. Yilin nodded desperately. I really know I was wrong, Shihan, just give it to me. I'm starving. Shen Shihan sneered. Then tell me, what are you going to do in the future? Yilin said quickly. I will listen to you in everything from now on. I will do whatever you ask me to do. I will never betray you again. I will behave well, please, Shihan. Are you really going to do whatever I tell you to do? Shen Shihan narrowed her eyes slightly, with a meaningful smile on her lips. Yilin nodded quickly. Chapter 33, After being caught in the rain. You will also tear up other people's umbrellas. Alright. Seeing Yilin nodding frantically, Shen Shihan put the barbecue in the dog bowl. Yilin swooped down and was about to eat it. Did I tell you to eat it? Shen Shihan shouted to stop. And Yilin stopped immediately and looked at Shen Shihan in a flattering manner. Not bad, Shen Shihan praised. Yilin gave a cautious smile, with a hint of anticipation in her eyes, as if silently asking, can we eat now? Unexpectedly, Shen Shihan went to get another bottle and then walked to Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at Shen Shihan with some confusion, but Shen Shihan winked at him. Lin Tian was stunned, and smiled and shook his head. Never mind, let her be. Soon, Shen Shihan came back with a bottle of hot water, and poured it into the dog bowl as well. You can eat now there, as more for you to eat after you finish. As much as you can eat. Shen Shihan stood aside with her arms folded, a smug yet cold smile on her face. She had also gone through this procedure before. After being caught in the rain, you will naturally tear other people's umbrellas into pieces. Yilin swallowed and looked at the food in front of her, feeling full of resistance. How do I eat this? Suddenly, she felt as if two more pairs of eyes were falling on her. Lin Tian looked at Yilin, his eyes revealing a sense of scrutiny, as if saying, little sister, what do you mean? Do you dislike me? Yilin noticed Lin Tian's gaze and dared not hesitate any longer. Yilin tried hard to swallow the food in her mouth, raised her head, and looked at Shen Shihan with pleading eyes. Shihan, I ate it, can you forgive me? Chen Shihan sneered. Don't worry, there's still a lot of barbecue. Always let you eat till you are full. Underground garage. At this time, a group of people were plotting. A woman stood on a chair, her eyes red, as if burning with two flames of revenge. This woman is none other than Lao Li's wife, Liu Sao. Lin Tian killed my husband, and also killed your husband. Father and son, are we just going to let this go? That morning, she witnessed her husband die tragically in her arms. The unwilling look in Lao Li's eyes before his death, and his body that was gradually losing its temperature, deeply hurt her heart. She wanted revenge, but felt powerless. It was not until the afternoon that a young man came to her and taught her several methods. Liu Sao's rage for revenge was completely ignited. So she gathered the families of several other families whose men had died. And they all had sadness and anger on their faces. They sat together, the dim firelight shining on them, casting long shadows. Mrs. Li clenched her fists tightly. We want revenge. We want Lin Tian to pay the price. A young woman sobbed and said. But Lin Tian has a gun, what can we do? Her eyes were red and swollen, and tears kept rolling down her cheeks. Not long after her marriage, her husband died. Now she is left alone and doesn't know how long she can live in this apocalyptic world. After hearing what the woman said, everyone fell silent. They also want revenge, but with what? At this time, Liu Sao slowly stood up under the dim light. Her figure looked a little thin but extremely determined. But he only has one man and one gun. And there are so many of us. When the time comes, I will be the first to rush forward and block the muzzle of the gun. Hearing Liu Sao's decisive words, everyone was stunned at first. And then a complex emotion spread among the crowd. An old man's eyes were red and he said in a trembling voice, Second sister-in-law, you can't be so impulsive if you go. Won't you die in vain? Others echoed this sentiment. They admired Liu Sao's courage, but they couldn't bear to see her make such a sacrifice. Liu Sao glanced at everyone, her eyes revealing a determination to face death head-on. Are we just going to watch Lin Tian get away with it? My husband can't die in such an unclear way. If my death can make him pay for his blood debt with blood, then I am willing to do it. Yes, blood debt must be paid with blood. Second sister-in-law, you can't go alone if you want to go. We should go together. We can find something to use as a shield. Rush over and surround him, and make his gun useless. Also, we can make some preparations, find some sticks and knives, and not just go in and fight without any preparation. Everyone's emotions were gradually ignited, and they began to discuss the plan of revenge. There is strength in numbers, and a plan was quickly formulated. When the time comes, I will cut Lin Tian into pieces. We can't let him die so easily, we must make him experience all the tortures in the world. Yes, let him neither live nor die. Everyone was full of fighting spirit, as if Lin Tian had become a fish on their chopping board, ready to be slaughtered at their will. And everyone started to divide the work. Some people found a few iron bars as weapons, some people sawed off a few iron plates as shields, and some people took a bottle of gasoline from the car tank. The noise made by these people naturally attracted the attention of others. Everyone looked at these people bussying around, wondering what they were going to do, and talked about it in a low voice. What are they doing? Making such a big noise? Why do you look so weird? Are you going to cause any trouble? The world is already in chaos. Let's not let anything else happen. But no matter what they are going to do, it has nothing to do with me, so I'll just ignore it. In the corner, and King also noticed the movements of these people. She also recognized several of them, as if they were family members of those who were beaten to death by Lin Tian. What are they going to do? Are they going to seek revenge on Lin Tian? And King frowned slightly, and an inexplicable color flashed in her eyes. She didn't know whether to tell Shen Shihan about this. And King bit her lip, feeling very conflicted. On the one hand, she still remembered the sisterly relationship between her and Shihan. She remembered that once when she was sick, Shen Shihan ran around looking for medicine for her regardless of the weather. Her anxious eyes and concerned words still moved in King deeply. However, on the other hand, and King also envied Shen Shihan. Why don't you reply her message? Why should Shen Shihan enjoy warmth and delicious food, while she has to suffer hunger and cold here? And King recalled the days and nights she had spent curled up in this cold corner. A chilly wind made her shiver, and her stomach kept growling with hunger. But what about Shen Shihan? She actually lived a warm and comfortable life with no worries about food and clothing. All kinds of complicated emotions intertwined and collided in King's heart, and her eyes wandered back and forth among the group of Avengers. At this moment, the group of people seemed to have completed the preliminary preparations and began to move towards the corridor entrance. And King bit her lip and finally sent a message to Shen Shihan. Be careful, it seems someone is seeking revenge on you. Chapter 35, Revenge, a close call. Building No. 2, in front of the small supermarket. Brother Wu, those people have gone to seek revenge on Lin Tian. A yellow-haired man reported to Gao Wu with a smile. Well done. Gao Wu threw a cigarette to the yellow-haired man. Thank you, Brother Wu. Wang Mao took the cigarette excitedly, put it to his lips, lit it carefully with a lighter, took a deep breath, and an intoxicated expression appeared on his face. In the last days, cigarettes are also very precious. It is even said that cigarettes are hard currency on the battlefield. Have you said everything I asked you to say? Gao Wu asked the yellow-haired man. Don't worry, Brother Wu, I'll keep my word for you. The yellow-haired man promised solemnly, patting his chest. Gao Wu nodded and gave a mocking smile. Lin Yan, I wonder if you can still dodge this time. Gao Wu has been holding his breath ever since his brother Gao Wen gave Yulin to Lin Tian. Damn, why? It's just a submachine gun, what's there to be afraid of? In his opinion, his brother Gao Wen's caution was a bit too much. It was true that the older you get, the less courageous you become. Gao Wu became angrier the more he thought about it, so he decided to take action himself. He secretly found Liu Sao, provoked her anger, and taught her some ways to deal with submachine guns. When he saw the fire of hatred burning in Liu Sao's eyes, Gao Wu knew that his plan was half successful. He also wants to use a knife to kill someone else. Gao Wu felt annoyed when he thought of Yilin's long legs. It was clearly right at his fingertips, but in the end it got the advantage to Lin Tian. Damn, he must have eaten me up completely, damn. Gao Wu cursed fiercely. He felt that no man would refuse such a beauty, and Lin Tian was no exception. It's been several hours now, maybe countless times. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Whenever he thought of the scene of Lin Tian and Yilin together, he felt as if he was being scratched by a cat. However, when he thought that there were still many women in the underground garage, Gao Wu felt a little calmer. As long as he kills Lin Tian, all of them will be his. Anyone that the Gao family takes a fancy to will have to have the surname Gao sooner or later, whether it's food or women. Thinking of this, Gao Wu crushed the cigarette but fiercely and looked at the yellow-haired guy again. Don't tell my brother about this first. He did all this without telling his brother Gao Wen, as Gao Wu wanted to give his brother a surprise. After hearing Gao Wu's words, Wang Mao hesitated. Brother Wu, this. He knew Gao Wen's temper and methods very well. If he was found out while doing things without Gao Wen's knowledge, the consequences would be disastrous. Gao Wu glanced at the yellow-haired man. His eyes were like an ice-cold sharp blade, piercing straight at the yellow-haired man, and the yellow-haired man shuddered immediately. I understand, Brother Wu, he replied quickly. It is the consensus among the brothers that they would rather offend Brother Wen than Brother Wu. Owen, guard the garage now, wait for those people to come back and then report to me. Gao Wu ordered again. Yes, the yellow-haired man responded, then turned and left in a hurry. Gao Wu stared at the direction where the yellow-haired man left, with an evil smile on his face. Lin Yan, just go and rest assured. I will take care of your women for you. At this time, Lin Tian was playing a game after dinner as usual. His fingers moved nimbly on the game controller, without any sense of the approaching danger. Lights flickered on the screen, and the sounds of gunfire and fighting in the game filled the entire room. Chen Shihan also kneeled on the blanket out of habit, her posture looking very docile, like a well-behaved cat. What's different now is that she has also learned to provide emotional value. Wow, that's amazing! Chen Shihan shouted excitedly when she saw Lin Tian easily defeat a tough monster. This move is so cool. Her eyes widened and she stared at the screen. How did you do that? Chen Shihan tilted her head slightly, her eyes full of admiration, the corners of her mouth raised, revealing two cute dimples. He looked like a crazy fan chasing after his idol. There was no other way. There was one more person in the house, so she had to roll up. In the corner of the room, Yilin curled up in a cage, looking at Chen Shihan with disdain. The authenticity of his acting is far worse than mine. Buzz buzz, buzz. At this time, the cell phone rang, and Chen Shihan picked it up and took a look. But when she saw the content on the phone, she was startled and stood up immediately. What's wrong? You're so jumpy. Lin Tian turned his head to look at Chen Shihan, wondering what she was up to. No, it's bad, someone is here to seek revenge on us again. Chen Shihan's voice trembled a little, and she looked at Lin Tian with a worried look. When Lin Tian heard this, his fingers on the handle stopped moving. Coming again? Who is so bold? Aren't you afraid of death? He just killed 5 or 6 people this morning, can he scare these guys? Who told you that? Lin Tian asked Chen Shihan. It's N King. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows. It turned out to be this woman. And King said that the families of the people you killed this morning are organizing themselves to take revenge on us. Chen Shihan's speech speed became faster and faster, with a hint of panic on her face. That's revenge. She couldn't imagine how powerful hatred was. What should we do now? Chen Shihan unconsciously grabbed Lin Tian's arm tightly with both hands. This is her only support. In the cage, Yulin was also shocked when she heard Shen Shihan's words. Damn it, is my life so hard? I just managed to save my life. But am I going to be in desperate situation again? Yulin couldn't imagine what those Revenfagun people would do to her when they saw her in this state. Lin Tian was very calm. He snorted coldly. What are you panicking about? Just come, there's nothing to be afraid of. However, he also admitted that he underestimated the courage and bravery of those people. Not everyone is like Yulin, who is afraid of death. But there was no time for too much nonsense at this moment. And Lin Tian quickly put on the set of individual equipment. Shen Shihan also helped, lying on the ground to help Lin Tian put on his snow boots and carefully tied the shoelaces. In the cage, Yulin looked at Lin Tian, who was dressed in snow white and fully armed. At this moment, he was like the god of war in the snow region. Her heart was finally relieved. Her eyes were fixed on Lin Tian. The equipment made Lin Tian look majestic and full of power. My legs unconsciously clamped together. It turns out he has more than just guns. This realization made her even more respectful of Lin Tian. Women always admire strong men. At this time, Lin Tian had already dressed and had just gone out when he heard some noise coming from the corridor. You know what, it was really thrilling. If An King had not reported the news in time, he would have been blocked in the room and the consequences would have been disastrous. Although he was confident that he could repel the enemy with the help of various equipment, it was still a bit troublesome. Chapter 35. Someone is plotting behind the scenes. The upstairs is Lin Tian's house. At this time, a group of people had climbed up. Lin Tian lies on the 18th floor. Now there is no elevator and they have to rely on their legs to get around. It really consumes a lot of time and energy, and many people are out of breath. He hadn't had a full meal for several days, and after climbing 18 floors, his fighting power was reduced by half. However, when Liu Sao stared at the thick layer of blood ice under her feet, her eyes instantly turned red and swollen. There was also the blood of her family member Lao Li. The same goes for others. There was still a trace of fear and fatigue. But when they saw the bloodstains left by their family members, these people wished they could cut Lin Tian into pieces right now. Wait a minute, I'll pry the door open first, then everyone rush in and subdue Lin Tian. Mrs. Lear was holding a marble in her hand, which was given to her by a young man in the afternoon. He also taught her how to pick a lock. Don't kill him yet. You can't let him die so easily, Mrs. Li said viciously, with a ferocious expression on her face, imagining the pain that Lin Tian was about to suffer. Her heart was filled with the pleasure of revenge. Yes, we can't let him die so easily. I'm going to bite off his flesh bit by bit. I will torture him for 3 days and 3 nights. Everyone spoke with gnashing teeth, with crazy glints in their eyes. Just then, a sudden voice startled everyone. Who wants to eat my meat? Lin Tian appeared in front of everyone holding his submachine gun. The individual equipment he wore shone with a cold metallic luster under the light. He looked like a god of war walking out of an ice field, emitting a chilling aura. Everyone was stunned when they saw Lin Tian, who was armed to the teeth like a god of war in the snowy land. This. No one told them that Lin Tian not only had a gun, but also armor. They looked at the sturdy armor on Lin Tian's body, and then at the simple weapons in their hand. Could they fight? I wanted to catch the other party off guard, but I didn't expect that the other party was already prepared. And looking at the black muzzle of the gun, everyone became extremely calm. The instrument of equality for all beings is no joke. At this time, everyone looked at Liu Sao at the same time. Didn't you say you wanted to block the gun? Go ahead. Mrs. Li gritted her teeth and said, Are you Lin Tian? It's me, Lin Tian replied calmly. There was no trace of fear on his face. He held the submachine gun steadily in his hand, with the black muzzle pointing at everyone, emitting an invisible deterrent force. You devil, murderous demon. Why did you kill so many people? Liu Sao cursed madly. The veins on her neck bulged, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Aha, they come to steal my food, don't they deserve to die? Lin Tian sneered, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Even if they wanted to steal food, it wouldn't be a crime punishable by death, right? Besides, you have so much food, what's wrong with sharing some with everyone? You are such a cold-blooded animal, you have no humanity at all. You are a selfish executioner. People like you shouldn't be alive in this world. Led by Liu Sao, many others followed suit and cursed. They didn't care whether stealing food was right or not. Anyway, Lin Tian killed their family, so Lin Tian deserved to die. Lin Tian just looked quietly at the group of people in front of him who were angry to the point of being crazy, without any emotion on his face. You came up here just to scold me? Lin Tian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, outlining a slightly sarcastic arc. He really thought that there were people who were not afraid of death. As a result, since he appeared, no one has dared to take a step forward. Those people were choked by Lin Tian's words and didn't know how to respond for a moment. A hint of hesitation and fear began to flash in the eyes of some people. The fierce shouting and cursing that had been rising and falling just now gradually weakened, leaving only the slightly suppressed breathing sounds interweaving in the corridor. Even Liu Sao clenched and unclenched her fists and tried to rush forward several times. But when she looked at the black muzzle of the gun, she felt powerless all over. Her face flushed red, but her body trembled slightly uncontrollably. After all, how many people can face death calmly? Lin Tian's gaze slowly swept across everyone's faces one by one, as if he was looking at a group of ignorant ants. If you just want to vent your anger by insulting me, and I can give you this opportunity, but if you want to do something else. Lin Tian paused and shook the submachine gun in his hand. Then you'd better think about the consequences. At this time, several people following the crowd had silently retreated a distance, turned around and wanted to run. Don't move, anyone who moves will die. Lin Tian pointed the gun at those people. Those people seemed to be cast under a spell and froze in place. The blood color on their faces quickly faded and turned as pale as paper. They looked at Lin Tian, their eyes filled with fear. Have you finished cursing? If not, please continue. Lin Tian looked at the people in front of him coldly with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Everyone looked at each other, but no one dared to curse. Since you don't want to scold me anymore, let me ask you something. Lin Tian felt that this revenge incident was not simple. Not to mention in the end times, even before that, it was not an easy task to organize and unite so many people, just relying on these few old, weak, women and children. You want to seek revenge on him? Who gave them the courage? Who's taking the lead? Lin Tian looked at the crowd. No one said anything, but all looked at Liu Sao. At this time, Liu Sao's face was as pale as paper and her lips were trembling slightly. Yes, it's me. Mrs. Li uttered these words with difficulty. What are you holding in your hand? Lin Tian keenly noticed the object that Liu Sao was holding tightly in her hand. Liu Sao spread out her hands, and there was the magic weapon for sneaking into doors and picking locks, the marble hook. Lin Tian's pupils dilated instantly, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Oh, shit. There is such a thing. How is that possible? Mrs. Liu looks like a housewife. How could there be such a thing? Who gave it to you? Lin Tian stared at Liu Sao closely. No, I don't know him, he is a young man. Mrs. Li took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Lin Tian's sharp gaze made her feel uneasy and her heart beat faster. Why would he give you this? I don't know, but he said he would help me get revenge and taught me how to pick a lock. So, you encouraged everyone to come and seek revenge on me? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, anger rising in his heart. Damn, someone is plotting against him behind his back. He then asked, are you so sure that everyone can be motivated by you? Mrs. Li paused for a moment, then said, he also sent someone to cooperate with me. The person who agreed first was sent by him. Liu Sao's words made Lin Tian's heart sink. What an elaborate design. Who is it? Who wants to kill him? When the others heard what Liu Sao said, they were dumbfounded again. It was as if their spines were suddenly pulled out by a pair of huge hands, and they instantly lost their previous momentum. Second sister-in-law. What are you talking about? Aren't we being used as a gun? You are confused. Everyone blamed Liu Sao. I was already feeling a little regretful, and now it felt like I had found a way out. Several people took the opportunity to beg Lin Tian for mercy. Lin Tian, we have all been deceived. Please let us go. Yes, we were deceived too. Others quickly followed suit, putting down their weapons and assuming an unfreeing posture. Lin Tian stared at these people, wondering whether to kill them or keep them. Chapter 36, Slaves Conquered. Everyone felt frightened by Lin Tian's gaze. And finally someone couldn't stand it anymore and turned around to run. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the fleeing man fell heavily to the ground. I said, whoever moves will die. Lin Tian glanced at everyone without any emotion. The others were so frightened by this sudden scene that they trembled all over and dared not move. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Thump. A young woman suddenly knelt on the ground, her face full of fear and pleading. Lin Tian, please let me go. My child is not even 3 years old. The young woman is very regretful now. She didn't really want to take revenge, but she was infected by the passion of the crowd. When everyone was planning revenge, she was deceived by the seemingly feasible plan. Thinking that everyone's plan was foolproof and that she would not only be able to get revenge but also grab some food. But unexpectedly, things did not develop according to plan at all. Facing the black muzzle of a gun, no one dared to cross the line. Liu Sao said she would go up and block the gun, but at the critical moment, she backed down. She regretted it so much now, although she hated Lin Tian very much. At this moment, she only hoped that Lin Tian would let her go and let her go back to take care of her children. Plop, 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 plop. 1, 2, 3. Someone took the lead and everyone slowly knelt down. Even Liu Sao knelt limply on the ground, having lost all her courage. Everyone knelt on the ground, looking at their enemies pleadingly and begging constantly. Lin Tian, please let us go. I have old people and young children to take care of. I swear, I will never seek revenge on you again. Please let me go. Lin Tian looked at the group of old, weak, women and children in front of him, thought for a while, and finally said, you can live if you want, but from now on you will all be my slaves. He could let these people go, but there would be a price to pay. Moreover, this revenge incident also sounded a wake-up call for him. It was indeed difficult for him to deal with hundreds of people with just one gun. In addition, he still felt scared when he thought about the marble in Lier Sao's hand. If someone really sneaks in, I won't even know how I died. But when everyone heard Lin Tian's words, they all looked unacceptable. What? Be a slave? It's impossible, even if you kill me. It's impossible. We are all highly educated people. How could we possibly accept such a thing? At this time, a young man stood up and pointed at Lin Tian. Why? Everyone is. Bang! Before the man could finish speaking, Lin Tian shot him dead. The bullet went straight through the body, leaving a huge well of blood gushed out like a fountain. And at the same time, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, some of which splashed onto the faces of others. Some people subconsciously wiped the blood and flesh off their faces, and when they saw clearly what was in their hands, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Vomit. A few people couldn't stand the scene and bent down and started vomiting. But everyone hasn't had a full meal for several days. So how can there be anything in the stomach to vomit out? Who else doesn't want to? I'll send you down to reunite with your families. Lin Tian looked around again. I do. Me too. Everyone quickly raised their hands to show their obedience. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. Lin Tian nodded and took out a dozen explosive neck rings from the system space. Put all of these on. Although they didn't know what it was, everyone put it on obediently. After everyone put on their masks, Lin Tian continued. This is an explosive collarette that's connected to my heartbeat. As long as my heartbeat stops, the collar will explode. Like this. In order to demonstrate better, Lin Tian asked the young woman to put a collar on the man who was shot on the ground. First, bang. The neck ring exploded instantly, and the man's head was cut off. It was a relief for him. But when everyone witnessed this scene, their faces instantly turned as pale as paper. I thought being a slave to Lin Tian was just talk and a temporary solution. But no one expected that Lin Tian actually had such a thing. Do I really have to be a slave? From now on, you will be controlled by Lin Tian, doing whatever you are told to do, with no dignity and no freedom? Everyone felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts, making them feel heavy. They looked at each other and saw the same idea in each other's eyes. Lin Tian probably guessed what everyone was thinking at this time, sneered, and then said, besides exploding, this neck ring has another function. I'll demonstrate it to you. Easy la. A neck ring instantly releases a strong electric current. More than a dozen neck rings discharged at the same time. Blue arcs jumped and flashed on the neck rings, making creepy sounds. More than a dozen people covered their necks at the same time, their bodies twitching violently and uncontrollably. No. Please spare me. I'll do whatever you ask me to do from now on. I'll do whatever you say. After a full half-minute, Lin Tian Kai stopped punishing everyone. Do you really think that you can just come here to take revenge on him? Apologize, and surrender and that's all? There is no such good thing. If we don't really defeat them, who knows what trouble they might cause in the future. Sure enough, after half a minute of electric shock self-healing, everyone became much more obedient. They all knelt on the ground with their heads lowered, not daring to have any other thoughts. Only in the deepest part of his eyes was there hidden fear. Devil, this is a devil. They were shouting silently in their hearts. At this moment, in their eyes, torturing them mercilessly. The torture just now was even more painful than death. You know, even some secret agents can't withstand the electric chair, let alone these ordinary people. Those who have not experienced it cannot understand that feeling. Of course, Lin Tian also knew that if he wanted to completely subdue these people, intimidation by force alone would definitely not be enough. Although he had never been a leader and did not know how to manage, he had read some history books. At least he knew how to give someone a beating, and then give him a sweet reward. And this was originally in his plan, just a little earlier. It's all that stupid woman Yilin's fault. I'll go back and deal with her again. Thinking of this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Tian's eyes, but he still had to deal with the people in front of him first. He took out a dozen packs of individual rations from the system space and said to everyone, "Don't think this is unacceptable. At least, I can ensure that you won't starve to death. From now on, you can get a bag of this food every day." Lin Tian distributed the rations to these people, and everyone quickly reached out to take them. Everyone looked at the individual rations in their hands and swallowed unconsciously. Food. Lin Tian actually gave them food. This really went beyond everyone's expectations. Could the devil be so kind? But the food in my hands is so real. Some people touched the bulging individual rations and even showed a look of gratitude in their eyes. With this food, their children will not starve to death. Lin Tian looked at the different expressions of the crowd and continued. Don't think this is a free gift. I have a mission for you. Chapter 37, Inviting the School Bell and King. Next, all you have to do is hide in the crowd in the garage and report to me the situation in the garage at any time. Lin Tian glanced at everyone coldly. Whoever reports valuable information will get me to eat. This is the real purpose of keeping these people here. There must be eyes in the garage. This incident sounded a wake-up call for him. Moreover, these people are all the elderly, the weak, women and children. They are not conspicuous in the crowd and can hide their identities well and are not easily detected. Everyone found it incredible when they heard Lin Tian's words. What they have to do is so simple. They originally thought that Lin Tian would ask them to do something extremely dangerous or humiliating. But they didn't expect it to be just this. As long as you report the situation at any time, you can get food. You should have told me earlier if you had known this would happen. Why would we have to fight to the death? There was a slight commotion among the crowd, and everyone's expressions gradually changed from fear to a hint of relief, especially the relatively young women in the crowd. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Their eyes, originally filled with fear and despair, now had a glimmer of light. It seems that the situation is better than expected, they thought. At this time, Lin Tian looked at Liu Sao again. After you go back, that person should come looking for you again. Remember, find a way to find out his identity. Damn. How dare you plot against him? Although Lin Tian already had some guesses, he still didn't dare to be careless and would only feel relieved after it was confirmed. Mrs. Lin nodded quickly. Don't worry, I will. Then, Lin Tian glanced at everyone coldly, making sure that they all understood what he meant. Okay, let's go. Remember what I said, as long as I am alive, you will never starve to death, but if I die. Everyone responded quickly and then left in a hurry. Compared to when he first arrived, full of rage and hatred, he now seemed relaxed, even a little relieved. Not only did they survive, but they also had a stable source of food. Everyone has rekindled hope for their future life. When they were almost at the garage, these people gathered again. Everyone, remember, don't tell anyone about this. Although Lin, that person has stored a lot of food, it is not enough for everyone. Yes, everyone must keep it a secret. Hide the food so that no one can find it. Everyone nodded with serious expressions. Besides, is it glorious to be a slave? Even if it wasn't for the food, no one would tell anyone. Say what? They said that in order to survive, they knelt on the ground and begged desperately, and were willing to become slaves, in order to luckily save their lives? At this time, someone reminded. Also, we must monitor every move in the garage. As long as that person lives, we can live. Right? That's right. Everyone talked to each other one by one until they reached a consensus and then returned to the garage. At this time, hundreds of households and several hundred people from the entire community gathered in the garage. There are only 5 or 6 households and a dozen people, so they are not very conspicuous. After Lin Tian returned to the room, Chen Shihan looked at Lin Tian cautiously. Li Yan, should we ask King to come over as well? Anyway, this time it was all thanks to King for tipping off. If King had not delivered the message in time, they might have been caught in danger without any preparation. Lin Tian thought about it, nodded after a moment, and said, okay, but you have to explain the rules to her clearly. I don't keep idle people here. After getting permission, Chen Shihan quickly sent a message to King. They expressed their gratitude and also invited King to come up and join them. King, thanks for notifying us in time, thank you. As for the rules that Lin Tian mentioned, Chen Shihan also conveyed them to King in a tactful way. She paused for a moment, organized her words and continued. Besides, Lin Tian is really fine. We may have misunderstood him before. There's enough food and water here, and electricity. Do you want to come up and join us? On the other side, King received Chen Shihan's message and let out a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're okay. And when she saw Chen Shihan inviting her up, her eyes lit up. Can she also enjoy those delicious food and warmth? But when she saw the so-called rules, King frowned again. Why, she, King, has always been the focus of the crowd since she was a child. With countless suitors following her, when has she ever tried to please others? It was always men who tried to please him. Why is Lin Tian so confident? Moreover, if she hadn't reported the news in time, would you have been able to survive this disaster safely? He even has to set rules for her, which is simply ungrateful. King became angrier and replied directly. Shihan, I'm glad you're okay. I won't go up. Even if King starved to death or froze to death, She would never beg for mercy from a man. When Shen Shihan saw An King's message, she threw her phone aside. Your kindness is taken for granted. Love is not coming. She still thinks she is the school belle. Chapter 38 Targeting An King. Brother Wu, those people are back. Wang Mao ran to report to Gao Wu again. Gao Wu turned over and sat up from his chair. His originally unfocused eyes instantly becoming sharp. How's it going? Did they succeed? No, I don't know. It should be successful, right? The yellow-haired man was not very sure either. Anyway, when those people came back, there was no cheering or fear. It was very peaceful. A yellow-haired boy scratched his head and described what he saw with a confused look on his face. He really couldn't understand according to common sense. If those people succeeded in killing Lin Tian, they should cheer happily when they came back. And if you fail, you should run back with fear on your face and ask for help. But now this calm state made him feel uneasy. I just said I couldn't understand it. Gao Wu was also confused, but his keen intuition told him that something was not normal. Could it be that Lin Tian had some other tricks that he didn't know about? Gao Wu speculated in his heart. On the side, Huang Mao volunteered. Brother Wu, how about I go and ask? Don't go now. Wait a while. Gao Wu raised his hand to stop the yellow-haired man. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. At the same time, Gao Wu felt a vague sense of uneasiness in his heart. No way, I can't be scary. I am Gao Wu, I am not afraid of anyone. Gao Wu kept repeating these words in his mind to cheer himself up. At this time, Huang Mao saw Gao Wu's uncertain expression. So he came over and said mysteriously, Brother Wu, didn't you ask me to pay attention to some pretty girls? I actually found one. It is the younger brother's duty to help the elder brother solve his problems. Oh, when Gao Wu heard the yellow-haired man's words, his eyes lit up, and the gloom that had been covering his face instantly dissipated a little. Let me see. Wang Mao quickly took out his cell phone and handed it to Gao Wu like he was presenting a treasure. The phone contained the photos he had taken. Gao Wu took it and stared at the screen. Although the light was dim and the picture was not very clear, the outline of the pure face was still vaguely visible to Gao Wu. The girl seemed to have a unique temperament, even in the dirty and messy underground garage. She still maintained a sense of purity and refinement. Although her hair is a little messy, it does not affect her beauty at all. What's her name? Gao Wu swallowed unconsciously. Wang Mao scratched his head, thought for a moment and said, It seems to be An King. An King? Gao Wu kept repeating this name as if he was savoring a glass of mellow wine. If you are well, it is a sunny day. What a good name. From now on, you, An King, belong to me, Gao Wu. Gao Wu curled up his lips into an evil smile, and then threw a whole bag of huizi directly to the yellow-haired man. But job, go keep an eye on the garage and report back if anything comes up. It seems that their brother Gao Wen has some plan and now they are not allowed to mess around in the garage. Gao Wu naturally would not cause trouble for his brother. Anyway, everyone was trapped in the community and no one could escape. He has plenty of time to play slowly. Wang Mao took huizi excitedly, with a flattering smile on his face. Brother Wu, don't worry. I promise I won't let anyone else take the lead. The snow is still falling, and today is already the 10th day. It was a vast expanse of silver and white outside, and the whole world seemed to be covered by a thick white quilt, silent and cold. The snow is already almost as thick as a floor. The once familiar streets and buildings have been buried deep under the thick snow, with only some vague outlines visible. There was dead silence between heaven and earth. Apart from the sound of the wind and the rustling of falling snow, there was no other sound. There was an even more mournful atmosphere in the garage. As expected, many people did not survive that night. People huddled in the corners, their eyes filled with fear, exhaustion and despair. Compared to cold and hunger, the lack of hope is the most terrifying thing. There is not much food left, and no one knows who will die next. At this moment, in a warm bedroom, Lin Tian slowly woke up. He felt a little breathless, as if his chest was being pressed tightly by something. He opened his eyes drowsily, then took down the two arms and thighs that were pressing on his body on the left and right, and finally felt a little more comfortable. I don't know how yesterday ended up. Some vague images flashed through his mind, but he had no time to think about them. Ding, today's flash sale product. 1.10,000 kg of various fresh vegetables. The 0.10,000 pieces of very sexy lingerie. 3.10,000 wireless surveillance cameras. For one snowmobile, 10,000 liters of gasoline. I choose 3. Ding, instant kill successful. Lin Tian showed his delight. He had to say that this surveillance came at the right time. He didn't sleep much last night, fearing that once he closed his eyes, he would never wake up again. Now with this monitoring, many problems can be solved. Lin Tian got up from the bed and began to check the wireless surveillance camera he had just seized. He pulled out a camera and checked its functionality and quality. These cameras are all rechargeable and small in size, making them easy to hide and install. It can be connected to any screen via its own network. More importantly, this camera actually has a guard mode. It can be idle at ordinary times. Only when a person is detected will it start recording and issue an early warning. This function made Lin Tian's eyes light up. This was exactly what he needed most. Not only can it provide early warning, but it can also greatly extend the battery life. Although he subdued a group of eyes yesterday, humans are never as reliable as machines. Not bad, not bad. Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction. Products produced by the system must be high quality. Chapter 39, Finally Chaos. Sir, here we come. Several young women stood stiffly in front of Lin Tian, but their heads lowered, not daring to look into his eyes. Some of the bodies were still trembling slightly. These people are the spies that Lin Tian subdued yesterday. Now they come here on behalf of everyone to collect today's rations. Lin Tian looked at these relatively pretty women and his heart was calm. Here are today's rations. Lin Tian handed them a dozen bags of rations. Thank you, sir. A glimmer of gratitude flashed in the eyes of several women. They carefully took the rations, held them tightly in their arms and hid them. Yesterday, it was this bag of rations that allowed them all to survive the cold night. If it weren't for Lin Tian's rations, they didn't know whether they and their children would be able to see the sun today. Although Lin Tian killed their men, he also saved their children. Calling him sir was a decision made after everyone discussed it. This title not only expressed their respect for Lin Tian, but also seemed to be a tacit acceptance of the new order. There are several cameras here. Place them in the corridor on the first floor, at the garage entrance, and in every corner of the garage. As Lin Tian spoke, he handed the camera that he had just shot to the women. Then he warned, remember, don't let anyone find out. The women nodded quickly, and they looked at each other, seeing tension and caution in each other's eyes. Don't worry, sir, we will definitely get it done. We are all adults who have experienced the torture of society and know that only value can buy us the opportunity to survive. If they couldn't even do this, they would be embarrassed to eat the rations in their arms. They have already started thinking about how to cleverly place the camera, how to avoid the sight of others, and how to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Okay, let's all go back. Only after hearing Lin Tian's words did they breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you, sir. The young women bowed deeply to Lin Tian again, and he took a few steps back before slowly turning around and leaving. Lin Tian also returned to the room at this time. Shen Shihan was directing Yilin to work. Bring that rag over here and wipe the table clean first. Wipe it carefully and don't be lazy. Shen Shihan put her hands on her hips, just like Madame Ron. Yilin lowered her head and muttered softly, I know. While wiping the table, he secretly glanced at Lin Tian. Seeing that Lin Tian ignored him, he had no choice but to walk to the table and wipe it a few times casually, with very perfunctory actions. As soon as Shen Shihan saw it, she rushed over, snatched the rag, and said angrily, Are you wiping the table? Look, this spot is not even clean. Do it again. Yilin pouted. Lin Tian didn't say anything, so she had to wipe it again as Shen Shihan said. Lin Tian ignored the two women who were fooling around and walked straight to the wood stove and made himself a pot of tea. And he lit another cigarette, took a deep breath, and began to think about his next plan. Today is the 10th day of the apocalypse according to the progress of the previous life. The garage should be in chaos. The plan of revenge should also be put on the agenda. Seeing that Lin Tian seemed to be thinking, the two girls did not dare to make trouble anymore. If we annoy Lin Tian, no one will be happy. So, the two of them came over and warmed themselves by the fire with Lin Tian. Shen Shihan gently leaned her head on Lin Tian's thigh, her eyes revealing a hint of concern and admiration. Yes, it is worship. While others were still struggling for food and suffering from hunger and cold, she was wearing a small kamisalo and enjoying the warmth and food to her heart's content. These were all brought to her by Lin Tian. Yilin knelt silently on the other side, holding an ashtray in her hand, looking at Lin Tian from time to time, fearing that the ash would fall on the carpet. Different from Shen Shihan's gentle admiration, hers was more of a, the last time the ash fell to the ground. It still hurts. Buzz buzz buzz. Sir, the cameras had been installed. After seeing the message on his mobile phone, Lin Tian directly plugged the camera's wireless receiver into the back of the TV. In an instant, the scene in the garage appeared on the screen. Although the garage was dimly lit, the camera captured the scene very clearly, and even the sound could be transmitted clearly. Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh. It was worthy of being a product of the system. Moreover, just as he expected, chaos had already begun to appear in the garage. At this time, it seemed that two families were fighting for food. In the picture, two groups of people are facing each other. Lao Wang, I was very kind to you in the past, wasn't I? Now you won't even let me borrow some food from you. Are we still brothers? Lao Xiao, I've been pretty good to you, haven't I? I haven't even asked you for the 20,000 yuan you borrowed from me yet. Old Wang frowned and held the food in his arms tightly. That was the only remaining food ration for their family. And lend me some more food, and I'll pay you back double later. Old Xiao took a small step forward, his eyes fixed on the food in Old Wang's arms. The family members behind him were also looking at Lao Wang eagerly, their eyes flashing with desire for food. If you want something to eat, go find the Gao brothers. I don't have any. Lao Wang's voice rose a few degrees with a hint of anger. What's the matter with paying double in the future? It's just a lie. It's not even certain if there will be a future. Lao Wang, don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. Don't force your brothers to fight. Lao Xiao's eyes became fierce. He knew that he didn't have many choices. He also knew that the Gao brothers had food. But he also needed to have the courage to go. When Lao Wang saw Lao Xiao's ferocious appearance, a feeling of determination surged in his heart. Lao Xiao, don't do anything rash. It's not easy for everyone. I'm doing this for my family to survive. Lao Wang's voice trembled slightly, but his hands holding the food tightened. At this time, Lao Xiao was so overwhelmed by hunger and despair that he could not listen to Lao Wang's words at all. Stop talking nonsense, I must get this food today. After saying that, he suddenly pounced towards Lao Wang. Lao Wang subconsciously took a step back and used his body to protect the food. Lao Xiao missed his target but was unwilling to give up. He turned around and rushed towards Lao Wang again. And the two of them started fighting in an instant. Lao Xiao used all his strength to try to snatch the food from Lao Wang. But Lao Wang fought desperately and refused to let go. The families of both men also joined in the chaotic fight. Lao Xiao's wife rushed forward and tried to hold Lao Wang back. Her hair was disheveled and her face was full of anxiety and madness. She pulled Lao Wang and shouted, "Give us food, the children are starving to death." Lao Wang's wife was not to be outdone. She used her body to block Lao Wang and desperately pushed Lao Xiao's wife away, crying, "You can't do this, this is our lifeblood." The two families were entangled in the chaos and the situation became increasingly out of control. The children were crying in fear, and their voices echoed in the garage, adding to the chaos and sadness. Suddenly, there was a scream, and Lao Wang was somehow pushed to the ground. His head hit a stone heavily, and blood gushed out instantly. Lao Wang's body twitched a few times and then stopped moving. "Husband!" Lao Wang's wife let out a shrill scream, and she threw herself to Lao Wang's side, hugging his body with trembling hands. "Dad!" Lao Wang's son also ran over crying and shouting. He stared blankly at his father's lifeless face. The people around were also frightened by this sudden change and screamed, "Someone is dead. Someone died." Although people died in the garage every moment, this was the first time that someone died from fighting over food. Old Xiao tightly held the food that originally belonged to Old Wang's family, his body trembling slightly, and he murmured, "Brother, don't blame me, I have no choice." Chapter 40, Heavenly Alliance. In the room, Shen Shihan and Yilin were shocked when they saw this scene through the surveillance camera. He beat someone to death, just because of a bag of food. Beaten to death. Knowing that someone has died, hearing that someone has died, and seeing someone die with your own eyes are completely different feelings. The strong visual impact and inner shock made their souls tremble. The two women just stared at the screen blankly, and the air in the room seemed to freeze. Especially Shen Shihan. She has always lived in the comfort zone brought by Lin Tian. Although she knew the cruelty of the end of the world, she had never faced the bloody scene of death so vividly. It wasn't until this moment that she truly realized it. The outside world is far more terrifying and dangerous than she had imagined. And the pressure and challenges faced by Lin Tian are so enormous. Thinking of this, Shen Shihan's hand holding Lin Tian's thigh unconsciously tightened a little. Yilin felt even more sympathetic. She had experienced the days in the underground garage and knew that it was only a matter of time before people collapsed. The lack of food, water and the threat of disease make every day a test of the will to survive. But witnessing such a cruel murder scene still caused a great shock to her heart. Yilin's body began to tremble uncontrollably and she covered her mouth tightly with her hands. If Lin Tian hadn't taken her in, she couldn't imagine what her fate would be. She glanced secretly at Lin Tian, with a complicated look in her eyes. Before, she felt a little humiliated, but now, being able to have enough food and warm clothes is a great honor. Thinking of this, Yilin held the ashtray in her hand more steadily. Even though her arm was a little sore, she no longer complained. Lin Tian also noticed the changes in the two women and a sneer appeared on his lips. He probably guessed what they were thinking. They must have been scared. But this is just the beginning. He was just beaten to death. In a few days, even death would be a luxury. Especially for young and beautiful female college students like them. Their life would be worse than death. "What do you want to eat for lunch?" Lin Tian's words drew their attention back. The two women swallowed unconsciously. Originally, Shen Shihan wanted to eat barbecue when she thought of the sizzling and fragrant barbecue. Her taste buds began to get excited. Yilin wanted to eat hot pot. No fairy would refuse a hot pot, not to mention that she hadn't eaten hot pot for a long time. But at this moment, "Oh, all is fine," the two women answered cautiously. "It's good enough to have something to eat. Why would I dare to be picky?" It was a great blessing for Lin Tian to ask them what they wanted to eat. "All right." Lin Tian took out a bag of hot pot ingredients, stared at the vegetables and beef and mutton in the package, wondering what to make. Spicy hot pot or beef with golden needles? Or something else? He had been very successful in making barbecue out of steak yesterday, and today he wanted to do something creative as well. Eating steak or hot pot every day is too boring. Brother Wen, the garage is in chaos. Someone died in the garage. And Xiao Xiaolong immediately ran to report to Gao Wen. It looks like the time is right for action. There was a gleam in Gao Wen's eyes, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was waiting for people to break down. In other words, wait until problems arise within them first. He had long anticipated the fragility and confusion of human hearts in these last days. Otherwise, it would be a pipe dream for just 5 or 6 of them to control the hundreds of people in the entire community. Even if he had a small cannon, it would be impossible. At best, you can protect yourself. And now, the timing is right. You and Xiao Hu take the people to the garage to recruit some frightened people who want to join us. Wen gave orders in an orderly manner, as if everything was under his control. Remember, don't look for single men. It's better to have a wife and children. Those bachelors are hard to control, but it's a completely different story when they have wives and children. Having concerns and worries makes it easier to be controlled and exploited. I understand, Brother Wen. Xiao Xiaolong also looked excited. He had been feeling very anxious these past few days. He began to get ready, as if he had already seen the scene of controlling the fate of others in the future. By then, I will be a big shot second only to one person and above 100 people. Don't make too much noise at first, enter the city quietly. And don't shoot. Gao Wen continued to instruct with a serious expression. This concerned his important plan and he couldn't be careless at all. The number of people should be controlled at 20 to 30 people first. At this stage, the key is to steadily expand your power, and not be too aggressive, so as not to cause unnecessary resistance and attention. Gao Wen was silently calculating in his mind that he would select those who were easiest to control and gradually build up his own sphere of influence. These people will become his cornerstone, laying the foundation for him to further control the entire community in the future. He imagined that his power would grow like a snowball, and eventually become an existence that no one dared to underestimate in this doomsday. Xiao Xiaolong nodded vigorously. He completely believed in the strategy and judgment of his elder brother Gao Wen. He and his brother Xiao Hu have been following Gao Wen for several years and have witnessed Gao Wen's rise from a humble small trader to where he is today. Okay, go ahead. Gao Wen waved his hand. He believed that Xiaolong would not let him down. Yes, Brother Wen. Xiao Xiaolong, Xiao Hu and 2 other clever brothers quickly turned around and left. The 4 of them sneaked around in the garage, looking for people who met Gao Wen's requirements. In fact, you don't have to look for them deliberately. There are so many people like them in the community. Almost 1/3 of them are couples with children. Xiao Xiaolong and his friends first noticed a couple in a corner hugging their 2 children tightly. There were still traces of tears on the children's faces, and they were obviously frightened by the chaotic scene just now. The wife's eyes were full of fear and helplessness, while the husband looked around vigilantly. Xiao Xiaolong stepped forward and said softly, "Brother and sister-in-law, don't be afraid, we are here to help you." The husband frowned and looked at them in confusion. "Who are you? What do you want to do?" The woman hugged the child tightly in her arms and said, "We have nothing to eat, really nothing." Xiao Xiaolong tried hard to force out a kind smile. "Brother and sister-in-law, you misunderstood, we are not here to steal food. First, let me introduce myself, I'm Xiao Xiaolong, and my elder brother is Gao Wen. I'm sure you've heard of him, right?" Xiao Xiaolong straightened his back and said with a little pride. The couple looked at each other and the husband nodded. "How could I not know about the famous gangster boss in the community? Although I have never seen it, I have heard of this name. Why are you looking for us? I haven't offended you. Have I?" The husband's voice was still full of vigilance and his body was slightly tense. Xiao Xiaolong smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, big brother. The garage is getting more and more chaotic now, and everyone's life is not easy. My eldest brother Gao Wen wants to provide everyone with a safe place, with food and drink, so that everyone can live well. As long as you join us, we guarantee that you and your child will be safe." Xiao Xiaolong leaned forward slightly, staring into the man's eyes. "Join you, you are?" The husband's brows frowned even more, and the confusion in his eyes deepened. Xiao Xiaolong straightened up, a smug look on his face, and said, "Haha, we are Yandao League." Chapter 41, Yandao League. Sounds like a good group of people. Yandao League? What the hell? The 2 wives looked at each other, with confusion and vigilance in their eyes. What Yandao League? The man frowned and subconsciously hugged his wife and children in his arms. Xiao Xiaolong patiently explained, the Tiandao League is an organization founded by my eldest brother Gaowen, but aims to help everyone survive in this ice and snow apocalypse. Only if we help each other can we survive in this difficult environment and get through this crisis. Xiao Xiaolong spoke passionately. Of course, these words were taught to him by Gaowen in advance. The couple looked at each other again, but this time there was a little more relaxation. Tiandao League, it sounds like a pretty good alliance. Helping each other is a principle that everyone understands. It is easier said than done. At the beginning, everyone tried to help each other, but they failed to reach a consensus on the first step: unified management of food. There is no one strong person who can convince everyone. Although Aunt Wayne from the neighborhood committee has a high status, she is not a good person and no one trusts her to manage food distribution. Security guard Uncle Tian is a decent person, honest and kind, and usually willing to help others, but he is a stinky security guard. So, from beginning to end, no one was organized. Now, the emergence of the Tiandao Alliance has given the couple a glimmer of hope. Maybe that gangster boss can really organize everyone. However, there was still a hint of hesitation in the husband's eyes, and he still did not let down his guard. Why should we trust you? Do you think we need to lie to you? Is there anything about you that is worthy of our lying? Xiao Xiaohu was not as patient as his brother and said impatiently. In Xiao Xiaohu's opinion, these people were almost starving to death. Yet they were still being so coy, which was really annoying. Xiao Xiaolong raised his hand to stop his brother, smiled and said, "Sorry, my brother has a bad temper. Please don't mind. But the truth is there anything worth us deceiving you now?" Xiao Xiaolong's words left the couple in silence. That's right. They have nothing now, not even much food left. The wife looked at the child in her arms, a trace of heartache flashed in her eyes, and she said softly, "Hubby, how about we?" Tiandao League. Sounds like a good group of people. The husband gritted his teeth, his heart still full of confusion. He is not as naive as his wife. He looked at Xiao Xiaolong and others, trying to find some trustworthy signs on their faces. Finally he took a deep breath and slowly said, "So what do we need to do?" There is no way, he has no choice now. However, no matter how much Xiao Xiaolong talked, he just didn't believe that pie would fall from the sky. What's more, would Gaowen, the gangster boss, be so kind? Therefore, it is better to make some things clear. Xiao Xiaolong smiled. He knew he had succeeded. He looked at the man and said slowly, "First of all, we have enough food there, so you don't have to worry about us stealing your food. Not only will we not rob people, we will also ensure everyone's basic food supply. Besides, if you join us, we will all be brothers, and a brother's wife should not be bullied. So you don't need to worry." Xiao Xiaolong paused, then continued, "The only thing you have to do is to obey Brother Wen. He will do whatever Brother Wen tells us to do." His eyes became serious. "Brother Wen is our leader. He has the ability to lead us to survive in this apocalypse. As long as everyone obeys his command, we can get through the crisis together. I don't know, do you understand?" Waiting for his answer, the man gritted his teeth. He understood. This is aimed at his life. It's just recruiting thugs. You put it so nicely. But he had no choice. "Okay, as long as you can ensure that my wife and children can survive, I will give my life to you." Husband. When the wife heard what her husband said, her eyes turned red and tears welled up in her eyes. Xiao Xiaolong laughed, and then said to the couple, "Don't make it so tragic. As long as we unite, who can do anything to us?" After hearing what Xiao Xiaolong said, the couple breathed a sigh of relief. It seems to be true. Seeing this, Xiao Xiaolong smiled with satisfaction and said, "Brother, don't worry, you won't suffer any loss if you follow us. We will take you, your sister-in-law and the children to our base right now. It's safe there. There is enough food and water. There are other families there too." As he spoke, he signaled to his brothers behind him to help carry the family's luggage. The man hesitated for a moment but finally handed over the luggage in his hand. Holding his wife and children, he followed Xiao Xiaolong and others, walking step by step towards the unknown base. After a good start, Xiao Xiaolong was full of confidence. In less than a day, 10 families were recruited. All of them are families of 3. The newly established Tiandao League also rapidly expanded from 5 or 6 people to more than 30 people within a day. In the corridor, a bonfire was burning, and the wood was all taken from the furniture. Gaowen and his men had not been idle in the past few days. He asked his men to sneak into houses and pick locks to look for some valuable things, especially something that can burn. In this ice and snow apocalypse, warmth is always the first element. You won't die from hunger for a day. But if you freeze for a day in temperatures of minus 40 degrees Celsius, you will definitely die. Gaowen stood on the top of the corridor, looking at the 30 or so people below, with a barely perceptible smile on his face. Others, Gaoan raised his voice, his eyes slowly scanning each person's face. Everyone knows that the world today is no longer the one we used to be familiar with. It's icy and snowy outside, the cold and hunger can take our lives at any time. Some people in the crowd nodded slightly, they had already experienced this cruel reality. Gaoan continued, but we have come together, we are the Tian Dao League. In this alliance, I, Gaoan, promise everyone that as long as you listen to me, I will definitely be able to take you alive. From today on, we are a family. I know that some of you may still be doubting and worried, but I want to say that I, Gaoan, always keep my word. Our goal is simple, which is to survive in this ice and snow apocalypse and live better than others. There was a gleam of ambition in Gaoan's eyes. The crowd began to get a little agitated. Everyone looked at each other, and a glimmer of hope gradually ignited in the eyes of some people. Humans are social animals. At least here, they don't have to worry about being beaten to death for fighting for food. Gao Wu stood at the back of the crowd, looking at his high-spirited brother with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Since childhood, he has admired his brother very much. At this time, he waved to the yellow-haired boy next to him, and the yellow-haired boy hurried over. Brother Wu, what do you want me to do? Gao Wu whispered a few words in Huang Mao's ear. Huang Mao's eyes lit up and then he hurried towards the underground garage. Chapter 40 to Lin Tian is regarded as a life-saving straw. Ms. N. King, my deputy leader invites you. The yellow-haired man stared at N. King with a half-smile, and there was a hint of ill intent in his eyes. This woman is so beautiful. Even though her face is dirty, her fresh and refined temperament cannot be concealed like a pearl in the dark. What Gao Wu had just told him was, of course, to bring in King to him. Since his brother Gao Wen has already started planning, Gao Wu doesn't want to wait any longer. And King frowned slightly, and a hint of vigilance flashed in her eyes. What deputy leader? Where did the deputy leader come from? In fact, this deputy leader was completely nonsense made up by Huang Mao. In Huang Mao's mind, the eldest brother Wen is naturally the leader. And then brother Wu must be the deputy leader. And if he does this job well, maybe he can get a position as an official. He even thought of a name. Huang Mao, to call him the Golden Lion King. Then, he showed an even more flattering smile on his face and said, Ms. and King, don't be afraid, the deputy leader just wants to talk to you and make sure you won't get hurt. And King shook her head. I don't know your leader or deputy leader. I have nothing to talk about with him. As he spoke, he took a few steps back, trying to distance himself from the yellow-haired man. Huang Mao didn't care because it concerned his promotion plans. He snorted coldly and said, this is not up to you. Our deputy leader invited you because we are giving you face. Don't refuse a toast and drink a penalty. As he said that, he was about to step forward and grab An King's arm. No, let me go. An King struggled in fear, and at the same time looked at the flower protector next to her, the man with glasses. Father Shu, help me. The man with glasses was slightly stunned when he saw An King asking him for help. The hint of hesitation flashed across his face, but he still said, Brother, isn't this inappropriate of you to do? Huang Mao glanced at him with disdain. What kind of idiot is this? If you don't want to die, get out of here. The man with glasses subconsciously stepped back when he was glared at by the yellow-haired man. An King looked at the man with glasses in despair. She didn't expect this man to be so useless. But the man with glasses has his own ideas. Damn, it's been several days, and I'm not even allowed to touch your hand. Who the hell cares if you live or die? The man with glasses muttered to himself, and quietly took a few steps back, deciding to play it safe. Seeing this, An King had no choice but to continue struggling desperately. Asshole, let me go. But no matter how she struggled, she couldn't get rid of the yellow-haired man's big hands. After all, she was a woman, and she hadn't eaten enough for several days. So she was weak and powerless. How could she be a match for the yellow-haired man? I could only be dragged little by the yellow-haired boy towards the supermarket. Everyone around watched this scene silently, but no one dared to step forward to help. Security guard Uncle Tian wanted to step forward, but was grabbed by his wife beside him. Seeing his wife shaking her head at him, Uncle Tian sighed helplessly and turned to look to the other side. What a damn world. At the supermarket entrance, Gao Wu was waiting for his prey. He paced back and forth at the door from time to time, playing with a box of 3 he took from the supermarket counter. It's freezing cold, nothing can go wrong. Soon, An King was brought to him by Huang Mao. At this time, An King looked extremely disheveled, with messy hair and face covered in stains. However, in Gao Wu's eyes, An King's embarrassment added a different kind of charm. The more embarrassed he was, the more excited Gao Wu became. His eyes wandered greedily over An King's body, her face, her figure, her small feet. Moreover, there is a hint of youthfulness and innocence between her eyebrows, which clearly shows that she is still a virgin. Gao Wu swallowed. How dare you treat Miss Im like this? Gao Wu Shaoan pretended to scold Huang Mao. And Huang Mao was also very tactful and apologized to An King repeatedly. On the other side, Gao Wen saw this scene and frowned. But when he thought of his brother's mischievous nature, he said nothing. It's been more than 10 days, it's time to let my brother vent. And those who had just been recruited not only did not feel disgusted or blame when they saw this scene, but instead showed a hint of relief. Fortunately, they joined this Tian Dao League. Otherwise they might be the ones in trouble. There were even a few men staring at An King with interest. Everyone hasn't experienced life for a long time. I was cold and hungry in the garage and had no time to think about that. Now that the crisis has just been slightly resolved, my nature has come back again. And King looked at the dozen or so pairs of eyes that seemed to want to devour her, and stepped back repeatedly. What are you going to do? Gao Wu smiled slightly and said, don't be afraid. Miss Anne, I have no ill intentions. And King looked at the box in Gao Wu's hand and thought, do you think I believe it or not? Gao Wu continued, you must be hungry, eat something first. He handed An King a bowl of freshly brewed instant noodles. An King smelled the aroma of the instant noodles and her throat moved unconsciously. Her stomach also made a rumbling sound at this time. She hadn't eaten such hot food for a long time. But she quickly controlled her instinctive reaction and said, I won't eat your food, please let me go back. Gao Wu's face darkened instantly. Don't be ungrateful. Do you think you have the right to choose? He took a step forward, exuding a sense of oppression. And King subconsciously took a step back, her back against the cold wall. And the fear in her heart grew stronger. No, you can't do that. And King's fantasy partner is a sunny, handsome, gentle, kind, upright and brave person. Definitely not a gentleman like Gao Wu. Gao Wu sneered, in this place, I have the final say. You either obey me, or… He didn't finish his words. But the threat was clear. I will never surrender to you even if I die. And King said through gritted teeth. Die? It's not that easy to die. If you don't want to put on a pornographic show in front of everyone, just eat this bowl of instant noodles. Hearing Gao Wu's words, the eyes of all the men present lit up. Don't eat. Don't eat. And King bit her lips so hard that they bled. And tears fell little by little. Oh, I really have to succumb to this devil? She knew that if she ate this bowl of instant noodles, it would mean compromising with Gao Wu. But if he doesn't eat, Gao Wu might really do those terrible things. She shuddered at the thought of being humiliated in public. And King's body was trembling slightly, her hands were clenched into fists. Her nails dug deeply into her palms, but she didn't feel any pain. At this moment, she wished someone could stand up and give her a hand. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in An King's mind. Don't force me, Lin Tian is my boyfriend. What? Gao Wu was stunned. Are you Lin Tian's woman? Chapter 43 Gao Wu's madness. Lin Tian. Look. Chen Shihan pointed at the TV screen, where An King was being dragged by the yellow-haired man. Yulin covered her mouth. The scene she was most worried about still happened. In the end times when order collapses, women, especially beautiful women, suffer a miserable fate. Lin Tian, should we save An King? Chen Shihan and Yulin looked at Lin Tian almost at the same time. No matter what, she was their good sister, and they really couldn't bear to see An King being ruined. Lin Tian snorted coldly and said, you deserve it. She is useless even if given the chance. But Lin Tian thought about it and sent a message to Gao Wen. It's not that he's to chase her that he can't walk when he sees something beautiful. An King did help him before, and that's Lin Tian's character. He will repay kindness with vengeance. But he just sent a message to Gao Wen. As for the result, it depends on An King's fate. It was impossible for him to rush out and fight with Gao Wen and the others just to save An King. As for why Lin Tian was sure that it was Gao Wen's gang who did it. The Tian Dao League. He is so familiar with it. In the previous life, this group of people committed a lot of rape and looting under the banner of upholding justice. Buzz buzz buzz. At this time, Lin Tian's cell phone rang again. Sir, it's the yellow-haired guy, he was the one who came to cooperate with me last time. Lin Tian looked at the message sent by Lier Sao and narrowed his eyes. Really? It turned out that it was Gao Wen and his gang who were plotting against him behind his back. Damn, now let's settle all the new and old grudges together. Don't force me, Lin Tian is my boyfriend. At the supermarket entrance, An King shouted out this sentence almost instinctively, as if she had grabbed the last straw. If she had to choose, she would rather give it to Lin Tian. At least I was alone. And I had two sisters with me. When Gao Wu heard An King's words, his body trembled subconsciously. But soon, his expression became even more ferocious. Do you think Lin Tian can scare me off? Gao Wu yelled frantically. Who the hell is Lin Tian? How can he be compared to me? Gao Wu? Gao Wu's eyes were burning with flames of jealousy and anger. In this end times, he considered himself a local overlord. So how could he be easily fooled by a name? He would never allow himself to back down in front of everyone just because of a name. Haha, you are Lin Tian's girlfriend, so I want to. Gao Wu approached King step by step, and each step was accompanied by a kind of madness that was almost out of control. Originally he wanted to be gentle and train her slowly. But when he heard that King was actually Lin Tian's girlfriend, the suppressed evil fire in his heart was instantly ignited to the extreme. If I can't do Lin Tian, can't I do your girlfriend? Gao Wu thought viciously in his heart, with a ferocious smile on his face. Lin Tian? Humph, do you think he can protect you? King looked at Gao Wu, who was approaching step by step in horror and kept backing away. But her back was already pressed tightly against the cold wall and she had nowhere to retreat. Her body was trembling, as if she was placed in an ice cellar, and she kept muttering, "No, don't come over." Gao Wu stretched out his hand and pointed his rough finger at King's face. The more you belong to him, the more I want to get you. I want to see what Lin Tian can do to me. There was a crazy possessiveness in his eyes, and his fingers were getting closer and closer to King's face. Just when Gao Wu's fingers were about to touch King, a loud shout rang out like thunder. Stop! Gao Wen walked over quickly with his phone in hand. His face was terribly gloomy. He was giving a speech to everyone just now and did not see the message Lin Tian sent him. Only at this moment did he notice it, and just in time he heard King calling out Lin Tian. So he hurried over. Elder brother. Gao Wu stared at his brother Gao Wen. He didn't understand why his brother wanted to stop him at this time. Is that Lin Tian really that scary? Brother, don't worry about me. Today you will let Lin Tian know what will happen if he dares to go against me. Gao Wu turned his head and shouted at Gao Wen, his eyes red. Gao Wen walked closer, glanced at the terrified King, and turned to Gao Wu and whispered, "Do you know what you are doing? How dare you touch Lin Tian's woman?" The veins on Gao Wu's neck were bulging. Brother, what is there to be afraid of Lin Tian? There are more than a dozen of us grown men. How can we be afraid of just one person? As long as he dares to come, I promise that he will never return. And those who just joined were shaking their heads frantically in their hearts. No, don't let him come. Last time there were also more than a dozen men. But less than 10 of them escaped. Gao Wen frowned and said, "What do you know?" His dynasty had just begun, and Lin Tian already knew about this. If he came over with a submachine gun to fight them, it would be like the end of his business. Gao Wu didn't want to hear it. He snorted coldly, "Brother, you are just a timid. How powerful can Lin Tian be? I want to touch this woman today and see what he can do to me." After saying that, he was about to pounce on King again. Upon seeing this, Gao Wen immediately reached out and grabbed Gao Wu. Calm down. He didn't know what was wrong with his brother today. Although he had acted up before, it was never to this extent. Gao Wen whispered in Gao Wu's ear, "Brother is not afraid of Lin Tian. It's just that now is not the right time. When we have completely established our foothold, I will hand Lin Tian over to you for you to deal with. Kill or chop me up as you please." At this time, Gao Wu gradually calmed down. He gritted his teeth and said, "When the time comes, I will cut him into pieces and make him unable to live or die." Gao Wen saw that his brother had calmed down, and then looked at King. "Excuse me, Miss Anne, please help me say hello to Brother Lin and tell him that the door of our Tiandao League is always open to him, and he is always welcome to join." After hearing Gao Wen's words, King finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her body was still trembling slightly, and the thrilling scene just now left her with lingering fears. Okay. King didn't expect that just a name could intimidate this notorious gangster boss. It turns out that ordinary man has become so intimidating at this moment. Gao Wen then gave King some more food. "These are my apologies. Miss Anne, you can leave now." King took the food, her fingers trembling slightly. She didn't dare to stay any longer and turned around and quickly left this place that frightened her. Gao Wen looked at King's back, a barely perceptible viciousness flashing in his eyes. When King mentioned Lin Tian just now, he saw the fear in the eyes of those newcomers. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian has left such a deep mark of fear in everyone's hearts. It seems that we need to find a way to eliminate this potential threat as soon as possible. Only in this way can he completely control the entire community. In the chaotic order of the end of the world, the strong are king, and Lin Tian's existence is undoubtedly a stumbling block on his road to rule. Moreover, how did Lin Tian know that King was abducted by them? Gao Wen stroked his chin, lost in thought. Was it King's call for help? Or did Lin Tian also plant spies in the garage? Slowly, the corners of Gao Wen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Things are really getting more and more interesting. But this is not bad either. Only when you succeed in a challenge can you feel a sense of accomplishment. Chapter 40 for Lin Tian's deterrence. King returned to the garage with a bag of food. Along the way, the thrilling scene at the supermarket entrance kept appearing in her mind. This time it was all thanks to Lin Tian. If she hadn't had the sudden inspiration to move Lin Tian out, the consequences would have been disastrous. She is now hesitating whether to go find Lin Tian. However, looking at the bag of food in her arms, and King finally decided not to look for Lin Tian. He doesn't know anyway, and King muttered softly. I'm not going to flatter him. Unless he asks me to be his girlfriend. He can never have me. A blush appeared on King's face. For some reason, the shadow of that person kept appearing in her mind along the way. Suddenly, King felt as if someone was staring at her. The feeling of being spied on instantly woke her up from her trance, and a feeling of uneasiness surged in her heart. She turned her head and looked around. And sure enough, more than a dozen malicious eyes were secretly looking at her. You're back so soon? A sarcastic voice sounded first. Is that food in your arms? Did you exchange it for? A young man also joined in the fun. What a shameless woman. Another woman echoed, her face full of disdain. Boo! Despicable! King's face turned pale in an instant. And she hugged the food in her arms tightly. Can you finish all this food? Why don't you let me help you? A man stared at the food in King's arms and kept swallowing. As he spoke, he slowly approached King. Only then did King realize how stupid it was for her to walk through the garage carrying food. Not only that man, there were more people walking towards her at this time. The crowd around began to gather slowly, their eyes fixed on the food in King's arms. Don't come over here, And King looked at the crowd that was getting closer and closer in horror. Her voice trembling violently. I am Lin Tian's girlfriend. If you dare to steal my food, be careful that Lin Tian will come after you. There was no choice, and King had to move Lin Tian out again. Sure enough, after hearing King's words, the people who were slowly approaching stopped. Lin Tian! That devil! If she really was that devil's woman, they wouldn't dare to snatch her. And King let out a long breath. But before she could fully recover, she heard someone say, Don't fool us, if you were Lin Tian's girlfriend, would you be here? This person's words reminded everyone at once. That's right. Would Lin Tian's girlfriend live in the garage like them? Yeah. Don't try to fool us. Hand over the food quickly. Or don't blame us for being rude. Damn it, if you don't accept my toast, I'll drink the wine for you. And King's face turned even paler. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. I am really Lin Tian's girlfriend if you dare to touch me. Lin Tian will never let you go, and King shouted again. However, this time, the crowd did not stop because of her words. They had already determined that King was lying. Gowan doesn't dare to touch me, why do you dare? And King shouted this sentence loudly, with a sense of determination to risk everything. Sure enough, when they heard the name of another heavyweight, these people stopped again. Seeing this, King felt a little relieved, but she knew that she had to make her words more convincing. That's right, Gowan and his men kidnapped me, they wanted to. And King paused and continued. But when they found out I was Lin Tian's girlfriend, not only did they not touch me, they also gave me these foods to make amends. These are given to Lin Tian by Gowan, do you dare to take them? There was a hint of provocation in King's eyes. And she was also secretly observing the reactions of these people. Gowan had to give me food as an apology, are you stronger than Gowan? After hearing King's words, these people's faces became gloomy. They looked at the bag of food and kept swallowing. But in the end, no one dared to come up and snatch it. They dare not gamble. If you bet wrong, you might lose your life. They looked at each other for a few times, their eyes full of unwillingness, but they slowly retreated. And King looked at their retreating backs. And her tense nerves finally relaxed. She leaned against the wall. Her legs went weak and she almost collapsed to the ground. The confrontation left her physically and mentally exhausted. But she was glad that she had escaped danger again. I just don't know how long the name Lin Tian can protect her. Buzz buzz, buzz. Lin Tian picked up his phone and took a look. It was a message from his spy. Sir, your girlfriend's food was almost taken away by someone just now. Girlfriend? What girlfriend? Lin Tian looked confused. When did he have a girlfriend? What's going on? He asked directly. The underground garage was so large that his surveillance cameras couldn't cover it all. They were mainly concentrated at the entrance of his building to guard against sudden attacks. As for other places, there are only a few cameras scattered around. There was no need to cover everything, he had been through it all in his previous life. He knew what would happen in the garage. Soon, the spy replied. It's like this, so your girlfriend has just been asked to leave by Gowan and his gang. Obviously this spy also has emotional intelligence. High EQ, please go away. Low EQ, snatched away. The eyeliner continued with her high emotional intelligence. But don't worry, your girlfriend will be back soon. So nothing should have happened. She said that when Gowan heard that she was your girlfriend, he let her go. Not only that, he also gave her a bag of food to make amends. And just now a few people in the garage were eyeing your girlfriend's food. Your girlfriend. The spy repeated the whole process and Lin Tian understood it. It's that woman Ann King. When the hell did he become her boyfriend? It seems that King is using him as an excuse to gain some upper hand. Okay, I get it, you did a good job. I'll give you a snack tomorrow. Lin Tian sent a reward message to his spy. When it comes to management, the first thing to do is to clearly distinguish between rewards and punishments. Thank you, sir, the eyeliner kept thanking him. A pack of soldier rations is only enough for one person per day, which is not enough for her and her child. At most, it can ensure that you won't starve to death. Of course, she was already satisfied as long as she wasn't starving to death. But she didn't expect there would be a reward. The young woman swallowed and said to her daughter in her arms, "There will be delicious food tomorrow." When the daughter heard what her mother said, she looked up. Her little face was sallow due to malnutrition, but her eyes lit up because of her mother's words. She stretched out her little hand, tightly grasped the corner of her mother's clothes, and asked in a baby voice, "Mom, will there really be something delicious tomorrow?" The young woman looked at her daughter, nodded gently, and said, "Yes, baby, we will have delicious food tomorrow. It is a reward from a kind uncle." The little girl looked up with an innocent look on her face, and unconsciously put her little finger to her lips. Kind uncle? Chapter 45 Snack. In the room, Shen Shihan also noticed Lin Tian's constantly changing expression. She asked, nervously, "What's wrong?" Lin Tian told the story again with a smile. Shen Shihan couldn't help but laugh. "And King is like this, always pretending to be noble." There was a hint of disdain in her tone, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. "This time I still have to rely on you to get out of danger." As she spoke, she raised her little head and looked at Lin Tian with admiration. "I didn't expect that everyone is so afraid of you." There was a gleam in her eyes, an admiration for the strong. "Even the black Boscow one has to give you face." I don't know if this woman is acting, but Lin Tian really enjoys the admiration of women. Not to mention, in fact, he himself did not expect that Gaowen would be so afraid of him. And in the garage, just your name has such a strong deterrent effect. At this time, Shen Shihan thought for a moment and then said, "How about I call King up?" She tilted her head and looked at Lin Tian seriously. "I know her. If she were to come up on her own, she would definitely be embarrassed. Let's give her a way out." Hearing Shen Shihan's words, Lin Tian's mouth curled up slightly, and he teased, "Why? Aren't you afraid that she will compete with you for favor after she comes up?" Shen Shihan pouted slightly and said bluntly, "I'm afraid, but I want to make you happy more." There was a hint of cockathiousness in her tone. "How dare you say that you are not jealous of King?" Lin Tian thought about it and said, "Forget it if she doesn't want to come up. And forget it, there's no need to force her. I don't like to force people." Ding, today's flash sale item. One snowmobile suit. 10,000 sets. 10,000 barrels of pure drinking water. 10,000 boxes of large-sized small umbrellas. For film and television learning materials 10,000 G. 1. I choose one. Lin Tian didn't hesitate at all. There are sets that are required. Ding, instant kill successful. In an instant, 10,000 snowmobile suits appeared neatly in the system space. It's a pity that there is not enough space now, so we can't take it out and see what's available. Ding, the host has completed 10 instant kills in total. The system is being upgraded. System upgrade. Lin Tian was stunned. He didn't expect that the system could be upgraded. He didn't know how long it would take to upgrade. Lin Tian patted the two women beside him and said, "You two go and clean up your original room later. He wants to vacate the house opposite. It will be useful." Soon, the two women came back each with a large bag of luggage. They even packed up some of King's things. It was originally a rented house. So apart from some clothes, personal belongings, etc., there was nothing else to take. As for those odds and ends, it's the end of the world now. What's the point of using them? Lin Tian also came to the room. This was his first time to come to the room of the three girls. He looked at some cute little decorations hanging on the wall and nodded. Shen Shihan and her friends rented an apartment with 3 bedrooms and a living room, which was bigger than Lin Tian's room. Lin Tian paced in the room, thinking that if they squeezed together, it shouldn't be a problem for 10 or 8 people to live here. The only problem was that there was no electricity. Just then, footsteps were heard in the corridor. The two women were so scared that they quickly hid behind Lin Tian and held onto his arms tightly. Lin Tian waved his hand, "Don't panic." Soon, several women came up with some children. "Sir," the women shouted in unison, respectfully. The children hid behind their mothers and looked at the uncle curiously. Shen Shihan and Yilin looked at the same necklaces worn by those women and breathed a sigh of relief. That neck ring was the symbol of Lin Tian's men. Seeing this, they knew that these people were not enemies. "From now on, your child will live in this house temporarily, and you can take turns to take care of him." Lin Tian pointed to the room behind him, his tone leaving no room for questioning. Yes, he vacated the 3 women's rooms just to accommodate these protons. Moreover, since Gao Wen has already started recruiting people to expand his power, he cannot fall behind. But at this moment, these women looked at the room behind Lin Tian with some reluctance on their faces. Who is willing to hand over the child? What if something unexpected happens? Lin Tian frowned as he looked at this group of ungrateful women. Sizzle. Seeing that the eyes of these women had become clear again, Lin Tiankai slowly said, "Come in. I said I would give you extra food today." His tone was calm, as if the electric shock just now was just a trivial episode. The girls brought their children and followed Lin Tian into the room. No choice. Like it or not, they have no choice. After a group of people walked into the room, Lin Tian pointed at the wood stoves and said, "Assemble these things. We can live without electricity, but we cannot live without fire." Fortunately, he had 10,000 wood stoves, enough to accommodate many people. Under Lin Tian's command, although the women were still frightened, they quickly began to assemble the wood-burning stove. Soon, the 3 wood stoves were assembled. A 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment is about 100 square meters, and 3 wood stoves are enough. Once the flames burned thoroughly, the temperature in the room rose rapidly. Soon, these people started sweating from the heat, and a long-lost sense of comfort appeared on their faces. It has been almost a week since I last felt such warmth since the water and power outage. At this time, a little girl came out and said to Lin Tian, "Are you the kind uncle?" A little girl's eyes were like clear lake water, looking at Lin Tian innocently. "Anan, come back," the little girl's mother shouted hurriedly, with a hint of nervousness in her voice. Lin Tian raised his hand to stop the young woman. "Kind uncle?" He squatted down, looked the little girl in the eye, and asked, "What kind uncle?" The little girl blinked her eyes and said in a baby voice, "Mom said that a kind uncle will come and give us delicious food today." Her little face was faintly flushed because of the warmth in the room, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, as if she was full of anticipation for the delicious food that was about to come. Lin Tian smiled, "Yes, I am that kind uncle." Chapter 46. Admiration of Women. "Sir, I'm sorry, it's just kid talk." The young woman quickly pulled her daughter behind her and kept bowing to Lin Tian to apologize. Lin Tian stood up, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. He looked at the young woman and said coldly, "Children can be ignorant, but adults cannot be ignorant." The other women and children dared not make a sound and just looked at Lin Tian and the young woman quietly. The young woman lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Tian, and just kept saying, "I'm sorry." Lin Tian was angry. He had originally been merciful and wanted to give these people an extra meal, but everyone ended up guarding against him like a thief. They were really short-sighted. The little girl seemed to realize that she had gotten into trouble. She poked her little head out from behind her mother, and looked at Lin Tian timidly. She whispered, "Uncle, I'm sorry, Anan was wrong." After saying that, she quickly retracted her head and hugged her mother's legs tightly. Seeing this, Lin Tian could only shake his head helplessly. He was not cruel enough to punish even a little girl. "Okay, smile for me." When the women heard Lin Tian's words, they were stunned at first, and then immediately tried to force a smile. Lin Tian looked at the girls' smiles that were uglier than crying, frowned slightly, and then said in a slow tone, "I did prepare delicious food for you today. You don't have to be so scared." As he spoke, he took out 10 packets of hot pot ingredients as if by magic. A girl's attention was instantly drawn over there. Looking at the bright red beef and mutton, and the emerald green vegetables, they swallowed their saliva wildly. Even the children who usually don't like to eat vegetables now opened their eyes wide and stared at the vegetables. Seeing the girls' reactions, Lin Tian felt a little satisfied. "Okay, stop standing there and prepare these ingredients. We're going to have hot pot today." As soon as Lin Tian finished speaking, the girls were stunned at first, as if they couldn't believe their ears, and then smiles of surprise immediately appeared on their faces. This smile was completely different from the forced one before. It was a smile that came from a heart full of joy and excitement. They hurriedly took the food, saying "Thank you, sir," all the time. The young woman's eyes were filled with tears. She hugged her daughter tightly and said softly, "Anan, we have delicious food, thank uncle quickly." The little girl also smiled happily and said to Lin Tian in a baby voice, "Thank you uncle, uncle is so nice." Lin Tian smiled, and the girls started to get busy. The children were running around excitedly, coming up to their mother from time to time to look at the ingredients, their little faces full of curiosity and happiness. After a while, the hot pot was ready. In the pot on the wood stove, the soup base began to boil, emitting an enticing aroma. The women put the cut ingredients into the pot one by one, and the room was immediately filled with the aroma of hot pot. Everyone sat around the pot, their eyes fixed on the food in the pot, their throats rolling unconsciously. Not to mention hot pot. Even a bowl of hot soup has not been tasted for a long time. However, the girls did not pick up their chopsticks. but looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded slightly and said, "Eat when you're done, don't worry about me." The women then picked up their chopsticks, carefully picked up the food from the pot, handed it to the children first, and then started eating themselves. When the first bite of food entered their mouths, expressions of satisfaction appeared on the girls' faces. "Sir, thank you so much," a young woman said excitedly, looking at Lin Tian with affection. "If it weren't for you, we would have starved to death." The young woman looked at Shen Shihan and Yilin behind Lin Tian with a hint of envy in her eyes. Those two women lived just like they were before the end of the world. She was wearing clean and tidy clothes and light makeup on her face, and she exuded a fresh scent that was out of tune with this end of the world. Unlike her, she hadn't taken a shower for several days and her body was dirty and itchy. She looked down at her worn and stained clothes, and an inexplicable sense of inferiority surged in her heart. Some people began to have ideas. "Husband, don't blame me. I'm doing this for the children." While eating hot pot, she secretly glanced at Lin Tian from time to time, thinking about how to get his attention. While she was still hesitating about her plan, someone had already started taking action. "Sir, I have no way of repaying your kindness. From now on, Wei Wei will be yours." When the other women heard Li Wei's words, they all looked at her with surprise and envy. Some women secretly regretted not speaking first, while others snorted in disdain in their hearts, but they had to admit that Li Wei was bold and proactive. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became a little subtle, and the heat from the hot pot seemed unable to cover up the undercurrent of emotions. There was a complex atmosphere in the air, including jealousy, envy, expectation, and a hint of subtle tension. Shen Shihan and Yilin looked at each other, and took a step forward at the same time, hugging Lin Tian's arms on the left and right. "What a bunch of fickle women! Just now they were guarding against my Lin Tian like a thief. But now they can't wait to offer themselves to me. How despicable." "That's right, don't you see how old you are and how old your children are? You have no shame." The two women kept complaining in their hearts. However, they only dared to think about it. They did not dare to stop Lin Tian, nor did they dare to show any dissatisfaction. Lin Tian looked at Li Wei. She was okay and pretty. Above Yilin, below Shen Shihan. Although not as youthful as the two female college students, she has a unique mature charm. He walked up to Li Wei and pinched her chin. He rubbed the young woman's face and said with disdain, "It's so dirty." Li Wei's body trembled slightly, and a feeling of shame surged in her heart. She bit her lip and whispered, "Sir, I will wash it clean." Lin Tian shook his head, then raised his voice and said, "Okay, you guys continue eating." After a pause, he continued his arrangements. "From now on, leave to people upstairs to take care of the children, and the others will continue to monitor in the garage. Hot pot, 1 meal a week." After saying that, he turned and left. The girls were a little disappointed when they saw that Lin Tian did not respond directly. However, when they heard Lin Tian say that they could have hot pot every week in the future, everyone's faces instantly lit up again. You know, even before the end of the world, not all families could eat hot pot every week. For them, this is not just a delicious meal, but also a hope. A small comfort in a difficult life. It makes them feel that life might not be so bad after all, and that there are some good things to look forward to. Li Wei was even more excited. She stared at Lin Tian's back with a firm gaze. Chapter 47 Gawain's Methods. Shen Shihan and Yilin also followed Lin Tian back to the room, one on the left and one on the right. As soon as they entered the room, the two girls pouted their lips. Just now outside, they naturally had to give Lin Tian enough face, show their understanding and well-behaved in front of everyone, and maintain Lin Tian's authority. But when I get home, I still have a bad temper. The two women felt that they had a special status beside Lin Tian and could not let other women easily steal Lin Tian's attention. "I will clean it, sir." Shen Shihan clamped her voice, imitated Li Wei's behavior just now, twisted her body, with a hint of jealousy in her eyes. "Sir, Wei will be yours from now on." Yilin was equally unwilling to be outdone, and she also imitated Li Wei's tone and expression, and even blinked her eyes deliberately, pretending to be shy. Snap, snap. The two girls covered their faces and behaved themselves. They knelt on the left and right at Lin Tian's feet, some pounding his legs, some massaging his feet. Lin Tian leaned on the sofa and closed his eyes slightly. System upgrading. It's been a whole morning and the system hasn't completed the upgrade yet. Lin Tian couldn't help feeling a little irritated. His fingers tapping unconsciously on the armrest of the sofa. This is his most important support in the end times. He can have a stable and comfortable life now thanks to those flash sales. At the same time, Lin Tian couldn't help but start looking forward to what kind of surprises this system upgrade would bring him. Now, this flash sale system has no interaction with him except for a flash sale opportunity of choosing one out of 4 every morning. I don't know if there will be more features, more products to buy, or any other new modes after this upgrade. The more Lin Tian thought about it, the more excited he became, and his previous irritability was also diluted a lot. I'm passed by minute, but there was still no prompt sound from the system indicating that the upgrade was completed. Lin Tian couldn't help but mutter in his heart, System, please hurry up, don't let me down. Underground garage. It's getting more and more chaotic. Beating, scolding and conflicts can be seen everywhere. In the corner, two men were arguing over a box of instant noodles that they had found from somewhere. Strangely enough, just this morning, several packages of food suddenly appeared in several corners of the garage for some reason. There were instant noodles, bread and biscuits. These foods are like a ray of light in the darkness, instantly igniting the desires and greed deep in people's hearts. I found it first, why do you want to snatch it away? The thin man yelled with his face flushed, his eyes fixed on the box of instant noodles. If you find it first, it's yours. What a joke, whoever grabs it first owns it. The other tall and strong man showed no sign of weakness. He stepped forward and blocked the thin man's sight with his strong body, his eyes full of provocation and greed. You are unreasonable. The thin man was so angry that he was shaking all over. He tried to go around the tall man to grab the box of instant noodles, but was pushed away by the tall man. Truth, in this end times? Strength is truth. The tall man sneered, hugged the instant noodle box tightly, turned around and prepared to leave. The thin man was unwilling to have his food taken away like this, so he rushed forward and started to fight with the man. Soon, the two men started fighting. This attracted the attention of others, and when they saw the box of instant noodles, greed flashed in their eyes. A man who was nearby came running over, picked up the box of instant noodles and was about to run away. Put it down, it's mine, the tall man roared. While he was struggling with the thin man, he caught a glimpse of the man's movements out of the corner of his eye. He pushed the thin man away with force, turned around and rushed towards the man holding the instant noodles. The thin man was not willing to be outdone. He panted and pounced on the tall man again. At this time, more people joined in the snatch. For a moment, the atmosphere in the underground garage became more tense and chaotic. For a box of instant noodles, people seemed to have lost their minds, forgotten their mutual sympathy, and were left with only the instinctive fight for survival. Fists were waving in the air, bodies were colliding with each other, and curses and shouts were intertwined. The chaotic scene was like a crazy picture of the end of the world. If it were photographed at this moment, it would surely become a world-famous painting. Everyone's face was filled with madness and despair. One after another, people fell down, but soon stood up again and continued to snatch. But there were also people who fell down and never stood up again. The box of instant noodles was torn to pieces in the chaos. But the noodles scattered all over the floor and crushed to pieces. But people still didn't let it go. Many of them lay on the ground, picking up the broken and shapeless remains of the dough. He was still mumbling to himself, mine, all mine. Their faces were covered in dust and blood, but they didn't care at all. They just desperately stuffed the pitiful food into their arms. Similar scenes also occurred in several other corners. Some scrambled for the bread that suddenly appeared, and some scrambled for the biscuits that suddenly appeared. As to why these foods suddenly appeared, it has been completely ignored by people. No one has ever thought about where these foods come from. Is it a gift from God, or is it controlled by some mysterious person behind the scenes? It doesn't matter anymore. What matters is how to grab food and how to survive. In the supermarket, a bonfire was burning in an old gasoline barrel. Gao Wen sat on a boss chair that he had picked up from somewhere, crossing his legs. Brother Wen, this trick of yours is really great. Now the whole garage is in chaos, the newly joined younger brother Liu Dayanji said with a flattering look on his face. As he spoke, he gave a thumbs up. Those people were fighting over the little bit of food you deliberately threw down, and no one cared about anything else. Liu Dayanji became more and more excited as he spoke, and the others also looked at Gao Wen with admiration. Just a few packets of food completely set the entire garage on fire. This method is so brilliant that it is amazing. Gao Wen skillfully took advantage of people's extreme desire for food and survival instinct in the apocalypse and easily caused this chaos. At the same time, there was a glimmer of relief in everyone's eyes. Fortunately, they joined the Tiandao League early, otherwise they might have been among those crazy people. Gao Wen's mouth corners slightly raised, his eyes revealing a cunning and indifference, as if everything was under his control. It's just that the fisherman benefits from the quarrel between the snipe and the clam. It's not worth mentioning. Liu Dayanji quickly responded. Brother Wen, you are too modest. So what are you going to do next? We are all at your command. Gao Wen stood up, put his hands behind his back, paced back and forth in the supermarket, thought for a moment and then said, no hurry, let the bullet fly for a while. The younger brothers nodded one after another. Yes, wait until they have almost finished fighting, and we will go down and clean up the mess. Let them kill each other and weaken their strength. And we can easily control the entire underground garage. By then, all resources will be ours. Brother Wen is wise. Following you, we will definitely be able to live a good life in this apocalypse. The new brothers who joined the team were talking to each other, and their admiration for Gaowen was evident in their words. It has to be said that Gaowen is really capable in less than 2 days. He managed to make these new brothers obedient. Gaowen looked at his younger brothers with satisfaction, feeling like he was the master of the apocalypse, able to control everything. Okay, everyone, get ready when the time comes, we'll act. Remember, don't be soft-hearted in this end times. Only the strong can survive. The younger brothers responded in unison. Yes, Brother Wen. Behind the crowd, Gao also looked at his brother with admiration. This is his brother, Gaowen. Gao's eyes were flashing with excitement and enthusiasm, as if he saw a future scene in which their Gao family would be able to call the shots in this doomsday. Lin Tian, just wait when our Gao family completely controls the garage. That will be your death. No, I can't let you die so easily. I want to make you wish you were dead, but you can't live. I want to taste your woman carefully in front of you. Chapter 48 System Upgrade. Early morning. Lin Tian woke up early. He sat up, rubbed his head, and finally became a little more awake. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After a minute, the familiar flash sale prompt did not appear. The upgrade hasn't been completed yet? Lin Tian was speechless. It's been almost a day, isn't it taking too long to upgrade the system? He frowned and went to the living room to pour himself a cup of hot water. There's no point in being anxious, you can only wait. He carried the hot water and slowly walked to the window. Outside the window, snowflakes as big as goose feathers were falling. As far as the eye can see, the streets have long been buried by heavy snow, and the once familiar road outlines have become blurred. Lin Tian glanced at the calendar. It was January 11, 2025. It has been 11 days and the heavy snow seems to have no end. Suddenly, Lin Tian, who was admiring the snow scenery, was hugged from behind by a pair of soft arms, and a pair of plump breasts pressed tightly against his back. Without looking back, Lin Tian knew it was Shen Shihan from the firmness. Honey, what's wrong with you? Shen Shihan hugged Lin Tian from behind, and her voice contained a hint of laziness as if she had just woken up. She raised her head slightly and looked at Lin Tian's profile, her eyes full of concern. Lin Tian turned around, looked at Shen Shihan, and smiled. Nothing, just enjoying the snow scene. Although Lin Tian didn't say it, Shen Shihan still felt that her boy was worried. Shen Shihan looked at Lin Tian seriously and said again, no matter what you do, I support you. And me. On the side, Yilin's eyes flashed with envy. Is it because I came a step late? I couldn't help but feel a faint bitterness in my heart. Ding, system upgrade completed. Host, Lin Tian. Constitution. 8 skills, none. Mall, click to view. When Lin Tian heard the system prompt, his eyes lit up. It's finally done. He had been worried that there would be problems with the system upgrade, but fortunately it was completed. Looking at the transparent and illusory system panel in front of him, Lin Tian trembled slightly with excitement. It was worth his anxious wait for so long. There are so many new features, it's a big upgrade. Lin Tian looked at the data on the panel. Constitution 8. No skills. Although it looks ordinary, Lin Tian knows that the system certainly does not display these casually. There will definitely be ways to improve it later. Then Lin Tian couldn't wait to click the mall button. In an instant, a dazzling interface appeared before his eyes. Bottled pure water, 20 yuan barrel. Marbled steak, 88 yuan portion. Hot pot ingredients package, 128 yuan portion. Type 95 submachine gun, 3,000 yuan piece. High power generator, 28,000 yuan unit. Polar bear individual suit, 50,000 yuan set. Lin Tian noticed that the products that appeared in the mall were all those that had been sold out in flash sales before. However, the selling prices are all normal prices. Seeing this, Lin Tian couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. The system account balance is only over 80,000 now, which is not enough to buy much. However, if I collect all the cash from everyone in the community, Lin Tian calculated silently, there are about 200 to 300 households living in this community. Even if each family only has a few thousand yuan in cash, that would still be hundreds of thousands of yuan. It's still not worth it. After thinking about it, Lin Tian shook his head. How could he possibly buy those products at original price if they were available at only 1 yuan? It's a loss no matter how you look at it. Ding, today's flash sale product. 1-1 physical constitution fruit. Chapter 49 Constitution fruit. 1-1 physical fruit. To 1 armed helicopter. 3.10. 0 tons of pork belly. For 1 sterile surgical medical cabin. Boom. Lin Tian looked at the goods in front of him with excitement. His mouth watering. That's right, just watch. Unlike before when he could only hear the system prompts, now four illusory product pictures appeared in front of Lin Tian. The helicopter is like a giant steel beast, quietly dormant. But it exudes a powerful aura that cannot be ignored. Various advanced weapons and equipment are mounted on both sides of the fuselage. The black muzzles in the pictures seem to reveal a cold majesty. Each piece of pork belly has a perfect fat-to-lean ratio. And 10,000 tons of pork belly piled together form a spectacular mountain of meat. As for the sterile medical warehouse, it presents a sense of high-tech future. Through the translucent warehouse, you can see various advanced medical equipment placed inside. With mysterious indicator lights and complex display screens flashing, Lin Tian's eyes were fixed on these goods, and his heart was extremely excited. Is the upgraded system so awesome? Not only have the functions been updated a lot, but even the products have been greatly upgraded. In the past, the products were either ordinary survival supplies or some basic weapons and equipment. But now, this wide range of goods has simply opened the door to a new world. But in the end, Lin Tian still focused his attention on the first picture. Physical fruit. In the picture, a fruit emitting mysterious light is suspended in the air. The fruit is about the size of a fist and round in shape, as if it was carefully carved by nature. There are strange patterns on the surface, which are like flowing light bands, constantly flashing blue, purple and gold light, interweaving together to form a dreamy pattern. I'll choose one. Without any hesitation, even though the other three items were very tempting, Lin Tian decisively chose the physical fruit. Not to mention the end of the world. Even in any era, strength is always king. Only when you become strong can you truly gain a foothold in this doomsday. Dang, instant kill successful. In an instant, a fruit shining with strange light appeared in the system space. Lin Tian took out the fruit directly from the space. The fruit felt warm to the touch, as if a vitality was flowing through it. Lin Tian took a bite without any hesitation. As soon as it entered his mouth, a powerful energy burst out in Lin Tian's mouth like a surging tide. This energy has a fresh and mellow taste, mixed with fruity aroma and indescribable strange fragrance, which instantly fills Lin Tian's taste buds. The flesh of the fruit is very peculiar, with a chewy texture like jelly and a dense texture like marshmallow. As Lin Tian chewed, energy flowed into his body through his throat and quickly spread to his limbs and bones. Lin Tian could clearly feel his muscles trembling slightly, as if every cell was greedily absorbing this energy. On the side, Shen Shihan smelled the fragrance in the air and kept swallowing her saliva. What's this? It smells so good, I want to eat it. Shen Shihan's eyes were fixed on the magical fruit in Lin Tian's hand. She didn't know why, but when she saw this magical fruit, she had an instinctive desire to take it for herself. Her throat was full of energy, but in the end she said nothing. This fruit looked extraordinary, so she didn't dare to ask for it rashly. She didn't dare to ask any of Lin Tian's secrets. Only by being sensible can you stay with him longer. In the corner, Yilin was also attracted by the fragrance. However, seeing that Lin Tian was immersed in the wonderful feeling brought by the fruit, she secretly put her feet down and breathed lightly. The aches all over her body left her no time to think about the mysterious fruit. Yilin secretly rubbed her thigh while secretly looking at Lin Tian. However, she didn't dare to show her desire for the fruit like Shen Shihan did. After all, she knew that she didn't have a good impression in Lin Tian's heart. If she annoyed Lin Tian again because of this, God knew what more terrible punishment would be waiting for her. Seeing that Lin Tian had eaten the fruit clean, Yilin quickly raised her feet. So skilled that it makes people feel distressed. After Lin Tian ate all the physical fruit, he stretched lazily unconsciously. At the same time, a crackling sound like firecrackers exploding came from his body. And the sound came from his bones and joints. Along with these sounds, a powerful feeling of strength spread from deep within his body and flowed to his limbs. Lin Tian looked down at his hands and seemed to feel a force surging beneath his skin. Shen Shihan and Yilin, who were standing by, were stunned by the noise coming from Lin Tian's body. Shen Shihan subconsciously covered her mouth, her eyes full of disbelief. Yilin widened her eyes, feeling both envious and fearful. System. Lin Tian called out softly in his heart. And instantly, a transparent panel appeared in front of him. Host, Lin Tian. Constitution, 9. Skills, none. Mode, click to view. Physical fitness increased directly from 8 points to 9 points. A full increase of 1 point. If Lin Tian guessed correctly, the physical fitness of a normal adult male should be 10 points. Although it was still a little short of full marks, Lin Tian seemed to have thought of something and he quickly clicked on them all. Bottled pure water, 20 yuan barrel. Marbled steak, 88 yuan portion. Lin Tian's gaze continued to move downwards. Finally, he saw the product he wanted to see. Physical fruit, 100,000 yuan piece. Seeing this price, Lin Tian couldn't help but take a breath. This is simply an astronomical figure. 100,000 each. He only has a little over 80,000 in his account now. It seems like we have to find a way to get the money. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He had never thought about money before. With $1 a day for instant sales, the more than 80,000 yuan in the system account was enough for him to use until he died. But now, the appearance of a physical fruit broke his originally comfortable mentality. On the side, Shen Shihan heard Lin Tian mention something about money. And she said cautiously, "Do you need money? I still have a few $1,000s in my card." Lin Tian shook his head, not to mention that several thousand yuan was not enough. The system did not recognize the money in the card. This dog system only accepts cash. Seeing Lin Tian shaking his head, Shen Shihan continued, "I also have some jewelry and other things that are worth a lot of money." Although she didn't know why Lin Tian needed money, Shen Shihan was willing to give everything as long as Lin Tian needed it. Oof, I also have a gold necklace. Yilin also quickly expressed her loyalty. Even she herself now belongs to Lin Tian, let alone those material possessions. But when Lin Tian heard what the two women said, his eyes lit up. Now that the system has been upgraded, is there any change in the recharge method? Thinking of this, Lin Tian hurriedly asked the system silently, "Brother Tong, can I only use cash to top up? If I could use gold." Chapter 50, Searching for Gold and Silver. Ding, the host can use cash, gold, and silver to recharge. Pretty. When Lin Tian heard the news, he wanted to shout it out loud. In the end times, cash is hard to find. And even in banks there may not be much cash. There are armored trucks that take away the cash every night. As for where the cash was transported, Lin Tian didn't know. Perhaps in that special place for cash storage, there are tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of cash. But the problem is, no one knows where Lin Tian is. But gold is different. The people have a large amount of gold reserves. There is also a lot of gold in the gold shops in the shopping malls. Compared to robbing a bank, it is obviously much easier to rob a gold shop. The more Lin Tian thought about it, the more excited he became. He had previously questioned the point of upgrading the system to include them all, but now he understood. If the system appears some rare flash sale products in the future, or even those that do not exist on Earth. For example, the physical fitness fruit he obtained before had already brought him sweetness, and improving his strength is crucial in this doomsday. If there are more similar products that can directly enhance one's own abilities or provide special survival guarantees, then I will be able to gain a better foothold in this doomsday. Go and get the jewelry. Lin Tian patted Shen Shihan's little head. Yeah, Shen Shihan nodded quickly. There was no reluctance in her eyes. In her heart, Lin Tian's orders were the top priority. She was willing to do anything as long as she could help Lin Tian. "And you?" Lin Tian glanced at Yilin in the corner. Soon, the two women came back with some jewelry. 3 gold necklaces. 4 gold rings, 2 pairs of gold earrings. Recharge. Lin Tian said silently in his heart. With just a thought, pieces of jewelry in Lin Tian's hand suddenly disappeared. Ding, recharge successful. Account balance 97,356 yuan. Hearing the prompt, Lin Tian frowned. It turned out that there was only an extra 10,000 yuan, still a little short of 100,000 yuan. I don't know how the gold price is calculated in the system. On the side, Shen Shihan and Yilin saw the jewelry suddenly disappear, and their expressions changed immediately. Shen Shihan looked at Lin Tian, and her admiration for him grew stronger. Her man was indeed extraordinary. Yilin was dumbfounded and murmured in astonishment. Why is it gone? Where did it go?" She stared at Lin Tian blankly, her eyes full of confusion. "Dila. Yilin covered her neck in pain, while Shen Shihan looked at her as if she were mentally retarded. "What a stupid woman. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Don't you even know this?" Yilin obviously realized that she had made a mistake and quickly shut up. Lin Tian ignored the two women, and he didn't care about exposing some mysterious methods in front of them. Anyway, even their life and death depends on my own thoughts. So why hide it? Moreover, being more mysterious would make the two women more respectful of me. Don't think that he is just an ordinary person who has stored enough food. Dang dang dang. Suddenly, a crisp knock on the door broke the silence in the room. "Sir, I'm Wei Wei." At the door, Li Wei bit her lip, her eyes full of anticipation. Last night, after a fierce struggle, she successfully won the task of collecting food today with her outstanding appearance. "Wei Wei, if you succeed, don't forget your sister." "Yes. We are a whole. When we become rich and powerful, we will not forget each other. When the time comes, you have to do more to persuade your sisters." Thinking of what the other sisters had told her, Li Wei curled her lips in disdain. Who wants to persuade them? If she counted herself, Lin Tian would be surrounded by 3 women. How could she possibly help others? She lightly tossed her hair, emitting a faint scent of perfume. Before coming, she washed herself carefully. Without letting Li Wei wait any longer, Lin Tian opened the door expressionlessly and raised his eyebrows. As expected of a woman who has given birth to a child, she is indeed quite attractive. Li Wei's face flushed. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that Lin Tian had become more handsome and stronger. Sir, I'm here to collect today's rations. Li Wei's voice trembled slightly. She felt that she had hinted clearly, but Lin Tian suddenly asked, "Have you any money?" Li Wei never expected that he even wanted money. How much? Bah! Li Wei covered her face and instantly became obedient. Take out all the cash, and the gold and silver jewelry. Lin Tian said expressionlessly. Damn, what are these women thinking about day by day? Also tell the others to hand over all their money and jewelry. Lin Tian continued to order. Oh, I see. Li Wei held a dozen bags of rations, lowered her head, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Lin Tian continued. Also, tell Mrs. Lear to bring the marble over as well. Before, he either ate or slept every day and seemed very leisurely. But in fact he was just waiting for an opportunity. Lin Tian knew what would happen in the garage, so he was not in a hurry to take revenge. But now, the system has been updated and requires a large amount of gold and silver. He can no longer sit idle like before. There are nearly 100 households in this building, and every household has some gold and silver jewelry. Although Lin Tian was not sure whether everyone would bring gold, silver and other things into the garage. But who cares? Whether there is a result or not, let's just give it a try first. If I could collect enough gold and silver and exchange them for a large number of physical fruits, I could then strengthen myself into a Super Saiyan. What opportunity would I be waiting for? Just do it and it's done. Sir, here are all our belongings, they are all brought to you. Good. Lin Tian looked at the pile of change and jewelry in Li Wei's hand, as if he saw physical fruits one by one. But it's not enough. Far from enough. Have you got the marbles? I got it. Here it is. Chapter 51, Sweeping the Building and Searching for Gold. Click. Click. Lin Tian held the marble in one hand and the door handle with the other. This hook ball is simply a magic tool for unlocking locks. As long as it is an old-fashioned door lock, it can be opened in just a few strokes. It is very easy to get started. Soon, Lin Tian successfully opened a door and walked into the house cautiously. There was no one in the room. He should be in the underground garage. I don't know if he is still alive. The lighting conditions were not very good, so Lin Tian walked straight to the bedroom with a tactical flashlight. He first opened the wardrobe, carefully checked every drawer, and turned over all the clothes inside. However, apart from some ordinary clothes, nothing was gained. Fortunately, he is not a pervert and has no interest in those stockings and underwear. Then Lin Tian turned his gaze to the bedside table. He opened the drawer and saw a box of small free and a small dolphin. Lin Tian threw these useless junk aside. Finally, in a corner, he found a small box. He was delighted, but when he opened the box, he saw only some worthless trinkets inside, and couldn't help feeling disappointed. Lin Tian did not give up. He went to the living room again. He squatted down, checked the cracks in the sofa, and felt around the bottom of the sofa to see if anything was hidden there. Then he opened the drawers of the TV cabinet and searched through various places where valuables might be stored. After some searching, I successfully found a worn-out wallet with a few $100 bills and some change in it. Although it wasn't much, it was still a small gain. Afterwards, Lin Tian entered the kitchen again. He opened the cupboards and checked every jar and box, even the trash cans, for any forgotten valuables. However, there was still nothing in the kitchen. Lin Tian returned to the bedroom unwillingly and checked the bed carefully again. He lifted up the mattress and finally found a gold ring between the mattress and the bedboard. Immediately afterwards, Lin Tian found a gold necklace in a corner of the room. A necklace was hidden in a small cloth bag, and if he hadn't searched carefully, he would probably have missed it. No, this efficiency is too slow. Lin Tian frowned and muttered to himself. He looked at the only gold ring and gold necklace in his hands and was not very satisfied. He searched for half a day before finding these things. After thinking about it, Lin Tian called Shen Shihan and Yi Lin up again. When the two women heard Lin Tian's call, they immediately rushed over. When three people work together, efficiency is greatly improved. And they don't feel bored or lonely anymore. Especially for the two women. This voyeuristic desire to rummage through other people's homes gave them an unprecedented excitement. Moreover, they had been stuck in the room for a long time, and the depressing atmosphere made them almost breathless. Now, when you come to a stranger's room and explore unknown corners, you can also relax and let go. As Shen Shihan was rummaging through the cabinets, she smiled and said to Lin Tian, "Lin Tian, do you think we are like explorers, looking for treasures in these rooms?" Yilin's eyes sparkled as she responded excitedly. It really does look a bit like it. It's so exciting. I don't know what I'll find next." Lin Tian shook his head helplessly. "Don't be too excited. Both of you look carefully and don't miss anything important. Chen Shihan stuck out her tongue mischievously. I know. Don't be so serious, relax a little. Lin also nodded. That's right. However, when he saw Lin Tian's dangerous gaze, he quickly lowered his head and looked carefully. In this way, the three searched more than a dozen rooms until dark. Everyone was very happy looking at the small pile of golden jewelry and scattered cash in front of them. Lin Tian was relieved because he was one step closer to becoming a Super Saiyan, while Shen Shihan and Yilin were relieved greatly because they had gone crazy outside all day. Okay, let's stop here for today and go back to eat, Lin Tian said, and began to pick up the gold and silver jewelry and cash on the ground and put them into a bag. Oh, yeah, I'm so tired today, I want to eat hot pot tonight. Shen Shihan hugged Lin Tian's arm and said Kokathis lie. And me, my legs are sore. Yilin hugged her other arm. Not to be outdone. She was really tired, especially those long legs. His thigh was already aching from the torture, in the morning, and after running with Lin Tian for a whole day, he was no longer able to bear it. Lin Tian glanced at Yilin and said, Why, do you want me to rub your legs? Yilin stuck out her tongue. She didn't dare. As long as Lin Tian stopped torturing her, she would be thankful. She quickly said, No, I can just rub it myself when I get home. Back home, the two girls happily prepared hot pot. Lin Tianzhe took out all the cash and gold and silver jewelry he had collected today, including those he got from the women, and placed them neatly on the table. There was only over 20,000 in cash, which wasn't a lot, but there was quite a bit of jewelry. There are more than 20 gold necklaces alone. Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh that it seemed that every woman had a gold necklace. Then, he stared at the pile of treasures in front of him and said silently in his heart, Top up. Brush. All the cash and jewelry disappeared in an instant. Ding, recharge successful. Account balance 226,358 yuan. Pretty. Lin Tian waved excitedly. The account balance exceeded 200,000 yuan in one fell swoop. Give me 2 physical fruits. Without any hesitation, Lin Tian directly exchanged 2 physical fruits from the mall. Ding, purchase successful. Account balance 26,358 yuan. In an instant, the balance was reduced to just over 20,000 yuan at the same time. The mysterious fruits in the system space emitted an attractive light. Lin Tian took a deep breath, took out the 2 fruits, and ate them in 2 bites. The fruit melts in your mouth, and a sweet taste spreads in your mouth. Then, a hot current flows down your throat and quickly spreads throughout your body. Lin Tian closed his eyes and felt the heat surging in his body. He could feel that every cell in his body was cheering, as if welcoming this powerful force. After a moment, Lin Tian opened his eyes and put another fruit into his mouth. The same sweetness, the same heat, made his body immersed in a wonderful feeling again. He could feel his strength growing stronger and stronger, and the fatigue in his body was swept away, replaced by an unprecedented energy and vitality. After eating 2 fruits, Lin Tian stood up and clenched his fists. Strength. He felt a power he had never felt before. Host, Lin Tian. Constitution, 11. Skills, no. Mo. Click to view. His physical fitness broke through the ceiling of ordinary people and reached an astonishing 11 points. This is only the first day. Next, when he collects more gold. Honey, come and have dinner. Everything is ready. Shen Shihan's gentle call interrupted Lin Tian's thoughts. He walked over and sat down at the dining table. The aroma of the hot pot wafted into his nose, whetting his appetite. Huh? What is this? Suddenly, Shen Shihan pointed at the dirt on Lin Tian's skin, her face full of confusion. At this time, Lin Tiankai noticed that his skin was covered with a layer of black substance, washing the meridians and removing the marrow. For some reason, this word suddenly appeared in Lin Tian's mind. A surge of surprise surged in his heart. It seemed that the changes brought about by this physical fruit were far beyond his imagination. Chapter 52, 11-point Constitution so terrifying. Wow! Honey, your skin has become so good. Shen Shihan looked at Lin Tian with envy. Not only did the muscles become very firm and the lines became more obvious, but even the skin tone became a shade whiter. When the dirt on Lin Tian's body was washed away, what was revealed was skin as smooth as a baby's. Delicate and smooth, without a single flaw. On the side, Yilin also swallowed. Lin Tian didn't expect that the physical fitness fruit would have such an effect. Looking at the 2 women's eager eyes, Lin Tian smiled and said, Don't worry, you will have your share in the future. The 2 women probably guessed why Lin Tian had changed like this. It must be related to those mysterious fruits. The fruit has exuded a mysterious aura since its appearance. And now seeing such significant changes in Lin Tian, the answer is self-evident. If it was just the alluring fragrance, the 2 women could still endure it, but no woman could resist the whitening effect. So the 2 women stared at Lin Tian with anticipation. but they didn't dare to ask for it. They could only silently express their desire with their eyes, feeling both expectant and a little nervous. When they heard Lin Tian say that they would also have a share in the future, they instantly became overwhelmed with joy. Early in the morning, Lin Tian sat up from the bed, feeling refreshed. I stretched my body and felt full of strength, and every cell seemed to be cheering. Last night's madness gave him a deeper understanding and experience of his current physical condition. Lin Tian raised his lips to smile. His 11-point physique was so terrifying. Ding, today's flash sale product. 1.10,000 sets of military-grade constant temperature thermal insulation clothing. The one Type 99A main battle tank and 10,000 barrels of fuel. 3.10,000 bags of watching rice. For one sterile medical warehouse with 10,000 medical kits. Seeing today's flash sale products, Lin Tian took a deep breath. The upgraded system is so powerful. There are even tanks I choose for. After thinking about it, Lin Tian decided to choose the sterile medical cabin. He has no shortage of clothes or food now, but as for the tank, what's the use of this thing? And after all, he is not Superman, so if he gets injured or sick, he will have a guarantee. As for the doctor, Lin Tian remembered that there seemed to be a surgeon in the community who should be able to be of use at the critical moment. Ding, instant kill successful. Following the system prompt, a sterile medical warehouse of approximately 10 square meters appeared in the system space. The overall style is simple and Sifu. Lin Tian looks at the various instruments in the cabin and instantly feels safe. There were operating tables, shadowless lamps, various medical instruments, and many mysterious devices that Lin Tian couldn't understand. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Lin Tian was very satisfied with this instant kill. Then he quickly opened the mall page. Sterile medical warehouse. 10 million per seat. Damn, it's so fucking expensive. But it's such a good deal. The one-yuan flash sale is simply a bug. Snap, snap. Lin Tian woke up the two women. Little guys, get up and work. The two girls groaned and slowly woke up, with a hint of confusion in their eyes. But after a moment, she regained some spirit and her face shone with a different kind of glow. Like a flower that had been nourished, radiant. Honey, how did you suddenly become so? Shen Shihan's face was red. By the end of yesterday, she almost blacked out and didn't even know when she fell asleep. Woof, woof. On the side, Yulin also expressed her agreement. Why, wasn't I powerful before? Lin Tian deliberately teased them with a sly smile on his face. Of course not, it's always been great. Shen Shihan Kokathisly hugged Lin Tian's arm and leaned her head on his shoulder. Lin Tian smiled and patted Shen Shihan's head, saying, Okay, we still have things to do today. We only searched 1/3 of the rooms in this building yesterday, so there's still a lot of space left. We have to speed up today. Lin Yan murmured. Through the physical fruit and genetic medicine, Lin Tian realized that the system might need a large amount of recharge in the future. After thinking about it, he called the other women as well. Previously, naming the army Nu was a bit of a joke, but with the physical fitness fruit and genetic potion, we might be able to form an elite army. Except for leaving to people at the entrance of the corridor to provide warning, Lin Tian called everyone else up. After the girls came up, they couldn't help but reveal a wolf-like look in their eyes as they looked at Lin Tian, who had become stronger and more handsome. Especially Wei. Before, she just wanted to curry favor with Lin Tian and take the opportunity to live a better life. But now, looking at his handsome face, Li Wei felt her heart skip a beat. There was not only flattery in his eyes, but also a bit of obsession and admiration. Lin Tian glanced at the women, and they immediately lowered their heads slightly. Okay, do you understand? No matter whether it's cash or gold and silver jewelry, don't miss any of them. Lin Tian didn't care what the girls were thinking and gave the order directly. Yes sir, the girls' sweet voices rang out. Since having a hot pot meal the day before yesterday, these people seem to be alive again. Although it isn't clear why Lin Tian asked them to loot gold, silver and cash, it is the end of the world. What is the use of these gold and white things? But the women carried out Lin Tian's orders without hesitation. Okay, stop standing there and take action now. The women followed Lin Tian. Every time Lin Tian opened a door, these people rushed into the room like locusts, searching every corner carefully. Looking at the busy figures of the women, Lin Tian nodded. This job is indeed suitable for women, because women are more meticulous. Many small objects and inconspicuous quarters were turned out by everyone, such as the ring hidden at the bottom of the vase, the necklace stuffed in the gap of the sofa, the coins placed in the corner of the drawer, etc. While searching, Li Wei would steal a glance at Lin Tian from time to time. There was an admiration and curiosity that was hard to conceal in her eyes. She wanted to know why Lin Tian had become so powerful and handsome. She looked at Lin Tian's tall figure and resolute face, and secretly made up her mind that she must get this man. She has decided to get this man. Supermarket. Brother Wen. Is it almost ready? Xiao Xiaolong looked at his elder brother expectantly. Yes, Brother Wen. It's been 2 days and the garage is already in a mess. Liu Dayanji responded from the side. Not only did a lot of young and strong people die, but almost everyone was injured. He continued, with a hint of coldness in his tone. Yawan looked up, a calculating gleam in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded slightly and said, okay. Chapter 53 Garage Purgatory. Yawan also has his own considerations. Originally he wanted to wait a little longer, but his subordinates had been holding it in for more than 10 days, and he couldn't keep suppressing it. Moreover, the people in the garage are now too weak to even walk or talk. If they don't take action, Yawan is afraid that they will all die. When the younger brothers heard their elder brother say to start the action, their eyes lit up and they rubbed their hands excitedly. Finally, it's finally begun. Yawan looked at his brother's reactions. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. He cleared his throat and said, listen carefully, this operation must be clean and ruthless. Don't show any mercy. Yawan wants to defeat everyone in the garage at once. Only by making them completely afraid can we better control them. Brother Wen, what if one of them resists fiercely? Someone said with a little concern. This guy was one of the later group of people who joined. And he was not as ruthless as the previous thugs. Yawan sneered and stared at the man until he felt his hair run wild. And he said, anyone who dares to resist will be beaten to death. We must let them know that resistance will lead to death. After a pause, Gawain continued, but don't kill too many people. We still need them to work. Okay, Brother Wen, we all understand. The younger brothers answered in unison. Don't worry, Brother Wen. I'm going to kill them. The younger brothers responded one after another, full of fighting spirit. Everyone has been waiting for this moment for too long. They can't wait to rush into the garage and enjoy the thrill of conquest. These people are usually hooligans who are annoying to everyone. But now they can finally act like human beings. They want to let those white-collar beauties who usually don't even look at them know how powerful they are. These little hooligans felt a sense of pleasure when they imagined the beautiful white-collar women begging for mercy and fear in front of them. Everyone calm down and listen to my instructions, Yawan said loudly, trying to get his brothers to calm down their overly excited emotions. We have to act according to plan and nothing can go wrong. Once we take over the garage, there will be plenty of time for you to enjoy. Yes. At this moment, a despairing atmosphere permeated the dim underground garage. A skinny man was lying on the cold ground, trembling as he stretched out his hands and called out weakly. Give it to me, it's mine. The voice was hoarse and weak, like the last bit of strength squeezed out from the depths of the throat. I get it, it's mine. Another equally weak man responded unyieldingly. He was so shaky that he could hardly stand, so he simply collapsed on the ground, tightly grasping the half-piece of moldy bread and swallowing it in big mouthfuls. There was an almost crazy expression on his face, as if this half-piece of moldy bread was the most delicious food in the world. Looking throughout the entire underground garage, most people were in such a miserable state. They were all pale and thin, with sunken eyes and extremely weak. Some people leaned against the wall, their eyes slightly closed, as if they didn't even have the strength to open their eyes. Some people lay in the corner, motionless, not knowing whether they were asleep or had lost consciousness. At this moment, the garage was experiencing the quietest moment in the past 10 days. There were no more quarrels, crying and cries for help as in the past, because everyone no longer has the energy to shout or cry. In the other corner, and King is one of the few people who can still maintain a glimmer of hope. She leaned quietly against the wall, her eyes revealing a hint of vigilance mixed with deep unwillingness. She really couldn't understand why Lin Tian never came to see her again. This garage shrouded in deathly silence made her feel extremely depressed and desperate. Every second of staying was like a torment, and she desperately wanted to escape from this suffocating place. Now, as long as Lin Tian sent her another message, no matter how unpleasant or harsh the words were, she would run to his side without hesitation and stay by his side. But she couldn't understand why. Since that day, neither Lin Tian, Shi Han, nor Yilin had contacted her again. Why? And King kept asking herself this question in her heart. There was a hint of resentment towards Lin Tian and those two former good sisters, and King felt that she had been forgotten and abandoned by them. At this moment, she seemed to be the loneliest person in the world, struggling alone in this desperate corner. At this moment, the cry for help beside her interrupted her thoughts. She turned her head and saw her former flower protector, the man with glasses, looking at her with a pleading look on his face. "And King, please give me something to eat." The man with glasses looked at An King, whose face was rosy, and begged bitterly. "And King, have you forgotten that I was the one who gave you the baked sweet potatoes when you first came to the garage? I am your elder brother Shu." The man with glasses stretched out his hand with a slight trembling hand. trying to touch King, hoping that King would soften her heart and give him some food. However, King just looked at him coldly, without a trace of pity in her eyes. She hugged her food tightly and shrank back slightly. The man with glasses was right when she and Yilin first came to the garage. It was indeed him who supported them. But now, she doesn't have much food left. King said expressionlessly, "You took the initiative. I didn't beg you to do that. So, I don't owe you anything. Please stay away from me." When the man with glasses heard King's words, he instantly became ferocious. How can people be so shameless and heartless? He was filled with anger. "Well, then don't blame me for robbing you," the man with glasses said viciously. King showed no fear. "I am Lin Tian's girlfriend. If you dare to snatch me away, I will let Lin Tian beat you to death. In the past few days, she has scared away many people with this rhetoric. You, the man with glasses pointed at King, shaking with anger and unable to speak. Finally he gritted his teeth, as if he had made some kind of decision. "What a crap, Lin Tian. If you have the guts, tell him to come down and beat me to death right now," the man with glasses roared. He was so hungry that he felt dizzy and couldn't care less. Even if he was beaten to death, he would die with a full stomach. It's better than starving to death. When King saw that the man with glasses was really going to attack her, she suddenly panicked. "No, you can't." King held tightly the little remaining food in her arms, her body trembling slightly. I am Lin Tian's woman. Aren't you afraid? Give it to me." The man with glasses pounced on King without listening to what she said. And just at this moment, bang! A gunshot broke the silence in the garage and everyone was startled. Those who were still able to breathe stopped what they were doing and looked in horror in the direction where the gunshots came from. Chapter 50. For the climax is about to begin. Yaowen was holding a small cannon, followed by a dozen of his younger brothers. The younger brothers held various weapons in their hands, including sticks, knives, and even homemade maces, which flashed coldly in the dim light. Yaowen looked at the people in the garage, each of them like a zombie, with a cruel grin on his face. "I said." Yaowen deliberately prolonged his voice, which echoed in the empty garage with a chilling sense of oppression. "Everyone, are you doing okay?" After waiting for a long time and seeing no one answered, Yaowen didn't care. "It doesn't look good." The neighbors looked at Yaowen's joking expression and felt like they had found a life-saving straw. "Boss Gao, please give us something to eat." "Yes, mister. Gao, please. I'm starving." A few days ago, Yaowen had stopped selling food at high prices. These days, there have been people running to Yaowen's supermarket to ask for food, but their endings were not good. All of them were beaten half to death and thrown back. The bloody scene and the screams of pain became a nightmare that others dared not to touch. Gradually, no one dared to come to the door anymore. Now seeing Yaowen coming, a glimmer of hope was rekindled. "For the sake of our being neighbors, please. I'll buy it with my own money. And all the money in the cart will be yours. Give us something to eat." The cries of please came one after another. Yaowen looked at the people in front of him. A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Good," he shouted. "Don't say I don't take care of you. I can provide food, but from now on, everyone has to listen to me." Yaowen's eyes swept across everyone's faces one by one, with the confidence that he was in control of everything in his eyes. The neighbors' eyes lit up as they listened. Hunger had made them lose their reason and judgment. Okay, I'll do as you say. I'll do as you say. We will do whatever you ask us to do. Give us something to eat. Everyone is so hungry now that they don't have time to care about anything else. Let's just eat first. As long as I can survive, nothing else matters." The corners of Yaowen's mouth slowly rose. Things seemed to be going much more smoothly than he had imagined. He waved back, and his younger brothers slowly came over carrying a large pot. "This belongs to a restaurant in the community, and I don't know how they found it. If Lin Tian were here, he would definitely look familiar. He is very familiar with this big pot." Yaowen asked his brothers to put the pot on a bonfire. Then he picked up a bag of rice, tore open the bag and poured all the rice in. He wanted to make some porridge for these people first. "You need bait to fish, and these people look like they are about to die. So we have to eat them. Let's make it clear first. After you eat my food, you have to listen to me from now on." Yaowen's eyes became sharp as he swept across everyone's faces, his tone filled with unquestionable majesty. "We are all men. And we are as good as men if anyone goes back on his word. Don't blame me." The neighbors were all staring at the big pot, their throats moving unconsciously. Yes. Okay. Yes. Everyone kept responding. They didn't care what Yaowen said at all. At this moment, the only thing on everyone's mind was the bowl of rice porridge that was about to be eaten, and everything else was forgotten. Only a few people, like King, who still maintained their vitality and rationality, had a glimmer of vigilance in their eyes. thinking that Gao Wen's actions seemed to have ulterior motives. How could this gangster boss be so kind? I wouldn't believe it even if you killed them. But it must be said that Gao Wen saved and king again. The man with glasses has been attracted away by the rice porridge. And the crisis is temporarily resolved. Gulp gulp gulp. The rice porridge was bubbling in the pot, and the rice aroma became stronger. It was a pure and original taste that no hungry person could resist. Everyone stared at the iron pot. Udong! Udong! The sound of nearly 400 or 500 people's saliva sounded at the same time, which was majestic and spectacular. Who could have imagined that in just over 10 days? A residential area that was home to nearly 1,000 people was reduced to only 400 or 500 people. The number of people has been reduced by half. Those elderly people are almost all dying out. Some people were beaten to death while fighting for food. Cowan looked at the group of people in front of him who were driven by hunger. And the smile on his face became more and more obvious. He knew that these people were already in his pocket. As the aroma of rice porridge became stronger, the crowd began to get a little restless. Some people couldn't help but take a few steps forward, their eyes full of anxiety. Upon seeing this, Gao Wen's men immediately raised their weapons and forced the crowd back. Don't worry, everyone has a share. Finally, the rice porridge was ready. Gao Wen asked his younger brothers to take broken bowls and began to distribute porridge to everyone. There was only a tiny bit in each bowl, but for these starving people, it was life-saving nectar. People were scrambling for food like crazy, and some even fought over a bowl of porridge. Gao Wen stood aside and watched all this coldly, as if he was enjoying a farce. A bowl of light porridge could not really relieve everyone's hunger, but everyone did manage to temporarily regain some strength. Boss Gao, you are truly our savior. We will all listen to you from now on. Yes, we will do whatever you ask us to do. You are the savior. Savior? Gao Wen raised his eyebrows. He didn't like this title very much. The word seemed holy to him, full of the meaning of selfless dedication. But he was not that noble. He doesn't want to be a savior. What he wanted was absolute power, to make these people obey his orders, to become the master of this little world at the end of the world, and to become the one and only king. However, it is not bad to have the persona of a savior, as this can make these people more loyal to him. Gao Wen nodded and said loudly, "Very good, from now on, you are all mine. Now, I need you to clear the snow outside and open up a passage to the outside world." When the neighbors heard Gao Wen's words, they were confused. What? Sweeping snow? This seemed to them like a crazy idea. Of course, some people have tried to clear the snow and open up a channel to the outside world these days, but all ended in failure. A temperature of dozens of degrees below zero can take a person's life in less than an hour. Unlike indoors, in a relatively closed space, a few bonfires can keep the temperature at a level that is barely enough for people to survive. It's really freezing outside. Seeing that everyone was unwilling and hesitant, Gao Wen's face darkened and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Why, have you forgotten what you just said? Everyone looked at each other. You look at me and I look at you. What did we talk about just now? Chapter 55 Target Police Station. Boss Gao, it's too cold outside. We'll die if we go out. We can't go. The person who spoke was the security guard Uncle Tian. His lips were a little chapped, and although there was fear in his eyes, there was also a hint of stubbornness. He had tried to go out and shovel snow before, but he almost froze to death outside. That time, he had just walked out of the garage not far when the temperature of dozens of degrees below zero pierced into his body like countless steel needles. He felt his blood was about to freeze if he had not returned in time. He would have become a frozen corpse in the snow. After all, in this temperature of dozens of degrees below zero, going out is tantamount to suicide, and there is no chance of luck. As soon as Uncle Tian finished speaking, many people around him nodded and echoed him in a low voice. Yes, Mr. Gao, some people have tried it before, but they all failed. Besides, the snow doesn't stop it. It's falling faster than we can sweep it away. Boss Gao, you did save everyone's lives, but you can't turn around and save us to die. That is. More and more people joined the protest and the voices grew louder. There are 400 or 500 of us gathered together. So why should we be afraid of a dozen of them? Many people think so. However, Gao Wen was well prepared. He had long thought that things would not be so simple. Everyone listen to me. Iwan raised his voice, trying to be heard over the noise of the crowd. Sweeping the snow. That's not just for me, it's for everyone. Don't you think about it? Is the food in the supermarket enough for hundreds of us to eat for a few days? If we don't open up a passage, we will all die here sooner or later. Either starving to death or being trapped to death. When everyone heard Gao Wen's words, they fell silent again. What Gao Wen said does make sense if you can't get in touch with the outside world. You will die sooner or later. But it's better to die late than early, right? If you go out now, you will die. A temperature of dozens of degrees below zero is a death barrier set by nature. Who has the courage to break through it? Seeing everyone was silent, Gao Wen raised his lips slightly and continued. I know everyone has concerns. Some people have tried before and all have failed. But they all fight alone. And we can unite together. Gao Wen looked at everyone with a firm gaze. We can take turns going out, and each person only needs to work for half an hour. Besides, we don't really clear the snow, we dig holes. Gao Wen's eyes brightened, and he explained his plan in detail. We can dig a snow cave from under the snow. In this way, the passage will not be buried by new snow, and the snow cave can also be windproof and cold-proof. So everyone does not have to worry about freezing to death. When everyone heard Gao Wen say this, their eyes lit up. Digging a snow cave? This is really a fantastic plan. But it seems to be feasible. Some people were silently calculating in their hearts that if they took turns working, there might really be a chance to carve out a way to survive in this snowy and icy world. Sparks of hope once again flickered in some eyes that had once seemed dead. Seeing that everyone was beginning to waver, Gao Wen struck while the iron was hot and said, There is a Yanhu supermarket not far from the community. And there is plenty of food there. And now, maybe people in other communities have already started taking action. If we don't act, then there will be nothing left. Gao Wen's voice was full of temptation. Like a devil whispering in one's ear, stirring up the most primitive desires in people's hearts. In this time of extreme food scarcity, the well-stocked shelves and mountains of food in the supermarket seemed like a vision of heaven to the neighbors. Finally, the neighbors were persuaded by Gao Wen. Mr. Gao is right, as long as we unite, there are always more solutions than problems. Yes, just do it. Mr. Gao, what do you think we should do now? Everyone responded, their eyes focused on Gao Wen, as if this gangster boss had really become the savior who led them out of their predicament. The corners of Gao Wen's mouth rose slightly. He was very satisfied with his eloquence. The best outcome would be to make these people obedient and use them for your own purposes without bloodshed. Okay, now everyone listen to my instructions. During these 10 days, Gao Wen had already figured out how to act. Digging a snow cave was a brilliant idea he came up with after much thought. Of course, it's not that other people are stupid and can't think of it. But when they are hungry, the brain is already undersupplied with blood. So how can they have the extra energy to come up with such a complicated strategy? In addition, Gao Wen's target was not the Yanhua supermarket. That was just a bait he threw out, a temptation that could make everyone willing to go through fire and water for it. His real target was the police station in the community. The weapons there are the key force that allows him to truly establish his rule. Otherwise, the day when everyone digs up the supermarket will be the day when his rule collapses. Once people's food and clothing problems are solved, they will no longer be easily manipulated by him. He was timid before drinking the porridge, but struck out hard after drinking the porridge. But Gao Wen will never allow this to happen. He wants to become the king of this little world at the end of the world and make everyone obey him. The weapons in the police station are a key step in realizing his ambition. Under Gao Wen's command, people began to make busy preparations. Everyone, listen carefully. We are going to dig outwards in a long snake formation, making a small sheltered space at intervals to facilitate rotation. Gao Wen loudly explained to his neighbors, when each group's homework time is up, the reserve team will fill in immediately. No delay is allowed. The men divided into several small teams and slowly moved towards the white world of death outside the garage. When they reached the garage door, the cold air instantly made everyone shiver. A thick snow had blocked the garage door, but everyone was able to roughly determine the direction based on their familiarity with the community. The women were also busy, looking for anything that could keep them warm in the garage. For example, the sponge in car seats. Although these sponges are a bit hard, they are thick and can be used to fill clothes to increase warmth. Some people also found some worn-out doormats, although they gave off an unpleasant smell. At this critical moment of life and death, they couldn't care less. They cut the foot pads into the right size and tied them around the men's knees and elbows, hoping to protect them from the cold. At this time, Lin Tian, who was sweeping the building with a female slave, also received a report from his spy. It's finally started. He is very familiar with digging snow caves. In his previous life, he was the most active digger. Fortunately, he was lucky and escaped the disaster. Dig slowly. Lin Tian was not in a hurry at all. If it could really be dug through, so many tragic things wouldn't have happened in the community in the last life. Sure enough, when the neighbors dug 50 meters, before they even reached the gate of the community, an accident happened. The snow cave collapsed. Chapter 56: The Butterfly Effect. Despair after hope makes people even more desperate. It's like chasing a glimmer of light in the darkness. When you think you are about to grasp it, you are ruthlessly thrown back into deeper darkness. This gap is enough to destroy all a person's inner defenses. MacArthur said, I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. At this time, several women surrounded Gao Wen. Brother Wen, please save my husband. Yes, Brother Wen, hurry up and have people continue digging. The person is still alive. Please, Mr. Gao. Gao Wen grabbed his hair in annoyance, looking confused. He never expected such a situation to happen. Why did it collapse? Snow is so light, how could it collapse? Just now, when everyone was digging a snow cave, there was a sudden collapse. A few unlucky people were buried inside. Gao Wen, who only has a high school education, naturally couldn't understand why the snow cave collapsed. But none of this matters anymore. What matters is that he is now facing a serious crisis of trust. If he fails to handle it properly, the authority he has worked so hard to build up will collapse in an instant. And his plans will come to naught. You guys, go and rescue them first. Gao Wen pointed at a few men. No matter what, let's rescue the people first. Otherwise, the people who just obeyed him will completely lose their trust in him. The men who were called stood there, looking at each other, their eyes full of hesitation. Who knows if there will be any more accidents? If they are also buried there, who will save them? When Gao Wen saw that they didn't move, his face suddenly darkened and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. What, you want to disobey my orders? His voice raised a few degrees, with a threatening tone. However, the men still did not take any action. They just lowered their heads and did not dare to look him in the eye. Gao Wen waved to the younger brothers behind him, and they immediately stepped forward and surrounded the hesitant men. Don't make me say it a second time. Gao Wen was like a grumpy dictator at this moment. The equally unlucky men, looking at the knives in the hands of the thugs around them, had no choice but to bite the bullet, pick up the tools, and walk towards the collapsed snow cave. Fortunately, this time everything went smoothly without any accidents and those people were rescued. The people who were buried were just a little frightened and were not seriously injured. The people around also breathed a sigh of relief. However, this accident still left a deep shadow in everyone's heart. And their trust in Gao Wen was like the collapsed snow cave, with cracks appearing for the first time. Seeing that everyone's eyes were full of doubt, Gao Wen quickly started his speech again. Everyone. Although there was an accident, fortunately no one was injured. It was just a false alarm. Let's think of a solution together. This is just a lesson we can do better. They can't give up hope just because of this setback. No one wants to starve to death here, right? As he spoke, he paced back and forth among the crowd, his eyes scanning each person's face, trying to look them in the eye and re-establish contact. Mr. Gao, I think we can find something to support us. Suddenly, a man with glasses stood up. Although the voice was not loud, it proposed a plan. Gao Wen's eyes lit up. Go on. The man with glasses pushed his glasses up on his nose and said nervously, I think we can use the engine hoods of cars as the roof. These engine hoods are relatively strong and can withstand a certain amount of pressure. We can put them above the snow cave to provide support, which can reduce the risk of the snow cave collapsing. Gao Wen nodded slightly, with admiration in his eyes. What's your name? The man with glasses smiled and said, I'm a graduate student at Jinghe University. My name is Xu Kang. Postgraduate. Good. Gao Wen's heart moved. You will stay by my side from now on. Then he turned to face the crowd and said loudly, Did you hear that? Xu Kang's idea is very good. Let's do as he says. Now, everyone is divided into several groups. One group will dismantle the car hood, and another group will continue to dig snow holes, but they must pay attention to safety and observe the changes in the snow layer at any time. Others are responsible for preparing other supporting materials that may be used. When everyone heard Gao Wen's words, although they still had doubts in their hearts, they also knew that there was no better way, and could only obey his arrangements. The garage was busy again, but this time, the efficiency was much lower. Wow, I found so many treasures. Chen Shihan looked at the pile of gold and silver jewelry in front of her and covered her mouth. Lin Tian was also very satisfied with today's harvest and said to everyone, Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. It's what we should do. Sir, you've worked hard today. Let Wei Wei massage your feet when we get back. Rush. All the girls looked at Li Wei in unison. Are you trying to rub my feet? You're a slut. Li Wei didn't care about everyone's gaze and just stared at Lin Tian. Zilla. The girls covered their necks and looked at Lin Tian in confusion. Why are we being punished? Is it because we didn't do something right? Lin Tian said leisurely. Give him a small shock as a reward. The girls were stunned. What? Brother, are you a devil? Several people looked at Lin Tian with resentment, but did not dare to complain at all. Okay, let's do what we need to do. Lin Tian waved his hand and dispersed the women. Don't think you can be disrespectful to him just because you've worked with him for a day. Don't you see how old you are? Afterwards, Lin Tian also returned home with a bag of gold and silver. Chen Shihan and Yulin hugged Lin Tian's arms on the left and right. Honey, you must be tired. I'll give you a good massage when we get home. I'll rub your feet. Let me rub your shoulders. I'll rub it for you. Zilla. The two girls also became obedient. Back in the room, the two women began to prepare dinner, and Lin Tian spread a bag of gold and silver on the table. Top up. Ding, recharge successful. Account balance. 257,329 yuan. The balance suddenly increased by more than 200. More than twice as much as yesterday. Lin Tian looked at the string of numbers and felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. There is still strength in numbers. Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh. Give me 2 physical fruits. Ding, purchase successful. Account balance 57,329 yuan. As the system prompt sounded, 2 physical fruits emitting mysterious light appeared in his hands. Lin Tian said one by one. The fruit melted in his mouth and instantly turned into a warm current flowing through his body. Then he summoned the system panel. Host, Lin Tian. Constitution. 13 skills, none. Click to view. As expected, there are 2 more physical points. Before, Lin Tian was worried that if he ate too much, the effect would be weakened. But obviously so far, it is still a fruit that increases physical fitness a little. Then, Lin Tian turned on the TV. He wanted to see what was happening in the garage. Aha! It should be completely messed up. In the previous life, the turning point of the garage explosion was the collapse of the snow cave. The neighbors who had experienced hope and then despair went completely crazy. There was a fierce conflict with Gao Wen and his gang. Suddenly, Lin Tian's eyes froze. Why is it so quiet? Chapter 57, Countdown to Revenge. Lin Tian stared at the TV screen. The imagined conflict did not appear in the surveillance footage. Instead, it was peaceful and lively. The neighbors were busy in an orderly manner, as if the previous snow cave collapse had never happened. What's going on? Lin Tian suddenly panicked. After my rebirth, I panicked for the first time. He didn't panic when so many people came up to him to snatch food. But now, looking at his calm neighbors, he panicked. My heartbeat quickened involuntarily, and a feeling of being out of control spread in my heart. What the hell is going on? Lin Tian's brain was working rapidly. He didn't understand why it was different from the previous life. No, am I overlooking something? Lin Tian began to try hard to recall. In the previous life, how did the conflict break out? It seems like someone took the lead, and then everyone just. Some blurry images gradually emerged in his mind. People's angry expressions, waving fists, and chaotic scenes flashed before his eyes like a movie. Who was the leader at that time? The memory is a little fuzzy. He was also very hungry at the time and couldn't remember clearly, etc. Lin Tian suddenly frowned. Could it be the 3 brothers of the Wu family? This speculation made his heart tighten. If it was really the 3 brothers of the Wu family who took the lead in causing the conflict, then the situation in this life would be completely different. The 3 brothers of the Wu family were fucking killed by him. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Lin Tian murmured. Is this the butterfly effect? Anyway, no matter what the reason, things have deviated from the previous life. His foresight was completely ineffective. Lin Tian stood up and walked to the window, looking at the world covered with snow outside. It looks like we have to do something. Sudden, buzz buzz buzz. The cell phone rang. I have to say that Dragon Country's infrastructure is really strong. It's been more than 10 days since the end of the world, and there are still weak signals. Lin Tian picked up the phone and found that it was a picture sent to him by An King. He clicked on the picture, but the content of the picture surprised him. I saw An King tied up tightly, with a rag stuffed in her mouth, and her dirty face was full of tears. Then, there were a few voice messages. Hey, hello Lin Tian, let me introduce myself, my name is Gao Wu. Your woman is in my hands now. If you don't want her to be tasted by a group of men, come to the garage right now. If I come late, I'm not sure what will happen. Hearing the voice that he would never forget, Lin Tian's veins bulged instantly. It's not because of An King, that woman. Lin Tian doesn't care whether she lives or dies. Gao Wu. Lin Tian bit his back teeth and squeezed out the name from between his teeth. Hearing Gao Wu's voice again, the nightmare-like memories of his previous life came flooding back to him. Gao Wu, that perverted bastard, actually threw him into the steamer alive. The pain and despair of being on the verge of death. Every minute and every second was an extreme torture. He would never forget it in his last life, this life, or the next. Very good, then let's settle both the new and old grudges together. Lin Tian took out the set of Special Forces individual equipment from the system space and put it on carefully piece by piece. When Shen Shihan and Yi Lin saw this, they were shocked and ran over to help. Although no one knew what had happened, looking at Lin Tian's red eyes, it was obvious that he had encountered something extremely serious. The rage burning in those eyes seemed to be able to burn everything. Honey, what's wrong? Shen Shihan put Kevlar fiber pants on Lin Tian and looked at him worriedly. Yi Lin was also very nervous. She tied her shoelaces while staring at Lin Tian. Lin Tian checked his equipment to make sure every detail was perfect. Nothing, someone is just looking for death. Underground garage. And King cried, woo woo, and her body struggled and twisted continuously. She never thought that she would become a bargaining chip for threatening Lin Tian. But she is not Lin Tian's girlfriend at all. Why would Lin Tian come to save her? Don't worry, little beauty. Gao Wu's obscene voice rang out in the garage. He slowly approached An King and touched An King's hair with his rough fingers. An King was like a frightened deer, her eyes full of disgust, and she quickly dodged his touch. Bah! Gao Wu went up and slapped An King hard on the delicate face, and a red slap mark instantly appeared on the fair cheek. Damn it, if you don't accept my toast, then I'll kill Lin Tian. And then it will be your turn. You haven't tasted a man yet. Have you? This time I'll let you have a taste of him. After hearing Gao Wu's words, An King's body began to tremble violently. Is the thing she was most worried about to happen? But it be that I have kept my chastity for more than 20 years? And today I will. She really regrets it now. Why was she so strong? If I had gone there earlier and joined Lin Tian, perhaps none of this would have happened. Maybe I can't keep my chastity either, but at least I'm alone. And King now really hopes that Lin Tian can appear and rescue her from this group of people. If Lin Tian could really rescue her, she would be willing to do whatever Lin Tian asked her to do in the future. But An King knew that was impossible. Not to mention that Lin Tian would never come out to die for her. Even if he came. An King looked at the traps, Molotov cocktails, and assembled shields prepared by Gao Wu and his gang. My heart sank to the bottom. At this time, Gao Wen also came over. How about it, are you all ready? Speaking of which, Lin Tian really misunderstood Gao Wu. In fact, this matter was planned by Gao Wen. Ever since the kidnapping of An King, Gao Wen has been feeling resentful about everyone's fear of Lin Tian. He had long wanted to completely eliminate the threat of Lin Tian. Originally, Gao Wen was planning to wait until he found the police station and got the weapons before dealing with Lin Tian. But he had not considered the collapse of the snow cave before. Although he had a new plan, the efficiency dropped a lot. There was no other choice, so Gao Wen had to turn his attention to Lin Tian. If we could get Lin Tian's submachine gun, not only would we solve the hidden danger of Lin Tian, but we would also be able to shock everyone again. Don't worry. Brother, everything is ready. Gao Wu raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a cruel smile. Now we just have to wait for Lin Tian to fall into the trap. When that happens, I will make him wish he were dead, but unable to live. A group of people were waiting at the entrance of the building where Lin Tian was. Of course, they didn't wait for Lin Tian to shoot them all with his submachine gun, but hid beside various obstacles and traps. But what these people didn't know was that at this moment, Lin Tian was staring at them through the surveillance screen. The trap they thought was foolproof was seen through by Lin Tian. Even their conversation could be heard clearly. If Gao Wen and others had ambushed at the entrance of the supermarket, they might have been able to ambush Lin Tian, but they actually ambushed at the underground entrance of Lin Tian's building. They really brought trouble upon themselves. Little did people know that this place has the most surveillance cameras in the entire underground garage, providing almost 360-degree coverage without blind spots. At this moment, An King saw the man with glasses following Gao Wen, and instantly, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. She struggled desperately, staring at the man with glasses and making a woo-woo sound. It seemed to be saying, "Brother Shu, save me." When Shu Kang, the man with glasses, saw this, he hesitated for a moment, but still walked towards Gao Wu. Now, An King was even more excited. I was finally saved. Shu Kang pushed up his glasses and looked at Gao Wu. Brother Wu, now that you've had enough fun, can you? Everyone has a share, Gao Wu said very generously. Thank you, Brother Wu. The group of men around also started laughing, and they stared at An King closely. That naked gaze made An King feel like she was falling into an ice cellar, and the hope that had just been ignited was instantly shattered. Just then, a voice came from the corridor. In an instant, everyone became nervous. Chapter 58 Final Action. Gao Wen made a gesture to silence everyone, and no one dared to make a sound. That's a submachine gun. It would be a lie to say, I'm not scared. Gao Wu held An King hostage and leaned against a low brick wall. I didn't expect you to be such a loyal and affectionate man. I will taste your woman in front of you right now. A twisted smile appeared on Gao Wu's face. There was a flash of anger in An King's eyes. She struggled desperately, but Gao Wu strangled her even tighter. However, besides being angry, she was more touched in her heart. She didn't expect that Lin Tian would actually come to save her. In the next life, I will definitely give you a chance to pursue me, she promised silently in her heart. Gao Wen also hid behind Xiao Xiaolong and Xiao Xiao. Xiaolong and Xiao Hu held up shields made of car doors. The muscles in their arms were tense and veins bulged on their foreheads. A group of people held their breath and stared at the entrance of the corridor without daring to blink. However, everyone waited and waited, but no one came out. The garage was so quiet that the only sound was the nervous breathing of everyone. Gao Wu's brows gradually frowned, and he began to get a little impatient. Lin Tian, you coward, don't you dare to come out? He shouted loudly towards the corridor entrance. His voice echoed in the empty garage, but he received no response. If you don't come out, I'm going to cut your woman's face a few times. Gao Wu tightened the knife in his hand, and the blade was close to An King's cheek. An King's body trembled violently, and his eyes were full of fear. However, the corridor was still silent. Gao Wen's face also turned gloomy. He felt something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. It was just that uneasy feeling that kept spreading in his heart. Time passed by minute by minute. You are a man without guts. Suddenly, Gao Wu sneered, his eyes full of disdain. And his body, which had been tense due to tension, relaxed a little. He released the arm that was strangling An King, and An King immediately collapsed to the ground, with her eyes completely losing all their luster. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that we overestimated Lin Tian. Shu Kang pushed his glasses and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He's nothing special. Liu Dayanji shook his pants. That's right, even if he comes down with a gun right now. I'm not afraid of him. What a coward, he dared not show up after being frightened by us. I thought he was so great, what a joke. Everyone was laughing at the same time. And the previous fear had long been thrown out of the window. Gao Wen also breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense nerves relaxed a little. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the corridor. Boom! In an instant, everyone became tense again, and their nerves that had just relaxed were instantly stretched to the limit. Gao Wu quickly hid behind a low-lying wall, pressing his body tightly against it. Gao Wen also took out his small cannon and aimed it at the entrance of the corridor. Others also picked up weapons, some hid behind obstacles, and some relied on each other. Their bodies were shaking unconsciously, and the entire garage was once again shrouded in a suffocating atmosphere of tension. Time passes by every second. The corridor was still silent. Mad, are you kidding us? Gao Wu roared, his face full of anger and anxiety. Lin Tian, if you're a man, don't hide in there. I'll count to tens. And if you don't come out, I'll tear your woman's clothes to pieces. Gao Wu began to count down loudly. 10, 9, 8. Why don't you come out? Then I'll take off your woman's coat first. A ferocious smile appeared on Gao Wu's face. Dare. He roughly pulled off An King's coat. An King was like a walking corpse at this moment, with empty and lifeless eyes. 3. A group of people stared at the entrance of the corridor. 2. Some people began to sweat on their foreheads. Just as Gao Wu shouted out the last number, a shrill scream suddenly rang out. Everyone was frightened by the sudden sound. They turned around quickly and saw Gao Wu lying on the ground, his body twitching. What happened? Before everyone could react, another scream was heard. Gao Wen also fell to the ground and began to twitch. It was only then that everyone noticed that a strange person had appeared behind them at some point. This man was wearing a set of white weapons and equipment, like a god of war in the snowy land, exuding a powerful aura. Everyone stared blankly at the mysterious man who suddenly appeared, their hearts filled with fear and confusion. They didn't know who this person was or why he was here, but they could feel that the danger posed by this person was far greater than they had imagined. Not only are there guns, but there are also armors. Anyone who has been to the battlefield knows how complicated the situation is. Don't move, anyone who moves will die. Like the whisper of the devil. Everyone seemed to be frozen in place. The two brothers Gao Wen and Gao Wu were still twitching on the ground. Without a backbone, these people became a mess. On the count of 3. Put down all your weapons. 321. Lin Tian quickly counted to 3, and then fired 2 shots. The two unlucky guys holding the Molotov cocktails instantly fell to the ground wailing. Everyone quickly dropped their weapons. Brother, why don't you play by the rules? How can you count so fast? Xiao Xiaolong was trembling. His great talents in literature and martial arts were subdued, and he was the only one who could still speak. Big brother, who are you? Xiao Xiaolong asked bravely. Lin Tian looked at him coldly. Why, you wrote kill on my front door, but you don't know who I am. Xiao Xiaolong's knees suddenly weakened, and he knelt on the ground with a plop. Master Lin, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstand? Lin Tian sneered. He pointed at An King, who was disheveled, and asked, is this a misunderstanding? At this time, An King stared at Lin Tian closely. He is here. He really came. He came like a god from heaven. Looking at Lin Tian's red eyes and the ferocious expression, as if he wanted to eat someone, An King was in a trance. So, does he care about me so much? Am I so important to him? Suddenly, a trace of resentment arose in An King's heart. Then why didn't you come earlier? Why did you come only now? I was almost, did you know? Lin Tian didn't even look at An King. He took out a dozen explosive neck rings and threw them in front of everyone. Put them all on. Everyone looked at each other, but no one moved. At the same time, there was a hint of shock in his eyes. This is Lin Tian? When did such a strong man appear in the community? Fully armed, it's simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Had you come down from the battlefield of Russia? Lin Tian looked at the indifferent crowd and said, I count 3. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before Lin Tian could finish his words, everyone quickly picked up the collars on the ground and put them around their necks. Lin Tian nodded. It is true that people cannot teach people, but things can teach people once and for all. After seeing that everyone had put on the neck collars, Lin Tian found the control buttons for these people on the system panel. Then, a beautiful and moving scream was heard in the garage. More than a dozen people covered their necks at the same time and wailed in pain on the ground. I was wrong, please let me go. Master Lin, please. Let me go. The screams echoed in the garage, like the music of hell, making people shudder. Lin Tian, however, was very happy. He walked up to the Gao brothers, who were still twitching. Before that, he used a stun gun to attack the two men. When shooting a person, shoot the horse first. When capturing a thief, capture the leader first. Moreover, it was impossible for him to let these two people die so easily. Lin Tian first carefully took the small cannon from Gao Wen's hand, and then put collars on the two brothers. Lin Tian let out a long breath. After being reborn for more than 10 days, I can finally take revenge. Only then did he look at King, and King also looked at him with red eyes. Lin Tian shook his head, looking really pitiful. He tore the rag out of King's mouth. King can finally speak. She stared at Lin Tian closely, as if Lin Tian had done something wrong to her. Why did you come just now? Chapter 59. What is life worse than death? Lin Tian was confused. I saved you, and you didn't even say thank you? King raised her head proudly. If it weren't for you, would I have been kidnapped by them? I didn't cause your hatred, but you did bring me suffering. However, since you have performed well, I can give you a. Lin Tian stuffed the rag back into his pocket. Damn, this woman is crazy. King began to struggle and twist frantically. A bastard, how could you do this to me? Don't you like me? Why don't you put me down? Let me go. Lin Tian ignored this crazy woman and looked at Gao, who was howling in pain at his feet. Lin Tian, I was wrong. Gao's face was full of pain and as pale as paper. The electric current from the collar was like countless poisonous snakes, running rampant in his body. The strong electric shock through his central nervous system made his body twitch involuntarily. Every second, it was as if thousands of needles were piercing his body, making him feel extremely painful. He looked at Lin Tian with eyes full of fear. Devil, this is a devil. The same is true for Gaowen. Lin Tian, it's all my fault. Let my brother go. This matter has nothing to do with him. Lin Tian looked at the brothers expressionlessly. What a deep brotherly love. There was a hint of sarcasm and a sense of relief. After a full minute, Lin Kai stopped punishing everyone. A group of people were gasping for breath, as if they had just returned from the 18th level of hell. The look he gave Lin Tian was filled with fear and awe. In this minute, they deeply experienced what it means to live a life worse than death. That minute seemed longer than a century, and every second was filled with endless pain and suffering. Lin Tian sneered. Can't you bear this? There is still a long way to go. Come with me. Lin Tian had already thought about how to deal with these people. But first we have to sort out the neighbors in the garage. Especially the food in the supermarket. You can't let others pick all the peaches. A group of people followed Lin Tian obediently into the garage. Who told you to stand up? Lin Tian looked at these people with interest. Bang! Everyone knelt down quickly, knocking their knees heavily on the ground, using hands and feet, rolling and crawling. Their faces were filled with fear and they dared not disobey in the slightest. Just stop shocking them and let them do whatever they want. Only Gaowen was still standing, his eyes revealing a hint of unwillingness. Lin Tian, listen to me. Before Gaowen could finish his words, another scream rang out. But it's not Gaowen's, but Gao Wu's. Seeing his brother in pain, Gaowen quickly said, I kneel. Gaowen knelt down slowly, his body trembling slightly, his heart filled with humiliation and regret. He hated his impulsiveness and stupidity, and hated himself for provoking Lin Tian, a powerful enemy. Afterwards, Lin Tian led a group of people into the garage. At this time, Shen Shihan, Yilin, Li Wei and others also came out from the corridor. Just now, they were the ones who cooperated with Lin Tian to make noises in the corridor repeatedly to attract the attention of Gao and his gang. Lin Tian, with his physical fitness of 13 points, had already climbed to another unit and went directly behind the enemy. It came unexpectedly, both real and fake. While the other party's attention was on the corridor, he took out a stun gun and fired 2 shots, knocking down the Gao brothers directly. Without a backbone, the rest of the things will be much simpler. The girls looked at Lin Tian's back, their eyes full of little stars. This is their master. His strength and wisdom made them feel extremely safe and proud. In this unknown doomsday, they are lucky to have such a strong man to rely on. Afterwards, Shen Shihan looked at An King, who looked embarrassed, thought about it, and walked over. She tore the rag out of An King's mouth and began to untie her. How could he do this? An King still looked aggrieved and kept tickling Lin Tian. I've already told him that I can give him a chance to pursue me. How can he? Before he could finish his words, the rag was stuffed into his mouth again. Shen Shihan looked at An King as if she were a moron and walked away with a cold face. After a while, Yulin came again. Yulin thought that unlike the small rift between her and Shen Shihan, she and An King were still as close as sisters. If she could get An King involved, she would probably be able to live an easier life in the future. Yulin also removed the cloth from An King's mouth first, and then began to untie her. Why are they like this? An King's eyes were red. She didn't expect Shen Shihan to treat her like this. If you don't apologize to me, I definitely won't. Before he could finish his words, the strip of cloth returned again. Yulin also walked away with a cold face. If such an An King were brought to Lin Tian, she might be in an even worse situation. She fully understood the screams of the men just now. This time, An King was completely dumbfounded. In the middle of the garage, the neighbors sat together nervously. Just now, those screams were like demonic sounds coming from the abyss of hell. Everyone had a look of fear on their face, and their eyes revealed uneasiness and confusion. They didn't know what would happen next, nor did they know what their fate would be. At this moment, everyone saw a white weirdo walking towards them. Behind him, there was a group of people with dejected faces and fear on their faces. This group of people lowered their heads, not daring to look their neighbors in the eye, let alone stand up. That's Gawain? Someone shouted in surprise, his voice full of disbelief. How is this possible? Oh my god. Everyone was filled with shock. The neighbors couldn't believe their eyes when they saw Gawain following the white weirdo like a dog. Who is this mysterious man? How could he have such powerful strength that could make Gawain and others so fearful and submissive? Lin Tian? Suddenly there was a scream and Aunt Wang from the neighborhood committee covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes full of disbelief. What? Is he Lin Tian? The neighbors' eyes widened in shock. They couldn't connect the powerful mysterious man in front of them with the Lin Tian they had in mind. In their memory, Lin Tian was just an ordinary neighbor. But now he seemed to have been reborn, full of majesty and power. No wonder so many people wanted to deal with him, but ended up failing. With this equipment, I can do it too. Some people looked at Lin Tian's sophisticated equipment with a hint of greed in their eyes. However, when he saw Gata's greed, Lin Tian grinned, revealing his big white teeth. Auntie Wang. Long time no see. Aunt Wang shuddered. Hello, long time no see. Chapter 60 Revenge has just begun. Everyone, I am Lin Tian. Lin Tian stood in the middle of the garage and spoke to everyone. Some of you know me, some don't, but it doesn't matter. Everyone will get to know me slowly. Lin Yan. What are you going to do? Asked the security guard Uncle Tian. Lin Chong smiled at Uncle Tian. Uncle Tian was indeed one of the few good people in the community. I want to make a deal with you all. Trade? When the neighbors heard Lin Tian's words, they were stunned. What else do they have to trade now? Lin Tian looked at the puzzled eyes of the crowd and continued. I know everyone is out of food now, so I want to trade food with you. What? Trading food? The neighbor's eyes lit up. I'll buy it. I'll transfer all the money in my card to you. And me? I'll give you all the money, just give us some food. Neighbors rushed over one after another. Money nowadays is not even as good as waste paper. Especially the money in bank cards, which is just a string of numbers. Lin Tian smiled and pressed his hands down. Don't be impatient. Just listen to me. Everyone immediately quieted down, staring at Lin Tian, waiting for his next words. I don't want the money in your bank cards. I just want cash in gold and silver. Ah? The neighbors were dumbfounded. Who has cash nowadays? Even if there is, there are not many. What can you buy with a few $1,000s? No one thinks that Lin Tian will sell them food at a normal price. At that time, what's the use of a few buckets of instant noodles? Lin Tian saw the reactions of his neighbors and roughly guessed what they were worried about. Don't worry, the food won't be too expensive. The price will be 10 times the price before the end of the world. 10 times? Once again, the neighbors were shocked. Not too expensive, but too cheap. 451 buckets of instant noodles. At this moment, what difference does it make whether you give it for free or not? Wait for me, I'll go home and get the money. The neighbors turned around. And that's when the benefits of living on the lower floor became apparent. There is no elevator, and the higher you go the more uncomfortable it becomes. Shaolin, you are such a good person. It was Annie who misunderstood you before. Please don't bear a grudge against Annie. Aunt Wang from the neighborhood committee said with lowered eyebrows. She was terribly frightened now. Even Gao Wen and his gang were tamed by Lin Tian. Aunt Wang's son hid behind his mother, not daring to look Lin Tian in the eye. Lin Tian smiled at the mother and son with gritted teeth. Don't be in a hurry. It's not your turn yet. Then he shouted to the crowd. Why, you don't have to go to building 3. Lin Tian touched his nose. Building no. 3 was the one where he was. And it had already been completely looted by him. But don't worry, I will compensate you. After hearing this, the neighbors in building no. 3 felt relieved. Then, Lin Tian spoke again. Dr. Tang Wannerou, who is Dr. Tang? Please stay. Tang Wannerou stopped in the crowd. She didn't know while Lin Tian left her alone. MRLN, I'm Tang Wannerou, what can I do for you? Lin Tian looked over when he heard that. A young woman in her early 30s, she has the intellectual elegance of a doctor. There was a hint of confusion and nervousness in his eyes. Lin Tian smiled slightly and said, Don't be afraid. Dr. Tang, I have something I want to ask for your help. Don't worry, I will pay you. Tang Wannerou was slightly stunned. Then nodded, MRLN, please tell me as long as I can do it. I will do my best. Lin Tian didn't say anything, but lowered his head and looked at the Gao brothers. Lin Tian, I was wrong. I shouldn't have kidnapped your woman. It's all my fault. I deserve to die. Gao Wen's eyes were full of pleading. But it has nothing to do with my brother. Please let my brother go. As long as you let my brother go, I will do whatever you say. Standing aside, Gao Wu felt heartbroken when he saw his brother being so humble. When has my brother ever been like this? Even when someone had a gun pointed at his head, he never uttered a soft word. It's all my fault. It's all my fault for provoking this devil. Thinking of this, Gao Wu crawled to Lin Tian's feet using his hands and feet and grabbed Lin Tian's trouser legs. It's all my fault. It has nothing to do with my brother. I am blind and shameless. Please let my brother go. Gao Wu slapped himself as he spoke. No, it's my fault. It has nothing to do with him. Gao Wen also crawled to Lin Tian's feet and begged for mercy. There is no trace of the king's demeanor in the community. The former arrogance and domineering attitude disappeared at this moment, replaced by endless fear and humiliation. When Tang Wannerou saw this scene, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. What did Lin Tian do to make these two brothers so scared? At this time, Lin Tian looked at other people again. Master Lin, I was wrong. Please let us go. We are blind. You are a great man and you don't mind me. A group of people kowtowed like crazy. If you let me go, you won't have to think about it. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the group of people's eyes dimmed instantly. And when Lin Tian said the next sentence, everyone's eyes lit up again. But if you are obedient, I can give you a chance to live. Listen. We'll do whatever you ask us to do from now on. Yes. As long as you are alive. It is better than anything else. Lin Tian nodded and said, Go and bring all the food from the supermarket. Yes. More than a dozen people quickly stood up and ran towards the supermarket. The Gao brothers were the only ones left kneeling on the ground. Gao Wen gritted his teeth and said, Lin Tian, as long as you give us two brothers a chance to live, I will be your dog from now on. I will bite whoever you tell me to bite. Elder brother? Gao Wu looked at his brother in pain. He knew that his brother was not afraid of death, but was afraid of his own death. Brother, at worst we two brothers will die together. A ferocious look appeared on Gao Wu's feminine face. He would rather die than see his brother in humiliation. Die? Lin Tian sneered. You two brothers think too simply. Sizzle. Ah! Gao Wen covered his neck in pain. Elder brother. Gao Wu hurried forward, his eyes full of anger and despair. He cursed Lin Tian madly. Lin Tian, you bastard, if you dare, kill us. Lin Tian, come at me if you dare, and let my brother go. Lin Tian, you devil. Lin Tian, I was wrong, please let my brother go. Lin Tian, as long as you let my brother go, I am willing to be your dog. From cursing to begging for mercy, and then to humbly praying. Gao Wu's spine was completely broken by Lin Tian. He was not afraid of death. He was afraid that his brother would be humiliated. But he was even more afraid that his brother would suffer such inhuman torture. At this moment, Gao Wen's eyeballs were about to pop out. And his face was full of pain, as if he was experiencing the most cruel punishment in the world. On the side, Tang Wannerou looked at Lin Tian in horror. Although she didn't know how Lin Tian did it, as a doctor, she knew how much damage electric shock could cause to the human body. Lin Tian, please stop immediately. I will do anything you ask me to do. Want me to stop? That depends on your performance. Gao Wu knelt at Lin Tian's feet, grabbed his trouser legs, and begged desperately. Lin Tian looked down at Gao Wu, without a trace of pity in his eyes. Gao Wu nodded quickly. I will definitely behave well. as long as you let my brother go." Finally, Lin Tian stopped the punishment. "Thank you. Thank you." Gao Wu kowtowed to Lin Tian several times. Then quickly helped Gao Wen up. "Brother, are you okay?" Gao Wen's face was pale, and his body was still trembling slightly. He shook his head with difficulty but could not utter a word. "If you don't want each other to suffer anymore, you'd better be obedient." "Yes, yes." The two brothers nodded quickly. This time they were completely convinced. At this time, Lin Tiankai looked at Tang Wannerou and said quietly, "Drive Tang, you are a plastic surgeon, right?" Tang Wannerou nodded. "Yes. Then will you do the sex change operation?" Chapter 61. The younger brother becomes the younger sister. "Then will you do the sex change operation?" Tang Wannerou was startled and raised her eyebrows slightly. After a moment, she nodded slightly. "Yes. Very good." Lin Tian's lips curled up into an evil smile. It made Tang Wannerou shudder. What is this man going to do? In fact, for more than 10 days since his rebirth, Lin Tian has been thinking about how to take revenge. Just throw Gao Wu into the steamer and steam him to death. Let him also have a taste of the pain and despair that I once felt. Lin Tian felt unsatisfied. Electricity every day. Lin Tian felt too relaxed and unsatisfied. It was not until today when he drew the medical cabin that Lin Tian finally came up with an excellent plan for revenge. He wanted Gao Wu to be surrounded by pain, regret and despair every minute and every second of his life from now on, making his life worse than death. After getting Tang Wannerou's affirmative answer, Lin Tian took her and Gao Wu away. Only Gao Wen was left lying on the ground in despair. Gao Wen stared at their receding backs with dull eyes. Brother is going to become sister? He slowly turned his head and looked at the solid load brine wall in the garage. A flash of determination flashed through his mind, and he wanted to bang his head against it and die. But in an instant, hesitation brought him back to reality. If he died, who would take care of Gong Yi in the future? Don't think about dying. If you die, I promise that your brother will be worse off than dead. Lin Tian's voice suddenly rang in Gao Wu's ears, and Gao Wu trembled violently. Indeed, at that moment just now, he really wanted to end his life. When I think of the miserable fate I am about to face, I would rather die. And Lin Tian's words forced him to follow Lin Tian obediently and let him do whatever he wanted. At the side, Tang Wannerou looked at Gao Wu from the side. It's true that Gao Wu looked pretty and feminine. If maybe he could really be transformed. She kept thinking of various plans in her mind. As she was thinking, Tang Wannerou suddenly said, "Mr. Lin, although I can perform that kind of surgery, we don't have the conditions to do it here at the moment. Unless you can take me back to my plastic surgery hospital, I'm afraid." When Gao Wu heard Tang Wannerou's words, his eyes lit up instantly. "Yes, now the roads are blocked by heavy snow and no one can go out. I was really scared just now." Gao Wu secretly glanced at Lin Tian and breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Tian didn't say anything, just smiled calmly. "Plastic surgery hospital? Your plastic surgery hospital may not be as advanced as mine." The three of them walked slowly in the dim corridor, each with their own thoughts. After walking for a long time, Gao Wu and Tang Wannerou were already exhausted and out of breath, and finally reached the 18th floor. But Lin Tian did not show any fatigue at this time. His steps were light and his breathing was steady and without disorder. For him now, climbing 18 floors in one breath is just a piece of cake. Haka. Lin Tian opened the room and led the two people in. As soon as Tang Wannerou entered the room, she felt a wave of enthusiasm coming towards her. In the middle of the living room, a wood stove was burning fiercely. The vigorous flames licked the stove wall, making the entire space warm. The air conditioner also runs quietly, continuously outputting suitable warm air, and cooperates with the wood stove to keep the indoor temperature just right. This is where people should be, they both thought at the same time. Tang Wannerou stared at Lin Tian with her beautiful eyes. How many secrets does this man have? Gao Wu was also surprised. He thought that Lin Tian was just a lucky guy with a submachine gun. But at this moment, he finally realized that Lin Tian was a completely unknown existence to him. Lin Tian seemed unaware of the two people's inquiring gazes and walked to the guest bedroom on his own. Thus before coming down, he had placed the medical cabin in the guest bedroom. After all, only his room had electricity. No matter how advanced the medical warehouse is, it is not advanced enough to not require electricity. "Come in," Lin Tian said lightly. Upon hearing this, Tang Wannerou followed him into the bedroom when she saw the sci-fi-style medical cabin. Her eyes widened instantly. She stared straight at the sci-fi-style medical cabin, as if she was under a spell. Various equipment and instruments. Although others are not familiar with them, they seem so familiar and kind to Tang Wannerou. Those uniquely shaped instruments seemed to be calling her silently. Her heartbeat accelerated unconsciously, and an indescribable excitement spread in her heart. "I haven't performed surgery on anyone in a long time, and my hands suddenly felt itchy. MRLN, where did you buy this medical warehouse? Tang Wanero turned to look at Lin Tian with a little more admiration in her eyes. As far as she knows, there are no such advanced medical technology products in the country. Lin Tian just raised the corner of his mouth slightly and did not answer. Tang Wanero didn't get a response, and her attention was drawn to the medical cabin again. She slowly paced along the edge of the medical cabin, carefully examining every detail, muttering to herself. Incredible, absolutely incredible. When Gao Wu, who followed in, saw the medical cabin, his body froze and the slight hope in his heart completely disappeared. His face turned pale and his legs trembled slightly, as if he saw the horrible abyss he was about to step into. With a thump sound, Gao Wu knelt heavily on the ground, rolled and crawled to Lin Tian's feet, and grabbed Lin Tian's trouser legs. Lin Tian, I was wrong, please give me another chance. As long as you don't, you can ask me to do anything. Please, let me go, let me go. He shook Lin Tian's legs desperately, his eyes full of pleading, and he wished he could take out his soul in exchange for Lin Tian's forgiveness. But Lin Tian just looked at him coldly. Go in. No, I don't want to. Gao Wu retreated repeatedly, his body shaking like a sieve. He didn't dare to go in at all, for he was afraid that once he went in, he wouldn't be himself when he came out. Sizzle. Gao Wu instantly covered his neck, his body twitching uncontrollably, his muscles tensed, his teeth clenched, and his face was twisted with pain. In just a few seconds, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes full of fear and helplessness. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. I'll go in. I'll go in, please stop electrocuting me. Gao Wu's voice was trembling, filled with endless despair. Although he felt extremely terrified and ashamed to undergo that kind of surgery, a pain that seemed to come from his soul at this moment forced him to submit. If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you. Lin Tian stopped the punishment and looked at Gao Wu, who was like a dead dog at his feet, and finally felt a little relieved. Gao Wu raised his head with difficulty and looked at Lin Tian, with an even stronger pleading look in his eyes. Lin Tian, please don't do this to me. Gao Wu was unwilling to be pushed into the horrific medical cabin like this, but the severe pain in his body and the fear of more severe punishment made him dare not resist at all. At this time, Tang Wanero, who had already changed into surgical gown, suddenly said, Don't be afraid, just give me anesthesia and it will go away after a good sleep. Anesthetic. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows. I never said anything about using anesthesia. Tang Wanero was slightly stunned, and a chill rose in her heart. She looked at Lin Tian, then at Gao Wu who was kneeling on the ground, and said hesitantly, MRLN, if anesthesia is not used, a pain during the operation may be unbearable for him. Lin Tian raised his lips into a cruel smile. The pain he once brought me is not comparable to this pain. He must be aware of the fear and despair every minute and every second. When Gao Wu heard their conversation, his body shook violently and his eyes were filled with fear. He wanted to struggle to escape, but Lin Tian stepped on his body and he couldn't move at all. Gao Wu looked at Lin Tian in despair, muttering, No, don't, please. You can't do this to me. Devil. Chapter 60 To please, be a human being. On the operating table, Gao Wu's limbs were fixed, and even his head was firmly restrained by a special device, making him unable to move. But he still twisted his body as much as he could, trying to break free from this nightmare-like restraint. The metal clamps that imprisoned him dug deep into his skin, leaving bloody marks, but he no longer cared. His instinct for survival made him struggle with all his might. Ooh. Gao Wu looked at Lin Tian, his eyes filled with desperate pleading and endless regret. If he were given another chance, he would never provoke Lin Tian. This person is truly terrifying. His eyes followed Lin Tian closely, as if he was praying that Lin Tian would suddenly show mercy and let him go. However, Lin Tian just stood aside with an expressionless face, watching everything coldly. At the side, Tang Waneroyu's eyes flashed with pity. Really, no anesthesia? This kind of surgery does not require anesthesia. So what is the difference between it and link eye? Especially the face and genitals, which are the most vulnerable parts of the human body and have the most densely packed nerves. If no anesthesia is used, the cuts one by one, it's chilling just to think about it. Tang Wanero looked at Lin Tian again, trying to find a sign of hesitation on his face. But Lin Tian not only did not waver at all, but instead said something even more terrifying. Take 2 more of his ribs off for me. My waist is a bit thick. Which is different from women. What? Tang Wanero was stunned, obviously shocked by Lin Tian's cruel request. No need for anesthesia? She subconsciously glanced at Gao Wu and saw that his face had turned from pale to ashen, his eyes full of despair and fear. When Gao Wu heard Lin Tian's words, his body suddenly stiffened, and then he struggled even more frantically. A shrill whimper came from his throat, as if accusing him of this inhuman torture. But no matter how he struggled, he could not escape this destined fate. Gao Wu's eyes were filled with despair, as if he had already seen himself being tortured beyond recognition. At this moment, the regret in his heart reached its peak. He regretted what he had done and regretted provoking this devilish man. Tang Wannerou looked at Gao Wu struggling desperately on the operating table. Feeling very sorry for him, she could imagine the pain Gao Wu was about to endure, which was a torture that ordinary people could hardly endure. But she had no choice. As cruel as it was, she dared not disobey the scary man in front of her. Even though Lin Tian is very polite to her now, who knows what the consequences will be if she refuses? She didn't dare to gamble, and couldn't afford to gamble. Tang Wannerou took a deep breath and stared at Lin Tian. "MRLN, I just took a look and found that the basic surgical instruments are all here. But there is still one thing missing to complete this operation." "What else is missing?" Missing prosthesis." Lin Tian nodded and understood what Tang Wannerou was talking about. "Does your plastic surgery hospital have it?" "Yes." But Tang Wannerou looked embarrassed and frowned slightly. Now the heavy snow has blocked all the road 7. If Lin Tian is well equipped, he still can't get out. Lin Tian just nodded lightly. He was planning to go out for a while anyway, so it didn't matter if he went to get it. There probably aren't too many cash and jewelry in the neighborhood. There are 4 buildings in his community, and he has previously looted more than 300 yuan worth of gold, silver and cash from these buildings. Based on this estimate, the other 3 buildings combined are worth about 1 million. It can be exchanged for more than 10 physical fitness fruits, which is not a small number. It can make Lin Tian's physical fitness reach more than twice that of a normal person. But Lin Tian is not satisfied with this. He wanted to collect more gold and silver, so it was necessary for him to go out. At the very least, a visit to the jewelry section of a mall will give you access to plenty of gold. Lin Tian stared at Gao Wu on the operating table and said softly, "I'll figure out the prosthesis. You do the lower part of the surgery first." Tang Wannerou was stunned, but it was not impossible to do the bottom first. She said a little embarrassed lie, "Okay, but the bottom is all." Still. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows. "What's left?" "Just keep it, keep that one." Tang Wannerou's pretty face flushed slightly, and then she explained to Lin Tian, "I had undergone this type of surgery before at a plastic surgery hospital, and it was only on the upper body and minor adjustments to the face. According to those people, keeping both features will result in a higher price." Lin Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. He understood TS. But this is not what he wants. No one will be left behind. After hearing Lin Tian's words, Gao Wu was completely desperate. He no longer struggled or resisted. He lay on the operating table like a zombie, with empty eyes. Tang Wannerou took the scalpel and approached Gao Wu step by step. "Just bear with it. It's best not to move, otherwise it will be more painful." However, Gao Wu did not respond, as if he had lost all feeling. Tang Wannerou bit her lip, raised her knife and slashed. Gao Wu couldn't help but let out a shrill scream, which seemed to come from the depths of hell, full of pain and despair. At the same time, his body was shaking violently, and his face was so distorted that it was unbearable to look at. But this is just the beginning. Outside the medical cabin, Lin Tian listened to the screams that gradually became shrill, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes cold, as if he was appreciating a carefully choreographed drama, just like Gao Wu in his previous life. In his previous life, Gao Wu was outside the steamer, looking at him inferently in the same way. At that time, Lin Tian was imprisoned in a steamer by Gao. The scorching heat corroded his body and will bit by bit, while Gao Wu watched his struggle and pleas for mercy in a teasing manner, unmoved. But now, the wheel of fate has completely turned around. Lin Tian has become the master, and Gao Wu has also tasted the feeling of being worse than death. The operation was still going on. Beads of sweat kept rolling down Tang Wannerou's forehead and her breathing became rapid. Every time the knife fell, it was accompanied by Gao Wu's heartbreaking screams. In less than 10 minutes, Gao Wu had fainted 3 times. MRLN, he may not be able to hold on at this rate. How about we give him anesthesia? Tang Wannerou mustered up the courage to shout to Lin Tian outside the medical cabin. With a hint of pleading in her voice, Lin Tian looked at Gao Wu, whose consciousness was already blurring, and nodded. "Okay." Tang Wannerou let out a long breath. The operation she just performed was definitely the most cruel operation she had ever performed in her life. Every movement seemed to challenge her psychological limits. Gao Wu also felt relieved when he heard Lin Tian's words. No matter what, at least he doesn't have to watch himself anymore. Just now, he was suffering tremendous torture both physically and mentally. But at this time, Lin Tian said, "Okay, let's stop here today. Dr. Tang, please sew up the wound first and continue tomorrow." Tang Wannerou and Gao Wu were both stunned. "Please, be a human being." Chapter 63, One person's success brings prosperity to the whole family. Underground garage. Everyone line up, don't make a mess. Shen Shihan shouted loudly to the crowd. But the crowd was still in chaos as if they didn't hear her words. I want a box of instant noodles. Give me a bag of rice. I want. People held up the gold and silver jewelry they had brought back from home with anxious looks on their faces. They had long since stopped caring about anything else and just wanted to exchange them for food as quickly as possible. Aowen frowned upon seeing this, and he raised his voice and shouted. Didn't you hear what Miss Shihan said? Everyone, line up. Anyone who doesn't queue up will be disqualified from purchasing. Sure enough, after hearing Aowen's words, everyone quickly lined up. A man at the front of the line held a stack of cash and a handful of gold and silver jewelry. These are all for you, whatever you can give me, it's fine. He didn't bother to bargain, he just wanted to get the food quickly. You have more than 3,000 yuan in cash, and the jewelry is worth. Chen Shihan was looking at what the man was holding and was still estimating carefully. But Gao Wen, who was standing next to him, directly threw a box of instant noodles to the man. Okay, get out of here. Hey, thank you, thank you. The man held a box of instant noodles and bowed repeatedly, saying, thank you, Mr. Gao, and thank you, Miss Shihan. Shen Shihan's eyes narrowed and she pointed at Gao Wen. Hey, what do you mean? When Lin Tian left, he said that you must listen to me. I still don't understand, how can you just give it away? Gao Wen felt aggrieved when he saw the little girl who looked at him coldly. Since when did young girls who had just graduated from college dare to point their fingers at him? However, thinking of his brother whose gender was unknown, Gao Wen could only hold back his shame and said in a flattering manner. Miss Shihan, there are still 300 or 400 people in the garage. If we count them one by one, how long will it take to count them all? Lin, we can't keep the gentleman waiting too long. Right? After hearing Gao Wen's words, Shen Shihan thought about it, and it seemed to be true. She gave Gao Wen a nasal sound in response, and then continued. And you should discuss it with me first. Gao Wen felt annoyed after hearing this. But he still said, yes, I was wrong just now, I won't do it again next time. Chen Shihan looked at this once majestic gangster boss, who was now groveling to her, and her expression finally looked better. This won't happen again. Yes. Afterwards, the speed of exchanging food became much faster. The other side of the garage. Yulin crossed her arms and looked at the brothers Xiao Xiaolong, Xiao Xiao Hu and several others with cold eyes. She raised her chin slightly, with a sarcastic arc at the corner of her mouth. Come here. You guys. Yulin pointed at the two brothers Xiao Xiaolong and Xiao Xiao Hu and several other younger brothers. Her voice was not loud, but it carried an irresistible majesty. Xiao Xiao Hu and others walked forward trembling, their hearts full of regret. Damn, who would have thought that this woman would now become Lin Tian's woman? What is most unacceptable is that they were the ones who personally put the woman into the sack and gave it to Lin Tian. When they thought of this, they wished they could slap themselves to death. Ms. Yi, what do you want to talk to us about? Xiao Xiaolong's voice trembled, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Yilin snorted coldly, and her eyes swept across everyone like a knife. You are the ones who stuffed me into the sack in the first place. Am I not mistaken? Xiao Xiaolong forced a flattering smile on his face and quickly explained. Miss Yi, look at what you said, if it weren't for us brothers, you wouldn't be living such a comfortable life now, right? So, I have to thank you. Yilin's eyes became even colder and her voice became a little louder. Living a comfortable life? Do you know how I have been spending these days? Hearing Yilin's unfriendly tone, everyone waved their hands quickly. No. Yilin looked at those who had bullied her, and her heart was filled with the pleasure of revenge. She sneered, are you scared now? When you stuffed me into the sack, did you ever think that this day would come? Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look Yilin in the eye. Kneel down, Yilin suddenly shouted. Everyone was stunned and no one moved. Asking these grown men to kneel down before a woman? How is that possible? Seeing that they did not move, Yilin sneered. What? Have you forgotten what Lin Tian said just now? You have to do whatever I tell you to do. If you don't listen to me, you are also not listening to Lin Tian. Do you still want to taste the electric shock? Hearing the electric shock, everyone couldn't help but shiver. I never want to experience that kind of excruciating pain that goes deep into their bones, and that feeling that is worse than death again. Kneel down, Yilin shouted again. Bang, 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 bang. Some people couldn't hold on any longer. They also didn't know how much this woman meant to Lin Tian, but they didn't dare to gamble. If Lin Tian really gave them another shock because of what this woman said, then they would be completely finished. Yilin looked at the people kneeling in front of her. The joy in her heart surged like a raging tide. When you were so reckless towards me, did you ever think that you would end up like this? The sweat on Xiao Xiaolong's forehead slid down his cheeks and dripped onto the ground. He endured the humiliation and whispered, "Miss Yi, we know we are wrong. Please be magnanimous and let us go." Yilin stopped and looked down at him with disdain in her eyes. "You know you're wrong? Now that you know you're wrong, isn't it too late?" She raised her foot and gently stepped on Xiao Xiaolong's shoulder, applying a little force to press his body lower. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao, who could no longer suppress his anger, he raised his head and glared at Yilin. "Don't go too far." Yilin was not afraid at all. Instead, she sneered, "Too much? That's too much, compared to what you did to me. This is just a drop in the bucket." She continued, "From today on, you must behave yourself, you must do whatever I tell you to do. If you make me dissatisfied, NPH. Yilin didn't finish her words, but the unfinished meaning frightened everyone. Xiao Xiaolong gritted his teeth and said, "Humiliating lie. Yes, Miss Yi, we will definitely obey your orders." Yilin looked at the people who dared to be angry but not to speak, and finally showed a hint of satisfaction. "I finally vented some of the grievances I suffered from Lin Tian in the past few days. Clean my shoes." "Yes." Xiao Xiaolong responded with difficulty. He slowly stretched out his trembling hand and touched Yilin's dusty shoe surface. Yilin raised her chin slightly, enjoying the pleasure of revenge. She also gently shook her feet, deliberately humiliating several people. "Wipe it carefully if there is still a little stain. You will all be in trouble. What does it mean that when one person achieves enlightenment, a whole family will benefit? This means that when one person achieves enlightenment, the whole family will benefit." Not only Shen Shihan and Yilin, but also Li Wei's women also enjoyed the flattery of their neighbors. At this time, many women surrounded Li Wei and others, constantly saying flattering words. This is called lady diplomacy. No one is stupid if you want to live a stable life in the garage in the future. You must look at Lin Tian's opinion, and pleasing the women around Lin Tian is undoubtedly a shortcut. Li Wei and her companions gradually felt superior under the flattery of everyone. They are very glad now that they followed Lin Tian so early. In the corner, An King, who had been untied, stared at those women, looking at their smug and flattering appearances with a complicated expression. Envy, jealousy, resentment, regret. He kept muttering, "No, he's mine. It's me, that he likes." Chapter 60 for Tang Wan Aroyu's initiative. When Lin Tian came to the garage again, he saw the scene of the women being flattered. When Yilin saw Lin Tian coming over, she quickly took the shoes off Xiaolong's head. Just now she was just taking advantage of the power of others. Who knows whether Lin Tian will punish her? Perhaps among all the women, only Shen Shihan is currently qualified. However, although Yilin moved quickly, she still couldn't escape Lin Tian's eyes. A 13-point physique strengthens more than just strength. But Lin Tian didn't say anything, just glared at Yilin. This frightened Yilin so much that she quickly covered her neck. Only when the imagined pain did she stop feeling did she breathe a sigh of relief. When he looked at Lin Tian again, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. Women always admire strong men. If the end of the world is compared to the most primitive jungle, then at this time, Lin Tian has the highest mate rights. Of course Lin Tian also has his own ideas. First of all, Xiao Xiaolong and others were also his enemies in his previous life. And it was Xiao Xiaolong and Xiao Xiaohu who threw him into the steamer. He was still thinking about how to take care of the two brothers. So when he saw Yilin's little action, he didn't say anything. In addition, if he wanted to manage so many people, or even establish his own power in the end times, Lin Tian felt that it was necessary to divide them into certain classes. In times of chaos, severe punishments should be used. If we try to achieve equality for all and eat from the same pot in the last days, it will definitely not end well. Moreover, power is from the bottom up. Only when the people around you enjoy the benefits of dependence on you will they be more convinced of you and work harder to serve you. At this time, everyone saw Lin Tian, and the messy garage suddenly became much quieter. People looked at him with awe, expectation and fear. Although Lin Tian didn't say anything, he didn't need to say anything now. He just stood there quietly, and people couldn't help but lower their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. Only Shen Shihan and Yilin looked at Lin Tian with a little more passion and pride in their eyes. This is their man. Shen Shihan bit her lower lip slightly, her eyes full of admiration for Lin Tian. Yilin had a look of infatuation on her face, and in her eyes there was not only admiration but also a hint of awe. Thinking of her previous behavior of taking advantage of the power of others, she still felt a little scared, but at this moment, looking at Lin Tian's figure emitting a strong aura, she felt extremely relieved. Lin Tian walked towards Shen Shihan and slowly said, "How is it? How much cash in gold and silver have you collected now?" Shen Shihan quickly pointed to a few half-open boxes and said, "There are more than 100,000 in cash in these jewels." Shen Shihan looked at the pile of gold and silver jewelry on the table. and she had no idea how much they were worth. Lin Tian nodded, very satisfied with his current gains. He is about to go out for a trip and wants to strengthen himself again. Who knows what dangers are waiting for him outside? Good, keep going. After giving a compliment, Lin Tian turned around and left with a bag of cash. Gold and silver. On the side, Gaowen finally couldn't help but speak. Mr. Ellen, how is my brother? The situation was stronger than the person, and Gaowen had no choice but to follow those women and use the title of Sir, which had a special meaning. Lin Tian glanced at Gaowen coldly. Don't worry, you won't die yet. As long as you behave well. You two brothers will meet again one day. Brother and sister? Gaowen swallowed hard, his face bitter. I understand, sir, please rest assured, I will help you take care of everything. After hearing Gaowen's words, Lin Tian turned around and left without staying any longer. Back in the room, Tangwan Arroyu had just finished taking a shower. She hadn't taken a shower for a long time in the apocalypse. At this moment, she looks sexy and seductive without any makeup. Her wet hair is casually draped over her shoulders, and a few strands of hair are stuck to her slightly flushed cheeks, adding a bit of charm. She was wearing a loose white bathrobe, tied loosely around her waist, revealing a large area of fair skin. Her faintly visible collarbone and slender neck exuded a fatal attraction. I don't know whether this woman did it intentionally or unintentionally. When Lin Tian entered the room, she was eating the hot pot that Lin Tian rewarded her with. The misty hot air rose up and enveloped her face, making her like a fairy in Wonderland. When Tangwan Arroyu saw Lin Tian coming in, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then a charming smile bloomed on her face. Mr. Ellen, you're back. Tangwan Arroyu's voice was soft and gentle. Lin Tian nodded slightly, his eyes stayed on her for a short while, then he walked straight to the sofa and took out the cash in gold and silver in his hand. Women would only slow down the speed at which he could draw his sword. On the side, Tangwan Arroyu looked at him curiously, only to see Lin Tian closing his eyes, as if performing some operation. After a while, he recharged these properties into the system, and the system showed that the recharge was worth more than 500. Zaru Lin Tian did not hesitate at all and immediately exchanged for 5 physical fruits. These fruits emit a strange light, as if they contain endless power. Lin Tian picked up a fruit and put it in his mouth. In an instant, a powerful energy burst out in his body. His body trembled slightly, his muscles tensed, and every cell was greedily absorbing the energy of the fruit. As he swallowed each fruit, he could clearly feel his body getting stronger, and his strength, speed, endurance and other qualities were rapidly improving. When the energy of the last fruit was completely absorbed, Lin Tian's physical fitness reached 18 points, and an unprecedented sense of power surged in his heart. Tangwan Arroyu watched all this quietly from the side, the admiration in her eyes growing stronger. She didn't know what was going on, but the mysterious fruit looked extraordinary. Also, Lin Tian is exuding an even more powerful aura at this moment. She slowly walked to Lin Tian's side, slightly turned sideways, opened the neckline of her bathrobe wider, revealing more seductive spring scenery, and said softly, Mr. Ellen, your aura is even more awe-inspiring now. Lin Tian glanced at her and just nodded faintly. Yeah. Tangwan Arroyu bit her lip lightly and said, Mr. Ellen, if you need my help in the future, just let me know and I will do my best. Hot bath, warmth, hot pot. These things, which were very common before the end of the world, now became extremely precious enjoyments in Tangwan Arroyu's eyes. She never wanted to go back to the underground garage again. Tangwan Arroyu looked at Lin Tian's increasingly powerful figure. She understood that she had to hold on to the man in front of her tightly, not only for survival, but also for a little dignity and hope in this doomsday. However, Lin Tian did not pay much attention to Tangwan Arroyu's thoughts. After feeling the changes after his body was strengthened, he left without hesitation. However, when he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Tangwan Arroyu. By the way, where is the prosthesis you mentioned? Chapter 65, Treasure Hunt. In a room on the second floor, several big men were busy. They removed the aluminum windows of the room, and suddenly, the howling cold wind rushed in like a surging tide, and the freezing air instantly filled the entire room. However, these people ignored the cold and threw several car hoods out of the windows. At this point, the snow was almost flush with the windows, and the hood was laying directly on the snow. In this way, when you go out, you don't have to worry about getting stuck in the thick snow. A simple snow dock is completed. Thanks for your hard work. Lin Tian's calm voice rang out in the room. It's not hard. It's not hard. Everyone waved their hands quickly. One of the big men wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked up at Lin Tian and said, Mr. Ellen, according to your instructions, the snow dock has been built. What should we do next? There is nothing for you to do here, go back. Lin Tian said expressionlessly. Oh, okay. No one dared to disobey Lin Tian's order and nodded in agreement. Although Lin Tian didn't tell them what to use the pier for, it was obvious that it was definitely used to go out. Could it be that he has a way to get out? After everyone went out, someone whispered. No way, not to mention the freezing temperature outside. There's nearly 3 meters of snow, how can we walk? Some people think it is impossible no matter how awesome Lin Tian is. He cannot get out unless he can fly. Will there be any tools? Like skis or something? Someone else said, and after everyone heard it, their eyes lit up and they felt that this possibility was very high. After all, they have submachine guns, bulletproof vests and everything else, so what does a pair of skis matter? Everyone thought that Lin Tian must have a way to get out. Otherwise, why would he let them build this snow pier? The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. At this moment, everyone felt like they were trapped on an isolated island, surrounded by the ice and snow of the end of the world for a long time. And their inner helplessness and despair were increasing day by day. And if someone could go out and get some supplies, then maybe everyone's life would be better. Even just a little improvement would be like a life-saving straw in this hellish environment. After everyone went back, they told the people around them about this matter. Lin Tian didn't ask them to keep it a secret anyway. Then word spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, until the whole garage was in an uproar. The originally dull and depressing atmosphere was broken, and people came out from their corners, gathered together, and discussed in a buzzing manner. Really? Lin Tian really has a way to get out? What do you think MRLN will bring back after he leaves? Food? Medicine? No matter what it is, as long as there is something new, we will have hope. While everyone was looking forward to it, Lin Tian was making final preparations in an orderly manner in the room. When everything was ready, Lin Tian stood up, took a deep breath, and walked towards the simple snow pier, walking out of the house step by step. The cold wind cut on his face like a sharp blade, and the icy breath instantly penetrated his clothes. But for Lin Tian, who had a physique of 18 points, it was already bearable. And he thought about it, and the snowmobile that had killed the enemy instantly appeared beside him. The main body of the car is grayish-white, and under the refraction of the sunlight, it emits a faint cold light, as if it is the exclusive car for this world of ice and snow. The tires are wide and thick with special anti-skid patterns, which are enough to travel smoothly in deep snow. Moreover, there is a sled on the back of the motorcycle, which can be used to pull some goods. Lin Tian lifted his leg and stepped onto the snowmobile. He gripped the handle and gently turned the key. The motorcycle instantly emitted a low and powerful roar, breaking the silence of the snowy field. He took another deep breath, feeling the surging power in his body and the powerful force of the snowmobile. Then he suddenly stepped on the accelerator, and the snowmobile rushed forward like a wild horse, raising a cloud of snow, driving the motorcycle slowly forward. Lin Tian looked around and the whole world seemed to be covered by a huge, flawless white carpet. The once bustling and noisy city has now been completely changed by the heavy snow. The streets lined with tall buildings looked like they had been trampled by a giant white beast, with the accumulated snow almost completely burying the height of a floor. However, this made it convenient for Lin Tian to travel. He didn't have to worry about what was under the snow. He just had to step on the accelerator. Lin Tian drove the snowmobile carefully through the city, vigilantly observing the movements around him. Following the route I remembered, I arrived at Yonghu, a supermarket not far from the community. The supermarket's door was closed and the snow around it was piled up like a mountain, almost burying the lower half of the building. Lin Tian put the snowmobile back into the system space, then walked carefully towards the supermarket entrance with weapon in hand. The door was buried in snow. Lin Tian simply broke a window on the second floor and jumped into the supermarket. The supermarket was dark, with only a few faint rays of light coming through the gaps in the windows, barely illuminating the surroundings. Lin Tian turned on the tactical flashlight. What came into view was a scene of devastation, with shelves toppled and goods scattered all over the floor. It was obvious that this place had been looted. There were still many corpses on the ground, some of which were frozen stiff, while others were in twisted and strange postures. Dried blood spread around the corpses, as if telling the story of the brutal struggle that had taken place. It seems that someone has been here before, Lin Tian whispered to himself. This supermarket is located at the entrance of a residential community. At the beginning of the apocalypse, it is normal for someone to come here despite the wind and snow. But this place is too empty. There is no water, no electricity, and no heating facilities. If those people continue to stay here, there is only one possibility. They should have frozen to death here. Lin Tian glanced at the corpses holding food next to him, whose bodies had already become stiff. There was not much emotion, as too many people died in the apocalypse, so Lin Tian continued to grope forward carefully. Finally, we arrived at the place where jewelry was sold. However, it seems that this place was also looted. Although money has become worthless in the end times, When people see those glittering gold products in crystal clear jewelry, they cannot resist their greed and grab them. This may be the instinctive pursuit of wealth engraved in our genes. Even if survival becomes a problem, it is difficult to suppress this impulse. Lin Tian was a little disappointed. He thought he would be able to harvest a large amount of gold and silver by finding this place. In the end, he still underestimated human nature. However, the jewelry was not completely looted, and some were still scattered on the floor and in the cabinets. Lin Tian held up a flashlight, alertly paying attention to the movements around him, while recharging the gold and silver jewelry into the system. Not to mention, the supermarket was pitch black at this time, and there were many corpses around. If Lin Tian had not experienced the madness of his previous life, he might not dare to search for supplies here alone. Soon, Lin Tian had collected almost all the gold and silver jewelry that could be found in this area, at least as far as I could see. When I swept the flashlight across, I couldn't see any golden or sparkling jewelry. Lin Tian stood up and recharged the last gold chain in his hand into his account. Ding, recharge successful, account balance. Chapter 66 Attack. Ding, recharge successful, account balance 873,291 yuan, only over 800. 0. Lin Tian shook his head, a little dissatisfied. He originally thought that he could make millions with one blow, but he didn't expect it was just this little. In fact, if the jewelry section had not been looted, perhaps Lin Tian could have really made it. But the reality is so cruel. Lin Tian sighed helplessly, but he also understood that the harvest of more than 800 was quite good. Okay, be contented, that's only one day, Lin Tian said to himself. There are so many shopping malls in the city, and even specialized gold shops, and this is just the beginning. Thinking of this, Lin Tian suddenly became more energetic. Gold shops and shopping malls may be robbed, but those specialized gold shops should not be robbed, right? It's snowing heavily. Even if someone managed to get out, they would definitely go for food. It's impossible for them to leave the life-saving food and go grab gold and silver jewelry first. Lin Tian quickened his pace and walked towards the supermarket exit. While walking, he did not forget to exchange for a physical fitness fruit and ate it as he walked. What's more, after taking the fruit into his mouth, a warm current instantly flowed through his whole body, and Lin Tian even sweated a little. The body, which had been slightly stiff due to long-term movement in the ice and snow, now became extremely comfortable, and even the whistling cold wind did not seem so biting. After eating a physical fruit, Lin Tian slowly exhaled, and the long breath quickly condensed into a ball of white mist in the cold air. It's time to go to the plastic surgery hospital. This time he came out to do two things. One was gold, and the other was prosthesis. Taking out the snowmobile again, Lin Tian lifted his leg and straddled the motorcycle. Although the system space cannot store items outside the system, items produced by the system can be stored at will. There will be more and more flash sales in the future, and this system space can really be used as a portable space. Lin Tian thought about it, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He started the engine, and with a low and powerful roar, the snowmobile rushed forward like a wild horse, raising a cloud of snow mist. According to the location told by Tang Wannerou, Lin Tian drove the snowmobile on the icy streets. The tall buildings on both sides of the street were covered in ice and snow like silent giants. A once prosperous city was now dead silent, with only the sound of his motorcycle echoing in the empty streets. While driving, Lin Tian observed his surroundings vigilantly. For some reason, he always felt like someone in the surrounding buildings was observing him. It was a subtle intuition, as if there were many pairs of eyes hidden behind the dark windows, watching his every move. His eyes were as sharp as torches, trying to penetrate the layers of ice and darkness to find the hidden source of the vision. But to no avail. Forget it, it's normal for someone to see it. At this moment, he was the only one in his car on the street, and it was impossible for him not to attract attention. Although the end of the world has been going on for more than 10 days, miracles always exist. There are always some people who live tenaciously. Lin Tian remembered that before the end of the world came in his previous life, he saw doomsday dreamers on short videos. They had stockpiled a large amount of supplies in advance. From food, water to various tools, and even some simple defense facilities and weapons. Lin Tian felt that those preparations were richer than what he had now. There is no doubt that those people are still alive and well. Lin Tian shook his head, ignored the vague gazes, and continued to move towards the plastic surgery hospital. Finally, the outline of the plastic surgery hospital appeared in front of us. It was a white building that stood out against the snow. Lin Tian parked the snowmobile in front of the hospital and turned off the engine. The surroundings instantly fell into silence, with only his light breathing and the rustling sound of falling snowflakes. He also broke into the hospital through the window on the second floor. He walked slowly into the hospital, weapon tightly in his hand, taking every step carefully. The fifth ward. For some reason, This word suddenly appeared in Lin Tian's mind. It was dark, deep, and smelled of disinfectant, just like the eerie and strange scenes seen in some works from island countries in my previous life. He tightened the weapon in his hand, walked more lightly, and slowly walked along the corridor. As he walked, he looked around the room warily. Some of the doors were tightly closed, exuding a mysterious atmosphere, while others were half open, and the darkness shining through the gaps looked like peeping eyes. Lin Tian tried hard to control himself from thinking about those horrific scenes. He took a deep breath and, as Tangwan Aroyu had said, walked quickly to the equipment room on the 3rd floor. After reaching the 3rd floor, he quickly located the equipment room. When I opened the door, a stale smell mixed with a faint smell of disinfectant hit me. The room was a bit messy, with various medical equipment placed randomly. Lin Tian began to search carefully. He went back and forth between cabinets and drawers. And finally, in a cabinet in a corner, he found some prostheses. These prostheses were sealed in boxes, of varying sizes, and appeared to be in good condition. Lin Tian didn't bother to choose and stuffed all the prostheses into his backpack. Just as he put the last prosthesis into his backpack, he suddenly heard a low buzzing sound coming from the operating room next door. The sound was particularly abrupt in the silent room, and Lin Tian's nerves instantly tensed up. He raised his head alertly, his eyes fixed on the direction where the sound came from. In the darkness, something seemed to be approaching slowly, but he couldn't see what it was. An inexplicable tension spread in his heart. Lin Tian gripped his weapon tightly, squatted slightly, and was ready to fight at any time. Suddenly, the flashlight illuminated a dark shadow slowly emerging from the corner. What is this? Lin Tian's hair stood on end. He originally thought it was some survivor or something, but he didn't expect it to be such a strange-looking unknown creature. The monster was tall, more than 2 meters tall, and its overall outline was twisted and irregular. The head appears exceptionally small, greatly disproportionate to the huge body. The 2 eyes are like deep pools, emitting a strange blue light that makes people feel cold in their hearts at a glance. This unknown monster was extremely fast and pounced in front of him in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian only saw a black shadow and instinctively dodged sideways while pulling the trigger. Da-da-da-da-da. The bullet hit the monster's body, but what flowed out was not scarlet blood, of light blue liquid, which looked indescribably weird. The monster let out a roar and then disappeared into the darkness. Lin Tian did not dare to slack off at all. He held the weapon tightly, leaned against the wall, and scanned the darkness around him vigilantly. At this moment, the surroundings fell into deathly silence again. Suddenly, a slight rustling sound came from above his head. Lin Tian raised his head abruptly and shone the flashlight upwards. He saw that the monster had somehow climbed onto the ceiling and was staring down at him, its dark blue eyes flashing with ferocity and greed. Chapter 67 Fierce Fight. Seeing the monster swooping down like black lightning, Lin Tian quickly dodged to the side. The monster's sharp claws brushed against the corner of his clothes, bringing up a gust of cold wind. Lin Tian rolled over to distance himself from the monster, and raised his hand and fired a series of shots. Da-da-da-da-da. The bullets flashed sparks in the darkness and flew towards the monster, but the monster was extremely agile. It twisted its body in the air and avoided most of the bullets. Only a few hit it, splashing a few light blue droplets. After the monster landed, it did not stop, and pounced on Lin Tian again with its fangs and claws bared. As Lin Tian retreated, he switched the weapon in his hand to melee mode and pulled out a sharp dagger. Just as the monster pounced in front of him, he took a step forward, leaned sideways to avoid the monster's frontal attack, and at the same time swung the dagger in his hand fiercely. The dagger slashed across the monster's body, but only left a shallow white mark on its hard shell, as if it had only tickled it. The monster was enraged by the attack and let out an even more ferocious roar. It swung its strong arms violently. Lin Tian hurriedly ducked to avoid it. The arm passed over his head with a whistling sound and smashed heavily into the instrument next to him, smashing it to pieces in an instant. Lin Tian took the opportunity to roll over and came to the side and rear of the monster. He seized the opportunity and stabbed the dagger hard into the monster's joints. This time, the dagger penetrated successfully, and light blue liquid slowly flowed out along the blade. But this monster was also extremely cunning. It suddenly curled up its body and rolled towards Lin Tian like a huge metal ball. Lin Tian was unable to dodge and was hit by the monster. He flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. He felt as if all the bones in his body were falling apart and the pain was unbearable. But he gritted his teeth, endured the pain and stood up. At this time, the monster pounced on him again. A hint of fierceness flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He no longer dodged, but rushed towards the monster. At the moment of coming into contact with the monster, his figure flashed like a phantom, cleverly avoiding the monster's attack, while the dagger in his hand pierced deeply into the monster's abdomen. With a strong stroke, a long cut appeared on the monster's body, and a large amount of light blue liquid gushed out. The monster howled in pain and struggled frantically. Lin Tian took the opportunity to jump away, then took out a grenade from the system's face, pulled the safety ring, and threw it at the monster. Boom! With a loud bang, the grenade exploded under the monster's feet. The powerful impact first knocked the monster to the ground. Its body was blown to pieces, its limbs twitched a few times, and finally it stopped moving. Lin Tian was panting tiredly. His clothes were soaked with sweat and his body was covered in wounds. Fortunately, I was wearing a bulletproof vest, so most of the injuries were just scratches and bruises from the collision, so they weren't a big problem. It's not a good place to stay for long. Who the hell knows what other monsters are waiting for him? In his previous life, he never left the community and had no idea what was happening outside. This monster attack made him realize that the dangers of the end of the world were far beyond his imagination. He endured the pain, packed his backpack, and walked out quickly. At this moment, the monster's fingers suddenly moved behind Lin Tian. It's a pity that Lin Tian didn't notice it. It was not until he left the hospital that Lin Tian Kai breathed a sigh of relief. He gasped, wiped the blue liquid off his face, and felt nauseous. Damn! It's a good thing I strengthened myself before coming here. Otherwise I might have really capsized in the ditch. Who would have thought that in the end of the world, there would be monsters? Originally, Lin Tian felt that he was fully armed, and with a physical fitness that was nearly twice that of an ordinary person. He would not be afraid even if he encountered any special forces. And unexpectedly, reality played a joke on him. Lin Tian started the snowmobile and rushed back at lightning speed. As he hurried on, he reviewed the battle with the monster in his mind and thought about his shortcomings in the battle. It can be said that it is all inadequate. I have all the energy now, but I don't know how to use it. Lin Tian was very dissatisfied with his performance just now. Recalling the fierce battle with the monster, he realized that he was too blind in his attacks and his defensive movements were disorganized. He just dodged by instinct, resulting in multiple injuries. It seems that I need to hone my combat skills and not just rely on my physical fitness and weapons and equipment. Lin Tian made up his mind secretly. He decided to develop a systematic training plan after returning to the garage to improve his combat skills. Not only do you need to practice close combat skills, but you also need to improve the shooting accuracy of long-range weapons, and learn to predict enemy actions so you can take the initiative or avoid them in time. Originally, Lin Tian felt that he could rely on the system to have a place in this doomsday, but the monster that appeared this time sounded a wake-up call for him. It was then that Lin Tian Kai realized that his understanding of the end of the world was not enough. In his previous life, he didn't even leave the community and had no idea what was happening outside. In this life, he thought that he could easily deal with various situations with the advantages granted by the system. But the sudden appearance of the strange monster ruthlessly shattered his fantasy. He remembered the monster's strange appearance, its extremely hard shell, its strange light blue blood, and its unimaginable speed and attack power. This never-before-seen monster may be just the tip of the iceberg. Damn it, at worst I can just hide. Lin Tian thought of the Doomsday Fortress he had drawn before. At worst, he could find a valley and hide there with his army of female Nu. After all, a fortress of tens of thousands of square meters has to be cleaned by someone. Just as he was thinking about the future path, a sense of alert suddenly came to his mind. Lin Tian controlled the snowmobile like a dragon, swinging its tail. Whoosh! It seemed like something flew past Lin Tian. And there was a loud bang. Bang! It was gunfire. But the sound of the gunshot didn't sound like that of a pistol or a submachine gun. Fuck, a sniper rifle. Lin Tian was shocked. Someone sniped him. Damn, is it so dangerous outside? Lin Tian drove the snowmobile in irregular serpentine movements, his adrenaline soaring sharply. His armor may not be able to protect against sniper rifles. Bang! 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 A few more shots. However, it is unknown whether it was because of Lin Tian's flexible movement or the opponent's average shooting skills that neither of them hit him. While Lin Tian controlled the snowmobile to continue to snake through the snow, he stared around with wide eyes. But all around was a vast expanse of white, with heavy snow falling, and no one could be seen. Damn it! Who is it? Lin Tian cursed in his heart. Being targeted by a sniper was no joke. He did not dare to slack off and continued to twist the handlebars of the snowmobile frantically, making the trajectory of the motorcycle even more unpredictable. Finally, after passing another intersection, the inexplicable alertness in his heart disappeared, and Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Another inexplicable premonition. Lin Tian muttered to himself. It was this premonition that made him notice the monster in the plastic surgery hospital before. It can be said that this premonition has saved him twice. Is this an additional effect of the physical fitness fruit? Or is there some other reason? Lin Tian frowned. But no matter what, it is a very good help. Chapter 68 Great Harvest. Honey, are you back? When Shen Shihans, all Lin Tian coming back. She hurried forward and hugged Lin Tian's arm. She had heard in the underground garage before that Lin Tian seemed to have gone out. What's the situation outside now? Shen Shihan asked nervously. On the side, Yulin and Tang Wanero were also very curious. Lin Tian sighed and told the women about the situation outside. There was no need to hide it. When the three women heard Lin Tian talking about the monster, they couldn't help but gasp and looked horrified on their faces. How is this possible? Shen Shihan widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. Snow is understandable. Ice ages are acceptable, but what the hell are monsters? What do you have in your hospital? Yilin stared at Tang Wanero. In her opinion, Tang Wanero had worked in that hospital and might know something about the reason why this monster appeared. Tang Wanero looked confused. She frowned slightly and tried hard to recall every detail of her stay in the hospital. I don't remember any special patients in the hospital or. Her voice trembled slightly, and she was obviously frightened by the monster that Lin Tian mentioned. We are a normal plastic surgery hospital, not an underground clinic. I haven't heard of anything strange happening there. Tang Wanero stared at the blue spots on Lin Tian's body again and said, "Is this the blood of that monster?" Lin Tian nodded and said, "Dr. Tang, take it for testing later to see what the hell it is." Tang Wanero nodded, wouldn't lie. Blue blood people? Shen Shihan held Lin Tian's hand tightly, as if this could make her feel a little more at ease. What happened next? How did you get rid of that monster? She looked at Lin Tian, her eyes full of worry. Lin Tian patted Shen Shihan's hand and consoled her. It took a lot of trouble. The monster was indeed powerful. But I am no pushover. I fought with it for a long time and finally found the right opportunity to give it a fatal blow. Only then did I get rid of it. The three girls' eyes sparkled, and they felt proud of themselves. Shen Shihan held Lin Tian's hand tightly, her eyes full of pride and pride. You are really amazing. If it were me, I would have been caught by that monster a long time ago. I am definitely not as brave and capable as you. Yilin also echoed. That's right, Lin Tian, your fighting ability is too strong. You can actually deal with such a terrible monster single in action. Lin Tian smiled and continued, but when I came back, I encountered someone holding a sniper rifle and trying to kill me. The three girls' faces changed again in an instant. Why did they have to deal with so many problems during their outing? The outside world was even more dangerous than they had imagined. Tang Wanero's eyes widened in surprise. Sniper? Are they trying to rob you? Lin Tian nodded, thinking it was very likely. The man who sniped him was probably attracted by his snowmobile. In this doomsday, transportation is extremely difficult. The bad weather and obstacles everywhere make ordinary means of transportation completely useless. Having a snowmobile means having a relatively convenient way to travel, and being able to find food, supplies and other survival necessities more efficiently, which means there is hope of survival. Otherwise, no matter how much food the family has stored, it will run out one day if you cannot go out to get new supplies at that time. You will have no choice but to wait for death. Shen Shihan tightly grasped Lin Tian's arm and said with a worried look on her face, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Her eyes scanned Lin Tian's body, afraid of seeing any wounds. Lin Tian patted her hand gently and comforted her. "Don't worry, it's okay." Yilin frowned and said, "This is too scary. What should I do when I go out? Not only are there those strange monsters outside, but there are also people with bad intentions. It feels like there are dangers everywhere." Lin Tian nodded and decided to stay at home if possible. It was too dangerous. After telling the three girls about his experiences along the way, Lin Tian took out a bunch of prostheses from his backpack. They vary in size. Duang. The three girls' faces turned red instantly. Especially Tang Wanero. She had not had in-depth communication with Lin Tian yet, so she naturally felt a little embarrassed when she saw these things. "Dr. Tang, I don't know what kind you need, so I brought some here. Do you think they are okay?" Lin Tian looked at Tang Wanero with a questioning look. Tang Wanero nodded. Yes. After saying that, she quickly put away all the prostheses. At this time, Shen Shihan took out another cloth bag and handed it to Lin Tian like offering a treasure. "This is the cash and jewelry collected from the neighbors." Lin Tian took a quick look and then recharged all the money into the system. A large bag of items disappeared in an instant. Shen Shihan and Yilin were no longer surprised. But Tang Wanero opened her eyes wide with an expression of disbelief. All of this was really beyond her imagination. Tang Wanero opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but said nothing. She was a smart woman and knew what to ask and what not to ask. Ding, recharge successful, account balance 1,327,366 yuan. There was more than 500 yuan more in the account, which was similar to Lin Tian's previous estimate. He had collected more than 500,000 yuan before, and now he has collected another 500 yuan, totaling more than 1 million yuan, which is almost the same as his previous estimate. Okay, you guys go and get busy. Lin Tian waved his hand and said. He was indeed a little tired at the moment. He wanted to calm down first, sort out his thoughts, and then plan the follow-up actions. Upon hearing this, Shen Shihan and Yilin started to get busy. Some cooking and some washing clothes. After all, Lin Tian had been out for a day and his clothes were dirty. Yilin squatted down and helped Lin Tian take off his shoes and socks. Her movements were skillful and natural, without any disgust at all. Not to mention that she has gotten used to it, even if she had the feeling of superiority in the garage before. Yilin still had to serve Lin Tian well. Lin Tian looked at Tang Wanarou again and said, Doctor, I'll have to let you stay in the medical cabin for the night. And keep an eye on that guy, don't let him die. The operation hasn't been completed yet. Lin Tian won't let Gao Wu die so soon. Oh, okay. Tang Wanarou came back to her senses and quickly responded. After the girls left, Lin Tiankai lay comfortably on the big bed. So many things happened on this day. First, he led the new army to sweep the building. Then he suppressed the attack of Gao Wen and his gang. And he took revenge on Gao Wu. And then he went out to look for golden prostheses, encountered monster attacks and was sniped. There are really so many things. One by one. He had been relaxing for more than 10 days before. But once he got busy, things kept happening one after another, leaving Lin Tian overwhelmed. Lin Tian exchanged for a physical fruit and began to take it. The moment the fruit entered his mouth, a warm current flowed through his body, slowly spreading to his limbs and bones. However, he didn't know whether it was because his physical fitness was stronger now or he had adapted to it. Lin Tian always felt that the warm current was not as strong as it was at the beginning. After eating one, Lin Tian summoned the system panel and found that his physical fitness had reached 20 points, which was exactly twice that of an ordinary person. He continued to eat the second one, then the third one. But just as he was about to eat the third one, the system suddenly sent a prompt. Chapter 16 Scene to Women Evolved. Ding, you can take up to 10 constitution fruits per day. If you take more than 10, there will be no effect. Dry. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Tian was dumbfounded. Is this restricted? Besides, you've already eaten 10 today? He counted carefully. He ate 2 after cleaning the building, 5 before leaving, 1 in the supermarket, and 2 just now. No more, no less, exactly 10. No wonder he felt that the effect of the physical fruit wasn't as strong as it was at the beginning. It turned out that it was almost reaching its limit. As he was thinking, Lin Tian fell asleep. Everything he experienced that day was so thrilling and exhausting that his body and mind had already reached their limits. Once he relaxed, sleepiness came over him like a tide and drowned him in an instant. When I woke up again, I vaguely felt a warmth enveloping me. Lin Tian opened his eyes and found that 2 women were wiping his hands and feet. After a hard day's work, I was sweating a lot. Shen Shihan took a warm, wet towel and gently wiped Lin Tian's hands and body. Yilin was carefully wiping Lin Tian's legs and feet. And she was equally focused and serious. The usual reluctant look was long gone, replaced by full of tenderness and consideration. Seeing the 2 women taking such thoughtful care of him, Lin Tian's lips curled up. Shen Shihan was the first to notice that Lin Tian had woken up. She stopped what she was doing, her eyes full of concern, and said softly, You're awake, how do you feel? Seeing that you slept so deeply and sweated so much, I thought of wiping you off to make you feel better. Yilin also raised her head and said, Yes, you must be exhausted after this day. You should have a good rest. Lin Tian moved his body slightly, feeling more energetic than when he just woke up, and replied with a smile. Yeah, I feel much better. He was about to sit up when he was stopped by Shen Shihan. Take a rest, I'll help you with anything you need. Do you want some water? Lin Tian looked at the 2 women with a half smile. After hearing what Lin Tian said, the 2 girls blushed instantly. And then they couldn't help but burst out laughing. This smile instantly dissipated the slightly resentful atmosphere just now. Seeing this, Lin Tian also laughed and said, Okay, I'll give you something good to eat. Yilin licked her lips and whispered, Aren't you still letting us eat? Lin Tian smiled mysteriously, then slowly took out a physical fruit that emitted a strange light from the system space. As soon as the fruit appeared, a faint fragrance spread out, attracting the 2 women to lock their eyes on it. This is a physical fruit. It will be of great benefit to your body, Lin Tian said softly. Then split the fruit into 2 and handed them to Shen Shihan and Yilin respectively. The 2 women were stunned at first, then their eyes lit up and their faces were filled with joy and desire. Shen Shihan took the half-fruit first. Her hands trembled slightly, as if she couldn't believe that Lin Tian would take out such a precious thing to share with them. Yilin also hurriedly took it and held it tightly in her hand, her eyes full of gratitude and admiration for Lin Tian. Is it really edible? Shen Shihan asked softly, with a hint of excitement and anticipation in her voice. Of course, after eating it, your bodies will become stronger and you will be able to better protect yourself in this doomsday. Lin Tian nodded affirmatively. He had previously considered giving the two women the physical fitness fruit. After all, in addition to strengthening the physical fitness, this fruit also had the effect of cleansing the tendons and marrow. The two women's skin improved, and he was the one who benefited. Moreover, this encounter with the monster also reminded Lin Tian that who knows how many mysterious things there are in this damn apocalypse. It can make the people around him stronger and may even become his helpers at critical moments. But he is not rich now, so each person can only eat half a pill. Besides, rewards should be given bit by the doesn't want to be ungrateful for a little bit or resentful for a big bit. Chen Shihan no longer hesitated and slowly put half of the fruit into her mouth. The fruit melted in her mouth, and a warm current instantly spread throughout her body. A blush appeared on her face and her body trembled slightly, as if every cell in her body was cheering and absorbing the magical power brought by the fruit. She moaned softly, feeling the unprecedented changes in her body, and her gratitude towards Lin Tian grew stronger. Yilin watched Chen Shihan's reaction from the side and couldn't wait to eat her half of the fruit. Instantly, she was also surrounded by the warm current, and her body seemed to be injected with endless vitality. Her eyes narrowed slightly, immersed in this wonderful feeling, and her already beautiful face was even more charming. After a while, the two women slowly opened their eyes full of surprise and disbelief. Chen Shihan was the first to speak. Lin Tian, this is simply amazing. I feel full of strength and my body has never felt lighter. Yilin also nodded repeatedly and said shyly, yes. Lin Tian, you are so kind to me, I don't know how to repay you. Lin Tian went up and slapped him. Afraid. Yilin covered her face and behaved herself. Still don't know how to repay. I think you have even thought of the posture. Chen Shihan was laughing on the side and said, I asked you to act. But you messed it up again. Then, she also looked at Lin Tian lovingly. Her big, watery eyes seemed to contain thousands of words. In the next room, Tang Wan Aroyu wanted to cover her ears. 3 minutes passed. 5 minutes. 10 minutes later. Tang Wan Aroyu shook her head gently, as if trying to get rid of those voices from her head. 20 minutes later, Tang Wan Aroyu changed her position. She crossed her legs and curled up into a ball. 30 minutes later. Tang Wan Aroyu was shocked. After 40 minutes, Tang Wan Aroyu couldn't hold on any longer. Chapter 70, Emperor's Enjoyment. Ding, today's flash sale product. 1.10,000 sets of military-grade thermal underwear. 2.10,000 Type 13 self-heating rations for individual soldiers. 3.10,000 sets of high-power generators. 4.10,000 first aid medical kits. Lin Tian thought about it. I choose 3. First of all, he has no shortage of clothes and food. As for medicine, there are several pharmacies around the community. At worst, he can just go out for a while. And electricity is indeed what he is currently short of. In the entire community, except for the underground garage, only his room has electricity, which makes it very inconvenient to do anything. For example, last night, Tang Wan Aroyu actually knocked on his door. She was so bold. Shaking his head, Lin Tian got up from the messy bed. Chen Shihan and Yilin groaned, as if they were very tired and didn't get enough sleep. Lin Tian ignored the two women and went to the living room to make himself a cup of tea. After a while, a cup of steaming hot tea was ready. Lin Tian picked up the cup, blew on it gently, and then took a sip, feeling the warm tea flowing down his throat, as if it could dispel some of the fatigue left over from last night. At this time, Tang Wan Aroyu also got up, with 2 big dark circles under her eyes, which made her originally delicate face look a little more haggard. She looked at Lin Tian with resentment. This man actually rejected her request to fight yesterday. How hateful. Although she is older than Lin Tian, being older has its advantages, doesn't it? But Lin Tian rejected her without hesitation, which made her feel resentful. Lin Tian pretended not to notice Tang Wan Aroyu's resentment. Don't think that just because you are a woman, you can climb into his bed. What do you think of him? I stud. Don't think that just because you are a woman, you can feel that Lin Tian is getting a great advantage by doing that kind of thing. You have to put yourself in the right position. Not everyone can depend on you. After a while, Chen Shihan and Yilin also came out. Both of them were in high spirits. Chen Shihan wore a ponytail, looking energetic and cute, while Yilin let her hair down, adding a touch of lazy softness. They had faint smiles on their faces and bright eyes, which formed a sharp contrast with the listless Tang Wan Aroyu. As soon as Chen Shihan came out, she saw Tang Wan Aroyu's dark circles and couldn't help but laugh and joke. Sister Wan Aroyu, you didn't sleep well last night. Why do you have such big dark circles under your eyes? Did you have a nightmare? Yilin also echoed, yes. Yes, Sister Wan Aroyu, you look so haggard. Tang Wan Aroyu glared at them unhappily and said, it's all because of certain people, huh? What she meant by this was naturally to blame Lin Tian for rejecting her request to fight yesterday. When Lin Tian heard this, he just smiled helplessly and didn't respond. With this attitude, if you don't give him a good beating. I really thinks he is someone important." The two girls covered their mouths and smiled. Without saying anything else, Lin Tian's rejection of Tang Wan Aroyu yesterday had greatly satisfied the vanity of the two girls. But not just anyone can be our sister. Shen Shihan and Yilin looked at each other. With a hint of pride in their eyes, both girls were very glad that they followed Lin Tian so early. Although there were some twists and turns in the beginning, fortunately the result was good. And the two girls started to prepare breakfast. Lin Tian was so tired yesterday, so of course he needed to have a good rest. After a while, the aroma of breakfast filled the whole house. Chen Shihan and Yilin came up to Lin Tian and held his arms on the left and right. "Honey, don't pay attention to Sister Wan, or you come and have breakfast. We have prepared delicious food especially for you today," Chen Shihan said coquettously, her voice full of tenderness and flattery. Yilin also nodded quickly and gently shook Lin Tian's arm. "Yes, this is what we prepared carefully for you, you must eat more." Lin Tian was surrounded by two girls and came to the dining table. He saw delicious food, including steaming fried eggs, golden and crispy fried dough sticks, and rice porridge with an enticing aroma. Naturally, the two women also obtained a lot of food from the supermarket yesterday. Although it was not as good as Lin Tian's instant kill system, it had a rich variety of food. They had prepared a sumptuous dinner last night. But unfortunately Lin Tian fell asleep, so they put in even more effort this morning and wanted to put on a good show. Shen Shihan picked up the chopsticks, picked up a fried egg, blew it gently, and then handed it to Lin Tian's mouth. Her eyes full of expectation. "Honey, try this?" Lin Tian opened his mouth slightly, ate the fried egg, and nodded with a smile. "Well, it tastes good." Seeing this, Yilin quickly picked up the rice porridge, scooped a spoonful with a spoon, blew on it, and said, "And drink another mouthful of porridge and eat it with the fried egg. It will definitely be more delicious." Lin Tian took a sip of porridge. The warm rice porridge slid down his throat, making him feel particularly comfortable. "You two are treating me like an emperor," Lin Tian joked with a smile. Shen Shihan smiled, leaned gently on Lin Tian's shoulder, and said, Hey, you are the emperor, then I am the queen." Yilin also nodded rapidly. "And me, I am concubine." After saying this, both women couldn't help laughing. Tang Wan Aroyu watched this disgusting scene from the side, feeling envious and jealous, and couldn't help but say, "You two, don't spoil him." Chen Shihan said disapprovingly, "Sister Wan Aroyu, Lin Tian has done so much for us, it is our duty to take care of him." Yilin also said, "That's right, she is his woman. So of course we have to treat him well." As he said this, he glanced at Tang Wan Aroyu with a smug look. "Some people just say that the grapes are sour because they can eat them." Lin Tian looked at the two women like this, then looked at Tang Wan Aroyu, smiled and said to her, "Dr. Tang, don't stand there. Come and eat with us." Tang Wan Aroyu rolled her eyes at him and said, "I'm not in as good of a mood as they are, just enjoy your treatment as an emperor." Having said that, she still slowly walked over and sat down at the dining table. Shen Shihan and Yilin continued to serve Lin Tian diligently, picking up food for him and handing him tissues. Lin Tian was made to laugh and cry by the two women. He did not expect that the two women had changed so much overnight. He could only enjoy this kind service. While eating, Lin Tian suddenly felt like something was missing. "Honey, what's wrong?" Shen Shihan noticed Lin Tian's abnormality and her face was full of concern. Yilin also looked over nervously. Lin Tian smiled and looked at Tang Wan Aroyu. "Dr. Tang, have you finished eating?" Tang Wan Aroyu nodded. It was just breakfast, which was fine. She didn't know what Lin Tian meant by asking her that. Lin Tian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. "Now that you are full, let's continue working." He pointed to the medical cabin in the guest bedroom. Tang Wan Aroyu understood what he meant and realized that Lin Tian wanted her to continue to look after Gao Wu and perform some necessary treatment on him. Soon, screams were heard in the room. Lin Tian. Please forgive me. Please. Anesthetic, can you give me some anesthetic? Just a little, please?" Hearing Gao Wu's screams, Shen Shihan and Yilin felt horrified, but Lin Tian looked like he was enjoying it. He looked at the two women and pointed at the breakfast on the table. Continue. Chapter 71 Fighting Techniques. Put all of this together. Lin Tian pointed at the wood stove and generator in front of him and said to Xiao Xiaolong and others. Xiao Xiaolong nodded and bowed quickly, and replied in a flattering manner, "Master Lin, just wait and see." Several big men started operating the wood stove and generator. This is another room that Lin Tian opened. He plans to use it as a fighting room. After finishing breakfast, Lin Tian ate 10 physical fitness fruits in a row. And his physical fitness reached 31 points at this moment. He could clearly feel the surging power in his body, as if every cell was full of vitality. He had all the strength, and had no idea how to use it effectively in actual combat. When he encountered the monster yesterday, he just dealt with it based on instinct. This is not acceptable if he ever runs into a strong opponent or a large number of enemies. It would be difficult to win by brute force alone. So he asked in the community group if anyone knew martial arts. And unexpectedly there happened to be a coach who taught children Sanda. Lin Tian thought, even though he was teaching children Sanda, he at least had relevant experience, so it was better to learn a few moves from him. Then he asked Xiaolong and others to clear out a room to practice fighting skills. In fact, in the system space, Lin Tian still has a magnificent Doomsday fortress that has not been built yet. It's not that he didn't want to, but it was really difficult to find an open space with a length and width of more than 100 meters in the city. Also, Lin Tian was not sure whether this fortress could be put back into the system space once it was set up. If he couldn't move once he was settled in reality, then if he encountered an emergency and wanted to escape, he would have to abandon the fortress. Therefore, Lin Tian did not plan to use the fortress until he found the right opportunity or had no other choice. At least for now, he feels that life is pretty good and he is living a fulfilling life. The fortress was his last trump card. In case of any emergency, such as encountering an extremely powerful mutant monster, he would simply hide in the mountains where few people go. Soon, the wood stove and generator were installed, and the temperature in the house rose. Xiaolong came over and said flatteringly, "Master Lin, this is all done. Do you have any other instructions?" Lin Tian glanced at him and said, "Go and get the Sanda coach to come over here. Also, have someone guard the door and don't let anyone else come in and disturb us." Xiaolong quickly responded, "Yes, MRLN, I'll do it right away." After saying that, he ran out to do his work. Not long after, Xiaolong hurried over with the Sanda coach. "Master Lin, I have invited the people for you," Xiaolong said respectfully, then stepped aside. Lin Tian looked at the coach in front of him, a middle-aged man with a fit body and tight muscles. But at this time I was a little nervous. The coach didn't know whether his decision was right or wrong. But in order to have a better life, he had to take a chance. If I could get along well with Lin Tian, maybe I would have more security in the future. And my family would be able to live a relatively stable life. "Hello, MRLN, my name is Chen Gang," the coach said stutteringly. Lin Tian nodded. "Coach Chen, thank you for your help. I have a lot of strength but no fighting skills. I need to learn from you." Chen Gang waved his hands quickly, forcing a smile on his face. But his nervousness could not be hidden in that smile. "MRLN, you are too polite. Don't worry. I will definitely do my best to teach you. Although I used to teach children Sanda, I still have a solid foundation in basic skills. I'm sure you will benefit from it." Lin Chen noticed Chen Gang's nervousness. So he smiled and said, "Coach Chen, don't be nervous. I'm just a beginner. Just teach me the way you normally teach children. I don't have to be so particular." After hearing what Lin Tian said, Chen Gang felt a little more relaxed. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Okay, MRLN, let's start with the most basic movements. Sanduan is about using both hands and feet. The movements must be fast, accurate and fierce. The force must be exerted from the soles of the feet to the fists or toes. As he spoke, Chen Gang demonstrated several basic Sanda moves, such as straight punch, hook, side kick, etc. His movements were clean and neat, and each one was full of explosive power. Lin Tian watched carefully without blinking, trying hard to remember the key points of each movement. "MRLN, try this straight punch. Remember to start from the legs, twist the waist, and then transfer it to the arms. This way you can exert the greatest force," Chen Gang said as he instructed Lin Tian. Lin Tian took a deep breath and, following Chen Gang's instruction, threw a punch. With a whoosh sound, the fist whistled past, and the force was so strong that the air seemed to vibrate. "Good. Master Lin's punch almost made me pee. MRLN is so handsome." Beside them, Xiaolong and others clapped and cheered hard. Lin Tian glanced at a few people lightly, and they immediately shut up. Not daring to disturb Lin Tian anymore, they even held their breath, not daring to make a sound. After waiting for a while, they saw that there was no electric current coming from the neck, and they breathed a sigh of relief. It is true that no matter how many holes there are, flattery will never fail. Chen Gang was also shocked by the power of Lin Tian's punch, but he quickly came to his senses and exclaimed, "Mr. Lin, your physical fitness is amazing. This strength is far beyond the reach of ordinary people." He was really surprised. He originally thought that Lin Tian had established a certain prestige only by relying on weapons and equipment. But he did not expect that his physical fitness was so strong. Just this one punch demonstrated his strength far beyond that of ordinary people. This made him feel more in awe and curiosity about Lin Tian. He wondered what kind of coincidences Lin Tian had experienced to possess such powerful strength. Lin Tian simply nodded. "I am just a little stronger, but my skills are far behind." No, you are not only strong, but also use your strength naturally with a little training. You will definitely become a master." While praising, Chen Gang asked Lin Tian to try a few other moves. Lin Tian did as he was told, completing each move perfectly with continuous practice. His movements became more and more skillful. His agility made Chen Gang nod in praise. "MRLN, your agility is quite outstanding. Many professional athletes may not have your reaction speed," Chen Gang exclaimed sincerely. Lin Tian smiled and said nothing more. In the following time, Chen Gang taught Lin Tian more attentively, from the combination of various moves to the coping skills in actual combat, all of which were taught to Lin Tian without reservation. At this time, in the underground garage, since Lin Tian opened the granary to release grain yesterday, the neighbors have all obtained sufficient food now. They all seem to be in high spirits, gathering in groups of 3 or 5 to chat. "Hey, have you heard? It is said that when Lin Tian went out yesterday, he encountered a monster." Chapter 72, Complex Human Hearts. Vengeful monsters, mysterious caves. "What monster?" Some people widened their eyes in surprise, and their voices unconsciously rose a few notes. The originally relaxed atmosphere suddenly became tense and the eyes of the people around were all turned to the person who was speaking. "I heard it from others, so I don't know the details. I just heard that the monster looked very scary, very big, and had a spooky aura all over it." The person who first told the story described it vividly, gesturing to show the monster's general appearance as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Lin Tian didn't intend to hide this matter. It wasn't an opportunity or a treasure, so there was no need to hide it. Of course, he didn't spread it intentionally. But after the 3 women around him knew about it, the news spread naturally. "Is this true? How could there be a monster? Some people don't believe it. It's understandable that it's snowing. But what the hell is a monster?" In their previous understanding, although the world has become difficult, it is just a matter of scarce resources and poor living conditions. But they have never really seen any monsters, so when they first heard it, they just thought it was a fairy tale. Is it because Lin Tian was afraid that we would run away, so he made it up on purpose to scare us? After eating and drinking enough, some people feel that they are ready. After all, after staying in a stable environment for a long time and having food guaranteed, the blind confidence in some people's hearts has emerged again. Maybe Lin Tian wants to trap us all here so that we will all listen to him," a burly man said in a muffled voice, with a look of disapproval on his face. "That's right, there is no monster. I think he is just trying to scare people." A young man next to him also echoed and curled his lips in disdain. But many people also looked worried. An old lady frowned and said, "I don't think Lin Tian would say such a thing for no reason. Maybe it's really dangerous outside. We'd better be careful." "Yes, Auntie is right. Lin Tian was so good to us before. He found us a place to live and distributed food. There is no reason for him to make up such a lie to us." A young girl said softly in her heart. She still believed in Lin Tian. "Auntie, don't be fooled by his appearance in this world. People's hearts are hidden, and who knows what Lin Tian is thinking. Maybe one day he will sell us out and just walk away." The big man with a face full of flesh glared at the aunt and said in a rough voice, "Yes, we can't be so foolish as to believe him. If he says there is a monster, then there must be a monster. I think he just wants to monopolize power and treat us as his pawns." Although the discussion was not loud, after all, everyone was not stupid, and no one dared to stand up and oppose Lin Tian in public. But it was hard to say what everyone was thinking. Many people began to have doubts after hearing these words, and their trust in Lin Tian began to waver. Or perhaps these people never trusted Lin Tian at all. The food was bought with their own money. What does it have to do with Lin Tian? "I bought the food myself. Why do you say it was charity? And the price is so expensive, 10 times higher than before the end of the world." They are simply profiteers. Many people also think that Lin Tian is only able to show off his power in this doomsday because of his sophisticated equipment. If he were to fight with bare hands, it would be hard to say who would be the stronger and who would be the weaker. There are even people who have evil intentions. The man took a can of snow beer, took a few gulps, and said in a low voice, I don't think Lin Tian is that great. Let's find an opportunity to snatch his equipment, then this territory will be ours. And we can be the boss and make those people obey us." A man wearing earrings next to him sneered, "I'm afraid he's difficult to deal with. But we can observe him first and then strike when he's alone. As long as we plan carefully, we'll definitely succeed. At worst I could just steal it. I don't believe he would sleep in that outfit. Since Lin Tian can intimidate everyone with his equipment, why can't they?" At this moment, in the eyes of everyone, Lin Tian's sophisticated equipment seemed to be as important as the sword of the heavenly sword and the dragon-slaying sword, as if whoever obtained it could command the world, and no one would dare to disobey. While some people were having sweet dreams, a monster that looked neither human nor beast was approaching silently in the vast snow. If Lin Tian were here, he would definitely recognize it. "Isn't this the one he killed in the plastic surgery hospital?" But, how did he come back to life? What is even more unexpected is that the wounds on the monster's body have completely healed. And the parts that were originally severely injured by Lin Tian now show no signs of injury at all. As the monster walked, it stretched its neck as if it was sniffing something. An unknown mountain near Jingha City. The interior of the mountain has been completely hollowed out. Inside the cave, you can still see some traditional Chinese slogans with paint peeling off, as if they were from the 1960s and 1970s. Those slogans bear the strong mark of the times. Although they are mottled and faded, they can still make people vaguely feel the blood and passion of those years. But the atmosphere in the cave now is very different from the lively one in the past. In a cave, a noble lady was holding a chihuahua and sitting on a rather comfortable sofa. She was gently stroking the dog's hair and complaining with an unhappy look on her face. "Oh, how can you not let people out? It's really a pity." A man was sitting on a chair not far away, with his legs crossed and a cigar in his hand. Hearing the woman's complaint, he frowned slightly and said slowly, "Oh, I'm telling you, please stop complaining. I heard the snow hasn't stopped yet. You're pretty good now as long as you have food to eat and clothes to wear." The woman got even more angry when she heard this. She raised her voice and said, "It's snowing hard and it's been more than 10 days. How many people are going to die outside?" The man waved his hand impatiently. Cigarette ash falling down, he glanced at the woman and said, "Don't worry about other people's affairs." The woman refused to give in. She paced back and forth while holding the chihuahua, still muttering, "Humph, I just feel bored. All I do all day is eat and sleep. I'm almost going to get sick from being bored." The man took another puff of his cigar and said slowly, "The boss said that we can go out when the snow stops." The woman frowned and said, "Who knows how long it will take? This damn weather. It's not just this cave, other caves are like this as well. There's no air for more than 10 days, and it's almost suffocating. There are many well-known people here, such as celebrity singers and actors. In the center of the mountain, there is a huge cave, which is filled with various display instruments. Several staff members in white coats, with beads of sweat on their foreheads, stared at the screen of the instrument with nervous expressions. Report to the leader, the energy is still rising, and it has already. Chapter 73 Little Sister. In the fighting room, Lin Tian took the towel handed to him by Shen Shihan and wiped his sweat, ending a day's training. Chen Gang looked at Lin Tian in awe and couldn't help but sigh. "MRLN, I have taught many students, but people with physical fitness like you are rare." To be honest, at first Shen Gang just regarded this as an ordinary teaching task. But now, he is in awe of Lin Tian from the bottom of his heart. Lin Tian's strength, speed, and agility are all far beyond those of ordinary people. This is not something that can be easily achieved through training alone. Others may think that Lin Tian has achieved his current success only because of his weapons and equipment. But only Chen Gang knows how perverted Lin Tian is. He clearly remembered that during the training process, Lin Tian's understanding and execution of some difficult movements were almost instantaneous. His body coordination and explosive power were like an awakened ancient behemoth. Moreover, under continuous high-intensity training, Lin Tian's physical recovery speed is astonishingly fast. Most people would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago, but he only had a slightly rapid breathing, and he could continue training after a short rest, as if he had endless energy. As Chen Gang spoke, he secretly wondered what kind of experiences or adventures Lin Tian had to have such amazing physical fitness. Cao Xiaolong and others nearby heard what Chen Gang said and also surrounded him, flattering him with fawning faces. "Of course not. Who is Master Lin? He is a natural strong man. Our Master Lin is so powerful that no ordinary person can compare to him," Cao Xiaolong said with a smile on his face. "That's right. Master Lin's physical fitness is 1 in a million. Following Master Lin, we can expect to enjoy delicious food and drinks," Xiao Xiao who also quickly agreed. Lin Tian frowned slightly and said, "You still want to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks? It's good enough that you didn't do anything to me." Then, he turned around and took out the packs of rations from the backpack beside him and handed them to Chen Gang. "Coach Chen, you have worked hard today. These 2 packs of rations are your reward." When Coach Chen Gang saw the individual rations, his eyes suddenly lit up and he swallowed his saliva. In this last days, food is the most precious thing. Nothing else. He took the rations excitedly and said, "MRLN, how can this be so embarrassing? It's my honor to teach you. And you are so polite." Chen Gang's hands were trembling slightly. To him, these 2 bags of rations were not just food, but also a rare guarantee. Cao Xiaolong and others looked at the coach getting rations with envy in their eyes. But they didn't dare to have any extravagant hopes. They were lucky enough to be alive. Only those who had experienced the electric shock, which was worse than death, could understand. Lin Tian glanced at them and said, "Okay, let's all go." "Yes, Master Lin," Xiao Xiaolong and others responded quickly, and then dispersed. At this time, Shen Shihan and Yi Lin hugged Lin Tian's arms on the left and right, and began to offer various emotional values. My dear, you are getting better and better. Shen Shihan looked up, her eyes full of admiration and love, with a hint of cocifiousness. I think you are like a superhero, you can definitely protect us. Yi Lin was not to be outdone. She gently shook Lin Tian's arm and said, That's right, Lin Tian, your progress is so fast, I knew you were the best. Shen Shihan continued, By the way, dear, you must be tired after training for so long. I have prepared some hot water for you, go take a bath and relax. Yi Lin also nodded quickly, Yes, after taking a bath. We will give you a massage to make you feel comfortable. So, Lin Tian enjoyed the emperor's service again. After coming out of the bathroom, the two girls started to massage Lin Tian again. This was not just the two girls wanting to please him. The coach also gave instructions. After a lot of exercise, it is best to de-acidify the body. The two women asked Lin Tian to lie on the bed. Shen Shihan poured some warm essential oil into her palm, rubbed it gently, and then began to slowly apply it on Lin Tian's back. Starting from the shoulders, slowly press down along both sides of the spine, kneading with moderate force to relax the muscles that are tense due to training little by little. Yi Lin was not idle either. She sat at Lin Tian's feet, gently lifted his feet, and carefully pressed the acupuncture on the soles of his feet with her thumbs. Under the two women's meticulous massage, Lin Tian felt the fatigue in his body gradually dissipate, as if every cell in his body was cheering with joy. In fact, there is no need to go through so much trouble. It is just a matter of taking a physical fitness fruit. As long as you take a physical fitness fruit, you can drive away all the fatigue in your body and restore it to your best condition. But Lin Tian has already taken 10 fruits today, and what's wrong with me enjoying myself? After enjoying it, Lin Tian went to the next room feeling refreshed. Gao Wu lay on the operating table, groaning in pain, with a look of despair on his face. He felt as if his chest had become heavier, and his lower body was empty. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Lin Tian walked forward and looked at Gao Wu's appearance. He couldn't help but teased him. Gao Wu, your look is quite unique. Why, are you still not used to your new body? Gao Wu looked at Lin Tian with resentment and asked, If it were you, could you adapt? Lin Tian raised his eyebrows. Little girl, you have a very bad temper. Zila. Gao Wu's screams echoed throughout the room. I was wrong. Forgive me, please forgive me. No. Gao Wu's face was full of pain, sweat kept coming out of his forehead, and his body kept twitching. After more than 10 seconds, Lin Chenkai stopped the punishment and said calmly, It will be a little uncomfortable at first, but it will be fine after a while. Just think of it as practicing a unique martial art. It will be bitter before it is sweet. Remember? He stared at Gao Wu. I remember. Gao Wu was breathing heavily, but he was much more obedient this time and didn't dare to show even the slightest dissatisfaction. Angwan Aroyu watched from the side and felt a chill running from the soles of her feet up to her heart. She could never have imagined that Lin Tian was so cruel. Even after Gao Wu was in such a state, Lin Tian still didn't let him go. What kind of hatred or grudge was there between the two? Lin Tian turned his head and glanced at Tang Wanoroyu, and said, Dr. Tang, how long will this operation take? Tang Wanoroyu thought for a moment and said, It will take a few more days. Now the two main parts have been completed. The remaining parts are the face and the vocal cords. Oh, and you said you wanted to remove 2 ribs. When Gao Wu heard Tang Wanoroyu's words, he couldn't help but tremble. His face was pale. He wished he could just bang his head against the wall and die. But he was tied to the operating table and couldn't move at all. Lin Tian was very satisfied when he saw Gao Wu's expression. The more painful Gao Wu was, the more satisfied he was. What is a life worse than death? Lin Tian looked at Gao Wu coldly. Waiting for you to come down from the operating table. Little sister. Chapter 70 for Skill Fruit. Ding, today's flash sale product. 1.10,000 bags of high-efficiency snow melting agent. 2.10,000 barrels of pure drinking water. Free 1 on helicopter and 10,000 barrels of fuel. 4, 1A level skill fruit. 4, I choose 4. What the hell is there to hesitate about? Just close your eyes and choose. Ding, instant kill successful. In an instant, a fruit that looked even more mysterious than the physical fruit appeared in the system space. This fruit exudes a faint halo all over its body, and its skin is a deep purple-black color with strange lines faintly flowing on it, like ancient and mysterious runes. Fuck, that looks awesome. Then Lin Tian quickly clicked on the mall page and found the redemption list. A level skill fruit, 10 million yuan per fruit. Damn it. Lin Tian was stunned. The price of this skill fruit was as high as 10 million. A full 10 million. This is enough to exchange for 100 physical fruits. But in a flash, Lin Tian felt that it was very reasonable. This is a fucking skill. 100 physical fitness fruits can actually only improve physical fitness to 10 times that of ordinary people. For example, a normal person's punch has a force of 50 kilograms, and 10 times that is 500 kilograms. Although it sounds scary, it seems to be just like that. But the skills are different. If it acquires a skill that can spray water or fire, then it will take off, right? The more Lin Tian thought about it, the more excited he became in his mind. He had already begun to imagine all kinds of scenarios after acquiring magical skills. If you could acquire a skill of teleportation, then in this apocalypse, avoiding danger or reaching a certain place quickly would be a piece of cake. By then, those guys who wanted to harm him would have disappeared without a trace before they could react, and they could only stare blankly in the spot. Or if you gain the skill to control lightning, that would be even more powerful. Just raise your hand slightly and dazzling bolts of lightning will strike from your fingertips, instantly electrocuting the enemy to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside, turning them into ashes. It's so satisfying just thinking about it. Lin Tian rubbed his hands as he thought about it and looked at the A-level skill fruit emitting a mysterious halo in the system space again with anticipation in his eyes. In fact, Lin Tian has been feeling a little uneasy ever since he encountered that monster the day before yesterday. He didn't know where this uneasiness came from. The monster looked too strange. Its speed was astonishing, its strength was beyond imagination, and it seemed to have some special abilities that were difficult to understand. Although he managed to cope with it thanks to his excellent physical fitness and some equipment, the process was very dangerous and he was almost injured by the monster several times. That's why he specially sought out a coach to practice some martial arts techniques yesterday, hoping to be able to have more ability to protect himself when facing unknown dangers. And now the appearance of this A-level skill fruit has undoubtedly given him new hope. Lin Tian took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement, and then took out the mysterious fruit from the system space. As soon as the fruit left the system space, it began to emit a stronger halo, and the strange patterns on its purple-black skin seemed to be pulsating slightly. Lin Tian no longer hesitated. He opened his mouth, then slowly put the A-level skill fruit into his mouth. As soon as the fruit entered the mouth, it turned into a cool juice and flowed down the throat. The taste was a bit strange. It was hard to tell whether it was sweet or bitter. But Lin Tian had no time to care about these. He was only focused on feeling the changes that were about to take place in his body. In an instant, a powerful energy surged from the abdomen and quickly spread to the limbs and bones like a surging tide. Lin Tian felt as if all the meridians in his body were hit by electric current, causing numbness and pain. He couldn't help but groan, but still forced himself to keep his body steady. His eyes felt an intense stinging and burning sensation, as if there was a flame burning in his eye sockets and countless needles were stabbing his eyeballs. Lin Tian closed his eyes tightly, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. He covered his eyes tightly with his hands, trying to ease the piercing pain. In the midst of this severe pain, a large amount of strange light and information began to flood into his mind, like a series of high-speed flashing pictures, blurry but seeming to contain some deep meaning. Gradually, the strong energy fluctuations began to subside, and the pain receded like the tide. Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes and found that the world in front of him was completely new. Everything that seemed ordinary at first now became exceptionally clear and vivid. At this moment, he could clearly see the tiny dust particles floating in the air, the extremely fine cracks on the wall, and even the texture on the wings of a small insect in the distance. This is. Lin Tian felt as if the world before his eyes had been zoomed in and slowed down, with every detail visible. This unprecedented visual experience shocked and excited him. Then he quickly summoned the system panel. Host, Lin Tian. Constitution, 31 skill, Dynamic Vision A. Mall, click to view. Dynamic Vision. It's this skill. Lin Tian was surprised and happy. He knew very well what it meant to have such a special skill in this alternative apocalypse. Whether it is detecting danger in advance when exploring unknown areas, or accurately predicting the enemy's attack trajectory in battle, Dynamic Vision will play an immeasurable role. Lily. Lin Tian muttered to himself. This is just an A-level skill. Will there be S-level or SS level in the future? Thinking of some novels he had read before, such questions emerged in Lin Tian's mind. If there really were higher-level skill fruits, wouldn't the skills they granted be even more amazing? The more Lin Tian thought about it, the more excited he became. But he also understood that he couldn't aim too high. The most important thing at the moment is to master this A-level dynamic vision skill and use it freely. After taking a few bites of the breakfast carefully prepared for him by the two women, Lin Tian couldn't wait to call Chen Gang to the fighting room, wanting to test how much help dynamic vision could bring to him in actual combat. After receiving Lin Tian's call, Chen Gang did not dare to slack off and quickly came to the fighting room. As soon as he entered the fighting room, Chen Gang felt Lin Tian's eager aura. MRLN, good morning, Chen Gang greeted nervously. Good morning, Coach Chen. Let's practice with each other before we start studying today. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with anticipation. Chen Gang was stunned and his face turned a little ugly. Sparring? Practicing with you? With your abnormal physical fitness and strength? I'm afraid you can kill me with just one punch, right? Lin Tian also saw Chen Gang's concerns and said with a smile, Coach Chen, don't worry, I won't attack, you just attack me. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Chen Gang breathed a sigh of relief. Then MRLN, I'm sorry. Chapter 75 Abnormal Skills. Chen Gang was not pretentious and slowly got into position as he spoke. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, then suddenly rushed towards Lin Tian, and his right fist, with the sound of wind, smashed towards Lin Tian's shoulder. Chen Gang used steady of his strength in this punch. He wanted to show his strength to the best of his ability. But he didn't dare to be too presumptuous, for fear of really angering Lin Tian. Lin Tian stood there, his eyes calm and focused. The moment Chen Gang threw a punch, he turned on his dynamic vision. In an instant, Chen Gang's movement seemed to be slowed down several times in his eyes. He clearly saw Chen Gang's fist approaching little by little, the blue veins on his fist bulging, and the texture of his arm muscle slightly twisted as the force was transmitted. However, the most important thing is that Lin Tian seemed to see the final landing point of this punch. Prediction. This is the most abnormal part of dynamic vision. It can accurately judge the enemy's final attack position at the moment of attack, so as to make countermeasures in advance. But if it were an ordinary person, even if he had enough foresight for this punch, he might not be able to dodge it easily. After all, human reaction speed is limited many times. Even if you know the direction of the attack, the body does not have time to make appropriate movements. But Lin Tian slightly turned sideways and easily avoided the attack. Just kidding, with 31 points of physical fitness, the agility is not to be underestimated. Chen Gang was secretly surprised. He didn't expect that this punch, which he had thrown with all his strength and which he thought was quite powerful, was easily dodged by Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at the surprised expression on Chen Gang's face, smiled slightly, and said, Coach Chen, don't stop, keep going. Chen Gang came back to his senses, gritted his teeth, and thought to himself that he couldn't let Lin Tian look down on him so easily. If Lin Tian thinks he is just so and no longer asks him to practice, then he will be in trouble. So he quickly adjusted his state, and then threw another left hook towards Lin Tian's abdomen. Lin Tian was still calm and composed this time. He not only saw the movement trajectory and landing point of Chen Gang's fist, but also noticed the slight shift of Chen Gang's body center of gravity and the subtle adjustment of his footwork when he punched. Flaw. This is another extremely powerful manifestation of dynamic vision, which can detect the loopholes that are inadvertently revealed during the enemy's entire movement at the moment of attack. Lin Tian's feet seemed to have the wind, and he slid back a step lightly, and Chen Gang's left hook missed again. Chen Gang found it more and more incredible that his 2 consecutive punches had missed. Even though he is justice and a coach who teaches children, he is still a professional after all, and has won many provincial and municipal competition awards. And Lin Tian was just a novice who had just learned the basic skills of Sanda for a day. But he dodged his continuous attacks so easily, which dealt a big blow to Chen Gang's self-esteem. He couldn't help feeling a little annoyed, secretly blaming himself for being too careless and not using his full strength. But he also knew that he had indeed used 70 of his strength in the 2 punches just now. But Lin Tian's performance was really too amazing. Chen Gang took a deep breath and decided not to hold back any longer, to use all his strength. His eyes became sharper and his whole aura suddenly changed, as if he was a cheetah about to pounce on its prey. He first made a fake move, pretending to punch Lin Tian's head. But in fact he changed his moves in an instant and swept Lin Tian's lower body with a low kick. This sweeping kick was extremely fast and powerful, causing a whistling sound in the wind, and even the dust on the ground was blown up. Lin Tian instantly grasped Chen Gang's intention. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he jumped up calmly and leisurely, making a beautiful spin in the air. He not only avoided Chen Gang's sweeping kick, but also adjusted his posture in the air to prepare for Chen Gang's next possible attack. Chen Gang's sweeping kick missed again. He widened his eyes with a look of disbelief on his face. At this time, he was already a little out of breath. The continuous high-intensity attacks had not hit the target once, which made him consume his physical strength quickly, and he became more and more panicked. Lin Tian landed steadily on the ground, looked at the embarrassed Chen Gang, and said, Coach Chen, your moves are very varied, but you need to be faster and more ruthless. After hearing what Lin Tian said, Chen Gang felt depressed again. He knew that Lin Tian was not making fun of him, but at this moment he just felt like a rookie in front of Lin Tian and had no ability to fight back at all. It was as if Lin Tian was the coach and he was the student. Chen Gang gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. He roared and rushed towards Lin Tian like a madman. This time he used his unique combo skills. His fists rained down on every part of Lin Tian's upper body, and his leg techniques were also coordinated perfectly. For a moment, the fighting room was filled with the sounds of fists and legs. However, Lin Tian remained calm and composed. With the help of dynamic vision, he seemed to have entered a world of slow motion. Lin Tian could see every bit of power Chen Gang delivered with his punches, every change in the angle of his kicks, and even the subtle fluctuations in his facial expressions. While Lin Tian dodged left and right easily, he was also able to observe Chen Gang's attack rhythm and even learn from it. I found that when Chen Gang performed combos, the connection between some of his moves was very clever. So, he silently memorized the key points and methods of exerting force of these moves in his mind, and at the same time continued to respond to Chen Gang's frenzy of attacks with a nimble posture. After about 10 minutes, Chen Gang stopped attacking, supported his knees with his hands, and gasped heavily. "MRLin, you are too abnormal." Chen Gang was convinced. "I am completely convinced. He was clearly a rookie yesterday, but today he suddenly became a master. Who can bear this? Moreover, he has no sense of accomplishment at all." If he had taught Lin Tian for a period of time and Lin Tian became as capable as he is now, he might have felt that the student had surpassed his teacher and his heart would be filled with pride and satisfaction. But now, even though he attacked with all his strength without reservation, he couldn't even touch the corner of Lin Tian's clothes, which made him feel extremely frustrated. Lin Tian smiled. He didn't expect that dynamic vision would be so abnormal. Predictions, flaws, and even learning. "Coach Chen, you've worked hard. Let's stop here for today." As he spoke, Lin Tian took out 2 packs of individual rations and handed them to Chen Gang. Chen Gang suddenly felt like he was receiving something for nothing. Even his full-strength attack failed to pose any threat to Lin Tian, but he still accepted the rations given by Lin Tian. This made his face flush and he felt quite embarrassed. But at the same time, "I have a feeling that I won't be able to do this job for long." After Lin Tian tested the skills he had just acquired, he felt that he was able to do it again. He was ready to go out again. Now the system account balance is less than 500,000, and even the 10 physical fruits for today cannot be redeemed. After getting dressed, Lin Tian came to the simple dock, ready to go out again. Chapter 76, Going Out Again. Buzz buzz buzz. Lin Tian drove a snowmobile, speeding through this silver-white world. Not to mention, the feeling of moving freely through the frozen steel jungle is quite exciting. He could feel the biting cold wind cutting across his cheeks like a knife. Yet he also felt a different kind of refreshment, as if he was the only one who could gallop freely in this world of ice and snow at the end of the world. Through the goggles, with the help of the dynamic vision skills I had just acquired, I could see everything around me clearly. Sudden, Lin Tian swung his tail like a dragon, and the rear wheel of the snowmobile drew a graceful arc on the snow. The direction of the car body changed instantly, bringing up a large amount of snow mist. Whoosh! It seemed like something flew past. With his dynamic vision, Lin Tian instantly saw that it was a bullet. Then, bang! There was a gunshot. Lin Tian looked in the direction where the bullet came from, and then the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Found you! He was almost sniped last time, how could he forget it? That time, he was traveling through the snow and ice, completely unprepared, when a bullet whizzed past him and almost took his life. But there was so much snow at the time that he couldn't see where the bullet came from. But now with dynamic vision, everything is different. Following the direction from which the bullet came, Lin Tian's eyes were as fast as lightning and instantly locked onto a room several hundred meters away. He even saw another spark burst out from the muzzle of the gun. Lin Tian started his serpentine movement again and ran quickly towards the building where the sniper was hiding. The snowmobile shoveled back and forth on the snow, and each twist in turn was just right, making the flying bullets miss every time. With dynamic vision, Lin Tian can clearly see the trajectory of the bullet and make precise evasive moves in advance. There was a cold murderous intent in his eyes. It's the end of the world. And if I don't take revenge, then wouldn't the end of the world have come in vain? In this crazy apocalypse, kindness is the most luxurious thing. Only by fighting violence with violence can we truly gain a foothold. Soon, Lin Tian arrived downstairs of the building and broke into the building through the window on the second floor. In the living room, there were 2 bodies hugging each other, lifeless. Lin Tian just took a glance and didn't pay much attention to it. And he quickly ran towards the floor where the sniper was. When he climbed to the target floor, he did not rush to kick open the door. Who knows if the other party is waiting for him with a gun? No matter how powerful his dynamic vision was, Lin Tian had no confidence in dodging bullets at such a close distance. Therefore Lin Tian prepared to give the opponent a dimensionality reduction attack. He pulled out a tactical grenade, removed the safety pin, and threw it directly at the door. Boom! The door was blown to pieces in an instant. Immediately afterwards, before the smoke cleared, Lin Tian quickly threw in another grenade. This time, the grenade exploded in the room with an even more deafening roar, and the entire room was filled with flames and thick smoke. The sniper was hiding in a corner. ready to deliver a fatal blow when Lin Tian came in. But he didn't expect Lin Tian to be so decisive and ruthless and directly greet him with a grenade. It's totally unethical. He was covered in wounds from the blast. The sniper rifle in his hand fell to the ground, and he fell in a pool of blood. With only a faint breath left, Lin Tian kicked open the door frame that was shaking from the explosion and strode into the house. At this time he realized that in addition to the dying sniper, there was also a woman in the house, who should be the sniper's wife. When the woman saw Lin Tian coming in, her face was filled with fear. She knelt on the ground with a plop and cried for mercy. "Please, let us go, we had no choice but to attack you because we just wanted to survive." The sniper also raised his head with difficulty, his eyes full of pleading. "Brother, please forgive me, I was wrong, I will never dare to do it again." Lin Tian stood there, his expression as cold as the ice and snow. "You don't know you're wrong, you just know you're scared." After saying that, he took out his pistol and pointed it at the two people on the ground. Bang, bang, two gunshots echoed in the silent room. The couple's eyes widened, with expressions of fear and despair still on their faces, and they slowly fell down. Lin Tian put away his pistol, picked up the sniper rifle on the ground, and found dozens of bullets in the room before turning around and walking out of the room. Treat others as you would like to be treated. Since the other party had no intention of torturing him but just wanted his life, he would not torture the other party for no reason. He's not a pervert. As for whether there are still living people in this building, Lin Tian doesn't know, nor does he want to know. Lin Tian drove the snowmobile and rushed towards another famous shopping mall nearby Wanda Plaza. When he arrived at Wanda Plaza, he was slightly stunned by the scene in front of him. The door of the mall was closed, but through the glass he could see a faint flicker of fire inside. Lin Tian's heart tightened, he didn't expect that there was someone here. But think about it, Wanda Plazas are usually built near residential areas. In desperate situations, there will always be people who will burst out with a strong desire to survive and gather here to seek shelter and resources. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Tian decided to go in and take a look. He broke in through the same window, and a warm feeling mixed with a slight burnt smell hit me in the face. What caught the eye was the blazing fire in the center of the hall, with many people sitting around it, their faces showing fatigue and vigilance. These people were warming themselves by a fire, burning clothes from the mall. It seemed that they were trying every possible way to keep warm in this cold apocalypse. Lin Tian's appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. There was a burly guy with a fleshy face who seemed to be the leader here. He looked Lin Tian up and down with contempt. Next to him, several younger brothers also laughed. One of them, who looked like a monkey, laughed and said, "Hey, where did this kid come from? He's carrying a toy gun, who are you trying to scare?" If it was a pistol, they might still be scared, but this sniper rifle or submachine gun? This is nonsense, how could anyone have such a thing? Lin Tian frowned, he was too lazy to talk nonsense with these people. Without saying a word, he quickly pulled out a pistol from his waist. With a bang, the bullet flew past the feet of the pointed-faced little brother, splashing sparks on the ground. The sudden gunshot made the entire hall quiet in an instant, and the faces of the people who were laughing just now turned pale in an instant. The younger brothers were so frightened that their legs went weak and they fell to their knees with a plop. They never thought that Lin Tian would actually dare to shoot. And his shooting skills were obviously no joke. The so-called leader was also stunned. The contempt on his face had long disappeared, replaced by fear and panic. He said in a trembling voice, "Brother, don't be impulsive. Impulse is the devil." Chapter 77 Bank Robbery. Seeing that these people were intimidated by him, Lin Tian did not make things too difficult for them. Ever since Gao Wu was captured by him, the hostility in his heart has dissipated a lot. Not a saint, but not a murderer either. There is no need to kill the other person, just because of an offense. He glanced at these people coldly, and they couldn't help but shiver. When they looked at Lin Tian again, they found that he was like the god of war in the snow region. That cold look seemed to be able to penetrate their souls, causing a deep fear to surge in their hearts. A little brother with a pointed face and monkey cheeks in the crowd was filled with regret. His legs were still trembling slightly, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he didn't dare to look Lin Tian in the eye. He could only glance at him secretly with the corner of his eyes, and then quickly lowered his head, for fear of angering this evil star again. Lin Tian ignored these people and walked straight towards the jewelry area of the mall. Stepping into the jewelry area, Lin Tian could tell at a glance that most of the items here had been ransacked. The display cabinets that were once filled with exquisite jewelry now appear empty, with some traces of violent damage remaining on the glass. Lin Tian was a little depressed as he was picking up other people's leftovers. He now wished he could rush back with his submachine gun and force those people to hand over the gold. But after thinking about it, I still feel that it is a bit too rough. What is the difference between this and robbery? No longer thinking about these trivial things, Lin Tian began to collect the remaining gold. It's worthy of being called Wanda Plaza. Lin Tian sighed in his heart as he picked up the gold necklace that fell on the ground. The value of this product is more than one level higher than that of Yanghua supermarket. There are many brand counters in the plaza, and in a short while, he picked up more than 1 million worth of gold. Only after all the gold had been recharged into the system did Lin Tian stand up from the jewelry area and stretch his sore body. He glanced at the system balance, 2,875,396 yuan. Nearly 3 million. Lin Tian murmured softly, with the corners of his mouth unconsciously rising slightly. If all of them are converted into physical fruits, one's physical fitness can be increased to about 50 points. Combined with dynamic vision, Lin Tian suddenly felt that he seemed to be terrifyingly strong. Suddenly, Lin Tian's eyes fixed. Pufa. He saw a bank in the corner of the first floor and couldn't help but come up with a bold idea. Robbed a bank. Lin Tian felt excited just thinking about it. Before the end of the world, he had often fantasized about robbing banks, hijacking airplanes, and bombing schools. After the end of the world, it's not like he hadn't thought about robbing a bank. But banks are usually located on the first floor, which had long been covered by heavy snow. This bank located in the shopping mall just satisfies his bad taste. Lin Tian quickly came to the door of the bank. He first looked around vigilantly. After making sure there was no hidden danger, he took out the submachine gun from behind, checked the magazine, and then fired at the rolling door of the bank. The bullet hit the rolling door, splashing a series of sparks, and the door lock was quickly broken. Lin Tian stepped forward, grabbed the edge of the rolling door with both hands, and pulled it upwards with force. The rolling door slowly rose with a harsh friction sound. He crouched, holding his submachine gun, and walked into the bank carefully. There were neither living nor dead people in the bank. And Lin Tian fired at the door leading to the inside of the bank. However, to his surprise, the big iron gate was extremely strong. The bullets only left some shallow bullet marks on it, and it did not shatter as he expected. Lin Tian frowned. It seemed that the bank's door was stronger than he had imagined. He untied a grenade from his waist, pulled out the safety pin, and then threw the grenade accurately into the gap between the big iron gate and the ground. Boom! After a loud bang, the big iron gate did not move at all. Fuck! Lin Tian was stunned. Even a grenade couldn't open the door of this bank. He then pulled out another grenade, but this time he threw it at the bulletproof glass. The grenade fell accurately into the transaction groove under the bulletproof glass. There was another loud bang, and the powerful impact shattered the bulletproof glass, with glass shards flying everywhere. Lin Tian smiled with satisfaction. Bulletproof glass may not be able to protect against grenades. After the smoke dissipated slightly, Lin Tian quickly walked into the bank. He went to the work area behind the counter and opened the drawers and safes one by one. Found that the counter was empty, without a penny. Only then did Lin Tian realize that the Doomsday broke out during the New Year's Day holiday. The banks were closed, and the money should have been transferred away. After all, banks will not store cash outside business hours. Usually, cash is transported by armored trucks, delivered in the morning and taken away in the evening. Damn it, Lin Tian cursed inwardly. It's a waste of all this effort. But the experience of robbing a bank was enough to satisfy my craving. Just when Lin Tian was feeling annoyed, he saw two machines in the bank. I can't come here for nothing, right? Lin Tian thought to himself. So he picked up the submachine gun again and fired at the protective shell of the AM machine until it was riddled with holes. Then he smashed the AM machine open, and there was indeed money inside. At not much, the two AM machines together contained only more than 100 0 cash. Well, it's not a wasted effort. Lin Tian recharged the cash into the system, and the balance just exceeded 3 million, and he gradually felt more balanced. At this moment in the lobby of Wanda Plaza, a group of people were shivering and huddled together tightly. So cruel, it's so brutal. There were submachine guns and grenades. We all lived in peacetime and had never seen such a scene. Everyone was so frightened by Lin Tian's violent behavior that they dared not even breathe. The man with a fierce face and a bully look rolled his eyes and walked towards each person. You want money or life? It's fatal. The man replied, stuttering, lie. If you want to die, give me all the money. Why? Why? The bully leader glared. Didn't you see the guy was collecting gold and robbing banks? He must have a special liking for money. It's better for us to hand it over voluntarily than to be passive. Right? When the person being robbed heard this, he couldn't help but nodded. That makes sense. And he took out half of the gold and silver jewelry he had picked up in the mall. He had picked them up for free anyway, so he might as well consider it as a way to avoid disaster. The bully didn't care too much, as long as the meaning was conveyed. He went to each person one by one. Some paid a lot, some paid a little, and soon he had looted a bag of gold and silver. At this time, Lin Tian just came out of the bank with a gloomy face. After spending a lot of time and effort, he only managed to get more than 100 0 it would be strange if he was in a good mood. The main reason was that I had too high expectations before. I thought it was a bank after all, but in the end I only got more than 100. 0 yuan. When the bully leader saw Lin Tian's gloomy face, he couldn't help but shudder, and then he secretly thanked his luck that he was quick-witted. He walked over quickly and handed a bag of gold to Lin Tian. "Master, this is a gift from the brothers to you." Lin Tian was stunned, and opened the pocket and took a look. Wow, these people are very smart. Chapter 78 Monster Attack. After coming out of Wanda Plaza, Lin Tian recharged the gold that those people donated to him into the system. Ding, recharge successful, account balance 5,287,359 yuan. 5 million. The account balance broke through the 5 million mark in one fell swoop. And Lin Tian was in a good mood. And he exchanged it for a physical fruit. After eating it, his physical strength was instantly restored, and his headache and waist pain were gone. And we drove the snowmobile back home. At this time, in the underground garage. "Hey, did you hear any sound?" the young man said softly with a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. He leaned forward slightly, his ears trying hard to catch the faint sound, trying to figure out what it was. "It's the sound of the wind." Another middle-aged man responded nonchalantly. The snow kept falling and the north wind was blowing, so it was not normal to hear any noise. "No, it doesn't sound like the wind." The young man frowned and looked around in the dim garage light, but couldn't find the source of the sound. At this time, another person stood up and said, "I heard it too, it seemed to come from over there in the corner. It sounded a bit like something was dragging a heavy object." Listen carefully, the man nervously made a gesture to keep quiet. Everyone fell silent instantly. Branch. Branch. Now everyone seemed to have heard it. The sound was like a rusty chain being slowly pulled across the ground, or like a huge claw scratching on the concrete floor. "What's that sound?" Someone couldn't help but shiver. "Who is it? Stop playing tricks," someone bravely shouted. "That's right, scaring people can kill people, you know? Stop making trouble and come out quickly." Everyone was shouting at the same time, trying to dispel the fear in their hearts in this way. And the voice suddenly stopped, as if it was frightened by the momentum of the crowd. People breathed a sigh of relief and their tense nerves relaxed a little. "Phew, I thought there was something really dirty." "That's right. I was scared to death just now. It must be someone's naughty kid." And at this moment, the sound rang out again without warning. This time it was louder and more terrifying. Everyone's heart was instantly in their throat again, and their bodies involuntarily leaned towards each other. "Who? Get out here right now. Stop it, whose child is it?" However, there was no response, only the sound continued. "Branch. Branch." The sound became increasingly shrill. It also seems to be getting closer. The dim garage, coupled with this kind of sound, creates a terrifying atmosphere. Some women even closed their eyes, afraid to look again. Just then, a dark shadow flashed behind a pillar in the distance. The black shadow was extremely fast and disappeared in a flash, making people wonder if they were seeing things. "What is that?" someone with sharp eyes exclaimed. This shout broke the oppressive silence, and everyone's eyes turned to that direction, but they only saw darkness. An atmosphere of fear quickly spread in the garage. Could it be a monster? Suddenly someone remembered the monster that Lin Tian had mentioned before, which he had encountered in the plastic surgery hospital. This sentence was like a bombshell, instantly causing everyone to fall into deeper panic. "No way, didn't Lin Tian say that he had already killed the monster?" a young man said with a look of doubt on his face, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. "It's just bragging. Maybe he was scared away by the monster." A middle-aged woman curled her lips, her voice sharp and full of accusations. "Who knows what happened at that time? So what should we do now?" People were panicking, and some were even crying. The sound still went back and forth in the garage, but the source of the sound could not be seen. Every step seemed to be stepping heavily on everyone's heart, making their heart beat faster. Suddenly, a strange shadow appeared on the wall, huge and distorted, accompanied by a creepy roar. The crowd couldn't hold back any longer and screamed in fear. "Monster!" A woman's face was pale and her eyes were wide open, as if her soul had been pulled out of her body. "Help! It's coming, it's really coming!" Everyone was shouting, and their voices echoed in the garage, sounding even more miserable and desperate. Everyone was trapped in the garage. If a monster really appeared, there would be nowhere to escape. But the monster seemed to be playing a trick on everyone and was not in a hurry to attack. It ran to one end of the garage and then appeared at the other end, flashing quickly between the vehicles. His movements were as swift as a ghost, bringing up a gust of cold wind wherever he went, and at the same time knocking a man who was trying to escape to the ground. After the man fell down, he looked at the monster in front of him in horror, his body shaking constantly, and he even forgot to shout. However, the monster did not attack him immediately. Instead, it circled around him several times, making low roars, as if mocking his weakness. Everyone could only watch in horror as it continued to create chaos, unable to fight back. And the monster didn't really attack anyone. It seemed like it was just playing or waiting for something. After a while, the monster seemed to be tired of playing and disappeared into the darkness. People sat on the ground, still in fear, gasping for breath. "What on earth is that?" someone asked in a trembling voice, eyes full of fear and confusion. "It looks like a human but not a human. Like an animal but not an animal. And it doesn't look like a creature on the blue planet at all. Quick, call Lin Tian. It's all his fault for insisting on going out. Now he's attracted the monster. That's right, get him back quickly." Everyone sat together, their bodies still shaking, their eyes staring vigilantly at the dark corners around them. "I think we should find a place to hide first. We can't just sit there and wait." "Hide? Where can we hide? This garage is so small, and the monster can come and go as it pleases. We have nowhere to escape." People are becoming more desperate. "I just ate a little bit. Am I going to become someone else's food again?" Gao Wenzhen took out his cell phone and called Lin Tian again and again, but he couldn't get through. His palms were full of sweat and he could barely hold the phone. There was no other way. He had to send a message to Lin Tian, praying that Lin Tian would come back soon. At this time, Lin Tian was rushing back in a happy mood. The outline of the community is becoming clearer and clearer. Buzz buzz buzz. With a 32-point abnormal physique, Lin Tian was keenly aware of the sound of the mobile phone. He stopped the motorcycle, took out his cell phone and took a look. His face instantly turned gloomy. At the same time, I was confused. He clearly remembered that the monster had been blown to death by him. How could it come back to life and find his lair? Could it be the other end? Lin Tian frowned. But he didn't have time to think about it. So he stepped on the accelerator and drove quickly towards the community. Chapter 79. Is it okay, little dog? Lin Tian rushed into the community on his motorcycle at lightning speed, and then ran straight to the underground garage. When his figure appeared at the entrance of the underground garage, everyone in the garage, which was originally silent and filled with fear, reacted instantly as if they were injected with a shot of cowardice. Those people who were sitting on the ground with empty and desperate eyes looked up, and sparks of hope were rekindled in their eyes. "Lin Tian, you're finally here," Aunt Wang shouted excitedly, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Some young girls, who had originally been crying bitterly, stopped crying and stared at Lin Tian with their lips trembling slightly. Lin Tian ignored everyone and looked around the garage calmly. But he didn't see any monsters. "Everyone, don't panic yet. Tell me the pattern of the monster's previous actions." It was extremely fast, shuttling back and forth between the pillars and the car. "I couldn't see it clearly." Before the man finished speaking, Lin Tian suddenly turned around. "Found you!" At this moment, the unknown monster actually showed a very human look of surprise, as if it didn't believe that Lin Tian could actually find it. However, the monster did not hide again, but rushed straight towards Lin Tian. It happened in the blink of an eye. When enemies meet, they are especially jealous of each other. The monster appeared in front of Lin Tian in an instant. However, Lin Tian was not in a hurry. With a faint smile on his lips, he slightly turned his body and avoided the monster's attack. The monster's attack missed and it was filled with surprise. It didn't expect that Lin Tian could avoid its swift attack so easily. Its eyes, which had been flashing with an eerie blue light, now showed a bit more anger, and a low roar came from its throat, as if venting its anger. With the help of dynamic vision, Lin Tian could see every move of the monster clearly. The monster attacked again, waving its sharp claws, creating a whistling sound and heading straight for Lin Tian's throat. Lin Tian leaned back slowly, and the claw almost brushed against the tip of his nose. Then he rolled over to distance himself from the monster. At the same time, a dagger appeared in his hand, flashing coldly in the dim light. Seeing Lin Tian respond so calmly, the monster became even angrier. It began to move around Lin Tian madly and quickly, trying to create countless illusions to confuse Lin Tian. But in Lin Tian's eyes, these phantoms are nothing but child's play, and his eyes are always fixed on the monster's body. The monster seized the opportunity and pounced from the side, opening its bloody mouth and revealing its sharp fangs. Lin Tian dodged to the side like a flash of lightning, then stabbed the monster's back with a dagger. The monster felt pain, let out a deafening roar, turned around and pounced on Lin Tian again. This time, the monster gathered all its strength into its claws and slapped Lin Tian hard. Lin Tian jumped up lightly, turned in the air, and landed steadily behind the monster. Then he raised his leg and kicked the monster at the joint of its hind leg. The monster staggered and almost fell. It looked back angrily, its eyes red, and rushed towards Lin Tian desperately, faster and more powerful than before. But Lin Tian remained calm. His dynamic vision allowed him to predict the monster's every move in advance. He cleverly dodged the monster's attacks while looking for the monster's flaws, ready to deliver a fatal blow. After the monster missed its attack again, Lin Tian seized the opportunity, approached like a ghost, and stabbed the monster's side with the dagger in his hand. The monster wanted to dodge, but it was exposed due to the previous crazy attack. The dagger pierced its body accurately, and strange blue blood gushed out. The monster howled in pain and struggled to get rid of the dagger. How could Lin Tian give it a chance? He stirred it hard, and the monster's body began to tremble violently. Immediately afterwards, Lin Tian pulled out a grenade, stuffed it into the monster's wound, and then quickly retreated. With a deafening bang, half of the monster's body was blown to pieces, and it lay on the ground dying. The remains of the body were still twitching slightly, and a large amount of strange blue blood was flowing out from the broken limbs, gathering on the ground into a pool of blood emitting a fishy smell. The eyes that were originally flashing with ferocity now became dim and could only be half open weakly. Looking at Lin Tian, who was standing not far away, as if there was still a trace of unwillingness and resentment left in them, Lin Tian approached the monster cautiously, weapon tightly gripped in his hand, always on guard against its counterattack before death. But the monster had obviously lost the ability to resist and could only allow Lin Tian to walk to its side. "Is this okay, little dog?" Lin Tian looked at the monster sarcastically. He actually dared to come and seek revenge on him. He really doesn't know how to live or die. If he hadn't acquired dynamic vision, it might be hard to say. But now, it was one without any injury. The monster didn't even touch his hair. I guess this monster is also full of doubts now. How could this man become so powerful in just 2 days? Lin Tian looked down at the monster that was breathing slightly, and also marveled at its strong vitality. "You're not dead yet?" He thought about it, then ordered Gao Wen and others, "Bring a big bucket." When Gao Wen and others heard the order, they hurriedly looked around. When the others saw that the monster was subdued so easily by Lin Tian, they couldn't help but feel even more afraid of Lin Tian. Just now, when Lin Tian was fighting, his gorgeous body movements, lightning speed, and accurate prediction of danger shocked them all. Some people who had complained about Lin Tian before quietly hid behind the crowd and concealed themselves. Not long after, Gao Wen and others came over carrying a used gasoline barrel. Lin Tian looked at the size of the barrel and thought it was suitable. So he said, "Go get some more gasoline from the car." He then stuffed the dying monster into a gasoline barrel. Since half of the monster's body was blown to pieces and its spine was broken, it was easy to stuff in. "You guys, go pick up the scraps of meat and throw them into the bucket," Lin Tian ordered again. "You have to be cautious in everything you do. Who knows if this monster has the ability to be reborn by dripping blood?" The few people who were called out did not dare to disobey Lin Tian's order. They could only suppress their nausea and carefully pick up the pieces of meat on the ground with tools and throw them into the bucket. Then Lin Tian poured the extracted gasoline into the bucket. That's right, he was going to burn this monster to death. Otherwise he couldn't figure out how to kill this monster completely. The grenade didn't kill him last time. Who knows if it will kill him this time? After everything was ready, Lin Tian threw the cigarette butt into the gasoline barrel. Boom! The flames jumped up instantly, enveloping the entire gasoline barrel. At the same time, there was also the sharp cry of the monster, which sounded particularly miserable under the licking of the flames. But gradually, the cries became weaker and weaker until they disappeared, and the air was filled with the aroma of meat. Everyone gathered around the burning gasoline barrel curiously, watching the flames gradually die out. After the flames went out, Lin Tian looked at the carbonized remains of the monster and nodded with relief. If the monster could be resurrected like this, there would be nothing he could do. And he told Gao Wen, "You guys deal with this body." He was covered in blood and felt so disgusted that he had to go back and wash himself. "Yes, sir," Gao Wen responded respectfully. Lin Tian's previous fighting ability also shocked him. At this moment he was really convinced. After Lin Tian left, Gao Wen randomly pointed out a few people and said, "Go and throw this monster out." The unlucky guys who were targeted didn't dare to resist. They could only wait for the gasoline barrel to cool down and then carry it out. As we walked, someone said, "Don't you think the meat of this monster is quite delicious?" "Disgusting, I won't eat it no matter how delicious it is. I haven't eaten meat for a long time, how about we?" Several people stopped at the same time, and some even swallowed their saliva. If it were before the end of the world, no one would eat this crappy meat, no matter how delicious it was. But now they looked at each other and then started rummaging in the barrel. "Hey, what is this?" Suddenly someone found a shiny crystal inside the monster's body. Everyone's attention was attracted by this crystal. This crystal is diamond-shaped and about the size of a thumb. Its surface sparkles with colorful light, and it seems as if energy is flowing slowly inside, exuding a mysterious aura. But before everyone could finish appreciating it, the crystal suddenly turned into a streak of light and instantly penetrated into the man's body. Chapter 80, the first superpower. Oh! Zhang Yang let out a scream. He had no time to react before the mysterious crystal suddenly penetrated into his body. At this moment, Zhang Yang felt as if his body was being pulled by an invisible force. His muscles were tense and his bones made slight crackling sounds. His eyes were tightly closed, veins bulged on his forehead. Beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down his forehead. And he curled up into a ball on the ground, groaning in pain. Everyone gathered around in fear, but did not dare to get close. They could only watch Zhang Yang's body gradually change in the light. His originally ordinary body began to swell, his muscles bulged at a speed visible to the naked eye. And a faint halo appeared on the surface of his skin. Suddenly, Zhang Yang opened his eyes abruptly, a dazzling light burst out from his eyes. And then he shouted loudly and jumped up from the ground. His aura at this moment was completely different from before, exuding a powerful and mysterious aura. Zhang Yang, are you okay? Someone who was more familiar with him asked cautiously. Zhang Yang ignored the people around him and slowly raised his hands, looking at the faint energy light surging in his palms, his heart full of surprise. He could clearly feel a strange and powerful force flowing in his body, as if he could control the power of ice and snow as long as he thought about it. He tried to concentrate and gather the energy in his body into the palm of his right hand. In an instant, a small ice ball formed in the palm of his hand. Emitting a cold blue light, the air around it seemed to be frozen by it, condensing into strands of frost. This. The people around him looked at the ice ball that appeared out of thin air in Zhang Yang's hand. And time seemed to stand still at this moment. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. Some people even regretted why it was not him who found the crystal just now. At this moment, even a fool would know that Zhang Yang had gained a huge benefit. In a flash, these people all lay down in the gasoline barrel and tried to search hard to see if there was a second or even a third mysterious crystal. The crowd was too nauseated to care about the disgust now. They were rummaging around in the carbonized remains of the monster with their hands, not caring at all about getting a few fishy-smelling residues on their faces. The movements of these people became more and more frantic, messing up the remains of the monster, and the already horrific scene became even more unbearable to watch. At this moment, Zhang Yang felt ecstatic. Is this a superpower? I actually gained the superpower of ice and snow. I've evolved, Zhang Yang shouted excitedly. Having obtained the supernatural power of ice and snow in the ice and snow apocalypse, he seemed to have seen a future scene in which he would be able to call the wind and rain and be omnipotent in this apocalypse. He waved his hand lightly, and the ice ball shot out like an arrow. Instantly exploding on the wall in front of him, countless ice spikes flew around like hidden weapons and embedded themselves deeply into the wall. However, in a flash, he suddenly felt dizzy, as if his body was overdrawn. His legs were trembling slightly and he staggered and almost fell to the ground. The excitement on his face instantly faded, replaced by a hint of paleness and fear. What's going on? Does this power have any side effects? Zhang Yang slowly squatted down against the wall, holding his head with both hands, trying to relieve the dizziness. No, the energy should be exhausted. Zhang Yang came to the conclusion after a brief thought. At this moment, he was obviously overusing the supernatural power he had just acquired, causing his body's energy to be rapidly consumed. And he saw the monster's body parts scattered all over the ground. And a bold idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He slowly stood up, staggered towards the pile of body parts, then picked up a piece and started chewing it in big mouthfuls. When Zhang Yang took the fishy-smelling monster meat into his mouth, he felt nausea rising in his heart, but he suppressed the discomfort and continued to swallow. When the monster's flesh and blood slid into his stomach, Zhang Yang felt a warm current slowly rising. It was a feeling of energy gathering again in his body. The dizziness I felt just now was also alleviated a lot. The other few people searched the bucket again and again, but still couldn't find the second crystal. They all looked frustrated. How come it's gone? Zhang Yang is so lucky. That's right. This is a chance to change your destiny, but you just missed it. Damn it. These people looked at Zhang Yang with envy and marveled at his good fortune. When they saw Zhang Yang eating the monster meat in big mouthfuls, they hurriedly picked up the scraps of meat on the ground and started chewing them. Who knows if the meat of this monster can also bring the power of evolution? Everyone suppressed their nausea and inner resistance. Their cheeks puffed up, and they tried hard to swallow the minced meat that gave off an inexplicable smell. It's a pity that the monster's meat did not bring evolution to everyone, and they did not gain magical powers like Zhang Yang. However, everyone could clearly feel a long-lost warmth slowly spreading through their bodies. The body, weakened by long-term hunger, seemed to be injected with vitality. The originally weak limbs gradually regained some strength, and the sluggish spirit also lifted a little. Although I didn't get any superpowers, this meat seems to really fill my stomach and makes me feel less weak. A man touched his stomach, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Yeah, I haven't felt this way for a long time. Maybe the meat of this monster can become our new food source. Another person echoed, with a bit more thought in his eyes. At this time, Zhang Yang had completely recovered from his initial discomfort, and there was an inexplicable light flashing in his eyes. That is the light of ambition. As the saying goes, when you have a sharp weapon, you will naturally have the desire to kill. Zhang Yang knew very well that in this doomsday, possessing power was equivalent to possessing everything, and the ice and snow powers he had now obtained were undoubtedly a stepping stone to the pinnacle of power. He slowly stood up, glanced at the people around him, cleared his throat and said, "Brothers, we have been living like ants in this apocalypse, being bullied and starving." When everyone heard this, they all turned their eyes to Zhang Yang, not knowing what he meant. Zhang Yang raised his voice and said, "First it was Gao Wen, and it was Lin Tian. We have been oppressed and enslaved. Take this incident for example. Why should we be asked to take out the trash?" As Zhang Yang spoke, he scanned everyone's faces one by one with dissatisfaction and anger on his face. But fortunately, God has a good vision and let Zhang Yang obtain this miraculous supernatural power. This is the turning point that God has given us. The people nearby gradually understood that Zhang Yang was preparing to set up the stick. To be honest with you brothers, the ability I obtained not only has powerful attack power, but more importantly, it makes me not afraid of the cold. As he spoke, Zhang Yang took off his coat and threw it aside. Although the garage was relatively closed and not as cold as the outside world, it was still about 10 degrees below zero. However, Zhang Yang was shirtless and did not show any sign of shivering. If nothing else, at least I can go out and find food for everyone. When everyone heard about food, their eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 81. The Six Lanting Brothers. Brother Zhang Yang, if you can really find food, you will save all of our lives, someone said excitedly. Zhang Yang raised his chin slightly and a confident smile appeared on his face. Look at Lin Tian. Why can he be so arrogant and domineering in this end times? And have women everywhere. Why can't we do the same? We can also establish our own stronghold as long as everyone follows me. This area will be ours. We can grab more food and live a good life. We don't have to suffer from hunger or cold, and we don't have to worry about anything. When they heard that there would be good days to come and food to be snatched, greed appeared in everyone's eyes and they responded one after another. Brother Zhang Yang is right. We all listen to you. You are our big brother. From now on, we will rely on Brother Zhang to protect us. We will follow you. These people are just leftovers from the garage. Gao Wen doesn't like them, and Lin Tian doesn't love them. If he could get hold of Zhang Yang's thigh at this time, perhaps he would have a chance to turn things around, and no longer have to be ordered around by others to do the most dangerous, dirty and tiring work. These people didn't expect that taking out the garbage could lead to a bright future. Brother Yang, what do you think we should do now? A man who looked a few years older than Zhang Yang called him brother so naturally. Zhang Yang paused, his expression slightly serious. Since God has arranged this opportunity for us, it is also fate. Why don't we become sworn brothers first? It takes 3 to make a hero. Zhang Yang knows that if he wants to accomplish something, he can't rely on himself alone. When the other 5 heard it, they responded instantly. Okay, let's become sworn brothers. Zhang Yang, you will be our big brother from now on. Yes, brother. Zhang Yang quickly said modestly. No, let's go by age. Okay, we'll listen to you. Everyone said without being pretentious. It doesn't matter who you call big brother. What matters is who is the big brother. 6 people stood in a circle with solemn expressions. In the dim and foul-smelling corner of the garage, a special swearing-in ceremony was about to begin. Zhang Yang spoke first, his voice steady and powerful. Today, although the 6 of us are in a desperate situation at the end of the world, our fates are linked together, and this fate is given by God. In order to survive and pursue a great cause, we are willing to become sworn brothers here. And from now on, we will share joys and sorrows, and life and death together. Everyone shouted in unison, we share we Al and Woe, life and death together. Then, Xiao Gang, the eldest, picked up a piece of sharp iron from the side and gently scratched his index finger. Then bright red blood slowly oozed out. He raised his finger to his chest and said with a firm look, I Xiao Gang, swear with my blood today that I will treat my brothers with all my heart and never leave them. If I break my promise, I will be punished by heaven and earth. Everyone followed suit, cutting their fingers and swearing an oath with blood. When it was Zhang Yang's turn, he gathered a trace of ice and snow power at his fingertips and stabbed lightly. Although I, Zhang Yang, have acquired supernatural powers, I will never forget the friendship between brothers. I will lead you all to break through the darkness of the last days and share the glory. If you have second thoughts, this supernatural power will backfire on you and you will be doomed. After saying this, he dropped that drop of blood onto the ground, where it mixed with the blood of others. Then the 6 of them knelt down together facing the wall of the garage. From now on, we are the 6 Lanting brothers, because the name of the community is Shui and Lanting. Everyone named them the 6 Lanting brothers. Brother, second brother, third brother. Zhang Yang is the third child. Several people kowtowed to the cold wall and swore. We don't ask to be born on the same day, month and year, but we ask to die on the same day, month and year. We will share happiness and difficulties together. If you break this oath, you will be punished by heaven and earth. After the simple ceremony, the eldest brother, Xiao Gang, looked at Zhang Yang and said, "Third brother, what should we do next?" Although Xiao Gang is the eldest brother, he knows who to listen to. Zhang Yang lowered his head and thought about it after a moment's reflection. He said, "I think we can stay here for a while. Lin Tian is very powerful. If there is any danger, we can push him out as a shield." Although Zhang Yang has acquired superpowers, he is not arrogant enough to think that he can compete with Lin Tian. Even that monster was killed by Lin Tian easily, let alone him. Of course, that's only now. When my abilities become stronger in the future, I can't say for sure, Zhang Yang thought to himself. When everyone heard Zhang Yang's words, they nodded unconsciously. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Who knows what dangers are hidden in this apocalypse? Hiding behind Lin Tian for the time being may not be a bad idea. Third brother is right, Qian Feng, the 6th child, responded. Zhang Yang smiled and continued, "You guys cover me during the day. I'll go out and look for supplies. I can use this ability to move more conveniently in the ice and snow. And it will also be easier to find some resources buried by the ice and snow. Just stay in this garage and keep an eye on everything going on. If there's any movement, notify me immediately. Also, everyone, be smart and don't let Lin Tian and the others notice that we are acting strangely." Zhang Yang said with a serious face that the reason why he became sworn brothers with these people was also for the sake of confidentiality. Only by tying everyone's interests together can leaks be avoided. Otherwise, if Lin Tian knew that he had acquired superpowers, wouldn't he tie him up and slice him up for research? Seriously speaking, he also snatched Lin Tian's opportunity and took advantage of Lin Tian's loophole. After all, it was Lin Tian who killed the monster. "Don't worry, third brother, we will not let the news leak out," the eldest brother Xiaogang promised solemnly. "We are now in the same boat. No one will make a fool of themselves." "Yes, brother, I believe you," Zhang Yang nodded slightly. "I will try to find more ways to use my superpowers in the next few days to see if I can make it stronger." "Third brother, do you think it's possible to upgrade this ability? Just like what's written in novels, it improves level by level and becomes extremely powerful in the end?" The fourth brother asked curiously. "I'm not sure either. But I feel it should be possible. I felt dizzy after using my supernatural power just now. It might be due to excessive energy consumption. This shows that I am not proficient enough in controlling it. Which also means that there is a lot of room for improvement." Zhang Yang answered thoughtfully. "Third brother, you have to improve quickly once you become powerful. You won't have to be afraid of Lin Tian anymore," Lao Yu said with anticipation. "Yes, that day won't be too far away." Zhang Yang's eyes were firm. Everyone started to act according to the plan. Zhang Yang tidied his clothes, took a deep breath, and walked resolutely towards the snowy outside the garage. I don't know if it's because of his ice and snow abilities, but he can actually walk on the snow as if it were flat ground. In the garage, the eldest brother Xiaogang pretended to be nonchalant as he fiddled with some old tools, but his eyes kept scanning the surroundings vigilantly. The second and fourth children seemed to be chatting in the corner, but they were actually paying attention to every movement approaching the garage. However, Qian Feng, the 6th child, seemed absent-minded. His eyes flickered and he glanced at other people secretly from time to time. When no one was paying attention, he quietly moved to a hidden corner deep in the garage. Chapter 80 to the Big Secret. "Mr. Gao, I have something urgent to discuss with Mr. Lin. I have a huge secret to tell him." Qian Feng lowered his voice and said to Gaowen. He didn't have Lin Tian's contact information, so he had to use Gaowen as a go-between. When Gaowen heard Qian Feng's words, he raised his eyebrows, with scrutiny and doubt in his eyes. "Tell me first, what is the big secret?" Gaowen responded slowly. He really couldn't imagine what kind of big secret could be hidden in this shabby basement where everyone was trapped. He didn't want anyone to disturb Lin Tian, especially after seeing Lin Tian's amazing strength. Ever since seeing Lin Tian kill the monster so casually, Gaowen's mentality has been changing unconsciously. If Gaowen was forced to submit to a young man in his 20s just because of weapons and equipment, he would definitely be unwilling to do so. However, after seeing Lin Tian's gorgeous fighting skills, Gaowen knew in his heart that in this doomsday, Lin Tian would definitely have a place in the future. And it was even very likely that he would become a hegemon. Even if you are a dog, it still depends on your master. So he had to be cautious about Qian Feng's request. If Qian Feng could really bring valuable information, then it would undoubtedly be a good opportunity for him to show off in front of Lin Tian. But if Qian Feng was just bluffing, then he must not let him waste Lin Tian's time. But when Qian Feng heard Gaowen's words, He hesitated. He didn't know whether he should tell Gao Wen first. This secret is so shocking. What if Gao Wen also wants to keep it for himself? Qian Feng gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Gao, I promise that this matter is very important. But I can't tell you until I meet Tamarellen. When Gao Wen heard this, he frowned, knowing that the other party did not trust him. And he became angry. You can say it or not if you don't want to. Get out of here. Tamarellen has so many things to do every day. How can he have the time to see you? Qian Feng suddenly became anxious. Boss Gao, really, I really have a huge secret. His eyes were full of entanglement and struggle. And his hands were rubbing the corners of his clothes nervously. Seeing that Gao Wen was still unwilling to contact Lin Tian, Qian Feng gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Gao, this secret is related to the monster just now. There was no way. Qian Feng could only reveal a little bit at first. Sure enough, Gao Wen's expression changed instantly. His impatience turning into a hint of curiosity. Tell me in detail? He leaned forward, staring at Qian Feng, trying to find some clues from his face. Qian Feng swallowed his saliva and said in a low voice, Didn't you just ask me to deal with the monster's corpse? Then the monster. Having said this, Qian Feng suddenly stopped talking. Gao Wen, whose appetite was whetted, reprimanded him unhappily. What happened next? Go on? Qian Feng said stubbornly, I will only tell Amarel and the rest. He came to inform on others with the burden of betraying his brothers and breaking his promise. So naturally he had to be sold for a good price. If it were transferred by Gao Wen, its value would be greatly reduced. Gao Wen stared at Qian Feng, his eyes warning, Are you sure it's a big secret? Qian Feng raised his hand without hesitation. I swear. Gao Wen had no choice but to reluctantly take out his cell phone and send a message to Lin Tian. Matters related to monsters are indeed worthy of attention. Although Gao Wen was unhappy, he did not dare to take it lightly. While sending the message, he did not forget to warn Qian Feng. If Amarellen is not satisfied later, your fate will not be much better than that monster. Qian Feng shuddered and said calmly, Amarellen will definitely be satisfied. Evolution and superpowers, isn't that exciting enough? Thinking of the scene of Zhang Yang's evolution just now, a hint of extreme jealousy flashed in Qian Feng's eyes. Why not him? Qian Feng felt as if his heart was being bitten by poisonous ants. If you can't get it, destroy it. At this time, Lin Tian had changed into clean and refreshing clothes and was sitting comfortably on the sofa next to the wood stove. The flames in the wood stove were blazing, making the whole space warm and cozy. A teapot made a slight sizzling sound on the stove. Steam rose up, and a few marshmallows were placed on a delicate little plate beside it, emitting an enticing sweet fragrance. What a pleasant scene of brewing tea around the fire. Shen Shihan and Yilin knelt at Lin Tian's feet, one on the left and one on the right, their eyes full of admiration and love. Honey, I saw everything on the surveillance camera just now. You are so handsome, Shen Shihan said cockathiously, with a hint of excitement in her voice. Yilin also nodded frequently, with little stars twinkling in her eyes. That monster looked scary, but her man solved it in no time. He is so amazing. The two women were filled with pride and gratitude, grateful that they could meet such a powerful Lin Tian in this doomsday. In the guest bedroom, Gao's screams could be heard from time to time, and the sound seemed particularly abrupt in this seemingly warm scene. But a few people seemed to have gotten used to it. Lin Tian smiled, said nothing, took out a physical fitness fruit, and started to take supplements for today. He took a gentle bite, feeling the surging energy in the fruit spreading throughout his body, nourishing his body and strengthening his muscles and bones. When the two girls saw the fruit, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They still remembered the deliciousness and efficacy of the last time. Seeing the eager looks of the two women, Lin Tian took out another fruit, cut it into two and gave each to the two women. The two women served him so hard and did not forget to provide emotional value. They deserve a reward. Shen Shihan and Yilin took the fruit with surprise and put it into their mouths carefully. The wonderful taste instantly bloomed on their tongues, and their eyes looked at Lin Tian even more passionately. As when the two girls wanted to express themselves further, Lin Tian's cell phone rang at an inopportune time. Lin Tian picked it up and took a look at it, revealing a look of surprise. A secret related to that monster? Interesting, he muttered to himself. Pan Yi put on another set of clean individual equipment and prepared to take a look at the underground garage. My dear, Shen Shihan hugged Lin Tian's thighs, her eyes full of spring. Lin Tian patted her forehead gently and said, I'll tell you when I come back. After saying that, he turned and left. Sir, when Gao Wen saw Lin Tian coming over, he bowed slightly. Ayan Feng was even more excited. He seemed to have seen his bright future, and he nodded and bowed to Lin Tian. Amarellen. Lin Tian nodded, stared at Qian Feng and said, What's your big secret? Qian Feng swallowed and began to narrate the scene in which Zhang Yang obtained the crystal from the monster's body and then evolved and gained superpowers. He described the scene vividly, gesticulating with his hands and feet, and described in great detail Zhang Yang's surprise when he discovered the crystal, the changes that happened to him during the process of absorbing the crystal, and his various manifestations after he gained superpowers. Lin Tian and Gao Wen were stunned when they heard this. Evolution? Superpower? What the hell is this? Gao Wen's eyes even flashed with regret. Lin Tian had asked him to deal with the monster's corpse. If he had been more careful and checked it carefully, perhaps this opportunity would have fallen on him. However, Lin Tian did not feel much regret after hearing this. He just felt it was a bit of a pity. What is extremely precious in the eyes of others, and can even change one's destiny, is now nothing more than a skill fruit in Lin Tian's eyes. 10 million, just a little bit of water. There's no need to waste your emotions here. While these people were thinking about their own things, they didn't notice that in the corner not far away, there was a pair of eyes secretly watching them. Chapter 83 Emergency. Is everything you said true? Lin Tian stared at Qian Feng with sharp eyes. Qian Feng quickly straightened up and said solemnly, I swear. Gao Wing frowned and asked, since you have already sworn brotherhood, why did you come and tell us this secret? Qian Feng was not in a hurry. He had already thought of a set of excuses with a look of horror on his face. He said, because I'm scared. What are you afraid of? Gao Wen leaned forward slightly, with a hint of sharpness in his tone. Qian Feng took a deep breath and continued to make up. You didn't see that Zhang Yang was so arrogant at the time. He said that although he was using you as a shield for the time being, he would replace you sooner or later. When the time comes, I will ravage all your women again. Qian Feng exaggerated the story and, apart from using Lin Yan as a shield temporarily, all the rest was fabricated by him. He had no other choice. He couldn't say that he was jealous of his brothers, right? He also had another concern, which was that if Lin Tian recruited Zhang Yang, or if Zhang Yang surrendered and joined Lin Tian like Gao Wen, then his life would be difficult in the future. Therefore, it would be best to provoke Lin Tian's anger and kill Zhang Yang directly. When Gao Wen heard Qian Feng's words, he immediately slammed his palm against the wall next to him and cursed. Asshole, he actually dared to insult the gentleman like this. When I catch him, I will tear him into pieces. Although Gao Wen's anger at this time was a bit of a show for Lin Tian, it was not entirely because Lin Tian's woman might also include. Qian Feng got even more angry and cursed. That's right. Zhang Yang is such a bastard. Has he forgotten that it was Mr. Lin who saved us? If MRLN hadn't shown up in time, we might have all been killed by that monster. Qian Feng had a look of resentment on his face at this moment. As if Zhang Yang was some extremely evil person. Lin Tian just smiled. He didn't disbelieve Qian Feng's words, but he didn't believe them completely either. He looked at Qian Feng and said slowly, you did provide a very valuable piece of information. Tell me, what do you want? Lin Tian is not a fool. Qian Feng must have something to ask for since he came to tell on him. Sure enough, when Qian Feng heard Lin Tian's words, his eyes lit up, but he pretended to be humble and said, I don't want anything, I just want to be with Mr. Lin in the future. He simply took a step back to advance. He knew very well that he could still distinguish between a full meal and a full meal. Lin Tian nodded inferently and said, then you should stay with Mr. Gao from now on. Gao Wen is now surrounded by his old brothers Xiao Xiaolong and Xiao Xiaolong and Xiao Xiaowu. And putting a person with a history of snitching by his side may be of great use in the future. Qian Feng was overjoyed when he heard Lin Tian's words. It was like landing on shore and having a stable job from now on. Thank you MRLN. Then he said to Gao Wen respectfully, Mr. Gao, please take care of me in the future. Gao Wen didn't care. He didn't care what Lin Tian thought after all, his life was in his hands. So he just listened to what he said. Then, Lin Tian took out an explosive neck ring and handed it to Qian Feng. Put this on. If you want to be with him, you have to wear this. Qian Feng was stunned, looking at this somewhat insulting thing in confusion. MRLN, what is this? Lin Tian patiently explained. This is an explosive collar. As long as I think about it, the collar will explode. I don't need to tell you the consequences, right? Qian Feng's face turned pale as paper in an instant. Needless to say, the consequences would be a bomb exploding on his neck, which would definitely mean death. Lin Tian continued. At the same time, this collar is also connected to my heartbeat. If I die, the collar will also explode. He looked at Qian Feng, and his tone suddenly became gentle. Of course, this is not mandatory. If you don't want to join us, you don't have to wear it. But Qian Feng heard a sinister meaning in Lin Tian's gentle words, which means that if he wants to join Lin Tian's gang, he must wear it. At this moment, his heart was in extreme entanglement and struggle. On the one hand, he knew clearly that wearing this collar was equivalent to putting his life and death completely in Lin Tian's hands. He was like an imprisoned slave with no freedom or dignity at all. On the other hand, he also understood that if he refused to wear the collar, Lin Tian would never let him go easily, as he was the one who knew the secret and came to inform on him. Zhang Yang has completely betrayed him, and going back would mean death. After a painful inner struggle, Qian Feng gritted his teeth, forced a flattering smile on his face, and said in a trembling voice, "MRLN, I am willing to wear it. I believe that only by following you can I have a chance to survive in this doomsday." After saying that, he slowly stretched out his trembling hands, up the explosive neck ring that looked like the Grim Reaper's scythe, and carefully put it around his neck. Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction. "And notify me when Zhang Yang comes back." After giving Gao Wen a few more instructions, Lin Tian prepared to go back. He couldn't possibly wait here for Zhang Yang all the time. And from Qian Feng's description, Zhang Yang doesn't seem to have anything particularly amazing except that he is not afraid of the severe cold and can walk freely on the snow. The ice and snow power ran out of power after being used for a short while, and Lin Tian didn't take it seriously at all. Just as Lin Tian turned around to leave, Qian Feng suddenly called him. "MRLN, then, should we arrest Zhang Yang's wife first?" Lin Tian raised his eyebrows, and he suddenly felt that he seemed to have underestimated this informer. This guy is quite thoughtful and knows how to cut off Zhang Yang's source of trouble from this aspect. However, Lin Tian was still a little hesitant about arresting someone's wife. Forget it. Lin Tian waved his hand. He had no grudge against Zhang Yang, so there was no need to be so ruthless. But after thinking about it, he said to Qian Feng, "Well, you can go and keep an eye on her first. Don't let her run away." "Okay, MRLN." When Qian Feng heard this, he immediately became excited. He was looking forward to showing more performance in front of Lin Tian. In his opinion, as long as Zhang Yang's wife can be controlled, Zhang Yang will have to be cautious even if he has great abilities. It's not his fault that he is cruel, it's mainly because he is afraid. If Zhang Yang were to escape, he would have no peace of mind in the future. Lin Tian ignored Qian Feng's thoughts, turned around and strode out of the underground garage. As he walked, the corners of his mouth slowly rose, outlining a meaningful arc. Interesting. Monsters. Superpowers. This end of the world is becoming more and more interesting. After returning to the room, Shen Shihan and Yilin immediately came up to him. The two women had just washed themselves and smelled delicious. "Honey, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you so anxiously," Shen Shihan said with a pout. Yilin also said coquettish lie. "That's right." Snap, snap. The two girls covered their faces and behaved themselves. Lin Tian was about to say something, but at this moment, Angwanaroyu's cry for help suddenly came from the guest bedroom. "Lin Tian, it's bad, Gao Wu scenes 2. Chapter 80 for Gao Wu's final request. Lin Yan. It's bad, Gao Wu seems to be dying." Hearing Angwanaroyu's cry for help, Lin Tian had to put aside the actions he had just thought of and quickly walked to the medical cabin in the guest bedroom. Shen Shihan and Yilin looked at each other, put away the coquettish expressions on their faces, and followed Lin Yan. Lin Tian took a few steps to the guest bedroom door, pushed it open, and saw Angwanaroyu standing beside the bed with a terrified look on her face. At this time, various instruments in the medical cabin were beeping, revealing a sense of tension. Gao Wu was lying on the bed, his body twitching constantly, his face flushed, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead, and he made indistinct mumbling sounds from time to time. "Lin Yan, Gao Wu can't hold on any longer," Angwanaroyu shouted anxiously again. "What's going on?" Lin Yan asked with a frown. Angwanaroyu bit her lip and said with a hint of timidity, "I was sawing my ribs just now. Maybe it hurt too much?" Performing such an operation without anesthesia is extremely risky. Being able to last for so many days was already beyond Angwanaroyu's expectations. But now that Gao Wu is in such a condition, she is really afraid that Gao Wu's life will be in danger. If Gao Wu really gets hurt, she doesn't know how to face Lin Tian, and she doesn't know whether Lin Tian will vent his anger on her. After hearing what Angwanaroyu said, Lin Tian frowned even more. He quickly walked to Gao Wu's bedside and bent down to check on Gao Wu's condition. At this time, Gao Wu seemed to be on his deathbed. His eyes began to roll up slightly, and the mumbling sounds coming out of his mouth became weaker and more unclear. "Dr. Tang, you're not coming back?" A trace of despair flashed in Angwanaroyu's eyes. She slowly shook her head and said, "If he was placed in a top-level hospital, he might still be saved, but I am just a plastic surgeon. I have tried my best." "Did you try your best?" When the doctor says this, everyone probably knows what it means. Gao Wu seemed to have heard Angwanaroyu's words. His body stopped twitching and he seemed ready to face death. Maybe there is a hint of relief. What he experienced in the past few days really made him feel like he was living a life worse than death. Since he lay on the operating table, every minute and every second has been extremely painful. Physically, psychologically, physically and spiritually. The severe pain when his ribs were sawed just now seemed to tear his soul apart. The sound of the cold instrument rubbing against the bones, and each sawing movement was accompanied by a piercing pain. Now, listening to Tang Wan'eroyu's words that were almost like a verdict, he felt a sense of relief. Gao Wu was still mumbling incoherently, his voice as weak as a candle in the wind, which could go out at any time. "What did you say?" Tang Wan'eroyu bent down and moved closer to Gao Wu, with her ear almost touching his mouth, trying to hear more clearly. Don't make things difficult for my brother." Gao Wu used up his last bit of strength and uttered these words with difficulty. He was able to hold on for so many days entirely because of his brother Gao Wen. Gao Wu was worried that if he died, Lin Tian would take his anger out on his brother. But he really couldn't hold on any longer. "Lin Tian, he asked you not to make things difficult for his brother." Tang Wan'eroyu's eyes were red and her voice was choked with sobs. She stood up and looked at Lin Tian, her eyes full of expectation, hoping that Lin Tian would agree to Gao Wu's last request. She was really touched that Gao Wu was still thinking about his brother at this time. Shen Shihan and Yilin also felt the same way, as death always makes people sad. Although the two women did not know what hatred there was between Gao Wu and Lin Tian, they thought that the hatred should be gone after the person died. They looked at Lin Tian expectantly, hoping that Lin Tian could fulfill Gao Wu's final request. Lin Tian stood beside the bed, listening quietly to Gao Wu's words, with not much expression on his face. "If you die, it will be your brother's turn to lie on this operating table." Lin Tian's voice was low and cold, as if it had no warmth at all. When Gao Wu heard Lin Tian's words, his body began to tremble violently again. The slightly relaxed expression he had just shown because he was about to be freed was instantly replaced by fear. His eyes widened and became bloodshot, as if he couldn't believe what he heard. "Devil! You are a complete devil! Won't I be able to rest in peace even after death?" Gao Wu's chest heaved violently, and his already weak body seemed like it would collapse at any time under the emotional agitation. He never thought that Lin Tian would be so cruel in the last moments of his life. Not only did he not give him any comfort, but he threatened him with his brother's safety. He held on all this way, enduring pain that ordinary people could not imagine. Wasn't it all for the sake of his brother Gao Wen's safety? But now, Lin Tian is going to crush his last hope. Gao Wu's lips trembled and he wanted to say something else, but he only let out a painful whimper. His eyes were full of despair and pleading. He tried to raise his hand to grab the corner of Lin Tian's clothes, as if this could make Lin Tian change his mind, but the hand just waved weakly in the air a few times before falling heavily back onto the bed. Suddenly Gao Wu felt as if he had fallen into an endless dark abyss, and no matter how he struggled, he could not escape. It seemed as if there was an inexplicable, mysterious force pulling him, trying to drag him completely into the endless depths of darkness. The feeling was very strange. Even though my body was extremely weak and my consciousness was gradually becoming blurred, I could still clearly feel this strange power. But his current vitality is not enough to support him to explore what this mysterious power is, and he is unable to resist its erosion. Every weak breath seemed to be a final struggle against this force, yet it seemed so futile. Gao Wu's eyes became increasingly dim. Originally filled with despair and pleading, they now contained a bit more confusion and fear. Is this what death feels like? Gao Wu asked himself silently in his heart. But he was unwilling, really unwilling. His lips trembled slightly, and he seemed to want to beg Lin Tian again to let his brother Gao Wen go. But his throat seemed to be choked by something and he could only make a weak, incomplete sound. On the side, Tang Wan'eroyu, Shen Shihan and Yilin were also shocked by Lin Tian's words. They widened their eyes and looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. Tang Wan'eroyu's lips trembled slightly. She wanted to say something to persuade Lin Tian, but she was afraid of angering him, so she could only swallow the words back. Shen Shihan and Yilin snuggled closer to each other, their bodies trembling slightly, as if frightened by this sudden coldness. They didn't understand why Lin Tian did this. In their opinion, Gao Wu had been tortured to the point of almost dying, so why should he be given such a cruel blow in the last moments of his life? But they didn't dare to beg for mercy, because Lin Tian was their heaven. At this moment, Lin Tian looked at Gao Wu, who was lying on the operating table, gasping for breath, his eyes full of unwillingness and despair. His face still had that cold look with no discernible emotion. Is it painful? It's right to be painful. Then he exchanged for a physical fruit and handed it to Tang Wan'eroyu. Feed this to him.